I just shot a beam of light, causing the monster in front to become pregnant. In the next moment, it directly reproduces on the spot. Because I am a priest of the god of fertility, any target I have treated will passively become pregnant. One skill that can directly make a man give birth to a big fat son. At this moment, teammates see me raise my hand to use it on them, and they are scared, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Brother, please don't impregnate me, I'd rather die than have you enlarge my belly. All of this is because 2.5 years ago, the gods descended. The world was divided into countless fragments, transformed into a ludicrous game of faith. Everyone was randomly assigned to survive within the fragments, forced to become followers of the gods, participating in the game of faith. In this game, all resources need to be obtained through trials. From basic needs to divine powers, as long as you dare to make a wish, the gods will bring down the divine trial ground. Completing the trial allows you to obtain any wish. The more outrageous the wish, the higher the difficulty of the trial. Not only that, the game of faith will not allow players to live by deceit. Every 7 days, players will be automatically matched with a divine trial. In just half a year, only 2/3 of the global population remains. I was chosen by an unknown god. As long as I deceive other followers of the gods, I can take on the profession of that follower. As the 7-day countdown comes to an end, the panel opens the trial reminder. The special trial Blood and Fire song has started. The trial goal is to endure 24 hours of questioning in blood and fire. How many teammates have completed the match? As the light descends, they appear on a piece of ruins with 5 other people. The burly man carrying a large sword speaks first, following the tradition of reporting destiny, profession, and then score. I'll start. Shin Chong, a civilized warrior, ladder 1647. The youthful bespectacled man speaks next. Song Yeon, a life assassin, ladder 1636. The handsome beauty in military green short sleeves introduces herself with a very indifferent tone. Xiaowan, life hunter, ladder 1519. To Xiaowan's left is a petite woman with black silk-like hair, wearing a black turtleneck shirt that covers her whole body except for her face. Nangong Qinluan, a priest, ladder 1396. When the word Qinluan is uttered, the faces of the 2 life believer players in front all darken, as life and sinking are opposite destinies. There are 2 to 3 deities under each destiny, which is why only destinies are reported, not deities. The one dressed like Dr. Strange then speaks. Chao Sansui, an existing mage, ladder 1906. As soon as this score is revealed, everyone gasps in shock, feeling like they've hit the jackpot. I alone don't think so, especially when Bodadu meets the priest. Everyone is dumbfounded. Damn, you're actually Song Ziguanin. Song Yuan stood there dumbfounded, waving his hands and shaking his head like a fan. Brother, please don't tease me. I'd rather accept a priest with opposing beliefs than let you inflate my belly. In the faith game, there are 6 professions: warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and bard. There aren't many male players who choose to be priests, nor are there many male players who choose to follow Dayu. The combination of these 2 choices is rare, and to match them in front of you, the probability is like winning the lottery. The term fertility guanin is a nickname players use for the childbirth tomb, because when treating companions at Dayu's tomb, there is a chance of the companion getting pregnant. This side effect from the divine power of Yushing is not actually causing pregnancy, and what is conceived may not be a legitimate life form. It's just that Dayu's will promotes reproduction, so when using divine power, the awkward situation of passive impregnation occurs. But don't underestimate this accidental pregnancy. For each new life conceived within the patient, the healing effect increases by 3 points. That's why the childbirth tomb's healing capacity is very abundant. Chen Chong waved his hand to interrupt Song Yuan's incessant chatter. According to the information found, this is probably a small town in Hope County. Some say that Hope County was destroyed by the Haigu army. Chao San took over, saying, yes, our location should be near the dense forest county. If what we are in is indeed the counterattack of Hope, Arkansas, then what we will be facing now should be the right wing of the Haigu army. Xiaowan continued, there is little information about the right-wing battle situation. If I remember correctly, the most recorded should be. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant sky, startling everyone as they quickly turned to look. They saw that the distant sky had turned dark as ink at some point, covered with black wings that seemed to blanket the sky, like a storm approaching the terrifying demons. Xiaowan's face darkened as she revealed the answer. The fear demons are a type of demonic creatures from a region where the flesh and blood are strange. They feed on fear, excel at creating chaos, and are followers of the witch sect, as well as mortal enemies of Dayu. Looking at their terrifying numbers, if they really engage, the 6 of us may not be enough to handle them. Retreat quickly, before being discovered, and seek cover. They are on the move, we need to avoid them. Chen Shong shouted, taking down his huge shield and covering the light on it, leading everyone to crouch and run towards the east. Song Yuan took the lead, rushing out quickly. When he touched the shadows among the ruins, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiao Wan was not flustered either, moving swiftly and discreetly while running, scattering something on the ground. I glanced back and saw that he was throwing down growth. Chao Zi accelerated us, while Chen Shong shouted towards Chao San, who didn't really want to, having already expended too much mental energy, but now had no better option. He tightly gripped the pocket watch in his hand and shouted to all his companions beside him, fast forward in the area. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the 5 people seemed to accelerate as if fast-forwarded, running nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, this acceleration only works in a specific area. Once out of the area, our speed immediately drops back to its original state. Chen Shong carried Chao Sensui, who had cast the spell, on his back, and continued to run forward. The assassin takes the lead, clearing the ruins, searching for strongholds. Nangong restores mental power to the mage, sets up more traps of the creation type. The scouts of the dread demons won't keep flying in the air. When they land, we can delay them a bit. Chun Chong has good judgment, commanding calmly. It's obvious that they rely on strength to reach 1,600. However, the changes in the battle unfolded much faster than expected. Before we could rush forward, a dense army of dread demons descended from the buildings. Their terrifying roars echoed throughout the ruins. It was evident that the dread demons were excited, as if they had encountered an unexpected joy on the march. It was too late. Chao Zi was triggered to engage the enemy. Xiao Wan was the first to sense the enemy's broken mirror behind her. His eyes suddenly narrowed, emitting a rich green light of life. He flipped his left hand and drew out a jade green longbow, while conjuring a sword in his right hand. He turned around and shot at the swordsman, emitting a green light, the arrow whistling through the air and causing the swordsman to explode mid-air, bursting into a sky full of buns. The army of feared demons charged without hesitation, directly facing the sky full of buns. As the buns touched the flesh, they turned into countless fine threads resembling rabbit hair, entangling the feared demons invading this area, binding them into cocoons without wings. The pupils of the cave fell one after another, heavily crashing to the ground. The ground was covered with seeds of creation, and when these pupils touched the seeds, their bellies swelled rapidly. After a few breaths, it seemed like something was struggling inside their bellies, desperately trying to break free. The hunter's trap combos were smooth, and the double control effect was also evident. The vanguard of the feared demons did not rush to the forefront of the crowd at the first moment. Even though Xiao Wan's shots rained down, they could only hold off a limited number of feared demons. The enemy's numbers were simply too many, and like a locust plague, the shadow dissipated quickly. The buns in the air surged towards the location where everyone was. No time to waste. Assassin, focus on protecting yourself. Everyone else, come behind me. Chen Shong shouted loudly, throwing Chao Sansui on his back to Nangong. Then, drawing out the giant shield, he turned around and fiercely plunged the shield sword into the power in front of him, charging into the abandoned island. Order endures. The giant shield, which was originally emitting a faint light, suddenly surged with radiance. The dazzling holy light swept up like a waterfall, tracing a perfect arc in the sky before cascading down again. It swiftly extended to both sides, leaving a trail of light like a massive city wall, protecting us tightly in the rain. The terrifying demon army, covering the sky and the sun, charged down, repeatedly crashing against the walls of Guangmu City, emitting a deafening impact, but the light barrier remained unscathed. Chen Shang's face turned serious, his arm gently drummed, not daring to move the shield. There are too many mixed demons. The Holy Light Great Wall can only hold for 5 minutes. With the double curtain support, it can be extended to a maximum of 15 minutes. We need to think of a solution quickly, otherwise, forget about 24 hours, we'll all be done for in 15 minutes. You can tell Chen Shong is very anxious, but being anxious now is of no use. The enemy is just too numerous. Lan Gong is on the side restoring spiritual power to Chao Sansui. His healing technique is very effective, and Chao Sansui has already recovered from his listless state. Zisimu is of great quantity. As long as you control the newborn on your body well, you should be able to hold on for a while longer. Although Chao Sansui is cheering up his teammates, he is actually feeling cold inside. He didn't expect the pace of this trial to be so fast, and the enemy's movements to be so fierce. Even the 2,000-point trials matched before were not this intense. Everyone's expressions are very serious. With the protection of the Holy Light City walls, Xiao Wan did not continue shooting, but instead focused on recovering her strength. Nangong, with a somewhat pale complexion, furrowed his brow, casting a healing spell on Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan was slightly surprised, nodding in acknowledgement towards Nangong, feeling the strong recovery power within her body. She then extended her hand to conjure several spore swordsmen. As for me, I'm just sitting here, looking around aimlessly, like a fool. To be honest, I've seen this kind of situation before, but never with such low-scoring teammates. I'm pondering how to use the cards I have to escape this predicament. Meanwhile, Shen Chong from Chengdu sees the fear demons surrounding Wang Mu, almost blocking all directions. His face grows increasingly anxious, and the others furrow their brows, tensing their nerves, preparing for the worst, even though the trial has been going on for less than an hour. Seeing the remaining time for the Holy Light Great Wall getting shorter and shorter, Chen Chong, covered in sweat, becomes increasingly serious. His face gradually twists in frustration. He shouts, "Only 2 minutes left. If we can't think of a solution, we'll have to break outwards. The assassin is ready to return to the team. I'll lead the charge later. You take care of clearing out the enemies behind me." The mage is preparing to accelerate. Chao Sansui tightly grips his hands, about to speak. Suddenly, I stand up and calmly ask Nangong, "Have you learned healing spells?" I need the mage to cast an area acceleration spell again, covering an extremely large area. Everyone turns to look at me upon hearing this. Everyone thinks I've come up with a breakthrough plan. Chao Sansui becomes even more spirited. "We don't need healing spells. Just focus on replenishing my mana. I'll handle the spell casting. Overdrawing mana is imminent." This method of spell casting can overdraft all potential for a period of time, enhancing the current spell's effect. I give Chao Sansui an approving glance. Being new to 1900, he cooperates well. However, I shake my head. It might not be sufficient. I need a much larger area. Can Nangong do it? Nangong gritted his teeth, glanced at the terrifying demon army outside the light, nodded, realizing that if he didn't go all out now, he would die immediately, leaving no room for any tricks. Nangong nodded resolutely, stood up, and slowly took off his tightly wrapped black shirt, revealing the body that had been concealed underneath. As the shirt fell off, numerous glaring and twisted wounds resembling centipedes caught everyone's eyes. From the neck to the chest to the arms, the visibly pale body was covered with countless scars, causing Xiao Wan to furrow her brows and Chao Sansui's pupils to contract. I raised an eyebrow in surprise, recognizing his identity as a decaying believer. The faster a decaying believer decays, the more divine power feedback they receive. Therefore, decaying believers often engage in self-harm, earning them the title Bloodwood for their decaying yet immortal nature. Nangong wasted no time. Furrowing his brows and clenching his teeth, he pulled out a dagger with sharp edges from his waist. Without hesitation, he cut a wound on his stomach, then between his ribs, and finally along the menacing collarbone, creating a third harmful bloodline. After the 3 offerings, he softly prayed for all living beings to cope. As everything decays, a strong light with a decaying scent rose from his wound, spraying outward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a stream, flowing into Chao San's body. Chao San suddenly felt his body filled with strength, and his mental power fully restored. He looked at me solemnly and said word by word, "I can accelerate near the river, but afterwards, I will most likely become a waste person until 12 hours later. Can we hold on for 12 hours, Bodar?" I smiled faintly. "I don't want to die, nor will I die. The timing is crucial. I need you all to listen carefully. After the Holy Light Great Wall ends, I need a second to cast a spell. Can Xiao Wan make it happen?" Xiao Wan's hand tightened behind her back. She looked up at the sky full of terrifying demons blocked outside the Holy Light Great Wall, nodding solemnly. "I can swallow the trauma grass seed, gaining the attention of the gods. This way, when the power of reproduction grows wildly, I can unleash 5 swords simultaneously, but at most, I can only delay them by a second." I nodded in agreement, then shouted loudly to Song Yuan, at the first moment after the breakthrough, "I need you to come back to my side and prepare for the funeral, for the harvest." The most crucial step for Chao San, at the first moment after I cast the spell, you need to release the accelerated area, targeting the largest possible ruins outside the light. Chao San's face changed slightly, shocked. "What, the entire ruins?" I nodded firmly, "The entire ruins." Chao San is obviously unfortunate. I have to remind you, the timing of the spell will balance the speed. If the range is that large, our location will be extremely sluggish, to the point of being unable to move. This is suicidal. How do you plan to proceed? As part of the plan, we need to know how you intend to lead me to survive. I'm delighted. I plan to make them pregnant. To be honest, even a normal person would be stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing Chen Shen's words. A male human saying he wants to give a child to a group of asexual fear demons is an explosively shocking statement no matter where it's placed. Fear demons do not reproduce sexually, they are born from the fear mother tree in the underground world. The Fear Mother tree absorbs fear emotions from various planes, then grows new branches. After a while, these branches fall off and transform into new individual fear demons. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Chao San woke up first and cautiously asked, "Are you planning to cure the fear demons?" Chen Shen snapped his fingers. "Bingo, I will release a healing spell that will envelop the entire ruins. All fear demons will be under my lord's gaze, embracing reproduction." "It's impossible. There's no way a priest's healing range can be that large." Nangdong's face turned ashen, starting to believe that Chen Shen had gone mad under immense survival pressure. Unfortunately, this guy had a good heart and was handsome, but he went crazy too quickly. Chen Shen didn't explain further, just smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. When you think something is impossible, it's because your milk supply isn't enough." Seeing Chen Shen's meaningful glance passing over her, Nangdong suddenly froze, then unconsciously looked down at her tightly bound chest, her pale face instantly flushing red. "You." Chen Shen ignored her and extended his right hand, assuming a simple healing spell posture. "How much longer does the holy light wall have?" Chen Shang's face darkened, finally realizing that the duration of the shield was running out too quickly. He didn't know whether to believe Chen Shen or not, but seeing Chen Shen so confident, he reluctantly replied, "Enough for you to show off for 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8. 3. 2. It's now." Chen Shen shouted, and the healing light in his hand began to surge. At the same time, Xiaowan decisively swallowed a handful of creation grass seeds, conjured 6 spore arrows out of thin air with her right hand, aimed at the top of her head, drew her bowstring, and released them. With a whoosh, the 6 arrows exploded with potent reproductive power above everyone's heads. 1. The holy light wall shattered like a broken mirror, instantly losing its radiance. The fear demons pressed against the barrier outside suddenly lost support and began to fall. The outer fear demons, seeing the shield shattered, roared and charged in. The spore filaments grew wildly in the limited space. The fear demons squeezed each other tightly, leaving almost no gaps in between, so a single filament could connect countless fear demons' flesh and blood. Whether it was the fear demons rushing forward in competition or the extra spore arrow that played a role, the time it took for the enemies to reach them was far more than a second. Just as everyone's faces were filled with fear, preparing to counterattack and break through, Chen Shen's ultimate move finally finished brewing. "Let me demonstrate to you what true milk supply is. 4 corners of the world, bask in divine grace." With the last word spoken, a huge holy light struck the nearest fear demon in front of Chen Shen, then the light pierced through it and rapidly refracted towards similar beings in all directions. This wasn't just a simple healing spell, it was more like a healing chain that could treat multiple people at once. However, the issue was that healing chains decay over distance. The more people, the faster the decay. With the number of enemies in front of them, this kind of healing could probably only have a minor effect on restoring their vitality. In past trials, there were attempts to heal enemies, and although faith game was a game, it was more like another kind of reality. There is no mechanism of friendly fire immunity or healing enemies ineffective here. If you heal the enemy, they will truly recover and then hit you hard. So, when Chao Sansui saw Chen Shen only casting a healing chain, fear overwhelmed him. What good could this do? But even if he didn't believe in him, it was too late now. With a belief in fighting to the death, he followed the plan and released an overload level area acceleration in the entire ruins area near them the moment Chen Shen acted. Area, accelerate. The outer time fast-forwarded, and the dread demons suddenly accelerated. The time around them froze, everyone was immediately immobilized. In their limited consciousness, everyone only saw the healing chain spreading faster and folding more, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless torrents of holy light, ragingly sweeping through the entire ruins, healing like a huge wave, devouring everything. Everyone was shocked. Chao Sansui watched as the dread demons around him kept getting closer, then fell into a time stasis area, forming a wall of flesh and blood on the periphery, protecting them inside. He couldn't help but wonder, could this also be part of the plan? He gradually lost sight of the periphery, and in the last glance, he was still amazed why Chen Shen's healing chain was not diminishing but increasing. This chain was healing more fiercely, eventually even directly shrouding the entire ruins. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible. When Chen Shen's almost frozen mind saw the dread demons around him trapped in a time stasis, building a new great wall, he knew his plan had succeeded. The reason he could cover the entire ruins with the healing chain was due to his unique S-level professional talent, Divine Communion. This talent allowed him to have a chain effect when healing similar life forms, with each additional similar entity expanding the healing effect and range. Normally, with a maximum of 6 people in a team, this effect could only be described as icing on the cake. But now, if all the dread demons were considered targets, even if a true god descended, the number would be countless. Even if each individual gained just a 1% increase, after 1,000 calculations, it would be over 20,000 times. Not to mention there were far more than 1,000 dread demons here. Today, here, all the dread demons bathed in Chen Shen's healing chain. And it happened in an instant. Healing enemies may not be advisable, but it depends on the situation. Just like carrying the divine power of birth, not everyone can enjoy it. As the terrifying healing light struck them, benefiting from the time acceleration area, countless dread demons found their bellies expanding exponentially before they could react. Birth, at that moment, watched over them. Madness ensued immediately. The dread demons, originally sexless fiends, suddenly began nurturing new life throughout their bodies, starting to panic despite their lack of fear. They extended claws to cut off the bulges, trying to tear flesh and kill the newborns. But the powerful healing light instantly healed their wounds. A deep sense of powerlessness rose within them. They saw their future. Each one would be a mother raising offspring. Some even more than one. Furthermore, the will of birth began to spread wildly, causing the dread demons, who already had low rational thresholds, to gradually succumb, becoming monstrous beings that worshipped reproduction. Time flew, and the scene escalated uncontrollably. Under the influence of the area acceleration, in just over 10 seconds, the situation became uncontrollable. All the dread demons became slaves to reproduction, even without gender distinctions, mechanically and unconsciously mimicking the most primitive actions of nature. Mating. Reproducing. On a deserted ruins where no one was in sight, the entire right wing of a skeletal army completely unleashed themselves. The screen went out of control for a moment, indescribable in words. Time was accelerating, becoming even more indescribable. Countless fear demons were immersed in their heinous acts of reproduction, unable to extricate themselves, their offspring growing larger inside them. As the healing chain finally reached the last fear demon to fulfill its mission of curing the multitude of beasts, the scene had descended into a birthing paradise. The first affected fear demon's belly began to burst open, the newborns impatiently emerging, diving into the embrace of birthing, then starting to gnaw on the flesh of their mother, attempting to grow into a new mother. And these newborns all had the same face. Big, adorable eyes and a tentacle body. Chen Shen didn't want this, but his birthing divine power came from the pregnant woman in yesterday's food copy, and he couldn't control it. That's why he had the death assassin prepared for a funeral. When the accelerated area ended and the tentacled newborns devoured all the fear demons, they would become another army, perhaps even more terrifying than the fear demon army. However, the ruins of so many fear demons just killed could be considered the best death domain. Song Yuan's final blow would completely obliterate these monstrosities, saving the 6 of them. This was Chen Shen's entire plan. However, the other teammates trapped within the fear demon walls probably wouldn't appreciate such a crazy spectacle. What would you think when time stops? If all the reader's thoughts could be extracted, they could probably be compiled into a book. And such a book already exists in the real world, called criminal law. In fact, when time stops, you can't think of anything. Consciousness is tied to existence, and the essence of existence is time. When time solidifies, existence disappears, consciousness fades, and people lose all thoughts, becoming a mere flesh and blood statue. This experience is terrifying because those trapped in the stagnant time might feel like they are already dead. But it might not be so terrifying because this person probably doesn't realize they are stuck in time. It's unknown how long it passed, perhaps an instant for Chen Shen and the others, but maybe a lifetime for the fear demons. As the effects of the accelerated area slowly faded, Song Yuan, hiding behind Chen Shen, gradually regained consciousness. At the moment his thinking ability returned, he felt the ultimate bloom of death. The fear demon corpses above began to fall, with bloodless rotten flesh and countless tentacles flooding into this still clean space. The breath of the deceased hit him, thick like a colloid, making Song Yuan's spirit tremble from the depths of his soul. What level of death domain is this? Does such a level of death domain really exist? If this goes big, won't it summon the true god of death? After 3 moments of doubt, Song Yuan wasted no time. He remembered Chen Shen saying that his blow would be the key to saving them. Watching the tentacle monsters, now devoid of flesh to eat, crazily approaching the 6 of them, Song Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning pure black. Harvest mode, activated. He reached out his hands, tightly gripping his own neck. With a crack, he ruthlessly twisted his neck. Then, the standing corpse of Song Yuan began to slowly dissipate, the dense aura of death around him boiling, a chilling wind howling, a green light rising. In the blink of an eye, a huge black scythe exuding a world-destroying aura appeared above everyone's heads. Chen Shen and the others had just come to their senses, staring at the death scythe looming above them, their breath catching. It was huge. Too huge. They had never seen such a terrifying death scythe, even the small skull ornament at the end of the handle looked like a colossal statue carved from a mountain. Not to mention the blade shimmering with a faint green light, it looked like a swift edge cutting through planets. Even in the 2100 scenario, Shin Chen had never seen such a massive death scythe. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to pray that Song Yeon wouldn't go crazy and send them all away together. May souls rest in peace, life come to an end. Burial, reaping. As the almost imperceptible prayers resounded through the heavens and earth, the huge scythe, carrying the murmurs of the departed spirits, swept down. Apart from the area where everyone stood, the entire visible ruin seemed to crack for a moment, like a shattered mirror, like fissures spreading. Then, the sorrowful cries embracing death echoed one after another, resounding through the sky. Countless enormous tentacle monsters that feasted on flesh and blood closed their eyes one after another, as if falling into a slumber. Death was never an earth-shattering event. At the moment the scythe swung down, their flames of life quietly extinguished. People died, the scythe vanished. It all happened in just a few seconds. Yet, before the dissipating breath of the deceased around them could fade, these distorted breaths rose and converged once again, solidifying Song Yeon, who should have been dead. He fell from the sky panting heavily and drenched in sweat, collapsing into the blood-stained ground upon landing, convulsing uncontrollably. The nearest Nangon, out of maternal instinct, reached out to help him. As her hand touched Song Yeon's wrist, she realized that his body was now unusually healthy, even vibrant, as if at his peak. His convulsions were not from exhaustion after a desperate struggle but from the climax of excitement. Amazing, amazing, I seem to have seen the face of my master, seen him seated on the bone throne, bestowing upon me a huge scythe. Amazing, Chen Chen, you're truly amazing. Gasping for breath, struggling to get up, he exclaimed, just this once, in my lifetime, it's worth it. Chen Chen chuckled and Nangong, somewhat disdainfully, let go of Song Yeon's hand. Chen Chong and Chao Sansui were still immersed in the cataclysmic scythe moment, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. It wasn't until the blood and flesh of the dread demons and the dead tentacles were about to engulf them that Chen Chong, carrying the half-dead Chao Sansui, stood up from the blood-stained ground. Is it over? He could hardly believe it. So many dread demons, such a massive army, all gone just like that? What exactly happened just now? Looking at Chen Chang's curious gaze, Chen Chen grinned mischievously and said, don't think about it. You don't want to know what happened, and besides, the situation is not resolved. If the skeleton army doesn't see the right-wing army, they might send others to investigate. We need to leave quickly. He also pulled up the struggling Xiao Wan from the ground, pointing to her swollen belly, legs, and back, and said seriously, our combat strength has been severely depleted. Chao Sansui, Nangong, and Xiao Wan have all lost their combat abilities. They are fine, but Xiao Wan needs urgent treatment. We need to retreat first, find a place to regroup. Still immersed in the excitement of his own world-ending blow just now, Song Yeon, upon hearing Chen Chen's tense words, blurted out, but what about you? Chen Chen, carrying Xiao Wan, his face darkened. What can I do as a 1,500-point nurse? Song Yeon was dumbfounded, pointing outside at the hellish scene, stammering, this wasn't all you're doing? As he spoke, his tone distorted, if you're 1,500 points, I'll cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Chen Chang's face also darkened. He picked up Chao Sansui, pulled Nangong, and walked out without hesitation, thinking to himself, this person indeed has strength, but he's too much of a show-off, which is annoying. What's even more annoying is that he always manages to show off. The banter of the victors was not annoying, but the environment did not allow them to linger too long. So, everyone struggled, wading through the blood-soaked muddy ruins, moving eastward with each step deeper into the mire. Standing in the center of the realm of death, they did not have such a visceral feeling. It was only as they stepped out of this flesh and blood hell that they truly realized what Chen Chen had just done. Flesh, body parts, mucus, dark blood. The group seemed to have entered a museum exhibiting all objects and forms related to blood and flesh, surpassing imagination and frequently challenging the sensitive stomach nerves of a normal human being. This scene cannot be further described. Only this time, the 5 people present gained a new understanding of birth. Could this be a lawful god? Even Xiao Wan, a follower of birth, couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight and couldn't help but. Ugh, the first to vomit was Nangong. Already weakened by self-harm, her legs rubbed against the bloody mire, the putrid smell flooding her nostrils, not guiding her towards decay, but inducing nausea. After the first shot was fired, the situation spiraled out of control once again. Ugh, everyone couldn't hold it in. Especially Chen Chong. In order to leave this hell as soon as possible, he vomited while running, carrying one who was also vomiting on his back, and leading another who was also vomiting by the hand. The triple vomiting chorus pulled at his ears intensely, driving him to the brink of collapse. Xiao Wan, you have to hold on. This is the work of my lord, guiding you. Ugh. Chen Chen felt a warmth on his shoulder, followed by a twitch on his face. Your mother must be heartbroken. Xiao Wan, enduring the intense struggle of birthing the life within her, weakly said, my mother is dead. She dedicated herself to corruption. This. Chen Chen, regretting his foul mouth, felt a wave of remorse. I should really die. Instead of my mother, you should care about my daughter. She might be about to be born. Chen Chen's face darkened, shouting ahead, Chen Shong, get ready. Xiao Wan is about to give birth. Before Xiao Wan could give birth, Chen Chen promptly performed a healing technique on her. Due to Xiao Wan carrying multiple fetuses, this healing technique was very effective, restoring her condition. But this also meant that the newborns she gave birth to would be exceptionally healthy. The group ran frantically outward, but before they had gone too far, the life form gestating within Xiao Wan couldn't wait any longer to be born. The life catalyzed by the seed of creation would not wait for any obstetrician. As they were halfway through, bulges on Xiao Wan's body burst open, exploding into several grotesque vines that were half flesh and half plant. The good news was that these vines were not very strong, and Song Yuan dealt with them on her own. The bad news was that although Xiao Wan was fine, Nangong was not. She lay with half-closed eyes, feverish all over, clearly teetering on the brink of life and death, the wounds on her ribs and abdomen still exuding the stench of decay, breathing shallowly. At this rate, Nangong will die. Having just experienced life and death together, with still half a day of trial time left, no one in the team wanted to lose a member here. They had survived the onslaught of the demon army, dying here would be a waste. Chen Chong stopped, dropped Xiao Sui from his back, and said to Chun Chen, Nangong's body can't withstand the treatment of birth. If you can't do it, mage, have the mage use time magic to sustain her life. Xiao thought about it for 3 years, but he was a mage, not a priest or a singer, so he didn't have many auxiliary tricks. Chen Chen looked at the sadness on everyone's faces, sighed, and took out a small red bottle from his small insurance kit. What's this? Song Yuan immediately leaned over, seeming to smell the scent of death in the bottle. Grade A potion Contempt of the Dead, produced from devout followers of death. His proxies believe that some people are not worthy of experiencing death, so they extract this contempt, brew it into a potion, and use it to punish the Forsaken who have committed serious crimes, preventing them from getting close to death and hearing his teachings. Chen Chen explained as he poured the potion on Nangong's body. As long as it mixes with your blood, even if severely injured, you won't die, but there will be no healing effect, just prolonging life. There's something like this? Song Yuan, quick-eyed and quick-handed, wanted to grab a drop to study, but Chen Chen's hand was faster, slapping his hand open, laughing and scolding. Even missing a drop will render it ineffective. Do you want her to die? Song Yuan blushed in embarrassment. I've never seen it before, Nangong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nangong, pale-faced and powerless, paid no attention to him. She just watched as the liquid on her body quickly merged into her blood, and then felt nothing. Is this effective? Chen Chen glanced at her and said, it is effective and very expensive. When you recover, remember to compensate me. Nangong gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. Okay. Xiao Wan had just given birth to a child, and was bleeding all over, but as a believer in birth, she had a stronger resistance to procreation, so Chen Chen did not use the potion and simply cast a healing spell. Luckily, she didn't conceive. Seeing Chen Chen saving 2 lives so easily, Chen Chong asked solemnly, Chen Chen, how many points do you have? Apart from 1501. Chen Chen looked around and saw everyone's eyes filled with doubt. Although they didn't believe him, he still said with a straight face, it really is 1501. Chen Chong didn't believe a word. He said in a deep voice, do you think I'm stupid? The healing chain in that situation just now would require at least an S-level talent to achieve, plus your 2 bottles of Contempt of the Dead. You couldn't possibly have less than 2,000 points. Right, do you want to continue guessing the points here, or follow me? Chen Chen picked up Nangong and led the way. The others exchanged glances, showing helplessness in their eyes, and hurriedly followed. What can you do if the big shot doesn't tell the truth? Of course, you have to rely on him. Song Yuan couldn't keep his mouth shut, asking questions all the way. Brother Chang, what talent do you have? Tell me. Brother Chang, how many points do you have? Brother Chang, do you still have that small red potion? Can I exchange something else with you for it? Brother Chang. Chen Chen couldn't help it anymore and asked back. Aren't assassins supposed to be silent? Song Yuan grinned. I call this a contrast, it's trending now. Thankfully, in the next hour, no other troops of the skeleton army came searching. Chen Chen and his group walked on the open plain with nowhere to hide for half a day, finally seeing a dense forest ahead. The noisy Song Yuan volunteered to scout ahead and discovered a home abandoned by the wood elves, with only a few deserted treehouses and no other creatures inside. Chen Chen and Chen Chong felt relieved and quickly retreated into the forest with the wounded. Chao Sansui was the first to stabilize. He had overused his mental energy, leaving him weak and unable to control his muscles precisely, only able to vaguely talk about what he knew about the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves are followers of prosperity, a neutral group in eternity. They worship nature, never coexist with other races. Since they chose this place as their residence, it must be relatively safe here. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan curiously asked, if it's safe, why was it abandoned? I said relatively safe. Before the war, it was definitely safe here. But after the skeleton army waged war on the Isle of Hope, there is no safe place left on the Isle of Hope. To be safe, Chen Chong stood guard outside the treehouse, turning back slightly puzzled to ask, I've heard others say that the skeleton army waged war on the Isle of Hope, but what was the reason for the war? Chao Sansui shook his head laboriously. People in the Mage Channel speculate it's a war of faith, while those in the Faith Channel speculate it's underground creatures fighting over something. Time focuses on the present, we have little information at hand. Perhaps the followers of memory, through retracing the past, will know more. Chen Chen was engrossed in listening but froze momentarily at the mention of the deity of memory. I checked the time, 6 hours of the trial have passed, and we still have 18 hours to endure. But I need another 10 hours to recover. Chao Sansui's meaning was clear. Although they survived, the next 10 hours without the strength of mages would be very challenging. No one knew what they would encounter next, and no one believed that surviving the hellish assault of the dread demon army meant the trial would be free of danger. Ordinary trials might be possible, but not special ones. Chen Chen pondered the name of the trial, his brow slightly furrowed. The Song of Blood and Fire. We've seen blood, but where's the fire? Their group happened to be staying in the woods. If a fire were to sweep through, a fire burning 800 miles? It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Forget it, don't think too much. Chen Chen scratched his head, took out a bottle of cola from the safe, and started drinking. Song Yuan was dumbfounded at the sight. Brother Chang, every inch of space in your storage is precious, and you keep this? Chen Chen pointed at Chen Chong and laughed. Chen Chong has alcohol, I have a few bottles of cola. If people lose cola, what else is there to enjoy? Chen Chong didn't turn around, but his vigorous nod indicated his agreement. Song Yuan actually had drinking water in his safe, but that was for extreme situations to quench thirst and save lives. It definitely couldn't compare to the pleasurable taste of cola. Seeing Chen Chen enjoy it so much, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva unconsciously. Brother Chang, do you have more cola? Seeing his expression, Chen Chen didn't hesitate and took out 5 more bottles. Brother Chang, is your storage all cola? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Song Yuan was very happy. After all, it wasn't wasting his own storage space. He quickly picked a bottle and shared the rest with the others. In battle, drinking cola was indeed refreshing. Everyone enjoyed it for a moment. Even the immobile Nangong, with Chen Chen's support, managed to take a few sips. The target in the forest is still too big. Let's rest for another 2 to 3 hours and then move further away. Chen Chong finished his drink, picked up his sword, and walked out the door. Guard duty was his responsibility because he was a devout believer in order. Xiao Wan and Song Yuan sat honestly in the house, taking care of the patients and resting their eyes. But as soon as Song Yuan closed his eyes, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. The drowsiness was so gentle and comfortable that he had no desire to resist it. Clang! Song Yuan, who was sitting on the ground, slumped to the floor, and the other wounded in the room slowly closed their eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Just as everyone was sound asleep, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of cunning flashing in them. Tisk, daring to drink any beverage, yet escaping punishment lightly. Chuckling, his gaze shifted to Nangong beside him. Chao San had a dream. In his dream, he scored 200 points on his audience stairs, ranking first, and was summoned by the true god of time. As he devoutly prostrated himself, preparing to receive the blessing of the divine, a terrifying demon suddenly flew over, kicked him away, and received the blessing in his place. Enraged, he woke up. Damn it! He roared, got up, and saw his teammates looking at him in surprise, slightly puzzled. How did I recover? Feeling the power in his body as full as when he first entered the trial, Chao San was shocked. Not only him, but Nangong beside him also looked much better now, showing no signs of the previous injury. Wait, previous injury? Chao San's heart skipped a beat, immediately took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. 8 hours had passed since the anchored time. So, he had only slept for 2 hours? No. How could I recover so much in 2 hours? Chao San furrowed his brow, reached out his hand to lightly touch the air, immediately sensing the passage of time around him. Followers of time were very sensitive to the passage of time, but could only vaguely sense whether time had passed for a long or short period, unable to pinpoint the exact time. Time had indeed not passed much here, probably only 2 or 3 hours. But the problem was, how did he recover so much? He looked puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Nangong felt his gaze, didn't speak, just nodded towards the door, then continued to bandage Xiaowan. Although their condition had improved, the wounds had not completely healed. It was Xiaowan who said coldly, "We just woke up." Chao San, with a score of 1900, was naturally not stupid. He blurted out, "Is the cola the problem?" Xiaowan nodded. "What about Chen Chen?" On guard outside. Chao San's brow furrowed at this. The fact that he had recovered within 2 hours must be related to Chen Chen. He didn't know if this was a special method of the high-score priest or if Chen Chen had done additional treatment. All he knew was that if Chen Chen had any ill intentions while they were asleep, they would be dead by now. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything, or rather, it was fortunate that he was not a person of opposing beliefs. Even more fortunately, no enemies had arrived during these 2 hours. Chao San instinctively felt a little scared, got up, and walked out of the treehouse with a serious expression. Under the treehouse, Chen Chen was chatting with Chen Chong and Song Yuan. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to have recovered to some extent. Chao San couldn't believe that the 5 of them had fallen asleep together, leaving only Chen Chen to guard, and he was a priest. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you crazy? Letting 5 people fall asleep at the same time, even if you have a potion to restore everyone, you should do it one by one." 3 people turned around together. Song Yuan grinned without saying a word. Chen Chang's expression remained unchanged, but the twitching corner of his eye clearly indicated his disapproval of Chen Chen's move. Only Chen Chen scratched his head and said, "Huh? Don't talk nonsense. I just woke up. 6 of us slept together." Chao San shuddered deep in his soul, never daring to imagine that Chen Chen had such audacity. "Chen Chen, you are playing with everyone's lives. If something goes wrong, we could all be in grave danger." Chen Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the risk is too great. It's not advisable." Chao San's tone faltered as he observed Chen Chen's attitude and words, thinking that he was not the one responsible, but rather condemning the instigator. "Do you dare to bet on it?" Chao San asked impatiently, a hint of amusement in his voice. Chen Chen shrugged, "But if I win, we'll be back at the peak of our strength, right?" Chao San sat next to the 3 of them, looking constipated, and sighed heavily. "Next time if this happens again, please let me know in advance. I don't want to be scared to death before meeting time." This time, Chen Chen stopped joking and apologized. "You may not agree, or perhaps no one wants to bet, but the fact is, we may not have enough time for everyone to recover in turn. The danger is approaching, and every second counts. But what if something happens in between?" From the results, the "what if you mentioned" did not happen, Chen Chen said with a smile. Chao San fell silent, while Chen Chong cursed, "There won't be a next time, Chen Chen. I hate uncertainty. Damn it, you don't seem like a believer in birth, more like a believer in fate." Chen Chun chuckled and reached out, summoning a healing light to hover over Chen Chong, saying, "Don't believe me? I can make you experience what it feels like to be a mother right now." Before Chen Chong could react, Song Yuan leaped 10 meters away. Chao San looked at the green light in Chen Chen's hand and asked, "What is that?" Chen Chen knew he was referring to the Kola incident, so he put away the healing spell and said, "I call it Soothing Sleep. It contains a potent sleeping aid and an A-grade elixir called Past Prosperity. It's a top-tier healing potion that combines the powers of memory and prosperity. I had 6 bottles in total, and now they're all used up." After speaking, he looked pained. "Another A-grade one. I don't recall hearing about this elixir. Is it a ladder reward?" Chao San inquired. Shrugging, Chen Chen replied, "I don't know. I traded it from someone else." "People are willing to trade life-saving items like this?" Song Yuan returned, puzzled. "Sometimes, the goal is more important than life itself," Chen Chen said, reminiscing about someone and sighing quietly. "Indeed. What's the point of hoarding all these good things if you lose your life? But if you lose your purpose, what's the point of living?" Although Chao San disagreed with Chen Chen's actions, he still said appreciatively, "After the trial ends, I will compensate you with equivalent elixirs." Chen Chen's eyes lit up. "That's too kind of you." But his gaze was clearly filled with greed, already scanning Chao San to see what treasures he might be hiding. Everyone said that those with 2,000 points had eccentric personalities, and seeing Chen Chen today confirmed it. They had already accepted Chen Chen's 2,000 points without question. "Now that everyone is awake and in good condition, what's our next move?" Chao San asked. "Let's depart according to the plan." Chen Chong saw Chen Chen sitting there, not intending to command, sitting there dumbly without speaking, and responded with a dark face, "All right, then call them." Before Chao San could even stand up, he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising from the ground, fiercely rushing towards them, his expression startled. The others were equally shocked, standing up and looking down. Only Chen Shen, with a stern expression, looked up at the sky, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Damn, it's a meteor shower. S-class forbidden technique, meteor shower? Song Yuan's voice trembled. He also looked up, and sure enough, on the distant horizon, a terrifying giant sun slowly rose. The edge of the sun burst into brilliant flames, each spark splattering out, turning into a huge meteor streaking across the sky, rapidly descending towards the plane where they were. In the blink of an eye, meteors fell like rain. Run! Chen Shen didn't hesitate and ran out without holding back. He didn't need to take care of others at all. Every teammate present ran faster than him. Chao San's face darkened, and the next moment, he cast an acceleration field in front of everyone. Song Yuan instantly disappeared like a shadow. Chen Shong activated the warrior charge, pulling Chen Shen and Chao San up with one hand each, and ran out like a storm. The two figures on the treehouse moved even faster. Xiao Wan picked up the petite Nangong and leaped from one treetop to another in a few bounds. Chen Shang's speed was too fast, and the strong wind made Chen Shen's face ache. Chao San was equally uncomfortable. He shouted in extreme doubt, "This is not a spell that can be practiced in the underground world. This is a forbidden technique that only the elemental judges of the Isle of Hope can master." What roles are we playing? Enemies to both sides? Enemies? No. Even if these 6 people were truly enemies of the Isle of Hope, the elemental judges would not use such a devastating spell to punish them. What could 6 people do in a war? Nothing. How could they deserve a meteor shower? Chen Shen's face darkened as he thought of a possibility. This meteor shower is not meant to hit us at all. It's meant to ambush the right-wing feared demon army. What? Chen Shang's body froze in shock, feeling the air in the entire area twisting and heating up. She quickly increased her speed, unable to believe it. The feared demons are all dead. Why ambush them? Chen Shen explained loudly, perhaps the Isle of Hope doesn't know that the feared demon army is dead. That's why this trial of facing enemies came so quickly. This is the real song of blood and fire. Survive for 24 hours amidst the feared demon army's march and the meteor shower. We encountered the feared demons early, leading to a misunderstanding of the trial. Chao San looked shocked, unable to believe it. How is that possible? Then he thought of something and was even more shocked. Are you saying that the skeleton army learned of the Isle of Hope's ambush plan, so they deployed early to avoid the strike? Yes. Chen Shen gritted his teeth in anger, and we just happened to run into them. The downfall of the Isle of Hope may not be due to defeat in war, they have internal problems. Damn, stop talking, heal me, I'm running out of mental energy. Chen Shen quickly stopped talking and cast a powerful healing spell on Chen Chang's stomach. As for why the stomach, don't ask, it was just conveniently within reach, definitely not some perverse interest. At a critical moment, all perverse interests had to be set aside. This time was not very lucky, the spell hit home, and Chen Chang's stomach bulged slightly, but fortunately, her speed increased by 3 points. It's too late, the meteor shower's impact range is too large. Chen Chong, can the Holy Light Great Wall withstand a few hits? Chen Chong blurted out, 3 hits, I lack A-level defensive talent, it will break on the 4th hit. Chen Shen furrowed his brows as he calculated carefully. Beside him, Chao San Sui immediately shouted, that's enough. According to the speed of the meteorite's descent, it's not too fast in the beginning, enough for me to activate the time battlefield. Time battlefield? Oh right, I forgot about that. Chen Shen's face lit up with realization and an exaggerated smile. It seemed that next, he needed to find a real way out within the time loop. Everyone, come to me! Chen Shong roared, abandoning the 2 people in his hands, pulling out a large shield, veins bulging in his hands as he forcefully plunged the shield tip into the soil. Looking up at the meteorites falling from the sky like rain, he shouted, order endures. The brilliance of order erupted once again, turning into a city wall that enveloped the 6 people beneath it. Outside the bright yellow light screen, the air temperature rose, space distorted due to the heat, and the earth cracked from the scorching. Looking up, they saw the blazing sun and the meteorites hurtling down, their blackened trails cutting through the sky like knives, tearing the sky apart like thin paper, a sight so shocking as if witnessing the end of the world. If they were not under the meteorites but outside the range of impact, this might have been an unforgettable sight. Chen Shong, hold steady. 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Chen Shong tightly held the shield, gritting his teeth and shouting, be alert, it's coming. Before he could finish speaking, boom! Everyone's vision went black as a huge meteorite fireball exploded above the light screen. This was followed by a fierce brightness flooding their eyes, flames bursting like molten lava, instantly enveloping the Holy Light Great Wall. Even though the light screen had withstood countless demon attacks, at this moment, it was swaying from the intense force. Chen Shong trembled, his skin turning red. It was too hot. Priest, heal. Nangong acted without hesitation, casting minor healing spells and cooling spells. Chao Sansui anxiously watched the pocket watch in his hand. Hold on. 48 seconds. Here they come again. 2 of them. Be ready to dispel the high temperature. Boom. Boom. This time, the 2 meteorites arrived in succession. Fortunately, one did not directly hit the Holy Light Great Wall but landed beside the light screen, yet the splashing flames still shook the light screen. We can't hold on, there's one more above. Chen Shen, think of something. Chen Shen's expression darkened, about to take action when he saw Song Yuan quickly take out a pure black cloth from his personal space. What is this? Nangong asked with some surprise. Song Yuan's face showed a hint of pain, but he said firmly, this time, let me handle it. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the item. It was an A-level professional tool for assassins, the gateway of shadows across realms. This was no ordinary item, only obtainable as a reward in the ladder ranking above 1600 points, with an extremely low drop rate. Its function allowed any item to be placed into the shadow dimension, regardless of size, location, or time, uncontrollable. It was a disposable item of considerable value. This was the most suitable tool for assassins to traverse shadows, and Song Yuan bringing it out now clearly indicated his urgency. Impressive, Comrade Xiao Song. It's not easy to get this thing at 1636. Song Yuan smiled proudly, thinking finally, I get to show off too. I snatched it. With that, he leaped high, clinging to the inner side of the light screen like a spider, counting the time in his mind, and just before the 4th meteorite landed, he skillfully threw the gateway of shadows across realms out. This operation was very detailed because the holy light wall blocked everything. He needed to pass through the shadow obscured by smoke at the risk of his life, go outside the light screen, unfold the black cloth, open the gateway of shadows, and then instantly shuttle back. Any slight delay in each step would result in being melted on the spot outside. Fortunately, Song Yuan was a qualified assassin. In the blink of an eye, he had completed everything, sending the meteorite that was about to break through the light curtain to the shadow interface. The gate of shadows of the various realms also dissipated. However, being qualified was just being qualified, still far from a perfect score. Quick! Nurse, save me, my butt is on fire! Song Yuan wailed as he lay on the ground, his entire back, buttocks, and thighs charred. He pouted his bright red, burnt buttocks towards the nurse, eager for treatment. Even in such a state of injury, he was facing Nangong, not Chen Shen. Nangong dumbfoundedly raised his hand and cast a healing spell on his buttocks. Chen Shen's smile disappeared, feeling embarrassed. What, my healing isn't good enough? Be careful. There are more above, mages, how much longer? The holy light wall could only hold for a minute, and the entire plane had turned into a sea of fire, with deafening roars and rising temperatures. Seeing the terrifying meteorites falling one after another, Chen Shong couldn't hold on any longer this time. 10 seconds. Everyone, get ready. At 1 o'clock, the meteorite landing is minimal. When the time comes, start breaking through. Do not disperse excessively, otherwise casualties cannot be confirmed. End the battle on time. I repeat, do not disperse excessively. I hope each and every one of us can make it out alive. 3-year-old Chao sweated slightly as he pinched his pocket watch, raising his hand high, ready to start the timed battle. This would be their only way to survive, provided they didn't loop too many times. 3, 2, everyone, get ready. 1, run. Chen Shong immediately removed the holy light wall, stashing his shield and sword into space in the blink of an eye. With a loud roar, he went mad, grabbing Nangong and Chao San and charging towards 1 o'clock. Xiao Wan followed closely, carrying the young bird Chen Shen on her back. Not to mention Song Yuan, surrounded by thick smoke. He had disappeared long ago, running ahead of everyone. However, luck doesn't always last. Although they saw fewer meteorites in the 1 o'clock direction within the light curtain, once they broke free for a distance, they realized the densely packed meteorites above their heads, with no way to dodge. A huge fireball smashed in front of Chen Shong. He braked rapidly, drew out his shield sword turning it into a great sword, and swung it with divine power. The meteorite burst, but before he could advance again, another one hit their heads. Damn! Chao San's face turned pale, shouting in alarm, time, rewind. The whole world suddenly froze, then rapidly rewound like a movie playing in reverse. Flames receded, meteorites ascended, figures retreated, and the light curtain reappeared. Everything returned to the moment the timed battle began. 1. Run! As the light curtain shattered, everyone exerted all their strength to run towards 1 o'clock. Only Chao San, gasping heavily in Chen Shang's hands, shouted frantically, Chen Shang! Xiao Wan! Change direction, 3 o'clock. Quickly! The followers of time were not affected by the time battle's rewind, retaining their memories. The current Chao San was their eyes. Without hesitation, the two immediately changed direction. Chen Chen held Xiaowan tightly, continuously casting healing spells on her, frowning in contemplation. Second time. With that thought, he flipped the die in his hand. The result was a 2 facing up. The reason why the meteorite storm could be considered a forbidden spell was that its duration was extremely long enough to annihilate all lifeforms within its range, even causing the ground to collapse 3 feet deep. Under normal circumstances, the mental power of spellcasters of any race probably could not sustain such a massive spell consumption. But the meteor shower was an exception because it was not a creation but a summoning. The giant sun on the horizon is real. This sun, named the Wrath of Hatred, was originally a god of chaos, a messenger of disorder. After being imprisoned by order in a certain era, it became the supreme power that he bestowed upon the elemental judges under his rule. Just by briefly opening the gates that imprisoned the Wrath of Hatred and targeting a specific area, the suppressed anger accumulated over countless ages would pour down. Only when he awakens from the chaos and realizes that his outburst is merely benefiting the followers of order, will he reluctantly stop, close the gates tightly, and then begin brewing the next cycle of anger. All this is said to prove one thing, that meteor showers are inscrutable to mortals. Chen Chen and the others rushed towards the 3 o'clock direction for just a few minutes, and the roaring meteors exploded around them one after another. They didn't even need to hit them, the splashing magma and flowing fire made it impossible for them to move an inch. No, this path will work. Mage. Time, rewind. The scene was so familiar, time reversed once again. 1. Run. Just as Chao Sansui was thrown out of the river of time, he felt himself being dragged frantically by Qin Chong towards the 1 o'clock direction. No, Qin Chong, 5 o'clock direction. Qin Chong paused, without hesitation, swung his hands around, tossing the two people on his hands like windmills, swiftly using the momentum to turn back in a diagonal direction. What's going on? Chao Sansui's face was solemn. We failed twice. Xiaowan followed closely, and Chen Chen frowned inwardly. He reached out and turned the dice in his hand again. 3 o'clock. This way won't work. The smoke is too thick, can't see the way. Assassin, speak up, guide the direction. Assassin? Song Yon? Damn, dead, mage, rewind. Time, rewind. 7 o'clock direction, Chen Chong, reverse. The dice flipped, 4 o'clock. Xiaowan, be careful. Time, rewind. 9 o'clock direction, hurry. The dice flipped, 5 o'clock. Time travelers can become T0, and having unlimited trial and error opportunities in the time battlefield is one of the keys. However, the divine power of time cannot be enjoyed for free indefinitely. When time cannot continue to flow on the battlefield for a long time, as the master of time, he will also get angry. A god's sneeze is a mortal storm. By the 6th time the time was rewound, even as a believer of time, Chao Sansui's memory began to blur. Time, rewind. 1. Run. Chao Sansui was jolted along with Chun Chang's sprint, and he suddenly opened his eyes. After a moment of chaos in his mind, he muttered to himself, "We're starting over." Chen Chong hesitated, anxiously asked, "What do we do now? Where do we go?" Chao Sansui looked desperate. "I remember many fragments, remember the moment each person died, but I just forgot the number. Forgot where we should go." Chen Chang's heart sank. This situation could only mean one thing: they had failed many times. The time travelers were lost in time, which was tantamount to announcing their failure and death. But Chen Chong was not one to give up easily. He shouted, leading everyone to turn towards the 3 o'clock direction. "Pull yourselves together, identify the path, corroborate with the memories in your mind. Maybe we can find a way out." Nangong was equally anxious. She saw Chao Sansui's eyes lost in confusion, gritted her teeth, pulled out the spike, and fiercely stabbed herself in the stomach. Then a strong healing light poured over Chao Sansui's head, instantly clearing his confused mind. He looked at Nangong Shiji's eyes and nodded firmly. "All right, I'll try to remember." But at that moment, Chen Chen suddenly shouted, "No, this is the 6th time, at 11 o'clock direction, quick, Chen Chong, turn." Chen Chong swiftly, his figure far ahead of Xiaowan, turned in astonishment before he could ask a question, only to see Xiaowan obediently turning towards the 11 o'clock direction and rushing off. Chao Sansui was also stunned, unable to comprehend how Chen Chen knew it was the 6th time. How could a believer of birth stay alert in the maze of time? It was impossible. In the end, Chen Chen was just a player, not immune to the effects of the time maze, but the dice in his hand was. Chen Chong lowered his head, seeing Chao Sansui dumbfounded. His face darkened as he responded, "Damn it, I'll follow your lead." He didn't hesitate, or rather, he had no reason to hesitate. In Chen Chang's understanding, from the moment Chen Chen took over the command, he must have had a plan to break the deadlock. After all, he had 2,000 points. In those 2,000 points, there probably weren't any losers. Chen Shen wasn't actually sure if running towards 11 o'clock direction would lead them out, but he knew that the other directions had been tried and were futile. He rubbed the different faces of the dice in his hand, silently flipping it to 6. 6 times, this was the 6th time. Counting again after this would require more than just flipping vertically. Xiaowan ran swiftly with Chen Shen on her back. Under the influence of continuous healing and hunter talents, her long legs moved effortlessly, crossing the sea of fire as if on flat ground. But her solemn expression told Chen Shen that she didn't favor this path. Chen Shen, are you sure about this direction? Chen Shen honestly shook his head, not sure. Then you. Chen Shen smiled brightly, this is fate's choice. Xiaowan widened her eyes, her pupils shrinking, about to ask something when a flaming meteorite fell towards them. Boom! Before Chen Shen closed his eyes, he clenched the dice in his hand and cursed fiercely, damn. Time. Rewind. Everyone returned to the starting point once again, the familiar scene, Shin Chong decisively running towards the 1 o'clock direction. Chao Sansui was still in a daze, Nangong was still tense, and Song Yuan was still leading the way. Only Chen Shen, looking at the 6 on the dice, remained silent. There was no way out, all 6 directions had been tried, there was no way forward. He felt inexplicably restless, but his hands were not idle. With a flick of his thumb, he tossed the dice high and swiftly reached out to catch it as it fell back. Xiaowan noticed Chen Shen's actions behind her and asked solemnly as she advanced, what's wrong? Chen Shen opened his palm, seeing the dice showing 1, he sighed resignedly. We've failed 6 times, but the guidance fate has given me is indeed towards the 1 o'clock direction. Xiaowan's emotions suddenly became chaotic, unsure whether to mourn the 6 failures or be happy about Chen Shen's so-called fate guidance. So, you mean the 1 o'clock direction is correct? She seemed to start unconditionally trusting Chen Shen. Chen Shen clicked his tongue, grumbling, but I always feel like fate is a bitch. Xiaowan widened her eyes, incredulously glancing back at Chen Shen. This statement, before the arrival of the gods, was indeed unproblematic, but after the arrival of the gods. Let's put it this way, there was one of them, whose name was Fate. Damn it, trusting fate is like trusting I am Qin Shi Huan, Xiaowan, reverse, 7 o'clock. Chen Shen chose to defy fate. He shouted this loudly, and Chen Chong heard it too. Like Xiaowan, Chen Chong had many doubts in his mind, but he didn't hesitate at all, turning back with Xiaowan. Not long after running, Chao Sansui discovered that this road bore a striking resemblance to a fragment of his memory. This meant they had failed in this direction before. If things went as expected, in 3 seconds, a meteorite would land to the right front of Xiaowan, blasting a large hole in the ground. Xiaowan and Chen Shen would both slip and fall into it. Then, he rewound time once again. The flame of hope in Chao Sansui's heart was somewhat shattered. He counted down the seconds, waiting to be lost once more in the river of time. 3, 2, 1, time, rewind. Ha, ha ha ha, nothing happened. Chao Sansui watched Xiaowan ahead sprinting through the fire and smoke, fleeing into the distance, her face full of astonishment. How could this be possible? The meteorite that should have fallen according to his memory did not appear, and not only that, even all the meteorites in the 7 o'clock direction did not fall. The sky ahead suddenly cleared up, with no visible meteorites high above, and even the flames avoided this place. This absurd scene, in the apocalyptic scroll of raining flames, was like someone using an eraser to draw an incredibly pure white line along the 7 o'clock position. Perhaps this white line was just a casual creation for the artist, but for Chen Shen and the others in the scroll, it was a real life-saving passage. The group accelerated in shock and fear, running frantically along the clear sky, and after nearly an hour of gritting their teeth, they finally escaped the range of the meteorite storm. And at the moment they escaped unscathed, the scroll of raining flames that had been erased was once again completed. Chao Sansui glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. Exactly 6 hours had passed, and he ended the time battlefield at the next full hour, a force of time circulation dissipating from them. The process of the last rewind was vaguely imprinted on the river of time. Looking back at the path they had come from, meteorites fell like rain, flames splattered like magma, just as lifeless as before. How is this possible? Why is there a way out? A miracle. This is a miracle. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring in shock and incomprehension at Chen Shen, their faces filled with amazement. What is this? Item? Can this still be called an item? Brother Chang, don't tell me you're actually 2,400? You, especially Xiaowan, she was the only one who knew how Chen Shen had made the decision, choosing the 7 o'clock direction to lead them out of the fire. Why? She thought to herself, but never dared to ask, just because Chen Shen cursed fate as a bitch? Chen Shen watched the flowing fire falling from the sky, his mind also a bit puzzled. Second time, he silently said in his heart. Could it be that I really have some hidden talent? And the slogan to activate it is, "Fate is a bitch"? Rewinding time a bit, to when Chen Chen shouted "Fate is a bitch." Above the sky of the island of hope, within the plains beyond mortal reach, 3 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously. The first pair of eyes had heterochromia, the left eye burning with flames, the right eye flowing with fresh blood. As soon as he opened his eyes, an impassioned melody resounded in the void, each note stirring the soul, boiling with battle intent. "This is my trial. You have broken the rules." The second pair of eyes were cold and silent, devoid of emotion, spirals of confusion painted in the whites of the eyes, diverging stars engraved in the pupils. Just one glance with him made one feel their soul being pulled towards endless nothingness. He glanced at the first pair of eyes and said coldly, "When did you exchange power with the Order?" It was obviously a taunt, and the other party was indeed silenced. As the two confronted each other, the corners of another pair of eyes slightly lifted, emitting a joyful chuckle. The third pair of eyes resembled the second pair, but the light in them was more vibrant, or rather, more like the eyes of a person. He silently watched the two confront each other, not speaking, just smiling. "Why have you come?" I heard blasphemous ravings, felt a fate being toyed with. "I will exercise my power, banish the ignorant sinners. This is my trial. You have broken the rules." This time, it was the turn of the other to fall silent. The third pair of eyes suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting, so interesting, a devout fool who believes in himself, and a fool who won't chat outside of war, so interesting. Is it funny? Isn't it funny?" The second pair of eyes narrowed slightly, coldly glancing at the third pair of eyes. "Why have you come? And why have you come? He believes in me, yet blasphemes me. I can naturally revoke his qualification. Do you want to go against the covenant to protect him? But he's already in my hands, naturally considered my follower. Do you want to go against the covenant to banish him?" Those eyes that pierced through emptiness coldly glanced at him again, fell silent for a moment, then slowly dissipated. The third pair of eyes laughed again. "Why have you come?" "Me? I have come to save my beloved followers." With that, a hand as clear as jade extended, piercing through endless dimensions, arriving in front of the wrath of hatred. He simply placed his hand there gently, and the flames in the sky contracted and tightened, unable to escape. The outburst of the wrath of hatred was interrupted by the person, becoming uncontrollably furious, but when he saw the eyes behind that finger, the anger instantly cooled, and his massive body trembled imperceptibly. He quietly and precisely tightened a strand of restraint, ensuring that no meteorites fell where the finger pointed. The first pair of eyes widened slightly, blood boiling in the pupils, flames roaring. "You have broken the rules." The third pair of eyes blinked. And then? The eyes filled with blood and fire stared at him for a moment, also falling silent. "TSK, your followers are waging wars everywhere to seek an audience with you, and you, as the master of war, bearing the divine name of war, don't even dare to fight me. The covenant cannot be violated." How boring. He glanced at the unknown starry sky, instantly dissipating into the air. Everyone was exhausted, especially Chun Chong and Xiao Wan. When they realized they had truly escaped danger, they refused to move a step further, just lying on the ground panting heavily. Chen Chong had been treated by Nangong along the way, maintaining a decent condition, but it was a pity that Nangong, who had been carried by him, looked as pale as if he had been dragged all the way here. On the other hand, Xiao Wan, due to Chun Chen's continuous treatment, once again became the mother of a 10-month pregnancy. Dealing with this issue required the expertise of the abortion specialist, Song Yuan. He conscientiously stayed by Xiao Wan's side, cutting off any new twisted life that burst from her skin before the monster had a chance to open its eyes. As he chopped, he complained, "Why do newborns' birth look so uncool? Does the creator really like this look?" Xiao Wan pursed her lips, remaining silent, and turned to look at Chen Chen. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Chen Chen is more knowledgeable than me. There was no discussion of birth in Chen Chen's faith channel, and he didn't know the reason at all. However, he confidently provided an explanation, albeit with a somewhat unpleasant expression. "Before you were born, if you could change your appearance, what would you want to look like? These newborns who worship my Lord just want to resemble what my Lord likes, but they don't know what the Creator likes, so they start using their imagination. And well, you've all seen the results." It was the first time the crowd had heard such an explanation, but Chen Chen's tone was not speculative, it was more like an explanation of cause and effect. Coupled with his repeated rescues from dire situations, everyone instinctively wanted to believe him. Only Chao San raised his eyebrows and asked again, "From what I know, the consensus among players of the Creator is that newborns already know the Creator's appearance but can only partially replicate it due to their abilities. Your statement is completely different. Are you saying that even newborns born under the influence of the Creator don't know his appearance? Is that true?" Everyone looked at Chun Chen, waiting for his response. The reason everyone attached such importance to this answer was because it concerned the relationship between the deities and their followers. If newborns were aware of the creator's appearance and tried to replicate it as much as possible, it would indicate that the deities accepted the admiration of their followers. This would make the rumored closeness to the gods, self-salvation, a possibility. However, if newborns were unaware of the creator's appearance and were just trying to please him, the relationship between the deities and their followers might become much more indifferent. And indifference meant a distinction between humans and gods. Those who begged the gods for blessings might forever be trapped in the game of the deities, merely surviving as players. Shen Shen didn't know if what he said was true or false, but lies had become his habit and constraint. Even when he didn't want to lie, his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own. His smile was somewhat forced, but his tone was unquestionable, absolutely authentic. Xiaowan was stunned, looking at the tentacle newborns continuously being born from her body. She asked in shock, "Where did you find out?" Shen Shen mysteriously smiled, "It's a secret." Xiaowan nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Suddenly, Song Yuan interjected, "Chang, could you be the chosen one of the creator?" Chosen one, the player ranked first in the ladder of audience with each faith. Shen Shen was taken aback and quickly denied, "I'm far from being the first in the ladder of audience. Even if I break my neck, I can't see their feet." After speaking, Xiaowan and Nangong both looked at Chen Chen's feet, simultaneously forming the same speculation in their minds. Could Chen Chen really be the chosen one of the creator's ladder of audience? Only the chosen one would have such an incredible way of escaping. Chen Chen sensed their thoughts and instinctively shrunk his neck, continuing to deny it. However, Xiaowan didn't believe him at all. She stole a glance at the ladder of audience of the creator and the fallen, seeing that the number one believer of the creator was named Cures in Fertility. The tone seemed very familiar. As the conversation continued to revolve around Chun Chen, Chen Shong, who had recovered his strength after a while, responsibly interrupted their discussion. Can we find a safe place first before discussing the issue of the chosen ones? Ah, yes, staying alive is the priority. The group exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. The joy of surviving the ordeal finally erupted. Generally, after breaking through the trial, the danger level drops sharply, but we should still be cautious. Let's head southeast. Whether following the orientation of the Hope Island battlefield or the marching direction of the Dread Demons, southeast should take us away from the center of the war vortex. Let's walk a bit further and see if we can spot the Blizzard Mountains. Perhaps we can avoid all conflicts there and endure until the trial ends. Chao Sensui regained his composure and vast knowledge, dragging Chen Chong along as he led everyone southeast. After surviving the meteor shower, everyone's mood had improved significantly, but vigilance still lingered. Along the way, Chen Chong took the lead, Song Yuan kept watch around, Chao Sensui coordinated in the middle, and Nangong administered blood medicine while treating Xiaowan. As for Chen Chen, like an elderly man on his first tour, eager to learn everything about Hope Island, he bombarded tour guide Chao Sensui with questions. Familiarity with history might increase a player's survival rate in the trial. He hadn't known before because the Faith channel lacked useful information, and the messages in the professional channel were hard to discern. Now, with a rare living history textbook in front of him, he had to ask. Based on some information compiled by the Mage Channel's experts and what I've seen in the trial, some facts can be confirmed. Hope Island is likely the largest continent in the land of trials. Many countries and powers have risen and fallen on this land, with the most famous being several major god-worshipping powers that span thousands of years before and after the rule period, such as the Nature Alliance that worships life, the Grand Tribunal that believes in order, the Tower of Truth that pursues truth, and the Country of War that emerged in the later stages of the Civilization era from the chaos of war. The attack of the Undead Army on Hope Island occurred during the late Civilization era Continental War period. Pressured by the approaching underground forces, the three conflicting powers once again united and stood together against the external threat. The location we are in, the Forest County, is within the jurisdiction of the Grand Tribunal and is closest to the administrative county of the Abyss Volcano, the entrance to the underground world. Throughout the journey, Chao Sansui systematically narrated the history of Hope Island to Chun Chen. After listening to all this, Chen Chen finally had a rough understanding of Hope Island. The distribution of underground forces is quite complex. Since I am not a follower of the submersion and chaos destinies, I don't know much about this part of the information. And Chao Sensui glanced at Nangong, implying something profound. Players of these destinies generally don't like to share relevant information. Nangong was taken aback, then lowered his head and said, "Sorry, my score is too low, so I don't pay much attention to these things." Chao Sensui shook his head. "There's nothing to apologize for. The game of faith has arrived, and everyone is risking their lives in it. It's already difficult to survive, not everyone. Well, forget it, let's not talk about it. We're directionless, and ahead is the Blizzard Mountains. The settlements near the mountains are sparse, mostly harmless nomadic tribes. We can find a secluded place and wait for the trial to end. Chen Chen is right. After the baptism of blood and fire, the trial is no longer dangerous, which also aligns with the consistent style of war. Chen Xiong continued to lead the way at the forefront, still not letting his guard down, even though it had been 7 hours since they left the Rain of Fire and there were still 3 hours left until the end of the trial. Caution is paramount. Who knows if the Song of Blood and Fire will have sung its last note in the end? At these words, the crowd first paused, then laughter gradually filled the air. Song Yuan chuckled, "This isn't a test of deceit, it shouldn't be, but..." He turned solemnly, looking at Chen Chen, "I truly appreciate you, Chen Gu. Without you, we might not have made it." This was the truth, and everyone's eyes held gratitude when they looked at Chen Chen, even though they didn't know how he had saved them all. But in today's world, every high-level player had secrets, and no one was willing to pry too deeply into each other's bag of tricks. Chen Chen felt a little embarrassed. It was true that he had contributed with the fear demon, but the subsequent Rain of Fire. He discreetly gripped the dice in his hand, just smiled faintly, and said nothing. "Let's set up camp here. The visibility is good, we can be on alert early. Let's pitch our coffin camp here." The group moved on, and when they reached a small mound, Chen Xiong stopped, took out his shield and sword, and began to dig. The others also pitched in, taking out tools from their personal spaces to help. Generally, in survival trials, if the trial location was on the surface and not in combat, players would dig a deep hole on the surface, like ants settling in, hollowing out a space underground to set up camp. Because it resembled a tomb, it was jokingly called a coffin camp, mainly to avoid surface dangers. As for threats from underground, they could be ignored because the actual underground world was not accessible by simply digging. It was more like an independent space. Rather than worrying about threats from below, it was better to focus on ensuring the stability of the coffin camp. The group dug quickly. Just as the twilight of the sun disappeared, they had already moved into the underground space, taking out various foods to replenish their energy. Each person brought out lightweight and filling items. Song Yuan and Chao Sansui even brought out hot noodle soup, boasting a perfect blend of color, aroma, and taste. Only Qin Shen silently took out a piece of finger bread in front of everyone, along with a bottle of tentacle slime drink. When the slime gurgled down his throat, everyone fell silent. Song Yuan gagged a few times, covering his mouth. "I'm starting to think Chengge might not be the chosen one after all." Nangong furrowed his brow, broke his beef patty in half, and handed it over. Chen Shen looked at the half-piece of patty, took it without hesitation, and thanked him. "I'm really sorry about this." "Have you not been getting food drops lately? Why aren't you drinking cola?" "Ha?" Chen Shen mumbled as he ate. "I did get some drops. This finger bread is fresh, just produced yesterday." Chao Sansui looked incredulous. "You're at 2,000 points and you like eating that? Who told you I'm at 2,000 points? I'm at 1501. Chen Xiong chuckled helplessly. "Just a ladder score. Chen Shen, are you trying to deceive us?" Before he could finish his sentence, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted around them. Everyone's body shook, and they looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes wide. This feeling was all too familiar. It was the signal that the trial had ended. How is this possible? It's only been 23 hours. Chao Sansui checked his pocket watch, confirming that he had set the time correctly. Indeed, only 23 hours had passed, with a full hour remaining. Everyone was bewildered. This had never happened in previous trials. But everyone was not excited about ending the trial early. Instead, they furrowed their brows deeply. Change meant risk. No one could determine whether ending the trial early was good or bad. However, these things were not something the players could decide. Just as everyone was about to say something, 6 figures disappeared one after another, leaving only the food in their hands, which fell to the ground with a thud. Watching the food drop to the ground, Chen Shen's heart sank, feeling inexplicably pained. Damn, my scorn of the dead and past prosperity, they haven't compensated me yet. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire, War, challenge successful, currently being scored and rewards settled. Player, Qin Shen, performance rating, S, obtain item, mockery mask, B, X1, obtain item, dot mask, A, X1, obtain item, gratitude mask, A, X1, obtain item, satisfaction mask, S, X1, obtain item, desire mask, B, X1, ascension path plus 12, audience stairs plus 2, current ascension path score, 2116, global ranking, 471998. Current audience stairs score, 158, destiny ranking, 69, trial cleared. About to exit, the view turned black again, and when Chen Shen opened his eyes, he found himself back on the rooftop. Looking across, he saw a young man surnamed Xie covered in blood lying on the edge of the rooftop, coincidentally looking at him. Regardless of how many days the special trial lasted, everyone's end time was unified, just like the time they entered the trial. Chen Shen looked at his miserable state and expressed some sympathy. "Bro, you've got skills, survived another 7 days." Xie nodded silently, fear still evident on his face. It seemed like his trial was not easy. Speaking of which, his own trial didn't seem easy either. Suddenly, Chen Shen thought of something and quickly checked the global number of surviving people. Current global believer count, 721-129-3956. 1 billion people died. In the past, losing a few million in a special trial was considered a lot, but this time, 1 billion people were gone in one go. They accelerated. A sense of fear and helplessness rose in Chen Shen's heart as he looked at the warehouse he had set up on the roof and touched the air wall in front of him, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Players? Just toys. It was not surprising that he and his teammates should have been among the 1 billion eliminated, but why did the meteor shower spare them a way out? Could it be because Chen Shen took out the pale die from his pocket? This was the token of the gods he chose during the destiny selection, a die that could only roll a 1. But later, he learned in various trials that the bone die was supposed to be a token of fate and could roll any number. So what was his? And these reward masks. He hurried into the warehouse, opened a special door, and looked at the rows of white masks on the acrylic display case, once again lost in thought. Compliment, flattery, scorn, praise, indifference, resentment. Dozens of masks lined up in rows, each expression different. Yet their designs were so similar, just a white face with expressive eye holes. Chen Shen had tried putting these masks on his face, but it was of no use, not even the size was quite right. Since getting that talent, special trials no longer give out other reward items. What use do these masks have? Chen Shen sighed, looking perplexed at his player panel. Chen Shen, male, 22 years old, fate, Nihil faith, deception occupation, priest path to godhood, 2116, global ranking, 471998 stairway to audience, 158, fate ranking. 69 talents, like yesterday's lies, SS deception faith talent, active, your faith will temporarily be replaced by the faith of the most recently deceived believer by you. Master of deception, S deception faith talent, passive, your lies are more easily believed by others, unless the deceived target encounters cognitive dissonance, they cannot detect your deceitful methods, and you can perceive all deceitful methods except your own. Offering to the void, S deception faith talent, active, when the item you fabricate does not exist but is widely acknowledged by others, the item exists. Mask of mortals, S deception faith talent, passive, special trial rewards will be replaced by a special item, Mask of mortals, and this talent cannot be replaced by other talents. Sharing divine grace, S priest occupation talent, active, healing the same species will generate a healing transfer effect. With each additional target, the healing effect and range expand. Items, Die of Destiny, set, S you can never change the fate of this die. Lips of Foolery, fusion, S it likes to lie, whether you like it or not, it enjoys deceiving, including you. Mask of Mortals, SABC 1,000 faces for 1,000 people, 1 face for 1,000. Quantity, 47. Past Prosperity, a healing potion, sought throughout memory, tracing back and restoring to the most prosperous state in the past. Quantity, 93. Skills, basic healing, healing chain, light of healing, calmness spell, hypnosis, curse removal, resistance shield, divine light prayer. Reality, unknown deserted parking lot in a certain province and city. Chen Chong slowly opened his eyes, looking at the familiar car roof in front of him, sighing with mixed feelings. He had survived once again. Not only that, he also obtained a second A-level talent as a trial reward. Acquired talent, Stand of the City, A, Warrior Occupation talent, when using shield skills, all defense effects increase by 25%. Players with 1,600 points have 2 additional talent slots besides the 2 initial ones, all replaceable. Chen Chong silently replaced his last C-level talent with the newest A-level talent. With this change, his talent configuration suddenly shifted from a mid to low level of 1A2B1C to a mid to high level of 2A2B. In the current segment distribution, being able to obtain this talent configuration at just over 1,600 points can be considered quite outstanding, at least ensuring that he will have more confidence and a higher survival rate in the upcoming trials. Chen, do all the big shots like to show off? He shook his head with a wry smile, casually taking out a bottle of beer from the stacked boxes in the passenger seat, gulping it down. The spilled alcohol flowed down, wetting his clothes, but he paid no attention, finishing 4 bottles in a row before letting out a belch and leaning back in the seat. Ha, this damn world, better off dreaming. Chen Chong chuckled bitterly, tossing the bottle out of the car window. Instead of shattering upon hitting the ground, the bottle made a crisp sound. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw the vast parking lot already filled with mountains of bottles. Compared to being called a parking lot, a junkyard might be more fitting. A junkyard for recycling bottles. Chen Chong was never someone who needed 2 bottles of alcohol to fall asleep. He drank 2 boxes. And it wasn't for sleep, but for numbness. Ended soon, this screwed up world. Reality, in an unknown apartment in a certain city. Chao Sansui stared blankly at the pocket watch in his hand, still not coming back to his senses. The trial ending 1 hour early was unprecedented, and he couldn't fathom the implications of this change. But one thing he knew for sure was that at the moment he left the trial, he saw Chen Chen smile. What is he smiling about? Why isn't he afraid? Did he already know the trial would end early? Chao Sansui's expression grew more suspicious. He had always believed that time wouldn't deceive people, especially since he had opened a time battlefield during the trial. But the question was, even if time wouldn't deceive, would people not? If there was someone who could deceive everyone and tamper with time, then he could only be offering everyone their cola. Chen Chen. Ha! Chao Sansui suddenly widened his eyes, quickly ran to the desk, dismantled the dial of the pocket watch with tools, and began searching carefully with a magnifying glass. Sure enough, after a short search, he found faint fingerprints on the back of the watch hands. There were 3 traces of these fingerprints, which, when connected, formed a subtle expression, smiley face. Time indeed wouldn't deceive, but someone deceived time. Chao Sansui instantly understood. Clutching the pocket watch, he suddenly smiled with relief. The trial didn't end early, it was the time in his hands that did. Chen Chen. Impressive. Reality, in an unknown basement in a certain city. Nangong sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the half-eaten beef patty that had disappeared from her hand, and suddenly burst into laughter. Survived again. How wonderful. Her score remained as low as ever, even with the points from this trial, barely exceeding 1400 on the ladder. This score, in today's increasingly difficult trials as time passed, was not easy to maintain. But she was content. Being able to survive under the gaze of decay was already quite an achievement. You could have lived more easily. Accelerating the decay of others is also a form of offering to him. A hoarse voice echoed in the dark, damp basement, looking around, but there was no one besides Nangong. It was an ethereal voice. However, Nangong seemed accustomed to its presence. She drew a dagger, shaking her head firmly. I cannot harm others. Foolish, embracing decay is the cycle of life. I cannot harm others. You are beyond reason, forget it. Let's begin today's sacrifice. Nangong hesitated. Didn't we just offer a sacrifice? The sacrifices made during the trial are offerings to him. Now it's my turn. Nangong's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth, removed her pants, and deeply cut a gash on her thigh with the dagger. This wound formed a stroke of the character, and these characters almost covered her thighs. Fresh blood gushed from the deep red wound, rapidly converging towards the dagger, making Nangong's face even paler. When her body temperature began to drop, the dagger stopped sucking, emitting a satisfied hum. Is it done? Yes, you can heal yourself now. Nangong reluctantly cast a healing spell on herself, then retrieved a small notebook from under a rotten bed, solemnly wrote down a name. Chen Chen. You still want to repay him? Ridiculous, the gods will not let you meet again. I'll still write it down, just in case. Nangong flipped through the pages, the tattered notebook filled with countless names, each one belonging to someone who had helped her in the past. I have also helped you, why not write down my name? I've already given it. Reality, unknown park in a certain province and city. Son Yuan stared at his trial score in disbelief. Stairway of audience plus 3 points added? Stairway of audience can add 3 points? He couldn't believe it, looking over it again and again, then shouted in astonishment on the spot. Damn! I added 3 points. Brothers! I added 3 points to the stairway of audience. Other players in the park heard him and cast looks of this guy is crazy, but it didn't deter Song Yuan from exuding his enthusiasm. He ran around his living area repeatedly, shouting as he ran, I'm asking you, am I awesome or what? I just added 3 points. Have you ever seen anyone add 3 points before? Finally, someone got annoyed by his shouting and cursed, Son Yuan, are you crazy? The stairway of audience can only add a maximum of 2 points. You're dreaming if you think it's 3 points. Song Yuan didn't stop, continuing to yell, what do you know? I can even misread the reward panel. I have a big shot guiding me, going big directly to meet the real god. I'm already on a different level from you guys, understand? A real big shot? What's their name? What profession do they believe in? Of course, let me tell you. Do you think you can even know the name of the big shot? After saying that, regardless of how people around him looked at him, He continued to shout to himself until he exhausted all his excitement and post-apocalyptic joy, then he calmed down and sat back in his tent. And then, continued typing in various channels. I added 3 points to the stairway of audience. Brothers, watch how awesome I am? Heh, not watching. Reality, in a certain standalone villa in an unknown province and city. In the shattered dressing mirror, a vague outline of a snowy white figure could be seen. If you focus your gaze, you can faintly see a hand calloused from archery, hesitantly reaching towards those slender beautiful legs. Chen Chen. A whisper echoed, birth blossomed. He gazed at this place once again, dispelling the coldness on the faces of the believers, bestowing upon them new blessings. Whenever a special trial ended, Chen Chen would linger in the chat channel for a while to gather information. Among the complex and fragmented information, most of it was meaningless venting and complaints, with only a small amount of valuable information worth a glance. But whether he remembered or not depended on his mood. He first opened the regional chat, which encompassed players from nearby blocks, with 7,600 plus online yesterday, now reduced to only 6,400. The chat only displayed content, not IDs, so no one knew if the speaker was human or ghost. God has once again punished the atheists. A new divine kingdom is slowly taking shape. Brothers, sisters, join the divine kingdom, share the divine grace. Feel the grace, embrace the greatness. Everything is the bestowal of the Lord. We survivors should all be grateful. Thank my Lord, thank the gods. Such frenzied remarks were commonly used by the descendants of the divine faction, which Chen Chen usually skipped over directly. However, judging by the attitude and tone of the speakers, they were probably not from the neighboring faction. Damn, if 1 billion die, the world will be screwed. If the gods want to save the world, why kill so many people, and still be grateful? Thank your damn stupidity. Joyful Night Advertisement, location, Lemon Apartment, 142, Nanjiang Road, 2nd floor, whole floor, 7 areas opened up, large area, 14 participants already, friends who want to experience post-apocalyptic joy, hurry and join us. P.S. Focus on faith opposition, no birth believers allowed. Did birth eat your rice? Upstairs, you can have your own, no need to compete. 1301, Nanjiang Road, my sister is alone and scared. Don't believe it, 1301 on my floor. Someone's constantly banging on the walls, a lunatic. In need of medicine, seeking A grade or higher healing potions, can exchange for profession weapon trial, urgent request, thank you. Despite the many deaths, the chat channel remained as chaotic as ever. Chen Chen only paid attention to the message seeking medicine, but since private messaging wasn't available in the game, he had to type in the public chat, the one seeking medicine, Nanjiang Road or Mulia Road? A flood of chat messages instantly drowned out Chen Chen's words, but he keenly caught sight of the reply. Muley Road, high level. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing he was on Mulia Road, and on the top floor. Could it really be my neighbor? Remembering the neighbor across the way covered in blood, Chen Chen walked to the edge of the rooftop and shouted from afar, "Hey, are you the one seeking medicine?" A dirty head poked out from the tent across, eyebrows furrowed in suspicion, hesitantly replying, "Buddy, how did you know it was me?" Just as he suspected. Chen Chen smiled faintly, "Guessed it, I have A-grade prosperity from the past, interested?" The young man named Xie clearly knew his stuff. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Chen for a while, then solemnly asked, "You have 2,000 points?" In his understanding, players below 2,000 points wouldn't easily trade such medicine with others. Chen Chen indeed hesitated, but he was intrigued by the young man's mention of exchanging for a trial weapon. He was currently lacking a suitable tool for his next trial, which was crucial. Most importantly, he still had enough prosperity from the past. "No, I happened to pick it up during a trial." Looking at the 93 bottles of potions in his inventory, Chen Chen recalled the joyful time he had matched with that big brother once. In the prosperity trial where they teamed up to kill the shopkeeper and loot the store to prevent the shopkeeper from falling into enemy hands, they ended the trial unreasonably and unlawfully, resulting in each teammate losing 20 points in the ladder. But each received 120 bottles of prosperity. A small loss indeed. "What do you want? Do you need a weapon?" Xia, the young man, looked puzzled. He felt a bit embarrassed. "I haven't reached 2,000 points, so I probably can't get the weapon you want. At most, it'll be A grade. Chen Chen was puzzled. Dropping weapons, especially for an A-grade weapon, was a very dangerous thing. If he was injured, why would he still go through the trouble instead of properly recovering? Even if he healed himself with medicine, wouldn't he get injured again after the trial? Did he have a way to avoid getting hurt during the trial? "I see you're not seriously injured. Are you really in such a hurry?" Xia pursed his lips slightly, looking somewhat sad. "It's Su Lu, she's not doing well." "Who?" Chen Chen pondered for a while before remembering that a girl named Su Lu lived in an apartment far from the young man downstairs. Since she lived on a different floor, he had never seen her, only heard people downstairs chatting about her. She was said to be a singer who spoke in a clipped manner. You guys, she just agreed to be with me. I can't just leave her alone. Damn, love makes people blind, buddy. Shen Shen could tell the young man wasn't lying, he was sincere, but the problem was, the person across was definitely not sincere. If the injury was severe enough to require an A-grade potion to save a life, the delay would have been fatal long ago, and it wouldn't make sense to still be asking for medicine in the chat channel. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Shen decided to give him a reminder. It was clear the other party was grateful, but still insisted on the medicine. Thank you, I know how to judge a person's character, just like I can see that you're not a follower of an evil god. Forget it, no need to hide it from you. She's actually a prophet who foresaw the danger of her next trial and wanted to be prepared. Shen Shen was stunned, blinked in confusion. A prophet, the singer of destiny. No wonder she's so arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the person in front of him, Shen Shen threw the medicine over. The young man caught it, looking shocked. Aren't you afraid I'll steal your medicine? Shen Shen casually smiled. I actually hope you do. The young man named Xia Yang trembled, holding the medicine bottle tightly, promising solemnly, thank you. I'll deliver the medicine first, then come back to hear what weapon you need. I'll definitely bring it back for you. My name is Xia Yang. After speaking, he bowed. Quite dramatic. Just as Chen Chen was thinking about how to respond, Xia Yang's next actions left him dumbfounded. He hurriedly ran to the other side of the rooftop, picked up a fishing rod, hung the medicine, and started lowering it down with a line. Wait, she agreed to be with you but didn't open the space trial with you? Xia Yang turned around, earnestly explaining, Lulu is a sensitive person and hasn't opened up completely to me yet, but it's okay, I can wait. Wow, I thought you were just enthusiastic, turns out you're a lunatic, believing this? Fate, what a b asterisk tch. Chen Chen watched Xia Yang, the lapdog, handing out medicine on the rooftop, clicked his tongue, then turned to other channels to find useful information. Faith Channel, created a new medicine, Dragon Whip Powder, can enhance a warrior's stats, making the front line powerful, but unfortunately can't sell it to you guys, sigh, such a pity. Spotted a girl in the trial, really beautiful, asked about her faith, its memory, telling her ex-boyfriend's story precisely, disappointing. Our regional chat is full of wailing, is this trial really that hard? I scammed the NPCs so much I barely recognize my own mother, cleared it easily. Hilarious brothers, stop fooling us, don't fool yourselves. Have you noticed the masks in our hands are smiling wider? The more people die, the bigger the masks smile? I don't know about that, but I do know Fate's dice seem to have more faces now. Encountered a 20-sided one today, damn, must be Fate's chosen one. Chen Chen furrowed his brows, looking at the dice in his hand. The bone-white dice still had 6 faces, unchanged. But what's strange is, the token of deception was clearly a fake smiling mask, so what's the deal with this dice in his hand? He wanted to ask who else's mask turned into a dice, but he didn't dare. The white mouse always dies first, he firmly believed that. Oh well, one step at a time. The Faith Channel is full of lies, only the professional channel is worth a look. Just as he switched over, he saw a question. Seeking advice from the experts, has anyone seen the A-grade potion Contempt of the Dead? Shen Chen was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Looks like it's Miss Nan Gong with the flat chest. What is that? What does it do? Sounds like a potion of death. What's it for? Cheating death? Out of the 1843 A-grade potions I've catalogued, I haven't seen this one. How many segments did you clear to get it? Damn, bro, you remember that clearly. Are you the memory expert? No, match 2 generators and a computer in the trial. It's convenient for recording things and even chatting in the room, just that the interface is a bit old-fashioned. Takes some time to get used to. This works too? It's really hanging by a thread. I don't know if our big shot is around. He saved my life, but I haven't repaid the favor yet. I wonder what level of medicine is worth it. The value of A-grade potions varies, and Nangong clearly remembers Chen Chen's kindness. Just as Chen Chen was about to reply, encounters her fate, a message suddenly popped up in the chat channel. I once encountered the scorn of the deceased, searched for a month but couldn't find it. Where did you see it? Upstairs. In the hands of someone surnamed Chang? Cold sweat broke out on Chen Chen's forehead, muttering to himself as he distanced himself. Fortunately, the chat channel was flooded with messages, and this one disappeared quickly like silt in the sea. After scanning for a while with no follow-up, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Walking by the river often gets your shoes wet. I should change the name of this medicine in the future. As he continued tirelessly reading everyone's chat, in a large flat in another city, a woman lying in a bathtub quietly pinched the wine glass in her hand. Scorn of the deceased? Scorn of the deceased? Chung,
How many things do you have that I don't know about? Are you perhaps a follower of him? I'll remember you, as the title suggests.
During these 7 days, Xia Yan, who was delighted with a promise from the prophetess, helped Shen Shen obtain an A-grade weapon manual. In fact, Shen Shen didn't plan on getting a weapon, he wanted a few gold pocket watches. But Xia Yang believed that the value of the gold watches couldn't compare to the prosperity of the past medicinal bottles, so he insisted on getting him a weapon. Seeing the other party stubbornly refusing to back down, Shen Shen compromised and casually mentioned a mage weapon for him to forge. When Xia Yang learned that Shen Shen needed a mage weapon, he was stunned for a moment.
So you're a mage? Don't I look like one?
I always thought you were an assassin, very good at hiding yourself. Fortunately, Xia Yang, who was helping with the manual, didn't die, but he was seriously injured. Shen Shen earnestly advised Xia Yang to retrieve the bottle of past prosperity, but to his surprise, Xia Yang firmly rejected his suggestion and even bought another bottle on credit. In the end, he got the weapon but lost another bottle of medicine.
I wish you find love soon,
Shen Shen said with a complex expression.
Thank you, Xia Yang felt genuinely grateful. Shen Shen felt disdain deep down.
If it weren't for the fact that you can chat with me, I wouldn't care about your damn love. But it's not bad this way, at least there's something entertaining to watch. In this world, relaxing your mind is most important. Time flew by, and when he opened his eyes again, new trial information had appeared before him. Shen Shen hadn't done any manuals for a week, but his competitive state was still good. Special trial, Lost in Eternal Night, memory, has been initiated, matching teammates, 1 to 6, trial objective, in the intertwining memories, there is always a way out, but only if the night hasn't dispersed, time limit, 12 hours, damn. Shen Shen cursed out loud in shock.
It's a trial from the enemy, isn't this a death sentence for me?
Match successful, 6-6, entering the trial, in Shen Shen's extreme shock, his vision darkened once again.
Sir? Sir? There was a bustling conversation in his ears, occasionally interspersed with clinking glasses and cheering. This is a tavern?
Shen Shen opened his eyes to find himself sitting at a round table with 6 people, all asleep on the table. He was the first to wake up. He looked at his clothes, the collar and front all wet. Thankfully, it wasn't vomit, probably spilled some alcohol while sleeping. His whole body reeked of alcohol.
Sir, would you like more of the wine you ordered?
A waiter in black stood nearby, holding a tray and quietly waiting for Shen Shen's order.
More? Everyone's already drunk. What's the point of more? Is it for a bath? No, thank you.
Shen Shen shook his head and watched as the waiter bowed and left. His teammates in front of him also began to wake up one by one.
Where is this? A tavern? Ugh, my head hurts. Oh no, my clothes are dirty.
Snera sheep blood wine, a favorite of the blizzard nomads, in the mid-civilization era, there was a small country south of the blizzard mountains called Bilius, where this wine was popular.
Glug glug glug, oh, good wine.
Watching his teammates' varied reactions, Shen Shen's expression turned somewhat unpleasant.
3 men and 3 women, this group clearly had some troublemakers. Boss?
The bespectacled young man who spoke first quickly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze pausing briefly on Shen Shen and the woman who mentioned the tavern's origin before turning to her. Feng Shiqing, Civilization, Singer, Ladder 2047, good morning, everyone. This, Civilization, Singer, for some reason, produced a white handkerchief and elegantly wiped the wine stains from her white shirt and black scarf, then raised her glasses slightly and nodded to everyone. Shen Shen quickly made a side profile of her appearance, long curly hair, black round glasses, delicate features, and, like a teacher, an English teacher, to be precise. The bespectacled young man sitting to her right slightly opened his mouth in a shocked manner.
A 2000 level match?
Seeing everyone looking at him, he hurriedly introduced himself, aiming, the memory of memories, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Shen Shen furrowed his brow. This person was lying. Whether he concealed his fate or fabricated his score, it was clear that his profession was not easy to disguise, nor was there a need to do so. However, he didn't seem like an assassin in his panicked state.
Assassins are usually more composed. Shen Shen suddenly thought of Song Yon. Oh well, maybe assassins these days prefer a different style. Hey, bro. Just as he was thinking, the young man called out to Shen Shen.
Shen Shen was slightly surprised to find that the speaking order had somehow changed to reverse, and the young man happened to be sitting on his left.
Was it his turn so soon?
Shen Shen adjusted his expression slightly and cheerfully introduced himself. Shen Shen, Existence, Priest, Ladder 1501. In that moment after speaking, he noticed a lady opposite him furrowing her brows slightly.
Oh, this could be interesting. 1,500? Aiming's eyes widened even more. He looked at Feng Shiqing and then at Shen Shen, more astonished. Another 500 points short? Another? Chen Chen smiled.
I was also 500 points short in last week's trial, very tricky, very dangerous.
But you're still alive, aren't you?
Aiming forced to smile, not very optimistic.
Just lucky.
The self-introductions continued, and it was the turn of the middle-aged man on Chen Chen's right who had been rubbing his head. This man had messy long hair, wore a fur-collared jacket on a hot day, and his eyes seemed somewhat weary. Huang Bo, Chaos, Singer, 1998.
Chaos. The opposite fate of civilization. This promised to be interesting.
Chen Chen smiled as he observed Fang Shiqing and Aiming's reactions, but they merely glanced at the man without any special response. On the other hand, Huang Bo kept rubbing his scalp with his fingers, not even bothering to lift his eyes, seemingly unconcerned that there might be an enemy among his teammates.
Another 2,000 points? Another singer?
The female player opposite Chen Chen exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. This person was the same girl who had frowned upon hearing about Chen Chen's fate earlier.
What's going on? Is today a singing competition?
The other female player who was still drinking tilted her head, propped her elbow on the table, and swayed the bottle of alcohol. She quickly ran her tongue around her lips and giggled, saying, "You can also call me Birdie, Fallen, Hunter.
I won't mention the low ladder points.
Whatever you good brothers and sisters say, I'll just listen." With that, she took 2 more sips of alcohol, not caring at all as the spilled liquid wet her clothes again, soaking her low-cut black satin dress, clinging to her chest, outlining 2 alluring curves.
What I excel at the most is obedience, Fallen.
Chen Chen didn't even need to look. He could tell by the scent that the girl with the collar was a fallen hunter, a sensory predator. They were adept at indulging their desires, guiding their prey to flow with them, pulling the strings of their prey's nerves, tormenting their mindset, causing the other party to lose themselves in indulgence, to lose resistance in the abyss. The girl seemed to be a master of pursuing physical decadence, but Chen Chen discovered that she wasn't lying, indicating that her ladder score was indeed very low. Despite the low score, she could still enter her own game. Quite skillful. Assassin Ming noticed her restrained posture and expressions. Uncle Huangbo kept scratching his head, while Fang Shiqing looked on with interest. The last female player beside her, however, showed a flash of disdain on her face. Chen Chen thoughtfully looked at the last female player, a young girl with clear features and glasses, looking open and straightforward, but only a bit evasive when it came to Chen Chen's gaze.
Sulu, Nihil, Bard, ladder 1643.
As soon as the girl's voice sounded, Chen Chen shivered, then quickly looked at Birdie, trying to hide the uncontrollable twitch of his mouth.
Isn't this a coincidence?
The only prophet in the field, someone he knew, was most likely the girl who Xie had been fawning over.
TSK, a follower of fate. Sorry, my role in this game is a follower of time. In other words, I'm a wolf. Chuckle. Chen Chen wanted to laugh but didn't dare to reveal too much.
He knew Sulu must be sizing him up too, probably still wondering if this Chen Chen was the neighbor she knew.
Sulu was indeed observing Chen Chen.
She pretended to casually glance at him while recalling what Xie Yang had told her about Chen Chen.
There's a mage named Chen Chen on the rooftop next door.
He looks pretty average, a bit chubby, clearly a dead otaku. He begged me for a long time to help him out, and I felt sorry for him, so I casually dropped an A-grade weapon manual and helped him craft a weapon. He may look average, but he's quite loyal, knows how to be grateful, gave me a bottle of A-grade healing potion. The weapon he got wasn't from a dungeon run, he must have picked it up in a trial, definitely worth less than the weapon I gave him. I have a high score, many tricks up my sleeve, no use keeping it, take it, keep it for emergencies, this potion is just.
Okay, no need to thank me.
Obviously, the Chen Chen in front of her was quite different from the one Xie Yang had described. At least this Chen Chen wasn't ugly, in fact, he was quite handsome. Plus, he was a priest, not a mage. It's well known that professions are the hardest to fake.
So, maybe just the same name? Just don't know if he worships memory or opposes time.
Chen Chen's gaze lingered on Birdie for a while, coupled with his twisted smile, which made Birdie misunderstand for a moment. She smiled meaningfully at Chen Chen, thinking she had met a kindred spirit. At the moment when the sensory pursuit was launched, it was discovered that there was no desire in the emotions on the opposite side, clean as a blank sheet of paper, unable to be marked even with a label. She maintained her smile, but in her heart, she labeled Chen Chen as either a eunuch or gay.
Chen Chen was naturally unaware of all this. Realizing his rudeness, he withdrew his gaze. This setup was interesting.
3 men, 3 women, 3 singers, 3 non-singers, 3 with glasses, 3 without glasses.
It was truly symmetrical.
However, it must be said that the profession of a singer tends to be supportive, with quite a few slackers inside. The strong ones are truly strong, top-notch support, highly praised by all who have used them. The weak ones are truly weak, pure slackers. Unlike nurses, even with poor talent, they can still heal a bit, the profession of a singer relies heavily on talent.
With poor talent, the bonus states provided are simply maddening.
To give an inappropriate example, in the battlefield where killing is as easy as cutting grass, our singer sang a song, giving our soldiers a buff of increased appetite.
You could say it's a buff, and indeed it is.
You could say it's useful, but what's the use?
To take a few more bites out of the enemy? Absolutely useless.
But looking at the current situation, at least this big-wave English teacher seemed reliable. I couldn't find an opposing belief, so I laid my cards on the table to improve efficiency. Fang Shiqing smiled as she placed a book on the table. Peek into the essence, witness the truth, I am his follower. The singer of truth, a knowledgeable poet.
A profession that can write skills into pages, ready for use at any time.
Aiming widened his eyes as he looked at her, then turned to look at the chaos uncle, his expression tightening.
Are you sure he doesn't believe in foolishness?
Fang Shiqing first nodded with a smile, then said with some seriousness, the situation may be a bit complex, but I believe everyone should have a sense of cooperation.
In the maze of memory, the more people there are, the more efficient it is, isn't it?
Sister's words are truly wise. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, the image in your minds is indeed me.
Belan chuckled in agreement, then finished the last drop of wine in the bottle.
Let's get started. While my desires are not so strong, I can still lend a hand to everyone. Seeing a singer with a score of 2000 taking control of the rhythm, Shen obediently played the slacker. The goal of the memory maze is often to break through the intertwined memories, find the rightful owner of the final memory, and leave the maze through it. In simpler terms, it's about determining which layer of memory you're in, then unraveling layer by layer to reach the conclusion. To put it even more simply, finding an exit in the dream heist. Everyone knew that the layer they were in couldn't possibly be the final puzzle, so they all prepared to go their separate ways after the decree to find clues. Sulu, seeing Chen silent with his head down and his teammates starting to get up, suddenly interjected, I have a clue. Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, then with a playful expression, she looked first at Chen. She seemed to have a kind of magic that could discern the subtle connections between people, and she noticed a subtle link between the two. What clue? None of the believers of existence mentioned having a clue, but the believer of nothingness already has a clue. You are
a prophet?
Ugh. Headache.
Sulu pursed her lips, nodded in confusion, and said, yes, I am a prophet.
I have seen a scene that will happen today, which may be very helpful for us to find clues. After all, we only have 12 hours. Prophets can foresee the near future by rolling dice, but they can only see one of the countless threads of fate, and there is even a possibility of failure. Fate is always changing, and no one can be sure if the future they foresee will come to pass.
But this doesn't prevent it from being a guide. Aiming blinked. When did you complete the decree of fate? Just now?
The decree of fate is divination, throwing the die of fate in hand. However, the result of this divination is very obscure. Often only when the trial ends, players will connect the points of divination with the outcome. Sulu quietly threw the die of fate on her thigh when she just woke up, getting a score of 5. She was a bit afraid that this number was a sign of the final number of survivors, so she had to find a way to ensure her safety. Although the player across from her may not have an opposing belief, although the priest's damage ability is not high, although he is lower level than herself,
she didn't want to take risks.
Yes, my score is not high, not smart. I need to team up with others to explore without lagging behind. This was obviously a condition Sulu was putting forward. Chen smiled without saying anything. Belan rolled her eyes, and Huangbo was still scratching his head. Aiming, on the other hand, was very warm-hearted, giving a way out, and continued, then you. Sulu didn't say anything, looking at Fang Shiqing. This thigh was thick, everyone could see that.
Fang Shiqing smiled and did not refuse.
Sulu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, there are 2 prophecies in total. Yesterday I saw someone die today, the score was 9, just now, I saw a woman wearing a ring raise a teacup, the score was 4.
You have a ladder score of 1600, the die of fate probably only has 10 sides? Sulu nodded. Is the dead person a man or a woman?
Sulu shook her head, looking grim. The omen of fate is not clear, I only saw someone lying in a pool of blood. The higher the score, the higher the likelihood of something happening, which means that someone is very likely to die today. The faces of everyone visibly darkened because of this prophecy, especially Aiming, who looked somewhat panicked at Huangbo across from him.
As for the woman,
Chen looked around and found that besides their table, there weren't many women in the bar.
Even if there were, there didn't seem to be any teacups on the tables. Perhaps this scene corresponds to some upcoming significant memory. Time is running out, don't guess randomly, focus on investigation.
Each of us will conduct the decree of fate separately.
Regardless of whether there are clues or not, gather in an hour. Let's calibrate the time now. Everyone should have a watch, right?
Fang Shiqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing a delicate lady's watch on her wrist, and continued, I noticed the sunset just disappeared below the horizon. According to the previous memory maze, there will be a preparation time of 10 to 15 minutes.
Let's deduct this time and anchor this moment as 12 o'clock. Countdown, any objections?
Seeing others starting to calibrate the time, Fang Shiqing neatly put away her watch and began preparing for the decree of truth. However, at that moment, Chen Chen took out 6 pocket watches with a smile and distributed them to everyone. Watching Su Lu's eyes widen, he said meaningfully, if you don't mind, it's better to use my pocket watch. I have already anchored the time, 12 o'clock is the moment we entered the trial, and calibrated all the pocket watches. This watch will chime at 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute before the hour. Everyone pay attention to maintain your state. This set of words was a complete copy of Chao Sansui's speech, not because Chen Chen had nothing else to say, but because the faith of time he now had was also stolen from him. If you steal faith, stealing one more speech isn't too much, right? Memory returned to the previous trial, in the treehouse where everyone was knocked out. Chen Chen smirked as he rummaged through everyone's pockets, taking out their pocket watches and setting them back by 1 hour each. Then, just to be safe, he tensely guarded outside alone until everyone gradually woke up, pretending to wake up at the same time as everyone else, and shared sleeping insights with the others. In this way, he deceived everyone. He also deceived the time battlefield, because the time battlefield did indeed open at a specific hour and end at a specific hour. It's just that this specific hour was 1 hour earlier than the time walkers thought. And so, today's Chen Chen is a believer in time, a doctor of forgetting. Doctor of forgetting? Fang Shiqing looked at Chen Chen with interest and picked up the pocket watch on the table with a smile. Others also picked up their pocket watches one after another, but their expressions were all different. Their gazes kept shifting between Chen Chen and Su Lu, thinking that there must be a reason why Miss Clamp was afraid. With their defensive postures set like this Chen Chen even leaned in close, fearing that others wouldn't know he was at odds with Miss Clamp. Su Lu obviously didn't dare to accept Chen Chen's things. She adjusted the time on the pocket watch, then pushed it back. The doctor of forgetting is not a good answer in the trial of memory, Chen Chen. I hope you refrain from harming NPCs. Accelerating them excessively can cause memory collapse, and we might be trapped in the memory, unable to escape. Chen Chen shrugged indifferently, picked up the pocket watch, and walked away. He was going to practice the yushing in a place where no one was around. The tavern was large, with 2 floors. The style was similar to medieval Northern Europe, with wooden decorations and animal fur embellishments, very rugged. There were probably dozens of tables upstairs and downstairs, almost full of people. The clinking of glasses and shouting filled the ears, and Chen Chen couldn't hear his teammates' voices after a few steps. There was even a raised design at the central bar, with a railing encircling the entire second floor, allowing one to easily see the whole first floor by sticking their head out. Chen Chen took a few quick steps, turned down a corridor, and in a corner where no one could see, he took out his die of fate. The yushing went smoothly, and he felt the favor of time on his fingertips, smiling as he walked out. It was time to start investigating. Compared to war, the trial of memory was countless times more about civilization, with very few moments of combat. Even if there were, it was generally limited to a small scale and quickly resolved. In the trial of memory, each scene was someone else's memory. If the images of memory were distorted too much, the memory could collapse, causing a person to be forever trapped. The goal of the trial was to continuously search for the core memory in each memory scene, which was the true owner of that memory. In the current scene, the owner of the memory must have been here before and stayed for a long time, hence having a profound memory of the layout of the tavern and its patrons. However, a person's memory has its biases. The areas they focus on will make the NPCs more active, with behaviors and logic similar to normal people. The areas they neglect will often have some vague fragments. The NPCs reconstructed from these fragments will have various errors. Although these errors may not be obvious, players must find them to clear the trial. The simplest and most straightforward way to find these errors is to interact with them. That is, to chat with them one by one. However, there is an art to chatting. If a failed chat leads to other troubles, the memory may distort, resulting in a direct failure of the trial. Chen Chen wasn't very good at chatting, but he was very good at deceiving people. He saw several bar waiters coming out of a small room one after another. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he quickly slipped into the room, stole a waiter's uniform, put it on, and sneaked out. Just as he stepped out, he saw Fang Shiqing walking towards him with Miss Jiazi. He smiled knowingly, feeling lucky that they were heading in the same direction. Fang Shiqing, seeing Chen Chen already dressed in the waiter's uniform, brightened up and whispered, "Clever."
Chen Chen felt pleased and replied, "The boss's praise is my motivation to improve." Su Lu, hiding behind Fong Shiqing, looked wary and muttered softly, "So fake." Fong Shiqing chuckled, "Considering you know about my lord's edict, let me share some knowledge with you. The brilliance of truth will illuminate your path. The Edict of Truth is about seeking knowledge, where any unknown rules or information can bring the followers of truth closer to the ultimate truth. For truth followers with auxiliary or defensive skills, in order to receive his protection, they must share some knowledge with his followers." Chen Chen quickly shared a piece of trivia. Rotating your finger in the anus for 30 seconds can effectively suppress hiccups. After Chen Chen shared this, the two ladies in front of him froze in place. Miss Jiazi's expression was a mix of fear and disgust, feeling that players of opposing faiths were indeed a threat to their safety. She took 2 slow steps closer to Fong Shiqing. As for Fong Shiqing, she felt the radiance of truth flowing towards Chen Chen, indicating that he was not making it up, it was indeed true. "How did you find out about this?" "Oh, I'm a doctor. Practice brings true knowledge." "A doctor in real life?" Chen Chen remained composed. "Don't I look like one?" Although Chen Chen meant he had practiced on someone else, Fong Shiqing's gaze couldn't help but sneak a peek at his backside. "Thank you for the lesson." She forced a smile and led Miss Jiazi into the changing room without looking back. Chen Chen left with a smile, beginning his investigation. The players roughly divided the area, and Chen Chen was assigned the entire east side of the first floor, around a dozen tables. Striking up conversations was quite boring, especially for the socially anxious Chen Chen. He casually picked up a tray, poured a few bottles of wine on the tables of some heavily intoxicated patrons, and began his wine-serving duties. Each time he approached a table, he smoothly mentioned that it was part of today's event, complimentary wine from the boss, and asked the patrons how they were enjoying it, whether they were happy, and if they could share some gossip in exchange for the bottle of wine. Honestly, the wine in Bilius was not cheap, so the patrons were delighted to receive free drinks and quickly shared various rumors they had heard. After all, they were just boasting, and getting an extra bottle of wine for a little gossip was a great deal. Thus, Chen Chen became a gossip vacuum cleaner, absorbing gossip wherever he went. In no time, he had heard all kinds of gossip about this place called Brooks Town. The town was originally the Duke of Brooks's fiefdom, but as more refugees arrived, it developed into an administrative town. However, it is said that the mayor was not appointed by the king but was an imposter among the refugees. Don't ask me how I know, it's a secret. Even the town's chief judge is an imposter among the refugees. They even posed as strippers until their clothes came off and it was discovered they were men. But they are still very popular, at least more popular than the original strippers. Why is your boss suddenly so generous? Has he also been impersonated? What, you're going to expose it? Buddy, being generous isn't a bad thing, at least you can make some money too. The refugees came from Gasamila, where it is said that the underground faith is spreading in the Tower of Reason. They started a civil war, expelled the heretics of faith, and then fled to Bilius. Isn't this old news from a long time ago? Why are you asking about this? There are more refugees than citizens, and the Duke is worried, but at least the noble gentleman like them, good quality at a low price. Gossip? What gossip? Did York really buy an orc lady for pleasure? It's said that after that day, York kept dreaming about her. Who is York, you ask? He's the Duke's stable boy, sitting at that table. Do you see him, the most timid-looking one? Weird, York actually had money for pleasure in drinks. Wasn't he still owing your boss a lot of money? An hour passed. Chen Chen listened intently, almost forgetting the time. If it weren't for his pocket watch reminding him, he would have wanted to continue listening. So interesting, much more interesting than the trials. What? You ask why a social phobic like me enjoys communicating so much? I think social phobics should also count as social beings, right? But a trial is still a trial, and not finding anything unusual, Chen Chen had to go back to meet up with his teammates. When the 6 players gathered around the table again, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. Except for Chen Chen. He was ecstatic. Why the long faces? Did anyone notice any issues? Aiming pursed his lips and shook his head. Fong Shiqing frowned in contemplation. Even Huang Bo, who had been scratching his head, was now silent, hanging his head lost in thought. Based on past experiences, in a memory scene, there should be some subtle yet easily noticeable clues to errors, but this time, I and Sulu almost eavesdropped on all the tables, including the second floor, and didn't find any NPCs with overly rigid logical completions. They all seemed normal, not like the people in our memories. Same here, I even used my talent to sense their inner thoughts, very calm, very orderly, not like the people in our memories. You can read minds? Chen Chen was surprised, now interested. Aiming quickly shook his head. No, it's just a vague feeling, I can't say for sure. Chen Chen nodded, looking back at Fong Shiqing,
he felt that this big wave teacher also had a similar skill, and probably stronger.
Seeing Chen Chen looking over, Fang Shiqing asked back, "What about you?" "Me? I didn't find anything, but I did hear a lot of gossip. Do you want to hear it?"
Remembering the cold knowledge Chen Chen mentioned, she twitched her mouth and turned to the others.
"Huang Ge? Headache. Nothing. There shouldn't be anything."
Fang Shiqing and Chen Chen, upon hearing this, both furrowed their brows slightly, the same thought arising in their minds. Oh no, this old man is a follower of chaos.
Chaos is the first god of chaos destiny, the prelude to chaos, the madness of disorder, and the enemy of order.
His will advocates that there is fundamentally no order in the world, and the ultimate of the universe should be chaotic disorder. Therefore, players who believe in him are often influenced by his will, somewhat abnormal. If we were to choose the most popular player, the order believers are undoubtedly the ones. But if we were to choose the least popular player, the followers of corruption, annihilation, and ignorance would be pushed back, and the chaos believers would have the highest number of votes by a large margin. Because in the trials, they not only don't help much but often make things worse. Of course, speaking of making things worse is also a kind of euphemism, stemming from a disdain for rules and a trampling of the concept of order. They often maliciously cause trouble. But this kind of malice is, for them, actually born out of good intentions, because they believe it is guiding the trial towards chaos.
And chaos is the ultimate of the universe.
For the followers of chaos, do not provoke them too much, let them be.
Fang Shiqing quickly skipped past Huang Bo and looked towards Belan. Belan also waved her hand weakly and said, "I didn't find any problems. But if I have to say something, maybe the men here are all a bit too strong."
As she spoke, she couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Some of them are overly strong.
Something's not right.
Fang Shiqing subconsciously filtered out the feverish bird's flirtatious words and began to contemplate with her head down. If every corner of the memory scene is exceptionally clear, then there is only one possibility: the owner of the memory knows everyone, so he can complete each individual in the memory. But based on the previous investigation, it seems that the patrons are strangers to each other. How could strangers have such clear memories of each other? Could someone be plotting something in the tavern? As everyone was lost in thought, Chen Chen, bored, raised his glass and complained, "Where are the bar waiters? How come they haven't come to refill our drinks when we're out?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lu across from him cast a disdainful look at him as if saying, "Look at this fool." On the other hand, Belan agreed, throwing him a flirtatious glance and mentally labeling Chen Chen as a playful fool.
Fang Shiqing also heard it.
At first, she felt somewhat powerless, thinking that except for the secret assassin Ming hidden in the game, everyone else was just fooling around. But for some reason, as she watched Chen Chen poking around looking for a waiter, a bright light suddenly flashed in her mind, and she slammed the book on the table.
Bang! Everyone was startled. "Waiter! Ha!" Fang Shiqing was somewhat excited. "It's the waiter. Chen Chen is right."
Only the waiters would pay attention to the movements of all the guests at every table all the time, and only they would be familiar with these guests, so the memories of every corner are clear because they already know everything here.
Su Lu widened her eyes and looked at Chen Chen.
Seeing Chen Chen looking equally confused, her shock lessened a bit. It seemed like he didn't expect it either, probably just stumbled upon it. Chen Chen indeed acted confused, trying to widen his eyes as much as possible, blinked a few times quickly, and mumbled, "Did I say that?" Fang Shiqing gave him a meaningful look, quickly got up to approach the waiters. During the previous investigation, she had overheard the waiters talking, but for the patrons, the waiters spoke too little and had little useful information, so she quickly skipped over them. Seeing her move so quickly, Chen Chen kindly reminded her, "Miss, take it easy. These patrons are strong and have had a lot to drink. They might have a bad temper. Don't provoke them in a hurry, or we might be in danger if they start fighting." His words sounded like a hindrance.
Su Lu, who was following behind Fang Shiqing, showed a hint of anger on her face and looked back.
Even Ming, who had just stood up, awkwardly glanced back at Chen Chen.
"Chen Chen, you."
But Fang Shiqing, upon hearing this, suddenly froze, a flash of insight crossing her mind once again. Human memory is not a completely objective reproduction, often with subjective bias. There is a saying that goes, "As I see things, all things are colored by my perspective," which is the best portrayal of memory. If the patrons in this memory scene are generally strong, it means that the memory itself likely subjectively perceived them as strong when in contact with them. By extrapolating this person is probably very weak, even weaker than an average person. A slender waiter is most likely the answer to this layer of memory. Fang Shiqing's eyes lit up. She glanced at Chen Chen again, seeing him still pretending to be clueless. She didn't expose him, just quickly led a Ming upstairs.
"I remember you mentioned there's a waiter sleeping in the lounge upstairs?"
A Ming immediately recalled, "Yes, tall, thin, with a slight disability in his legs.
That's him. Fang Shiqing headed upstairs without looking back, the other two following closely.
Balan saw that she seemed to have found the answer and immediately got up to catch up. As she passed by Qin Shen, she lightly slid her fingernail over the back of his hand, giggling, "Underestimated you, big shot." At the same time, she mentally labeled Chen Shen as a master of fried fish.
Chen Shen just smiled and ignored her.
Fang Shiqing led everyone to the locked restroom door, and Ming simply pointed at the lock on the door, which then clicked open.
"What's this?" Su Lu asked in amazement. "Professional talent, finger key," Ming replied shyly.
Chen Shen silently raised Ming's rating in his mind because this talent was of a rank not easily obtained.
Moreover, this talent was indeed for the assassin profession, which meant he hadn't lied about his profession.
He had just concealed his score.
So, was he faithful to the order or to war?
Fang Shiqing stepped into the darkroom, reached out and tore a page from a book, shaking it in the air. The paper immediately shrank into a lantern, illuminating the entire room. The paper lantern also emitted a melodious song, "O gods, bring forth the light, let the people sing in joy."
The magician's trick finally appeared before everyone.
Quite pleasant. The voice was clearly Fang Shiqing's own, surprising Chen Shen that this English teacher had a knack for singing folk songs. However, the opening of the door and the singing woke up the resting waiter, who opened his confused eyes, looking at the group in front of him with some fear. "Do you
need help? You can go find Zato, I'm off duty." Fang Shiqing smiled slightly at the waiter. "We're here to find you." "Find me?"
The waiter was somewhat scared, clutching his blanket tightly, his voice trembling. "I don't seem to know you." "Don't be afraid, we're not here to cause trouble," she said, then glanced back at Chen Shen, signaling him. Chen Shen understood her thoughts, casually casting a calming spell on the waiter, and then a hypnotic one. After all, he was a priest, not lacking in basic skills.
Fang Shiqing praised with a smile, then turned back and said, "Calm down, think carefully, everything you see is just your memory. This place is already in the past, and you shouldn't be indulging in memories now, right?" The waiter's eyes grew more confused, then nodded. "Yes, I remember now, this is my memory." With a sigh and a rustle, as he spoke, the waiter suddenly shattered like a mirror, dissolving into countless star points, then slowly converging into a deep blue mirror-like passage door. The answer was correct. The players found the way out of this layer of memory. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Shiqing raised an eyebrow, indicating that they could leave in an orderly manner. "Huang Bo hasn't come up yet," Ming reminded cautiously. "Forget about him, let's go first."
Chen Shen shrugged and was the first to step in. Before leaving, he turned his head, locking eyes with Fang Shiqing in front of him, understanding each other's gaze.
Fang Shiqing's message was, "I know you're pretending to be clueless." Chen Shen's message was, "ABA. Chen Shen, who was not putting in much effort, took the lead.
Behind Fang Shiqing, Sulu twisted her hand and whispered softly, "Who is this person, being so active at this moment?"
Fang Shiqing smiled gently upon hearing this, but in her heart, she silently criticized, what kind of man would like this kind of twist? Silly and pitiful.
Everyone followed suit, with Ming falling behind, hesitating as he looked downstairs for a while before finally stepping in. When Chen Shen opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on a high level of a circular audience platform, with a dense crowd of people and a central stage below his line of sight, filled with cheers and laughter. On the stage, there were 7 or 8 exaggeratedly dressed giants performing acrobatics. His teammates gradually opened their eyes and, upon seeing the scene, exclaimed in surprise, "A circus? It smells bad. Oh, they are huge." The Bilious Circus, a big shot on the Singer channel, once shared information about the Bilious Circus. He mentioned that what impressed him the most was the giant acrobatics because these giants were not real giants but counterfeit goods skillfully pieced together by over a dozen dwarfs. Fang Shiqing once again demonstrated the extensive knowledge of a truth believer, her wealth of knowledge truly living up to the words broad learning.
"Are there over a dozen dwarfs under those clothes?"
Ming arrived last, only catching a part of the conversation, but still stared in astonishment at the stage, trying to spot any flaws. Unfortunately, the giants were flawless, with no hint of stiffness or inconsistency in their movements.
"Something's off. Didn't you smell a strange odor? Shouldn't we find another place to discuss?"
Dwarfs, well, they could work. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of unraveling the first layer of memories, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, except for Chen Shen and Fang Shiqing, whose faces slightly darkened. It was too big, way too big. The circus performance venue was too vast, with the number of people almost tens of times more than the previous tavern scene, making it a daunting task to identify any errors among so many targets. Chen Shen glanced at his pocket watch, 9:56, 2 hours had already passed.
"Which news do you want to hear first?" the good or the bad? Everyone looked puzzled at Chun Shen, while Fong Shiqing furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, "Start with the bad news, be prepared in advance." Chen Shen nodded. "The bad news is that the hour has passed, the doctor forgot to record your statuses, and later fell ill, so we can only use accelerated metabolism to treat you. There are two blessings for the priest profession's skill of time. One is to rewind the status, which restores the body's status to the last recorded hour. The other is accelerated metabolism, the skill that Fong Shiqing warned him not to use recklessly on NPCs, as it significantly speeds up the target's metabolism to heal injuries or negative physical conditions over time." It echoed the saying that time heals all wounds. However, accelerated metabolism didn't seem like a healing method, it was more like accelerating forgetfulness, not fundamentally curing anyone but pushing them ahead of their pain. And the good news? The good news is that the giant acrobatics has just begun, and we can watch the entire performance, Chen Shen said cheerfully. How is that good news? Don't we have plenty of time? Sulu's face fell directly, pinching her nose as if to leave, but seeing Fong Shiqing unmoved, she shifted her buttocks a few times without getting up. Fong Shiqing chuckled helplessly and then began to assign tasks to everyone. Due to his social anxiety, Chen Shen was assigned to the center of the stage, tasked with investigating the entire circus troupe. "Thighs, you really flatter me." Fong Shiqing shrugged and left with Sulu. Amidst the dilemma of wanting to comfort Chen Shen with a few words and rushing to investigate, Ning spent a few seconds, then simply said, "Come on," to Chen Shen before quickly walking away. Only Balan remained seated, not moving. Seeing her like this, Chen Shen smiled and said, "You really have good taste, want to finish watching together?" Balan held her stomach with both hands, biting her lip coquettishly. "I'd rather watch a horse riding show than a circus. Care to join?" Chen Shen's face stiffened, then turned and walked away. "You'd better say circus." The followers of corruption couldn't contain their nature, not knowing which lucky one would join her in the embrace of corruption. Since one person in the team had not entered the second act of memory, the memory gate had not disappeared. When Chen Shen passed by it, he silently noted the location of the memory gate, logically deducing that it should be where the waiter was seated. To guide the waiter to recall the tavern experience, at least in this scene, there should be something familiar to him within his sight. But in a circus troupe, what could be related to a tavern? Chen Shen walked and pondered, soon arriving backstage. The backstage of the circus was directly below the VIP seats on the west side, bustling with people coming and going, as lively as the main stage. Various races, beasts, and elemental creatures gathered here, the noise rivaling a marketplace. With just a glance, Chen Shen knew that the target this time was not someone from the circus but an audience member, perhaps even a not-so-wealthy one, because the floor of the VIP seats and the ceiling of the backstage preparation room overlapped. The entire backstage roof was transparent and intertwined, even showing the soles of the VIP's feet and bottoms. This was a very obvious memory error, occurring only when the memory core was unfamiliar with or had never seen a certain corner. Of course, encountering such a situation could not rule out the possibility of magic being used, as this was a world with a variety of skills. However, as Chen Shen strolled around, he found that no one noticed the VIP bottoms above, indicating that the memory core indeed did not understand the circus backstage and the VIP seats. This was interesting, let me see what clues I can find here. Chen Shen then interviewed several friendly-looking actors, chatted with them for a while, and soon determined which bottom belonged to which VIP. The most distinguished audience member was undoubtedly one of the town's owners, Duchess Dyla. It was said that she loved watching dwarf circus acts, especially recently, as her visits to the troupe had been frequent. Seated beside her were various noble women from noble families. Clearly, this was a gathering of sisters. Behind them were the nobles' attendants and guards, followed by the town's middle class and various factory owners. After observing for a while, Chen Shen noticed an interesting phenomenon. The guards sneered at the bosses sitting behind them, while the bosses looked disdainfully at the lackeys in front of them. Both sides despised each other but envied each other's status. Even in the Isle of Hope, relationships are as complex as in reality. But when Chen Shen saw the next scene, he exclaimed in shock, "No, even more complex than reality," because he saw the guard behind the Duchess discreetly reaching for her bottom. Due to the urgency of time, Chen Shen left after only watching for 3 minutes, feeling unsatisfied. Since the range of the memory core had been identified, it was natural to inform the teammates and change the direction of investigation. He glanced at the time, another half an hour had passed. Turning his head towards the audience stands, he saw the memory gate still standing there, undissipated. Strange, why is Uncle Huang still lingering in the first act? The chaotic thinking of the believers could not be fathomed with common sense. Chen Shen didn't dwell on it and, following his own speculation, headed towards the audience stands away from the VIP seats.
Passing by the side of the stage, he saw several dwarfs changing clothes behind a huge curtain. To say they were changing clothes was a bit inaccurate, they were actually changing skins. 5 people stacked on top of each other, the top person carrying a large skull, 2 forming the left and right arms and chest, 2 forming the abdomen and legs, then wrapping an orc skin around them. Chen Shen stopped to peek for a while, only to discover that the orc skin turned out to be that of a female orc. The skin was intact, the texture clear, obviously expertly peeled off by a skilled executioner. After the dwarfs put on the skin and donned slightly conservative orc skin skirts, they walked out from behind the curtain. Seeing Chen Shen in front of them, the demeanor of the female orc suddenly became awkward. The skin wrapped around the skull showed no flaws, instead, various expressions were vividly portrayed, making it impossible to tell it was fake. If Chen Shen hadn't seen them changing clothes, he would probably have thought it was a female orc. Even the voice sounded authentic. "Oh, a new guest, why the rush? This isn't where you should be, hurry back to your seat. I promise, I'll come to you before the performance ends." Saying this, she threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Shen. The more Chen Shen looked, the stranger it seemed, as if watching a lion dance performance. He forced a smile and pretended to be impatient, asking, "What other services do we have?" The orc woman looked at him suspiciously, then lifted her orc-skin skirt, revealing an exaggeratedly curved buttocks. Chen Shen took a closer look. That part. It seemed to be the heads of the 2 dwarfs at the bottom. This didn't seem like a legitimate service. His face tightened, and he turned away like he had indigestion. What was this? Orc circus? It turned out that Bai Ling was right, there really was an orc circus here. Not long after, Bai Ling, with a flushed face, was walking down from a row of seats. She looked the corrupted believer up and down a few times, as if trying to see how the battle had gone just now. Unfortunately, Bai Ling had cleaned up well, and nothing could be seen. "Boss, did you find anything? I found one of your peers." Bai Ling didn't seem surprised, but she still pretended to be amazed, covering her mouth and saying, "Am I that good?" Chen Shen felt he was too thin-skinned, so he decisively changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. What did you find?" He regretted asking this question as soon as he said it because Bai Ling hadn't gone to investigate at all. But unexpectedly, Bai Ling seemed to have found something. She licked her lips, the flush on her face not yet fading, pointed to her own face, and smiled mischievously. "Do you think I found something?" She lied. Chen Shen smiled brightly. "To be honest, you're not good at lying, or rather, you can't hide your thoughts. Just tell me, we're both short on time." Bai Ling's face froze for a moment, then she squinted and smiled. "Boss is indeed the boss, your observation skills are amazing. I have even better skills, but I can't tell you." Chen Shen winked at Bai Ling, indicating she should get to the point. Bai Ling understood and pointed in a direction, saying, "I found a few men I met at the tavern, perhaps among them, there might be a clue." Chen Shen looked towards the vast audience stands, furrowing his brow. Discovering the same individual in adjacent memories is indeed a good thing, as many memories are triggered by seeing a person, recalling a scene from a previous encounter. This is also the solving method for most players in the memory trial, searching for the next target by sorting out the relationship chain. Although the connection between 2 memories may not be profound, finding a clue is always beneficial. Chen Shen understood this logic, but the question remained, in such a vast sea of people, how did Belan manage to find these few individuals so quickly? Belan noticed Chen Shen's confusion. She extended a finger, tapped Chen Shen's forehead, then withdrew it, and tapped her own ample chest. Chen Shen followed her guidance and looked over. Gurgle. So big. Seeing Chen Shen's eyes widen, Belan chuckled lightly. "Stop pretending, big shot. My talent can materialize men's possessiveness towards me, perceiving their desire for every inch of my skin in detail. You clearly have no feelings for me, so why pretend to be like a pig?" "Oh, there's this talent too?" Chen Shen, being exposed, was not embarrassed, clicked his tongue twice and averted his gaze. "I wasn't pretending, after all, the love for greatness is inherent in everyone." "Pity me?" Belan blinked, her flirtatious expression turning innocent. "Who deserves pity?" Chen Shen chuckled, casually saying, "Perhaps, I like men?" Belan burst into laughter, took a step forward, grabbed his arm, and gleefully said, "If you dare say it, I'll believe it." "Miss Chang, hurry up, save time." Chen Shen, feeling uncomfortable being dragged along, finally pulled his hand away after being rubbed by a mass of soft flesh, and with a wry smile, struggled, "I was just kidding." Belan didn't let go, even more amused. "Rest assured, little sister, I can keep a secret." Chen Shen, feeling helpless, changed the subject. "Why don't you guide them to break the memories themselves?" "I can't do that, I can only lead them astray. Once I do that, what you'll see won't just be my personal show, but everyone in the circus will immediately start performing. Or rather, circus riding." Chen Shen knew she was right. If she truly found the core memory and tempted it, it could indeed lead to a chaotic memory scene.
Once memories start to become chaotic, the entire memory will quickly collapse.
It seems you all value your lives greatly.
By you all, he was referring to the followers of corruption. Belan decisively nodded. Of course, only by staying alive. Can we have more, right? Chen Chen had a black line on his face, automatically censoring the unspeakable words.
When he followed Belan to face several acquaintances, he immediately recognized them, indeed the big men from the memory scene in the tavern drinking and boasting.
Do you mind telling me how you found them? Chen Chen looked at Belan with some curiosity. He actually wanted to know the specific function of Belan's talent, but instinct told him that even if he asked, Belan wouldn't answer.
Belan smiled at Chen Chen and replied, everyone has different preferences, some like waists, some like legs, some like.
Understood. What do you like? Belan licked her rosy lips. Me? I like being alive.
Chen Chen ignored her and quietly approached the targets, casting hypnosis on each of the individuals.
However, after a round of questioning, none of the dozen or so people turned out to be the final answer.
Both of their faces darkened simultaneously. These individuals are indeed within the waiter's field of view.
If none of them are the answer, could it be that the waiter remembered the previous scene because of seeing a certain item? Involving an item would make it much harder to find. It was still the same reason, the venue was too large.
Let's inform the others first and further narrow down the scope. Chen Shen sighed helplessly, then spent some time calling back Fang Shiqing and the others. She and Su Lu were in charge of the VIP area, but their initial direction was wrong, so there were naturally no clues. It was only Ming who hesitantly mentioned that there seemed to be special service personnel in the audience area engaging in unspeakable transactions with the spectators.
Everyone just took it as a joke and quickly brushed it off.
Encountering such things had become too common to be surprised by. Compared to the chaos in the VIP area, the audience area where the poor people sat was much more orderly.
After the first exchange of information, Fang Shiqing frowned and said, let's search again. The core memory must be in the regular audience area.
The performance on stage has remained consistent, indicating that he has been watching the show attentively.
Let's split up and search. Meet back here in an hour.
Okay, got it.
What the boss says goes. No objections. The group quickly dispersed, leaving Chen Chen once again wandering alone among the audience seats.
He furrowed his brow, not heading towards the area he was assigned to survey, but rather searching as if he had a specific target in mind, weaving through the rows of seats.
He was looking for the dwarf assembling beast maiden.
Fang Shiqing's conclusion had reminded him that if a person had never come into contact with the dwarf assembling beast maiden, then Chen Chen would not be able to witness the dwarves beneath the animal skins getting dressed. Therefore, the core memory of this scene must have intersected with the dwarf assembling beast maiden, and perhaps even knew that she was not just one person. Who would interact with someone knowing they were not a normal special worker? Chen Chen swore that with his normal human mind, he truly couldn't figure it out.
But not being able to figure it out didn't mean he couldn't find it.
So he began to search for traces of the beast maiden. The circus was bustling with people coming and going, lacking any real order, especially in the regular audience area where various shouts and calls filled the air, much like in a tavern. Therefore, his movements were not conspicuous. It didn't take long for Chen Chen to spot his target, the dwarf beast maiden. At that moment, she was cuddling and wriggling in the arms of a certain spectator.
Physically wriggling.
Chen Chen watched in astonishment, wanting to observe closely what they were doing, but soon he noticed a familiar face around the beast maiden that surprised him. York, the stable boy from the Duke's household, who had suddenly become rich and then seduced the beast maiden. Chen Chen smirked, feeling he had guessed right. Indeed, found you. At that moment, York wore a straw hat that shielded his eyes, and his gaze beneath the hat kept shifting between the direction of the stage and the location where the beast maiden was. Not just him, the surrounding audience members were also glancing in that direction, albeit subtly, but due to the beast maiden's restrained movements and the lack of noise, it didn't cause much of a stir. However, while other spectators were focused on the beast maiden's chest, waist, legs, and hips, only York's gaze remained fixed on her face, his eyes filled with deep affection.
Dude, can you tell me how you ended up fancying these 5 lion dancers dwarves?
Chen Chen observed him for a while, his doubts growing, and unable to resist any longer, he pretended to be a regular audience member and quietly approached York, sighing deliberately, why is it only female beast maidens providing services?
Gender roles could be more flexible, you know.
As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of numerous small agreements echoed around him. York turned around in surprise, his face lighting up with joy as if he had found a kindred spirit. However, in an instant, his eyes turned sharp, looking at Chen Chen as if he had seen a rival.
Hiss, Mr.
York,
you have quite a story. What kind of encounter could have led to such a story? Incident? Chen Shen didn't really want to delve further. He felt he had found the answer to the puzzle. Of course, the correctness of the answer still needed verification. So he decisively got up and walked towards where Belan was. Is the big shot finally willing to favor me? Don't be silly, help me with a small favor. Chen Shen was still thinking about how to persuade her to try York without revealing his situation, but before he could say anything, Belan nodded with a smile, sure. What do you want me to do? Chen Shen was taken aback. Aren't you afraid I might trick you? That just means there's something about this little lady that catches the big shot's eye, isn't it? TSK, living up to now, regardless of high or low status, there are no fools. But this makes things easier. Chen Shen nodded, pointing in the direction of York. Go and try that man. How does the big shot want to try, with words or with force? Chen Shen widened his eyes, a bit puzzled. There's a way for that too? Belan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, pointing her finger at Chen Shen's chest, with words, of course. As she spoke, she moved her hand towards her skirt, slowly lifting the hem to her thighs. Alright, just with words, to save time, you go first. Chen Shen was scared and quickly put down her skirt, urging her to go. Belan giggled softly and gracefully walked towards York. But not long after, she returned with a black face. Chen Shen, seeing her dark expression, teased, What? Did you fail? Belan glared at Chen Shen hatefully and said impatiently, One bad news, and another bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Do we really need to choose? Chen Shen chuckled helplessly, Let's go with the second one. The one who was snatching business in the crowd is indeed my colleague. How is that bad news? Wait, hold on. Seeing Belan's serious expression, Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. The colleague she mentioned wasn't about pleasure of the flesh, but fellow followers of the fallen. These 5 dwarfs dancing lions were actually followers of the fallen. And the other bad news? Chen Shen's expression turned serious. The man you wanted me to try has already been enchanted, turned into a puppet of desire. Chen Shen furrowed his brow in confusion, and Belan continued to explain, Puppet of Desire is one of his bestowed A-level talents to followers, which can release the deepest primal desires and cravings from within a person, turning the target into a mindless body consumed by desires. He will continuously sink into past desires and memories uncontrollably, until death. This talent requires continuous casting, which means if he is the original memory, then recalling this scene is not due to sentimental reasons, but being controlled by someone, and it's highly likely that he is currently being controlled. Do you understand, Big Shot? If he is indeed the answer, the moment we leave, we will face the fallen follower controlling him, and it's very likely we will end up in a fight with them. Chen Shen's face darkened upon hearing this. Call for backup. I have a feeling that York is the answer. Belan naturally believed him, but she still asked, Why do you say that? Big Shot, not hiding anymore? Chen Shen suddenly played dumb. Hide? Hide what? You found the answer to your hunt. What's it got to do with me? Belan widened her eyes in anger, pointing repeatedly at her nose. Me? Hunt? Come on, Big Shot, can he even be considered a catch? Chen Shen waved his hand. Who knows, everyone has their own XP. Alright, I'm on the hunt for beauty. Bai Ling laughed anxiously, using this excuse to call everyone back. As soon as everyone gathered again, Fang Shiqing's gaze fell on Chen Shen, but Chen Shen didn't engage, clearly wanting to hear Bai Ling's beauty hunting story. Bai Ling, though flustered, was an honest person. Her face flushed, she shyly recounted the beauty hunting process and stumbled upon an answer by accident, which was now a bit complicated. After hearing the story, everyone's expressions varied. Su Lu looked disgusted, Aiming was dumbfounded. Chen Shen silently praised her acting skills. Only Fang Shiqing furrowed her brows, pondered for a while, and then pointed out the key question. How can we be sure it's him? Bai Ling remained silent, and Chen Shen chuckled. Maybe it's a woman's intuition? Bai Ling rolled her eyes, still not responding. Fang Shiqing, seeing Chen Shen speak, nodded, tacitly agreeing that York was the answer. She believed in Chen Shen, not Bai Ling. In my book, there's a mist trick from the followers of war, which can instantly create a misty field at the next scene's birthplace, obstructing the caster's vision. But since I don't have enough defensive tricks, the priest needs to enter after me and provide quick support. The assassin follows, but remember, don't act lethally until you're sure if the target is the original memory. Subduing is the priority. In a life-threatening situation, prioritize retreat over killing. Be cautious with any skills that could cause a major disturbance. Don't let memories get confused right from the start. After speaking, Fang Shiqing looked meaningfully at Chen Shen and asked, Can you do it? Chen Shen innocently blinked, as if saying, How can a man not do it? Fang Shiqing understood his gaze, smiled knowingly, and then looked at Aiming. Aiming nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding.
She also sought the opinions of the other two. Apart from Su Lu's complaint about not being able to keep up, Bai Ling naturally had no objections. With the plan set, everyone headed towards York. Just as the York mother was about to tour to the row where York was, the players reached his side together. At this moment, York was completely unaware of the players approaching him. In his eyes, there was only the dwarf assembled beast mother, no one else. He tightly gripped a stack of banknotes, eager to stuff them into the voluptuous bosom of the beast mother the next second. Chen Shen still had some doubts. He whispered to Bai Ling, "Will his followers influence a person's orientation?" Bai Ling carefully recalled, then uncertainly replied, "He advocates releasing desires from within, not distorting others' will. So what you call being tainted by my lord is just making you see this person's true colors. However, with different talents and inducements, perhaps this effect can be achieved. After all, you can also hypnotize, can't you?" Chen Shen agreed deeply, otherwise, he couldn't understand how York's XP could be so free. As everyone approached York, Fang Shiqing had already taken out a dark gray page from her book. She looked back at Chen Shen, signaling the start of the operation with her eyes. Chen Shen unhesitatingly cast calm and hypnosis on York, then swiftly cast accelerated recovery on a nearby spectator who was trading, attempting to delay him for a few more seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Shiqing directly said, "Don't be afraid, listen to me. You're just reminiscing, all of this is your memory, but you're too tired now and don't want to continue remembering. Remember, memories are just memories, not reality. Now, we need to return to reality, okay?" York's eyes became confused and empty, nodding continuously as he murmured, "Memories, these are all memories." With the last syllable falling, he disintegrated into countless light particles, swiftly coalescing into a new gateway of memory. "It's really him. Miss Belan is amazing. Are you ready? I, Xin Shen, the assassin, will make it quick." Fang Shiqing didn't hesitate, decisively stepping into it. To ensure his thighs wouldn't be a problem, Chen Shen followed closely, almost stepping in right after her. He felt his vision darken, and when he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a thick fog so dense he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, accompanied by frantic screams. "Damn, it's so thick? How am I supposed to know where my thighs are?" Chen Shen frowned, about to quietly call Fang Shiqing's name when a cold hand covered his mouth, dragging him away towards the distance. Thighs? Shoo! It was a cramped utility room, filled with various cleaning tools. There was barely half a meter of standing space. In this confined space, Chen Shen and Fang Shiqing stood face to face. Fang Shiqing smiled, while Chen Shen looked puzzled. "So the fog of war was actually to kidnap me?" Chen Shen surveyed the surroundings with a strange expression, feeling that this small space was indeed a good hiding place. "Kidnap is not the right term to use." Fang Shiqing smiled, holding Chen Shen's arm to keep a certain distance between them, explaining seriously, "Miss Clamp was tailing me closely, and this was the only way to shake her off for a while." "Oh, you also call her Miss Clamp?" Chen Shen's eyes lit up, feeling an instant connection. "Of course. Enough chit-chat, we're short on time. Chen Shen, I have something to tell you. I like men, thank you." Chen Shen's words were quicker than light. Fang Shiqing was first stunned, then chuckled helplessly, "It's not what you think. No need to rush to refuse." Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, I still like women." "Do I have no appeal to you at all? If your appeal is like Miss Belan's, then no. Let's not banter. Chen Shen, I know you falsified your tower score, and I know you're talented. I won't delve into why you hid it, I just want to invite you to join us." "Us?" Chen Shen's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing slightly as if he realized something. "You're from the Rationality Association?" The Rationality Association was a group of players led by believers of the truth, gathering to seek the essence of the universe and the nature of divinity. Influenced by truth and the trial background of the Tower of Rationality, they had a fanatical thirst for knowledge about the origin of all things and the laws of the universe. These people became extremely crazy in their pursuit of knowledge to obtain divine understanding and become a deity, completely irrational. In fact, there were many player organizations like the Rationality Association, such as the Order Alliance, Natural Sect, Historical School, and so on. The fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations was the instinctual desire of humans forced to become players for survival and power. So they spontaneously gathered together, tirelessly cooperating to improve themselves. Fang Shiqing was a believer of truth, and Chen Shen naturally thought of the Rationality Association first. However, Fang Shiqing shook her head inside. The Rationality Association has abandoned reason. In their pursuit of godhood, they resort to any means necessary. Instead of pursuing the truth, they resemble followers of corruption, blind devotees. They unleash their ambitions, expand their desires, long having departed from the realm of normalcy, turning into incomprehensible lunatics.
But we are not like them. Chen Chen, do you still remember your own home? Fang Shiqing's sudden emotion left Chen Chen somewhat at a loss. Well, if you consider the utility room at the orphanage's home, then yes, he remembered. After all, the familiar surroundings stirred up memories of his childhood living space.
Seeing Chen Chen's lack of response, Fang Shiqing continued, everyone has a warm family, loved ones who care for us. But after their arrival, everyone lost their once beautiful lives. The faith game shattered the world, pushing tens of millions of compatriots to the edge of a cliff. Her tone grew somber, her grip on Chen Chen's sleeve tightening.
Chen Chen, not everyone can emerge victorious from trial after trial like you and me.
Achieving a score of 2000, obtaining an S-rank talent, striving to survive.
Many people.
One misstep and they fall into the abyss, with even more having already plummeted below.
But are they at fault?
They are merely innocent individuals, struggling to live, compromising, only to be branded as godforsaken in the end. Among these people are your family, my family, those who love you, and those who love me.
Fang Shiqing smiled bitterly, then rallied her spirits to continue. Is there truly no way to avoid all this? Are we destined to lose everything we love and seek to protect before the divine?
No! Any human with flesh, blood, bones, and spirit will not allow this to happen.
Thus, we were born.
We gather together, utilizing all available strength, uniting all friends, protecting all that is beautiful. We bow to their blessings, challenge their authority, we entrust our backs to each other, vowing to protect our friends' trust. We forge new walls with swords and spears, carrying hope's flame into the darkness.
This is who we are.
For the people we want to protect behind us, we must stand up.
Chen Chen, do you understand?
This is us. A group of fighters attempting to resist the grandeur of the gods, a group of madmen still yearning for goodness. To achieve all this, we crawl in the darkness, never easily revealed to the world.
But you, Chen Chen, I believe you are worth the risk. Now, I solemnly invite you to join us. Will you accept?
Chen Chen listened silently to Fang Shiqing's words, his expression shrouded in shadow.
Fang Shiqing hoped to discern some emotional response from his face, but evidently, she failed. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen slightly curved his lips, teasingly asking, after all that talk, may I ask, Miss Torchbearer, are you a defender of the city or a builder of walls? Fang Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chen Chen, struggling to contain her shock as she exclaimed in a hushed voice, you know about us?
You. She then realized something, the shock and hope in her eyes dissipating, replaced instantly by deep regret. She pursed her lips and smiled bitterly, it seems you have long rejected us. Chen Chen's expression was very unnatural as he shook his head slightly, no one has ever invited me.
You are the first. Fang Shiqing's face was even more shocked.
She raised her head and exclaimed, impossible, players who have not been in contact with the Firestarter cannot know about us.
How did you find out? How did I find out? Chen Chen's eyes suddenly became deep and distant.
His gaze passed over Fang Shiqing's hair and looked into the darkness behind her.
Not knowing which scene from his memories he recalled, he sighed with a melancholic tone, yes, how did I find out? Probably from the mouth of a fool. Tell me, how could someone risk their life for a stranger? Why wouldn't they? Fang Shiqing's eyes suddenly became firm.
She said solemnly, the Firestarters are willing to sacrifice everything they have to protect, let alone themselves.
Is a stranger considered everything as you say?
Perhaps not mine, but definitely his, the beauty in the eyes of that Firestarter you've met. Fang Shiqing's tone was filled with a romantic sense of no regrets, even Chen Chen, who was never serious, was slightly moved.
I see.
He shook his head, a smile finally reappearing on his face. He looked into Fang Shiqing's eyes, filled with hopeful light, finding them so bright. Even in the fog, even in the dark utility room, they remained bright.
I remember you, lady of the garrison.
Fang Shiqing was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to see through her identity with such ease, but she didn't mind.
So, what is your answer this time? Instead of that, I'd like to ask, why did you take an interest in me?
I never thought of myself as a good person, Chen Chen shrugged.
Fang Shiqing smiled, the term good person is too heavy for the current world.
We don't expect to meet a good person, just hope our companion is not a bad one.
How do you know I'm not a bad person?
Fang Shiqing released her grip on Chen Chen's sleeve and pointed to her ear. With the S-rank singer talent heartstrings, I can hear the melody of everyone's heart. I'm familiar with the tunes of villains, and you are not one of them.
Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, curious, then what kind am I?
Very peculiar, elusive, and deep, but not dark. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed.
What's so funny? Sorry, I laughed because you misunderstood. Before Fang Shiqing could react, a chop landed on her neck. Bang! You! Fang Shiqing's eyes widened for a moment, then she closed them and fainted instantly.
Chen Chen rubbed his hand, looking at the unconscious woman in his arms, and said inexplicably, those who stand in the firelight should not trust those in the darkness, especially since those in the dark are usually not human. But still, thank you. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, lifted Fong Shiqing in his arms, pushed open the door of the utility room, and walked out. The fog had not yet dispersed, visibility was limited. Chen Chen had barely taken a few steps when he heard Ming's anxious voice ahead, Sister Fong, Brother Chang, where are you guys? Chen Chen listened carefully for a while and noticed the surrounding noisy voices had disappeared. He looked in the direction of Ming's voice, impressed by the efficiency of this young assassin. In just a short while, everyone was eliminated. Fortunately, the unfortunate souls who died were not their true selves. Over here, Chen Chen shouted, then quietly left the spot. Ming followed the sound and reached out, not seeing anyone. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and just as he was about to leave, Chen Chen grabbed his arm. Who? Oh, Chang Gu? Yeah, afraid you've been replaced, so I tried it out specially. Didn't expect it, comrade assassin, quite agile. Ming awkwardly scratched his head, looking at the unconscious Fong Shiqing, and asked, what happened to Sister Fong? Nothing, just a minor issue. Rescued her. Where are their people? Probably behind. When I woke up, I found a few violent dwarves. They were deadly from the start, I couldn't react in time, no space to retreat, so I had to fight back desperately. Luckily, they weren't tough, just had some tainted divine power on them. People died, memories didn't shatter, players were lucky, these dwarves weren't the original memories. Chen Chen glanced thoughtfully at Ming. No injuries? Luckily, none. Well, that's good. Let the mist dissipate, the war fog won't last long. Okay, need any help? Ming reached out to assist Chen Chen with Fong Shiqing. Chen Chen smiled and declined. The two sat in a corner, chatting casually. How many on their side? 6. You took care of 6 people in such a short time? Impressive. Chen Chen praised Ming generously, leaving him stunned. After all, I'm an assassin, the mist environment favors me. Well, if you're that quick, why did you arrive so late when we went to the second act circus? Chen Chen asked casually while holding the fainting Fong Shiqing. This question caught Ming off guard. Ming's expression suddenly froze. Before he could speak, Chen Chen added casually, why hasn't Uncle Huang arrived yet? Ming's face turned even worse. He stammered, we don't need him. It's better if he doesn't come. Are you afraid he'll cause trouble? Yeah. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You know he's a discordant bard? Oh, I see now. You're an executioner. Discordant bard, the chaotic singer. Executioner, the orderly assassin. Order and chaos were Faith's mortal enemies. Ming hesitated for a moment, his gaze swiftly passing over Chen Chen, sharp and restless, but it quickly returned to an awkward, hesitant look, not knowing what to say while scratching his head. The mist lingered, and Chen Chen didn't catch his facial expression, but he already had an idea. Alright, opposites will be opposites. It's not a big deal. As an ancient sage said, faith opposition isn't our doing, no need to burden yourself too much. Chen Chen shrugged indifferently, and as he spoke, his hand reached towards the unconscious Fong Shiqing in his arms. Ming's perception in the mist was evidently stronger than Chen Chen's. He clearly saw Chen Chen's hand moving towards Fong Shiqing's chest, but he just furrowed his brows and remained silent. Soon, a new sound came from the mist. Fong. Sister Fong? Oh, big bro, help. One voice trembled, the other flirtatious. It sounded like nothing serious had happened. As soon as these two female voices came through, the awkward atmosphere between Chen Chen and Ming was instantly shattered. He stood up, patted his backside, and said with a smile, everyone's here, let's regroup. At that moment, the mist slowly dissipated. Ming also stood up, turned to look, and saw that Fong Shiqing in Chen Chen's arms had already opened her eyes at some point. Sister Fong, are you okay? Fong Shiqing's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but then she smiled and nodded, I'm fine, thanks to Chen Chen, he saved me in time. She spoke kindly, but there was a hint of gritted teeth in her tone. The affairs of the torchbearers cannot be discussed in front of others, so even though Fong Shiqing had some complaints about Chen Chen's rejection, she couldn't lose her temper at this moment. The fighters crawling in the darkness were cautious, as any unexpected flicker of light could expose their tracks and render all their efforts futile. Chen Chen obviously understood this, so he immediately turned back and smiled, don't you owe me a thank you? You. Fong Shiqing almost lost her composure, she gritted her teeth fiercely, quickly composed her facial expression, and then forced out a very reluctant smile. Thank you, I will remember your help. No problem, just a small gesture. Indeed, it was just a small gesture, a hand signal only required raising a hand. As the mist gradually dispersed, the two groups not far apart immediately spotted each other's figures. The group gathered, and as they walked, halfway through, they came across a gruesome scene of slaughter all around. 6 dwarves, each with their heads severed on the spot, blood pooling on the ground, forming a vague pattern of a scimitar. If Chen Shen didn't know that Ming was an executioner, he wouldn't have recognized what the pattern represented. This was the macabre humor commonly used by the executioners of the Grand Tribunal, using the blood of the condemned to depict the tool that killed them. However, the blood scimitar drawn on the ground was crooked, obviously not skillfully done. Tisk, quite ruthless methods. Su Lu and Belan shuddered at the sight, but Fang Shiqing, after a pensive glance at Ming, remained silent. Where are we? The place where everyone was located was a very large room, with a dozen beds lined up on the left, various workbenches on the right, clothes of different sizes hanging on a long rack in front, and several separate small rooms behind. The place where Chen Shen and Fang Shiqing met was obviously one of them. Fang Shiqing glanced at Chen Shen, seeing him still feigning ignorance. She decided to turn the page on this matter, furrowing her brows in thought. It seems like a servant's quarters, but it's too large, enough to accommodate a dozen servants. We should change into these clothes first to ensure safety before going out to explore, to avoid conflicts with the people outside. Everyone agreed, choosing a set of clothes to change into, and followed the lead out of the room. After confirming the safety of the surroundings and encountering a few real servants, they realized that this was indeed the servants' quarters, and there was more than one servants' quarters of this size, because this was the estate of Duke Brooks, who was currently hosting a grand banquet. A banquet? The mesmerized servant replied excitedly, yes, the Duke has invited all the nobles in town and is preparing to announce a new refugee law at the banquet. All refugees from Gasamila will be expelled, our food will no longer be scarce, and our work will not diminish. So, the memory entity from the previous scene is a servant at the Duke's estate? Ha! Don't you know, York is the Duke's stable boy, Shin Chen enthusiastically added. Sulu frowned upon hearing this useful information and complained, why are you saying this now? Chen Shen was taken aback and asked, did you ask? I. Sulu was frustrated but remained silent, just taking a step closer to Fang Shiqing. Then why would dwarves as refugees appear at the Duke's estate? Ming timely interrupted the confrontation between the two and asked. The Duke wants to expel the refugees, and naturally, the refugees don't want to be driven away. So their purpose in coming here is not so obvious, right, Big Thigh? Chen Shen said, looking at Fang Shiqing, who was now completely ignoring him. She had a feeling in her heart, certain that Chen Shen would not reveal the identity of the arsonist, but she still didn't understand why Chen Shen could refuse so decisively. You see, the gift of touching hearts is not just about listening to the melody of the heart. It can even vaguely sense the other person's intentions and inclinations. Chen Shen's heart clearly leaned towards acceptance, yet he still refused. What is this person thinking? How can he go against his instincts? She didn't understand, nor did she have time to figure it out. So far, nearly 5 hours had passed, with 7:14 left on the countdown. They needed to hurry because there were still several scenes of memories to go through, and they had no idea what lay ahead. Personal territory is different from public places. Chaos can quickly lead to riots, especially in a duke's estate. We must have a proper identity. While being a servant is convenient, there are still many areas we cannot access. Next, everyone will split up, hide themselves, and try to obtain a new identity. We have a maximum of 1 hour. Let's meet over there. With that, Fang Shiqing pointed towards a small porch. Remember, stay away from the servants' quarters. We haven't dealt with the bodies inside, which could potentially trigger a chain reaction. The closer you are, the easier it is to notice something unusual. Now, let's get moving. Good luck to us all. Everyone dispersed, and as Fang Shiqing was about to leave, she glanced at Chen Shen. Unfortunately, Chen Shen didn't look at her, he was looking at Ming. He watched as Ming walked towards the direction away from the servants' quarters. After a while, when there were no more teammates in sight, a playful smile crept onto Chen Shen's face. He then leisurely walked back to where they had just come from, the servants' quarters that everyone had avoided. When they were talking in the room earlier, Chen Shen had noticed something peculiar about the wounds on the dead dwarf. They didn't seem to be from sharp weapons like daggers commonly used by assassins but rather from blunt blades. Just like. Chen Shen looked around for a moment and kicked out a bloodstained knife from under a bed. Judging by the length and size of the knife, it looked like a weapon belonging to the dwarves themselves. A dwarf battle knife. Perhaps someone was certain that they wouldn't stay here for long, so the way the scene was handled was quite casual, almost not even considered handling. He didn't pay attention to these details at all. Quite interesting. Chen Shen recalled his conversation with Ming and continued to observe the dead dwarf's body. It didn't take long for him to notice some clues. Judging by the positions of the 6 dwarves and the traces of the fight at the scene, It indeed seemed like they were attacking the same target. Perhaps Fang Shiqing had timely pulled Chen Shen away, making Ming, who followed closely behind, a scapegoat. But what puzzled Chen Shen even more was that the wounds on the 6 individuals were of varying severity. It didn't seem like one person had killed them all, it was more like 6 different people had killed the dwarves. Coincidentally, both the perpetrators and the deceased were 6 in number. Fratricide? Chen Shen furrowed his brow, starting to consider whether assassins possessed the ability to control people. At least for the concept of order, this ability was not common. The scene is really chaotic, but there are gains to be had. Chen Shen picked up a ring he had found on one of the dwarf corpses and examined it in the sunlight streaming through the window. He murmured to himself, "The craftsmanship is exquisite. I wonder what kind of skill could produce such a fine ring. Unfortunately, it's mine now." He chuckled as he pocketed the ring and leisurely walked out of the servants' quarters. Just as he stepped out, he came face to face with a smiling Bai Ling, who seemed to be waiting for him. Chen Shen's face darkened, and he jokingly scolded, "Are you sticking to me now?" Bai Ling somehow managed to get hold of a set of dresses. She imitated the manner of a noblewoman, curtsied gracefully, and coquettishly said, "Mind if I cling to your arm?" "You can cling, but no wandering hands." "Don't worry, I'm obedient. I'll only touch where allowed." Chen Shen couldn't be bothered with her banter and walked past her. "Perfect, my outfit can pass as your attendant. Any discoveries? Since when do attendants run ahead of their hosts?" Bai Ling caught up quickly and whispered, "The estate is vast, many guests are present. I just overheard a lady mentioning her husband, and the Duke of Brooks hasn't made an appearance yet. Only half an hour until his scheduled entrance." Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, impressed by the fast intelligence of this rule-breaking woman. Following Bai Ling, he entered the grand hall at the center of the estate, weaving through numerous nobles until he spotted the others. Everyone was dressed in new attire, engaged in separate discussions. Chen Shen glanced around the hall and decisively led Bai Ling away. "Boss? The answer isn't here." "Oh." Bai Ling responded lightly, following Chen Shen's guidance elsewhere. Chen Shen noticed her walking silently ahead and felt something was missing, so he remarked, "Aren't you going to ask me why?" "I'm obedient, I don't need to know why. But if you need someone to play along, I can act the part." "What kind of person is this, utterly clueless?" Not to mention the previous encounter with Song Yuan, even Shen Shon was more engaging, at least he could provide a sense of accomplishment. But some words, when left unsaid, felt uncomfortable. "The dwarf's ring is exquisite. And then? Noble gentlemen wouldn't care about a dwarf's ring." "Oh, so? So, the target isn't here. I see, boss, you're amazing. Just be quiet." "Oh." Bai Ling's laughter drew the attention of surrounding guests. "So, boss, where are we going now?" A good question indeed. Initially, Chen Shen's target was the lower-class individuals who often interacted with these dwarf refugees. However, he suddenly thought that since the dwarves were connected to the Duke, it might be a good idea to meet him. He gestured towards the stairs, indicating for Bai Ling to go up. Bai Ling's expression changed, whispering in shock, "There are guards, we'll be stopped if we go up so boldly." Chen Shen smirked mischievously, "Use your advantage." Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, then understood. Lifting her dress, she hurried towards the stairs. As expected, as soon as she reached the staircase, guards in armor blocked her way. Seeing this, Bai Ling quickly lowered her head and whispered, "The Duke needs me." The guards' faces were hidden behind helmets, but the tightening grip on their spears revealed their inner astonishment. Perhaps they were contemplating the meaning of needs. Seeing no response from the two, Bai Ling extended her hand, making a gesture where the index fingers of both hands hooked together. This was a vulgar gesture popular in the pleasure establishments of the Isle of Hope, signifying submission and flattery. Only women of certain professions would make this gesture to indicate their price. The two guards were visibly more shocked. They scrutinized Bai Ling's beautiful face, slender figure, and elegant demeanor, unable to connect her with this gesture. "You." I said, "The Duke needs me. But the Duke hasn't informed us." "Are you suggesting that the Duke must inform you when he has a need?" At this moment, the guards were taken aback. "Why should the Duke notify me? Besides, what's wrong with letting a woman in? Doesn't the Duchess often bring men back too?" The two guards exchanged a glance, convinced by their own words, and both took a step back. Balan felt a sense of joy and signaled to Chen Shen. Chen Shen smirked inwardly but followed along with a restrained expression. The guards wanted to stop them again, but Balan's expression turned cold as she said, "Foolish, don't you know how to avoid suspicion? If I go up alone, what will happen to the Duke's reputation? If they let you go up, does the Duke still have a reputation?" The guards' minds were slightly overloaded for a moment, then resignedly let this young follower pass as well. Of course, not out of consideration for the Duke's reputation. It was because they realized that the servant behind them was too handsome to be a mere follower. He looked more like a pet raised by noble women. In that case, does the Duke really need her, or does the Duchess need him? Oh well, maybe they both do. I'm just a guard, why should I think so much? Seeing the two guards letting them through, Balan happily led Chen Chen up the stairs. Just as they disappeared on the second floor, Fong Shicheng and Su Lu quietly approached. Hello, we would like to see the Duke. Fong Shicheng spoke gently and politely, not at all like a noble from the town of Brusque. See the Duke? The Duke is probably busy. The guard decisively refused them, his cold attitude hard to accept. Fong Shicheng's face changed, silently furrowing her brows as she pondered how Chun Shan and the others managed to go up. Su Lu was even more furious and shouted, "Why won't you let us up when those two just went up?" The guard, lifting his spear, said, "No noise allowed. No one is allowed to disturb the Duke upstairs, and no one went up just now. Please leave." At this moment, they finally remembered to uphold the Duke's reputation. If the Duke still had one. Let's go, having them upstairs is enough. But that Cheng guy is a troublemaker. Fang Shiqing felt somewhat relieved but silently criticized in her mind, how dare you say such things with a straight face? Can he even compare to you? She didn't voice her concerns for Su Lu's sake and simply walked away. Seeing Fang Shiqing leave, Su Lu naturally hurried to catch up. While Su Lu was left embarrassed, Chen Chen had already entered the Duke's room on the second floor. However, when he pushed open the door and saw the scene inside, his face immediately darkened. In the spacious room, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire lay on the bed, blood staining his chest, lifeless. Belan widened her eyes, covering her mouth in shock. "It's him. Shoo! Someone's coming!" Chen Chen quickly pulled Belan into the room, gently closing the door, and dragging her to hide in the wardrobe across the bed. The wardrobe was not spacious, filled with various clothes. With no other choice, Chen Chen squeezed in. But with limited standing space, after occupying most of it, Belan had to crouch at his feet, barely covering herself with the hem of the clothes. To close the wardrobe door, she had to hold onto some supports tightly. "Sister, be careful. Don't worry, I won't touch anything." This time, she was really clinging to him. Click! The lock turned, followed by approaching footsteps. Before Chen Chen could identify the people entering, an angry female voice rang out. "I only asked you to knock him out, not to kill him. Do you know the consequences of your actions?" A deep male voice responded, "Dyla, you have to believe me, I didn't kill him." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling the identity associated with this name. Dyla, the Duchess of Brooks, the foremost lady of the town who had her bottom groped by a guard. And who was this man? "Feel the blood, it's still warm. He just died, and I've been with you all this time, how could I have had the time to kill him? But he died in the room you arranged, you caused all this." The man sighed heavily and explained, "Fine, even if I killed him, isn't that good? He's dead, there's nothing between us now. He can die, but not now. You've ruined everything." "What everything? Dyla, are you hiding something from me? You've changed recently, become so distant from me, have you? Taken a liking to someone else again?" "No, I haven't." The woman's voice was clenched, but she didn't explain further, instead anxiously saying, "The banquet is about to start. Once everyone knows he's dead, we're done for." "Done for? You're the Duchess, the victim, I'm just a duke's nephew without inheritance rights, a mere guard. At most, I'll be blamed for negligence. How could we be done for? I'm too anxious. He can't just die like this. The case isn't closed yet, the citizens of the estate will protest." "Dyla, this is something the Duke should worry about, you're just the Duchess." "But he's already dead." "Dead?" The Duchess struggled to suppress her shout, but it still sounded somewhat hysterical, as if the Duke's death was a heavy blow to her. "So what if he's dead? You inherit all his property, isn't that enough? Brooks' wealth can last us for generations." "No, you don't understand. I can inherit the property, but not his title. This way, Brooks' administrative power will revert to the court." "What? You want to be a duchess?" "No, it's just for those citizens in the town." "Dyla, you've really changed. Why bother about those commoners? You don't understand. Listen, you stay here and don't let anyone in. I'll figure something out. We must ensure that news of his death doesn't leak out." With that, the room filled with the sound of hurried footsteps as the Duchess anxiously left. Hearing this, Chen Chen and Balan exchanged a glance in the cramped space, both breathing a sigh of relief. If this ordinary guard had to guard the room, the next step would be to go outside to stand watch, giving them a chance to escape. However, to their surprise, as the Duchess slammed the door shut, the man who claimed to be an ordinary guard had a smile playing on his lips as he turned to the wardrobe. "Sorry for letting you witness a farce, but it's okay, it's about to end soon." He clapped his hands, appreciatively saying,
Thank you for killing Brooks. Although I also made arrangements, clearly your methods were cleaner and more efficient. I must say, your stealth abilities are impressive, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. Come out, considering you've done me a small favor, I can give you a quick death. Chen Chen and Balan exchanged another glance, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. They had been discovered. What do we do? Balan silently asked. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then mouthed, "Can you fight?" Balan shook her head, but after realizing Chen Chen was just a priest, she nodded and used her finger to write a number on Chen Chen's leg. 1321. Chen Chen immediately understood, it was her ladder score. Indeed, it was too low. Half a year after the arrival of the Faith game, those who were still in this segment were either barely surviving through solo instances or had come all the way through. Balan clearly didn't resemble either of these. Chen Chen couldn't figure out how she could score so low. Did she fail every time but manage to stay alive each time? That's harder than scoring high every time. But no matter what, she was a hunter, and being aggressive was always better than being a priest. Don't panic, go for it. Chen Chen silently communicated again, then gently patted Balan's shoulder, signaling that he was about to push the door. Balan was taken aback, understanding his intention, and began counting silently in her heart. 3, 2, 1. Bang! The two pushed the door open simultaneously. Balan immediately summoned her longbow and activated her sensory hunting talent, aiming to disrupt the opponent's actions by stabbing at their desire. Chen Chen rolled on the ground for a few rounds, casting his healing spells on both of them in advance, leaving enough healing capacity. However, as they burst out of the door, they found the guard who had been shouting fiercely earlier standing at the head of the bed, far away, smirking at them. The sensory hunting seemed to hit a solid wall, firmly keeping it out. Oops, he has a mind defense skill. Oh, so you're a servant of the corruption? Excellent. Your methods of killing are too clean, leaving no trace. I was wondering how to shift the blame onto the refugees, but now, it couldn't be better. Although he was speaking, his expression was very cautious, his eyes constantly scrutinizing Chen Chen and Balan, chuckling. The corruption believers among the refugees, in opposition to the Duke's law, sneaked into the Duke's mansion on the eve of the law's announcement to assassinate him. What a reasonable explanation. Now, all my suspicions are completely cleared. I really have to thank you. Chen Chen's sharp eyes kept scanning the surrounding space and his whole body, and soon he saw a familiar object in the guard's hand. A ring. On his hand was a ring identical to the one held by the dwarf. Chen Chen never expected things to turn out this way. He decisively took out the ring from his pocket and held it up in front of him. Sometimes, it's better not to say too much and let the other party guess. The guard indeed paused for a moment when he saw the ring in Chen Chen's hand, then he laughed incredulously. What? I just gave the broker 300 gold coins. Didn't he say he hired a group of dwarves to do this? How come the dwarves actually outsourced this job? Ah, you guys are so cute. Who are you? How much did the dwarves pay you? In an instant, Chen Chen understood the key point, realizing that the dwarves on the opposite side were the ones who arranged the assassination of the Duke. They killed the dwarves but stumbled upon the Duke's death. Damn it, this was really hard to explain. The other party obviously didn't let them off just because they were hired killers. Chen Chen looked at the guard who was laughing uncontrollably, his face sternly replying, 30 gold coins. What? Ha ha ha, how much did you say? The guard's laughter became even more unrestrained. 20 will do. His smile froze, his brows furrowed, seemingly not understanding. Let's call it even. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen cast accelerated metabolism directly on the guard, targeting his leg defects. In this way, as the guard's metabolism accelerated rapidly, the vitality in his legs would continue to rise, but he would experience a strange sense of sluggishness due to the different state of his legs. Seizing this moment of sluggishness might provide an opportunity. Balan clearly understood Chen Chen's countdown. The moment the words fell, an arrow imbued with the power of corruption shot towards the guard. The coordination between the two was impeccable, and at the moment the guard's feet gave way, the arrow hit his arm. The power of sinking desire began to reach out to his rationality like tentacles, tearing at his emotions. However, the guard was not alarmed but instead smirked coldly and said, "Here, resistance is forbidden." Buzz, a holy light rapidly spread out from the guard, instantly painting the entire room in gold. The longbow in Bai Ling's hand immediately slipped uncontrollably to the ground, even the arrows on the guard fell directly to the floor, making no sound. Seeing this, Chen Chen's pupils contracted, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was the power of order. The person opposite was actually a lawbringer, a singer of order. How could a singer hold the position of a guard these days? Before Chen Chen could wrap his head around this,
the high-ranking lawbringer opposite had already opened his mouth and began to sing.
Judges above, the time for execution has come.
The chains silence the prisoner's cries, the shackles shatter the criminal's pride. They will face judgment here, receive the baptism of holy fire, and bathe in the glory of the Lord.
And then, under the gaze of order, turn to ashes. After each verse, Chen Chen could clearly feel his physical state rapidly declining.
Silence, confinement, burning, repentance. The four negative states overlapped on him wildly, the heavy oppression feeling almost tangible. In no time, both of them were pressed to the ground, struggling to breathe. Bai Ling's condition was visibly worse than Chen Chen's. It was as if an invisible giant foot was ruthlessly stomping on her back, contorting her entire body and face. Crimson blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and soon her vision began to blur. She looked at the equally miserable Chen Chen, not with fear of death but with a wry smile of apology. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm too weak." However, silence affected everyone, and her voice couldn't squeeze out of her throat. Chen Chen only saw Bai Ling open her mouth, then smile and close her eyes.
"Weakness is the original sin, isn't it?"
The guard chuckled, drew his long sword, and slowly approached Chen Chen. Strangely, there was no sorrow in Chen Chen's eyes.
Or perhaps he simply didn't care about Bai Ling's death at all.
He kept accelerating his metabolism, attempting to use the magic of time to erase the control effects of the negative states. Unfortunately, the real world was not a turn-based game. While Chen Chen struggled, the guard was not idle. As a singer, inflicting negative states on enemies was his specialty, and he continuously released his magic, squeezing Chen Chen's already limited space for survival. Before long, Chen Chen felt powerless, succumbing to the tug of death on the edge, completely defeated and awaiting his demise. Approaching Chen Chen, the guard saw him motionless, his eyes vacant, and shook his head with a sigh. "The worms of the underground should stay underground, but sometimes, worms have their uses. I both like and dislike you all." Such contradictions. But before he could finish speaking, the guard suddenly thrust his sword downward, piercing through Chen Chen's chest like lightning, leaving him no chance to turn the tables.
Crack.
The sword tip pierced his heart. Chen Chen's eyes widened abruptly, his pupils shrinking sharply. After a few seconds, the light in his eyes shattered with a bang. In the last moment before his vision plunged into darkness, he saw the door directly opposite suddenly burst open with a bang, and a familiar face came into view.
Shang Gu.
It was Ming. But he was too late.
Chen Chen smiled unwillingly, closing his eyes for the last time.
As soon as Ming entered, he felt the strong power of order. He looked at his fallen 2 teammates and, with a crazed expression, charged towards the guard, who was now wearing a horrified look.
I'll kill you. How is this possible? This is the domain of order. How can you not be bound here? Order? I am order itself."
This was clearly blasphemous, but Ming did not face divine punishment. He muttered something frantically, his expression twisted and fierce, and in a flash, he was behind the guard. The guard was caught off guard, his expression of horror exaggerated. He seemed to want to shout something, but before he could, a blood-stained dagger pierced through his back. Then, it went straight through his chest. A murky yellow light flickered on the dagger, and the guard, looking at the blade in front of him, spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, unavenged.
"Shang, I have avenged you."
Ming's voice was distorted and choked up. He kicked the body in front of him, then slumped weakly to the ground, his eyes vacant. Just then, Fang Shiqing rushed in with Sulu from outside. Ming looked up at them, his eyes glistening with tears. Sulu, seeing the gruesome scene, paled, tightly gripping Fang Shiqing's clothes. Despite her dislike for Chen Chen, their shared identity as players made her somewhat mournful. Fang Shiqing looked at everything before her, at the dead Bai Ling and Chen Chen, biting her lip tightly. Almost colorless. How could this happen? But she quickly realized, immediately closed the door, and asked sternly, "What happened?" "I don't know, I was a bit late. I was exploring the 2nd floor, heard some noise in this room, rushed over, and when I entered, Chang and the others." Ming seemed self-reproachful, rubbing his head and bowing down.
"Who is on the bed?"
Just as he asked, Sulu's face changed, pointing at the person on the bed, exclaiming, "It's him, the one who died in the prophecy." Fang Shiqing shuddered all over, turning to look at Sulu in disbelief. She suddenly realized that the deceased on the bed was likely the Duke who had not been seen for a long time. Sulu saw the scene exactly as in the vague image of the prophecy, murmuring in a daze, "It's not us who are supposed to die, but the Duke died, and that guy surnamed Chang." Although the prophecy did not mention any players dying, now, indeed, 2 players had died. Looking at the scene, there were only 2 possibilities: either Chen Chen was caught by the guard killing, and the guard silenced him, or the guard caught Chen Chen killing, and Chen Chen couldn't fight back. As for which one it was, Fang Shiqing had just finished her speculation when Su Lu beside her lowered her head and said, "I think the guard might have seen Chen Chen killing." Fang Shiqing's face turned serious, a flash of disdain in her eyes, asking coldly, "Why?" "He might have wanted to usurp the Duke's identity. He seems like that kind of person." Knowing it wasn't the right time to say these things, Su Lu still bravely voiced her guess. Fang Shiqing frowned upon hearing this but managed to hold back her outburst. "Sister Fang, what do we do now?" Fang Shiqing checked the time. Nearly 7 hours had passed, leaving only a little over 5 hours. "You two go out first, find a way to guard the door. As companions, we must see them off." Ming looked at Fang Shiqing in confusion, recalling that this Thai was also a singer. Singers recorded stories, and the protagonists of stories were often a diverse group of people. Of course, this included a diverse group of dead people, so they were skilled at singing funeral songs and reciting elegies. Su Lu felt this ritual might be a waste of time, but seeing Fang Shiqing's determined expression, she bit her lip and walked out. Aiming followed closely behind, his head hanging low, making it hard to see his expression. As Fang Shiqing passed by him, she patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture. Once the two stepped out of the room and closed the door, the sorrow on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of anger. She opened a book, tore out a page, and with a gentle flick, the entire room fell into a standstill, even the fluttering curtains froze in place. Not a sound could be heard in the room, not even a breath. Then she walked over to Chen Chen's side, looking at him, pierced through the heart and lifeless, with a mix of anger and amusement. Fang Shiqing recalled waking up in Chen Chen's arms in the thick fog, feeling a piece of paper in her chest. Seizing the moment when no one was looking, she sneakily read the note. It read, "Respected Lady of the Flame Bearer, read this as we meet, even if I am right beside you. But please do not look at me, nor smile. This is a plea for help from my future self. If I die and you happen to find me, please save my life. Any healing method can bring me back from the depths of hell. I implore you, for the sake of the fact that I was once a flame-bearer reservist, lend me a hand. I am eternally grateful. Also, beware when three travel together." Looking down at Chen Chen now, it was clear that he had indeed died. "How dare you trust me so much? How can you be so sure that I can come to save you? You rejected me, aren't you afraid I would reject you too? Damn it!" Fang Shiqing's eyebrows furrowed as she scolded Chen Chen. The space fell silent, no one could hear, as if it were a silent trial. But in the end, she reluctantly accepted her fate, tore out another page from the book, crumpled it, and placed it on Chen Chen's wound. As soon as the page touched the wound, it transformed into a green light imbued with the essence of life, penetrating Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen, who had been lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes under the nourishment of the light of life. Ugh, huff, the sound of intense gasping filled the air, but no one could hear it. Watching Chen Chen's comical appearance, Fang Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Fresh air filled his lungs, the long-forgotten sensation of the mortal world surged through his limbs, and Chen Chen greedily took in a few more breaths. He was alive. He had come back to life. He immediately looked up, not at Fang Shiqing, but at the watch in his pocket to see how much time had passed. When he realized it had only been about 20 minutes since his death, he let out a sigh of relief, releasing all the pressure from his heart. Then he looked at the fallen Bai Ling beside him, and the guards who lay dead with eyes wide open, and suddenly burst into laughter. A silent laugh, like a clown in a mime. Thighs are indeed reliable. Or should I say, the city defenders are indeed reliable. Seeing Chen Chen laughing joyfully on his own, ignoring her, his savior, Fang Shiqing kicked him angrily. Chen Chen quickly got up, clasped his hands together in gratitude, then pointed to Bai Ling beside him. Fang Shiqing's face darkened as she pointed to the book in her hand, mouthing, "Wasting pages, you're a priest, save her yourself." Chen Chen, helpless, could only snap his fingers. As the silent snap echoed, Bai Ling's collapsed body slowly filled out, and within a few breaths, her eyes opened once more. Retroactive treatment, a gift from time. As her clear eyes opened, filled with shock, she looked at Chen Chen in disbelief, murmuring, "It's really true." Fang Shiqing understood her lip movements, turned to Chen Chen with a puzzled look, as if asking, "What's really true?" Chen Chen shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Bai Ling, seeing the big shot still playing dumb, laughed along foolishly. The bloodstains on her body wouldn't disappear with hindsight, but the bloodied dress added a touch of color to Bai Ling. She, who had been reborn, seemed to become more alluring. Fang Shiqing frowned, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. The scent of corruption grew stronger. Her gaze kept darting between Chen Chen and Bai Ling, trying to figure out what had happened between them. However, Chen Chen hid it well, and there were no clues to be found. Bai Ling, on the other hand, was not good at disguising her feelings. Her eyes were glued to Chen Chen, making it nauseating to watch.
and one couldn't fathom what she was thinking. Fang Shiqing naturally had no idea what Bai Ling was thinking because her mind was filled with the scene between her and Chen Chen in the closet. Time rewound to the closet. Chen Chen at that time silently said, "Don't panic, go for it," and then patted Bai Ling on the shoulder. Just when Bai Ling thought it was a form of comfort, a small vial of potion fell from Chen Chen's fingertips onto her chest, landing perfectly in the middle. Bai Ling was stunned and looked down. The small vial clearly read, "Medicine name, Scorn of the Dead. As long as you drink this potion, you will not truly die within the duration of its effect." Shocked, Bai Ling looked up to see Chen Chen already counting down. Without wasting a second, in the moment before rushing out, she drank the potion from the vial. Everyone knows the outcome of the battle, she did indeed die. But now, she was undeniably alive. It wasn't a joke to lure her into battle. Chen Chen did not betray her trust. As for why Bai Ling believed in Chen Chen so much, even she would find it hard to explain. Perhaps it was because he never had any improper thoughts about her. Watching Bai Ling shakily stand up from the ground, Chen Chen finally put his last worry to rest. He thanked his former teammates who, though far away, still contributed to the recognition of Scorn of the Dead. Chen Chen's innate talent, offering to the void, could not store fabricated items but had to be used on the spot. However, this talent required a prerequisite, widespread recognition from others. Interestingly, through multiple experiments, Chen Chen found that apart from himself, only 5 people's recognition was needed to meet the requirement. It was a coincidence that matched the number of participants in the trial. At that time in the closet, Chen Chen did not have the conditions to gain recognition from others, so he couldn't fabricate something new. Helplessly, he discreetly labeled a vial of the old-fashioned Scorn of the Dead. Although it was a gamble, betting that his teammates wouldn't notice the clue about the potion, Chen Chen was not without confidence. At least in his estimation, about 3 or 4 people wouldn't delve too deeply into such matters. With Bai Ling present, it was enough. As it turned out, Chen Chen won the gamble once again. Even though he always rolled a 1 on the dice, his luck was on his side. Seeing that both of them were unharmed, Fang Shiqing also felt relieved. She looked at Chen Chen, her expression serious, demanding an explanation. Chen Chen's face darkened as he looked towards the door. Fang Shiqing immediately understood, recalling the note on Chen Chen's paper that read, "When 3 walk together, be cautious." Considering the situation in the fog at that time, besides herself and Chen Chen, the only outsider at that time was Ming. Is there something wrong with Ming? Chen Chen smirked silently and said, Ming may not have a problem, but whether Ming is truly Ming is another question. What? Fang Shiqing and Bai Ling's faces turned pale, shaking their heads in disbelief. Fang Shiqing furrowed her brows, saying, "His heart's melody hasn't changed, are you sure?" Bai Ling also expressed doubt. "Boss, his attitude towards me has always been the same, never changed." Although so, Bai Ling still believed in Chen Chen's judgment. Since there was a problem with the person, it was essential to ensure internal stability first. Chen Chen shook his head, said nothing, just made a gesture, indicating everyone to get ready to start catching people. Whether it was Ming or not, as an agile assassin, it was challenging to catch him without alerting him. Relying solely on Chen Chen and Bai Ling might be difficult, but if they added Fang Shiqing, things would be much easier. Chen Chen approached Fang Shiqing like hugging her thigh. Fang Shiqing glared at him for a while, sighed, and tore a golden page from the book. S-rank talent, Eternal Prison. Chen Chen saw this, his face brightened, feeling the surging power of time on this page. This was a skill left by a time traveler. Fang Shiqing, holding the page in pain, walked towards the door, then turned back to Chen Chen, mouthing, "Compensate me." Chen Chen nodded solemnly. Seeing Chen Chen's agreement, Fang Shiqing swiftly opened the door, and outside, with both of them unguarded, a page slapped on Ming's shoulder. Boom! A burst of time force suddenly exploded, and before Ming could react, he was imprisoned in place by the shackles of time. He widened his eyes in shock, saying, "Sister Fang. You." Sulu was also startled, taking 2 steps back, a small dagger appearing in her hand, looking fearfully at her thigh. "Sister Fang, what's going on?" Before Fang Shiqing could answer, something even more insane happened. Chen Chen and Bai Ling, who had just died in the room, walked out unscathed. Well, not entirely unscathed, their clothes were a bit wrinkled. "You." Sulu was completely stunned, various conspiracy theories playing out in her mind. The most absurd was that she actually began to think that Fang Shiqing might have agreed to some request from Chen Chen, preparing to conspire with this annoying time believer to kill her. Seeing Sulu so frightened, Fang Shiqing shook her head apologetically, then gestured for her to listen to Chen Chen explain what was happening. As soon as Chen Chen stepped out of the room, he inserted a desire arrow he had taken from Bai Ling into Ming's shoulder. "TCH. Shang Gu, you're not dead?" What are you doing? Meow meow, you're not dead either? What happened to you guys?
Ah Ming looked extremely shocked, his eyes darting around. Seeing him like this, Chen smiled meaningfully.
Sorry to disappoint, I'm not dead, probably very disappointing for you. Ah Ming was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened, saying, Shango, what do you mean? I certainly don't want anything to happen to my teammates, but are you implying that I tried to kill you?
I helped you get revenge, I killed that guard. Oh, you helped me get revenge, clap clap clap. Chen nodded, laughing, indeed, you were a step too late, otherwise you could have saved us both.
Yeah, there must be some misunderstanding, Sister Fawn, let me go first, we don't have much time.
Fang Shiqing seemed oblivious, just being cautious and alert to anyone approaching.
Chen shook his head, not willing to waste time with him. You're not Ah Ming, right? Ah Ming hesitated, then burst into laughter. Shango, what are you talking about? If I'm not Ah Ming, who am I? Have you forgotten?
We came all the way from the mist room together, then split up to search as per sister's instructions, and then in this room, we
got revenge for you. Are you having amnesia?
I'm not having amnesia, and you don't need to pretend anymore, Uncle Huang.
Who? Huang Bo?
Fang Shiqing exclaimed in shock, then immediately activated a certain talent to probe Ah Ming's identity, but the result was no surprise, he was indeed Ah Ming.
Chen, are you sure? He's Huang Bo? Aiming chuckled bitterly. Shango, what are you talking about? Huang Bo hasn't caught up yet, the memory gate is still open. How could I be Huang Bo? Chen smiled and continued, how do you know he hasn't caught up?
Aiming's face changed, he hurriedly explained, what I meant was, when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he hadn't come yet.
Yes, indeed.
If I'm not mistaken, so far, the memory gate is still open, someone is left behind and hasn't come.
But the one left behind is not Huang Bo, it's Aiming.
The real Huang Bo is right in front of me.
Aiming seemed provoked by endless suspicion, his face darkened as he roared, Chen, what are you planning to say? I've saved you time and time again, why do you doubt me? Say I'm Huang Bo, show me the evidence, why do you say I'm Huang Bo? Watching the hysterical Aiming, Fang Shiqing's expression wavered.
She looked at Chen, only to see Chen taking out a small bottle of potion and saying as he opened it, in fact, there is plenty of evidence, such as an assassin claiming to be unable to retreat in the mist, such as the goblin in the servants' room not dying at the hands of one person, but killing each other, which doesn't seem like the judgment of order, but more like the handiwork of chaos, such as someone killing the Duke, but that person is neither the adulteress guard, nor me and Balan, yet the killer remains unseen, and also, someone clearly possessing the talent of a faster opening finger key, but choosing to kick the door at a critical moment, taking longer. With each word Chen spoke, Aiming's face grew darker, and the mouths of his teammates widened. By the time he twisted open the potion, a smile had spread across Chen face.
But it doesn't matter now.
This potion in my hand is called Words of Confession, a potent medicine used by the Grand Tribunal executioners to interrogate prisoners. Anyone who takes a drop will answer everything. As an assassin of order, you should know about this.
With that, Chen picked up the bottle and poured it over Aiming's head.
But before the potion could flow out, Aiming burst into maniacal laughter.
Ha, he, ha ha ha, Chen, well done. You're good.
That smile, just like the first time he met Huang Bo.
Exactly the same. It's really you, Huang Bo. Then where is the real Aiming? How could it be?
Boss, this. Chen smiled as he capped the potion in his hand, feeling relieved.
The words of confession were obviously fake. Besides Chen, there were only 4 people present, so the offering to the void ritual couldn't be activated. But that didn't stop it from extracting the truthful words.
The truth within the falsehood, and the falsehood within the truth is the key to victory.
Chen's conspiracy succeeded, and he continued to speculate with its sking sound. I guess you used some delayed death method or life-sustaining prop to keep Aiming in the tavern, right?
Huang Bo no longer hid, wearing Aiming's face, he laughed maniacally. Correct, my lord granted me my S-level talent, shared appearance, and mind.
Chen, you're clever, but you can't do anything to me. Huang Bo's tone was frenzied and confident. If I'm alive, that little assassin can live too. But if I die, he will die as well. What if you find me? It's not a good feeling to be played around, right? Ha ha ha, feeling defeated? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could actually revive you. But so what, I outsmarted you, and you can't.
Tisk,
Chen. Boss. Surname Chang.
Huang Bo hadn't finished speaking when Chen pulled out a knife from somewhere and stabbed it directly into his heart. Feeling the sharp blade pierce his heart, Huang Bo looked up in disbelief, gasping, You
have gone mad. He will die.
Chen sneered, whether he lives or dies is none of my business. Since I got stabbed, I'll let you taste what it's like to have your heart stabbed." With that, Chen Shen swiftly pulled out the knife and stabbed Huang Bo's throat again. He skillfully cut off the body's head upon seeing Huang Bo take his last breath, lit a fire, and finally snapped his fingers as if relieved of a burden. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. If you can still come back from this, you're impressive. The three female comrades watched all this in shock and confusion. Fang Shiqing was the first to regain her composure. She looked at Chen Shen with a complex expression and said, "You. What about me?" Chen Shen touched the blood on his hands, chuckled, and said, "I've told you before, I'm not a good person." Fang Shiqing remained silent, took a deep breath, glanced at the time on her hand, and returned to a composed state. "With two fewer people, our investigation work will become very difficult. Sister Feng, wait." Su Lu suddenly tugged at Fang Shiqing's sleeve. Fang Shiqing turned around, her icy gaze startling Su Lu, but she gathered her courage and said, "Something doesn't add up. Chen Shen is a priest, and Bilan is a weaker hunter. With Huang Bo's abilities, there was no need for such a complicated setup to kill them. Why use the NPC as a cover?" Indeed, Su Lu was right. Chen Shen was also taken aback, not expecting Su Lu to be the first to figure it out. Perhaps because Fang Shiqing and Bilan both viewed him with warm eyes, his swift killing actions had a greater impact on them. Su Lu, who had been observing coldly, became the one to solve the puzzle. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shiqing seemed to have an idea. She suddenly looked towards the room. Chaos may have instructed Huang Bo to eliminate us, but it didn't provide him with the answer to the trial. So, he didn't refrain from acting but needed someone else to find the answer. And this answer, is that guard? She looked at Chen Shen, seeking an explanation. Chen Shen clapped his hands in approval and revealed the cause and effect of the situation along with his speculation. Smart. Perhaps he overheard the guard's conversation with me outside the door, or maybe he had already seen the ring but was waiting for me to solve the puzzle. I did find an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that guard is not dead. Huang Bo's next plan is to take him to a place you can't find and then leave here himself. Of course, I don't know how he found out that this is the final act, or perhaps his benefactor gave him a clue about the next scene in advance. Fang Shiqing looked complex. Did you suspect a Ming from the beginning? Earlier than the mist? Chen Shen smiled, just a guess. He glanced towards the room. Bilan understood and immediately rushed into the room to check the guard's vital signs. As expected, a murky light protected the guard's pulse, preventing him from dying immediately. There's still hope. Fang Shiqing followed closely, looking at the guard who was barely alive and said, "Chen Shen, it's your turn." Chen Shen did not refuse. He cast a healing spell on this enemy who had tried to kill him, and just as the guard was about to wake up, he hit him with a sleep spell. This time, before Fang Shiqing could speak, Su Lu anxiously shouted, "Hey, are you remembering? Hurry up and tell us." The rough guidance made everyone's face darken, but fortunately, the fragile guard had already lost his clear mind and nodded in confusion for a long time. Immediately after, the guard who had just been rescued burst open with a bang, turning into scattered stars. The stars reassembled, forming the Gate of Memories. However, this time, there was an additional golden frame on the Gate of Memories compared to before. The final gate. Its appearance meant that the trial was about to end. Stepping out from here, everyone would survive and receive rewards. Is it over? Su Lu couldn't believe it was so simple this time. With plenty of time left, they found the final exit. Only over 8 hours had passed since the trial began, leaving nearly a third of the time remaining. Feng, sister? Su Lu turned back happily, only to meet Chen Shen's furrowed brow. She took 2 steps back in fear. Would someone who casually killed others and someone with opposing beliefs attack her at the exit? She dared not think, so she wanted to leave immediately. Su Lu glanced at everyone's positions, gritted her teeth, and rushed towards the final gate. But just as she was about to leap out of the trial, a strong hand grabbed her arm, pulling her back from the door. Ah! Su Lu screamed in terror, instinctively releasing her singer's skill towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen didn't dodge, instead metabolizing these negative statuses with a dark face, then threw her to the ground. Seeing this, Fang Shiqing stood in front of Su Lu with a thin anger. Chen Shen, enough! Bai Ling was stunned, not understanding why Chen Shen wouldn't let Su Lu go, but she still moved, drew her bow and arrow, standing behind Chen Shen. Fang Shiqing frowned at the scene. Sister Feng, save me! Chen Shen, you! No! Chen Shen paid no attention to the chaos on the scene, frowning and thought, no. If this leads to the next scene, maybe it's fine. But if this is the final gate, the answer is too simple. The prophecy of the clip has not been fulfilled. Where is the hand that raised the teacup? Fang Shiqing was stunned, relieved when he mentioned it. It seemed that Chen Shen was not intending to kill, but rather doubting the correctness of the answer.
However, there had always been only one final gate in the memory maze, so how could it be incorrect here? Sulu fell to the ground trembling, her eyes filled with fear and hatred, staring at Chen Shan. Fang Shiqing glanced back at her, sighed, and quietly explained to Chen Shan, "We climbed in from the outer wall to the second floor, found the Duchess's room, and indeed saw that cup." Chen Shan, what the prophet sees may not necessarily be the current timeline scene. The Duchess may have indeed used that cup. But I think, compared to the prophecy's image, it seems more like pointing us here. The scene of the Duke's death, or finding the Duchess's lover. Chen Shan furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Something's not quite right. Where is the Duchess? We've wasted nearly an hour here. Hasn't the banquet started? Or are all still patiently waiting for the Duke to arrive? The guests don't seem to have left. Why? What is the Duchess doing to cover up the Duke's death? Chen Shan's doubts grew. Everything in front of them seemed like an invisible hand was delivering the answer to their mouths, urging them to swallow it eagerly. But Chen Shan didn't like this somewhat coercive feeling. Where did things go wrong? He began to ponder carefully. The entire Eternal Night Maze was not complicated. In the first act, they found the waiter at the tavern, who probably remembered the night at the tavern because he recognized many of the patrons he had seen before. Then, in the second act, they found the Duke's stableman, York. They found him because they saw the true face of the service worker orc lady and saw a few dwarves beneath the animal skins. York was controlled by the dwarves into a flashback, and indeed, in the third act, they saw the bodies of these dwarves. Then, he found the token of the guard, the ring, and confronted the guard. The guard admitted the existence of the ring and was guided to the gate of memory. Everything seemed fine. But, the guard seemed to mention a middleman when admitting it? A sudden realization struck Chen Shan's mind, and he suddenly realized he had entered a blind spot in his thinking. That middleman. What? Bai Ling behind him was startled by him. Chen Shan was quite excited. Bai Ling, he mentioned a middleman. So, is it possible that the guard doesn't know who those dwarves are, just recognizes this ring? Bai Ling was not foolish and immediately understood Chen Shan's meaning. If the guard hired the dwarves through a middleman, he shouldn't know exactly what the dwarves look like, at least not all the details. The dwarves in the servants' room clearly had no logical errors. They even knew to kill the invading players to silence them. Bai Ling widened her eyes suddenly, incredulously saying, But the answer seems to have already appeared. Fang Shiqing also echoed, Chen Shan, the maze of memories never has a second answer. Forbidden spells have never appeared in the trials of war, didn't we encounter them last time? I remember, the decree of the clip, the rolled number was 5. Sulu heard Chen Shan call her clip, furious, but dared not speak. Fang Shiqing pondered, yes. So, is it possible that this prophecy is telling us that we still have another 50% choice? Chen Shan looked at Sulu, saying word by word, she has 1,600 points, the dice has 10 sides, 5 points, exactly half. Everyone was shocked, but no one refuted because what Chen Shan said indeed made sense. And the prophecy of fate, until the end, no one knows what it really means. But we don't have another piece of evidence and clue to find the second answer, Chen Shan. There are too many people in the manor, too many dead, our situation is very passive. But at least we have time, don't we? Chen Shan smiled and stepped forward, saying, I thought of someone, perhaps she is one of the answers. Who? Bai Ling followed closely. Fang Shiqing hesitated for a moment, then pulled Sulu along. Sulu was very unwilling to follow, but Fang Shiqing held her tightly, and she couldn't break free. Obviously, Fang Shiqing still believed in Chen Shan. She didn't want Sulu to go to her death. But Sulu obviously didn't think so, and in her eyes towards Fang Shiqing, there was also anger and sarcasm. The once rational mind seemed to have lost its sanity. The believer of time was manipulating hearts. Chen Shan led everyone out of the second floor and quickly searched the manor. The banquet guests had indeed not left, still chatting and laughing as usual, as if the Duke's lateness was a norm. He ignored these brainless nobles, quickly led everyone away from the center of the banquet, and returned to the original servants' room. Just as everyone was puzzled as to why he had come back again, Chen Shan looked at the ground at the door and smiled. Fang Shiqing followed his gaze and noticed some faint sand under the threshold, forming a shallow footprint. Is this? Chen Shan pointed to the ground and smiled, the soil in the courtyard. I had already thought that no matter who, for whatever reason, invited these dwarves, when they found out that they did not appear at the right time and place, they would definitely come to investigate and see what had happened to these dwarves. So, I sprinkled a handful of fine sand at the entrance. And now, as you can see, there are footprints of a noble lady's high heels. Bai Ling finally seemed to catch on this time, whether intentionally cooperating or genuinely not understanding. She asked, what does this prove? Did the Duchess come? Is the Duchess related to that broker?
Chen Shen looked at her as if she were a fool. Before he could speak, Fang Shiqing pondered, it shows that the Duchess is not as simple as we imagined. Chen Shen said she had a strong reaction to the Duke's death, but since these dwarves were hired to assassinate the Duke, she should not be here. If we must say, there is only one possibility, that she knew the dwarves would come early. Exactly. Chen Shen nodded, as the Duchess, being unusually interested in the dwarven circus from refugees recently, already indicates something. What does it indicate? I have a guess, but until I find the Duchess, I dare not assert it. Fang Shiqing immediately nodded, let's split up. She quickly left with the resentful Su Lu, and Bailing sneakily approached and whispered, Boss, are you really not hiding this time? Chen Shen clicked his tongue disapprovingly, can't hide anymore, can't rely on you. Bailing smiled apologetically, sorry, boss, I'm too weak. This phrase sounded so familiar. Chen Shen suddenly paused, looking at Bailing's slightly apologetic face, his eyes softened a lot. It's okay, as a boss, I can lead you to victory. With that, he strode out of the room, starting to search for the Duchess. Bailing hurriedly followed, holding up her skirt. It wasn't until half an hour later that they found the outgoing Duchess on a path behind the estate. Seeing the Duchess trying to leave in a hurry, the players decisively subdued the surrounding guards and stopped her. The Duchess looked at these strangers, her face angry as she demanded, Who are you? What do you want? On Brooksland, on the outskirts of the Duke's estate, are you trying to attack the Duke's wife? Are you out of your minds? Chen Shen walked up to the Duchess, smiling, and asked, Are you really the Duchess? Dila's face froze, embarrassed and angry, You will pay for your foolishness. Ignoring her, Chen Shen continued, Sorry, madam, for taking up some of your time. I want to tell you a story, and after that, you can leave. I assure you, my companions will not harm a hair on you. Dila hesitated, Really? Yes, but you also cannot hold us accountable for our offense afterward. You came here just to tell me a story? Yes, respected madam, may I begin? Dila reluctantly agreed, Go ahead. Chen Shen bowed, and slowly began, I am going to tell a story about a group of dwarves tainted by underground beliefs, attempting to seize the town's administrative power through mimicry and deception. As soon as he finished speaking, Dila ran back without hesitation. Fang Shiqing's expression changed, quickly pulled out a page from a book, threw it on the Duchess's escape route, and countless vines sprouted to trip her. Bailing acted swiftly, moving to bind her. But as Bailing moved, she found the rope directly cutting the Duchess's waist and tearing her skin. At the edge of the broken skin, a pair of large feet and a bald head were unexpectedly revealed. This dwarf! Everyone looked at Chen Shen in disbelief. Chen Shen took a deep breath and elegantly said, You see, this is the story I'm about to tell. Fang Shiqing still couldn't believe it and asked in shock, When did you discover this? Chen Shen thought for a moment. Probably. When I remembered hearing in the tavern that they had impersonated many people? Fang Shiqing regretted once again for rejecting the Firestarter's invitation. Chen Shen was obviously a high-level player, adept at observing details and understanding human nature. Most importantly, his heart had never turned dark, even when he killed Huang Bo. Why are you staring at my thigh? Fang Shiqing sighed, You know what I'm thinking. I'm not a tapeworm in your belly to know what you're thinking. Chen Shen approached the Duchess, pulling out the two dwarfs hidden under the human skin. The two ugly dwarfs, upon seeing the light of day, covered their faces and wailed, It was Sangpo's idea. He made us impersonate the Duke and Duchess to control the town. We were just following orders, please don't kill us. I'm not interested in killing you, I just want to know who fell into the memory trap. With that, 2 hypnotic spells hit the two. This time, Su Lu didn't speak, Fang Shiqing remained silent, so Chen Shen had to continue. After he finished questioning, the dwarf playing the lower half of the Duchess exploded into countless stars, forming once again the final gate. The second final gate. There really is a second gate. Fang Shiqing looked at the second gate before her, her expression mixed with various emotions. Chen Chen, are you really not considering what I said? The gazes of Su Lu and Balan reflected between the two, and Chen Chen casually smiled, No, thank you. After bowing to everyone, he cheerfully said, The performance is over, please leave in an orderly manner. Although it was meant to lighten the mood, no one in the audience moved. Chen Chen looked at this awkward scene, smirked, and prepared to leave. However, Balan made a move. She hugged Chen Shen's arm with a smile, quickly kissed his cheek, then dashed towards the final gate like a swallow returning to its nest. Just as she was about to step into the gate, Chen Shen suddenly spoke, Why choose him? Balan paused, turned back, smiled charmingly at Chen Shen, and said, Isn't it because of love? With that, she entered the gate without looking back. Her response was a question, but also an affirmation. Chen Shen was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He wasn't laughing at Balan's straightforwardness but at her lie. As companions who had faced life and death together despite meeting by chance, he never delved too deeply into things. Knowing that Balan lied was already a reason to be happy. Living in this world was already tough enough, there was no reason to judge others. Besides, she hadn't harmed anyone. Watching Balan disappear behind the gate, Chen Shen's smile was radiant. However, Fong Shiqing's expression was not good. She wanted to extend another invitation, but she knew Chen Shen wouldn't accept. Helplessly, she walked towards the final gate. Before entering, she pushed Sulu forward, apparently not wanting her to be alone with Chen Shen in the end. However, what surprised these two was that just as Sulu was about to be pushed into the final gate, she suddenly struggled violently and ran away. She ran out with all her might, looking at Fong Shiqing's stunned expression and Chen Shen's puzzled look, hysterically shouting, "It's fake! It's all fake! He's deceiving people! Sister Fong, he's deceiving people! It's all his scheme! Don't believe him! This door is fake! We will all die once we go in! What's wrong?" Chen Shen rolled his eyes, showing clear disdain. Fong Shiqing didn't expect such a strong reaction from Sulu. She asked in surprise, "How can you be so sure it's fake, Sulu? You saw Chen Shen's entire reasoning process. If you have any doubts, speak up, there's no need for this." Seeing Sulu's hesitant demeanor, Fong Shiqing knew she was hiding something, so she gently persuaded, "Speak up, we still have time." Sulu glanced at the time, gritted her teeth, and said firmly, "My lord gave me a new command before," he said, "do not let the followers of time deceive you." Fong Shiqing and Chen Shen were both shocked. Chen Shen was surprised that Sulu seemed to have some cognitive issues with her lord of time. He wasn't truly a follower of time. Fong Shiqing was shocked by Sulu's words. Could it be true? "You, Sister Fong, I know you look down on me, think I'm foolish, weak, a burden. But I can see you're protecting me. So I'm telling you this, Chen Shen is a big liar, he wants to kill everyone. He killed Ming and Huang Bo, then killed Belen, now it's your turn. Sister Fong, come with me, don't believe him, everything he says is a lie." Fong Shiqing looked back at Chen Shen, only to see him suddenly calm. "Oh, so the prophecy of fate is here, Phi, it's your time to choose now. Believe her or believe me, it's your choice." With that, Chen Shen walked to the edge of the final gate, quietly waiting. "Even you." Fong Shiqing tightened her grip on the book in her hand, her gaze wandering. "Chen Shen, what command did he give you?" Chen Shen paused, smiled, and said, "Guessed it, huh? I indeed have a command. Just as we entered the third act, time gave me instructions. He said, kill the follower of fate. It's you. It's really you. Sister Fong, I wasn't wrong. He wants to kill me, but he's lying, he wants to kill everyone. He's already doing it. It's just us two left. Sister Fong, I'm trying to save you. Please believe me, he wants to kill you. Why won't you come over? Fong Shiqing, do you think you're so great? Do you think every choice you make is right? You fool, despite being a follower of truth, you still can't see he's harming you, only I am trying to save you. You! Fong Shiqing, what are you doing? Come back. He wants to kill you. Come back. Seeing Fong Shiqing choose Chen Shen, Sulu completely broke down. She gritted her teeth and watched the two approaching, then turned and ran. Go die, all of you. Stupid idiots, go die. Chen Shen looked amused as Fong Shiqing approached, saying, Phi, why not choose the little psychic? Fong Shiqing sighed helplessly, to borrow Sulu's words, if you want to kill her, there's no need for all this trouble. Chen Shen couldn't contain his amusement. Not going to save her? Fong Shiqing glanced back and shook her head. The firebearer carries the flame of continuity, this kind of person. Forget it, let go of the helping others plot, respect others' fate. Chen Shen smirked, yeah, respect others' fate. He emphasized the word fate. Fong Shiqing understood what he meant, didn't mention the invitation again, but reached out his hand and looked at Chen Shen. Chen Shen was stunned, confused, and without thinking, he placed his hand on top. Two warm hands tightly held each other. Of course, it wasn't fingers interlocked, but a handshake. Fong Shiqing's flat hand was forcibly turned into a handshake by him. Fong Shiqing's face was rarely embarrassed for a moment, then quickly returned to a natural look, smiling as a reminder, what about my compensation? Chen Shen then remembered that Fong was asking for the eternal prison page as his reward. Damn, so awkward, even his toes were cramping. Ahaha, I remember. Chen Shen quickly withdrew his hand and took out a mask of sentient beings. It was a golden mask with a brilliant smile, quite heavy. As soon as Fong Shiqing held it, the introduction of the mask popped into her mind. Mask of joy. When you wear this mask, your mood will be forcibly changed to joy. When you use this mask for summoning magic, your summoned creature will be replaced by the individual who gave you this mask. Fong Shiqing blinked, took a long time to digest what replaced by the individual who gave you this mask meant.
Wasn't that Chen Chen?
She looked at Chen Chen and found him looking embarrassed. Indeed, giving a lady such a prop was not a commendable act, but it was useful. This meant that Fong Shiqing had a chance to summon a forgotten doctor, but she wondered if the summoned Chen Chen had the ability to disrupt like this? She gently touched the mask, smiling happily.
Thank you, I accept it. Chen Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand, not knowing what to say. Well, I just wanted you to help me see what this thing is for.
Actually, I wanted to give you a copy of a healing technique with the effect of sharing divine grace.
But you kept holding on to it and even snatched it back at the end to touch it hard. Can I have it back, Thai?
Oh, forget it. After all, she was also a lifesaver, so this useless mask without an introduction or practical use could be considered a parting gift.
Consider it an extra gift. I'll copy a healing technique for you, remember it. Anything else?
Oh, okay.
Fong Shiqing smiled and took out her book, starting to copy Chen Chen's skills.
When everything was done, she closed the book and cleanly stepped into the final gate.
Chen Chen, goodbye. Chen Chen watched Fong Shiqing disappear, shaking his head with a smile.
There was no goodbye. When Fong Shiqing completely disappeared into the gate, Chen Chen's gaze sharpened again. He looked in the direction where Su Lu had left, and hurriedly followed. You've been drugged and still want to run. What are you thinking, silly girl? Su Lu didn't run far. She fainted in the small garden near the banquet center. Chen Chen had drugged her when he pulled her away from the first final gate. Even in that emergency of saving someone, he didn't forget to apply some medicine on his hands before pulling her.
Of course, this wasn't premeditated against Su Lu. It was just leaving a contingency plan, being prepared. He didn't expect to use it now.
Originally, when Chen Chen told Fong Shiqing that time had given him a purpose, it was pure nonsense, as he wasn't a believer in time at all. But unexpectedly, after Fong Shiqing left the trial, Chen Chen did receive a purpose from the gods. However, this god was not time, but the deception he believed in. Kill the believer of fate. The intention was identical. It was as if deception had watched his recent performance and repeated his words.
Aren't you and fate gods of the same destiny? What does this mean?
Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. By the time he caught up, Su Lu was still lying unconscious on the ground.
He grabbed Su Lu by the collar and dragged her towards the gate of the end.
Along the way, they encountered many onlookers, but under his sharp gaze, no one dared to interfere.
Chen Chen walked, Su Lu stumbled.
When they reached the gate of the end, Su Lu slowly regained consciousness due to the intense pain in her back. When she saw Chen Chen's face, she screamed and curled up in fear.
Don't come near me! Don't kill me! Please, I was wrong, don't kill me! Chen Chen looked at her coldly and sneered, You deserve it? He grabbed Su Lu by the neck, lifted her up, and said with a smile, I have indeed killed many people and witnessed countless deaths, but I still feel that sometimes, death is too straightforward. It lacks a certain beauty. Miss Prophet, don't you think so?
Without waiting for Su Lu's reaction, he pressed her head and threw her into the gate of memories. After doing all this, he took out the die in his hand and said cheerfully, compared to killing the believer of fate, disrupting her destiny might be more fun.
Chen Chen looked at the die with anticipation.
Unfortunately, the die remained motionless, showing no response.
Tisk, boring. Chen Chen put away the die and left the trial with big strides. Special trial, lost in eternal night of memories, challenge successful, currently being evaluated and reward settled.
Player, Chen Chen, performance rating, S obtained item, Mask of Hope, S, X1 obtained item, Mask of Regret, A, X1 obtained item, Mask of Disgust, B, X1 obtained item, Mask of Joy, A, X1 Path to Ascension +9 Stairway to Audience +3 Current Path to Ascension Score, 2125, Global Ranking, 464024 Current Stairway to Audience Score, 161, Destiny Ranking, 64 Trial cleared, about to exit. Reality, in an unknown apartment in a certain city. Bai Ling woke up in bed, feeling the sunlight shining on her face through the window, giving a slightly warm sensation. She raised her hand to touch her face and pinched herself hard. Ouch! She wasn't dead. The gate of the end was real. She had come back to life. At first, joy filled her eyes, and she laughed happily, but then her smile froze on her face, slowly fading away. She stared lifelessly at the snow-white ceiling. Why choose him? Chen Chen's question kept circling in her mind, and she remembered her answer. Isn't it because of love? Yes, isn't it because of love? But what exactly? Do I love? She slowly got up, just like after the trial ended. She took off her clothes and stood naked in front of the mirror, turning around, examining the marks left by corruption on her body. The feeling of embracing desire wasn't unpleasant, but did she truly like it? Perhaps. Bai Ling chuckled self-deprecatingly and walked towards the bathroom. It was an old and dilapidated apartment, but thanks to the collective prayers of the players around, the hot water supply was still sufficient. She turned the shower to the maximum water flow and highest temperature, letting the hot water pour over her, reddening her skin. Her hands kept scrubbing her body, even though the red skin didn't reveal anything. She continued to scrub vigorously, until she collapsed exhausted in the bathroom and fell asleep. Completely drained, this torture finally came to an end. In her dream, she seemed to be back on the day when the gods descended, facing the only choice in front of her. Bai Ling asked in confusion, "How should I serve you?" She still remembered that enchanting voice. "Flesh, power, money, selfishness, greed, laziness. All desires you can pursue will be yours. But I don't want to hurt others. Then bring joy to others." Joy? From that day on, a sensual hunter seeking physical indulgence was born. She had never harmed anyone, only brought joy to others. After what seemed like hours, Bai Ling slowly woke up. A smile reappeared on her face as she got up, dried herself off, and selected a new dress in the dressing room, putting it on leisurely. For players, the fate of old clothes was only one, the trash can. But Bai Ling never threw away her clothes. Each dress was like a videotape of memories, reminding her of every trial. She carefully hung up the dress, tidying it up while recalling every moment that had just passed. However, as she smoothed out the hem of the dress, she suddenly discovered a letter tucked in the corner. A letter written on a page. Bai Ling gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she pulled out the letter, trembling as she unfolded it to read. The beautiful handwriting on the letter, one by one, entered her sight. Invitation of the torchbearer? In a classroom in an unknown city, Feng Shiqing skillfully drew a symbol on the blackboard with chalk. In an instant, the blackboard twisted into a pure black door, and without hesitation, she walked into it with determination. On the other side of the door was an endless void. As she stepped in, invisible stairs rose under her feet, guiding her to a designated place. After walking a few steps, Feng Shiqing saw a person sitting across from her, a person outlined by burning candles, gazing down at her from a high place. Feeling the gaze of this person, Feng Shiqing shook her head with a wry smile. "Do you have to be so dramatic? Shiqing, this is the treatment I deserve. I have opened this path that even the gods cannot see to help you exchange messages. Shouldn't you praise me every time we meet?" "Hold on, praise you, praise the great flame of hope, but please don't call me Shiqing anymore, it's too cloying." "Alright, Shiqing." Feng Shiqing rubbed her forehead helplessly. "Is he here?" "He's here, just ahead." Feng Shiqing nodded to leave, but after a few steps, she stopped, turned back, and asked with a puzzled expression, "By the way, why don't you call him Shinshin?" The candlelit figure hesitated for a moment and answered awkwardly, "I'm afraid he'll hit me." Feng Shiqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even her steps afterward were much lighter. Before long, she met the towering man in a bright hall. "You seem so happy, is there good news? Are you injured?" Feng Shiqing frowned slightly. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." Encountered the chosen of corruption, had a couple of clashes. The man spoke casually, but the danger implied was evident with just a thought. The segmented trials were almost beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Feng Shiqing didn't ask further, just nodded. "Speak, time is precious. 2 new invitations have been sent out, one to the forgetful doctor and the other to the sensory hunter." The man raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. "Followers of the corrupted?" "Yes, followers of the corrupted." "And then?" The doctor declined. "The hunter probably won't refuse." "Oh." The man became intrigued, smiling. "Why is that?" "Because her heart's melody plays like yours and mine, filled with notes of compassion, dancing with symbols of hope." "Are you sure she's a follower of the corrupted?" "I'm sure." You are the seeker, you have the final say. Can I prepare a welcoming ceremony then, to greet our new companion?" Feng Shiqing seemed to think of someone, but she shook her head to clear her thoughts, smiling and nodding. "She will come." Reality, in an unknown residential area. Su Lu woke up screaming, abruptly standing up from the table, knocking over the crystal ball and cards. She struggled as if someone had grabbed her neck, only coming to her senses when her back hit the wall, realizing she was no longer in the trial. "This is a resting area?" When the gods assigned fragmented activity areas to all players, the term home had gradually faded from people's minds. Most players referred to where they lived as a resting area, while some called it a temporary stop or a place of survival. Su Lu looked at her hands in disbelief, then quickly searched herself. But when she found herself unharmed, the fear on her face became more apparent. Why? Why was she dragged into the wrong final gate by Chang's surname, yet still alive? Why did he have the chance but didn't choose to kill her? Why did fate's revelation to her warn against trusting followers of time, when clearly the followers of time were right based on the outcome? Why is this happening?
Is fate's will for me to die? Why? Since I believed in fate, not a day went by without my reverence for you, without my praise for you, without daring to defy you. But in the end, you guided me to death? Why? Is this my fate? I refuse.
Fear and anger mingled in Sulu's eyes, resentment and hatred growing within her. She clenched the die of fate in her hand, her face dark and uncertain, her expression changing several times.
Xia Yan on the rooftop seemed to hear the commotion downstairs. He leaned over the edge, anxiously asking, Lulu, are you okay? What happened? Xia Yang's call brought some of Sulu's sanity back.
She withdrew her hand about to throw the die, suppressing her anger. Then, she quickly resumed her previous tone, responding hesitantly, Xia Ji, I'm fine, just accidentally bumped into the table. But she never took a step towards the balcony where Xia Yan could see her. It's good that you're okay. Did you get hurt in the trial? Thanks to your potion, I'm fine, it's just that the potion seems to be used up. Oh, it's okay, I'll ask Chen Chen for another bottle, he might have some left. Chen Chen, it's Chen Chen again. Sulu's thoughts were unclear, a look of hatred flashed in her eyes several times, but in the end, she softly said, well,
won't it trouble you, GE? Hey, no trouble. Reality, in an unknown suburb of a provincial city.
Aiming lay on the ground, gazing up at the scorching sun, his mind in turmoil. When he received the order to eradicate the followers of chaos but was countered by Huang Bo, he knew he was going to die. Being imprisoned by the enemy on the wall and enduring inhuman torture, feeling life slipping away bit by bit, he even once despaired and gave up. But unexpectedly, just when he felt his life was about to fade away, a snap from the depths of nothingness pulled his consciousness back to reality. He woke up intact from the wall, just like when he first entered the trial. Aiming looked at himself in full condition, feeling inexplicably shocked. He tore off the blood nails, struggled to jump off the wall, glanced at the time, and there were still 2 hours left.
Time? Aiming suddenly realized.
It was the Dr. Chen Shan's means, the magic of time, a state of regression. That doctor named Chen Shan saved him. Praising time, he managed to survive once again. After that, he searched for the gate of memories and the traces of his teammates, only to find out that his teammates had already left the trial. Not only that, outside each gate of memories, there were clues left for him. It was like he had a dream, dreaming of being abused and on the brink of death. But upon waking up, the trial had been automatically cleared.
Chen Chen. Thank goodness for you. Chen Chen opened his eyes and realized he wasn't on the rooftop. His heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was, did he guess wrong? Was what Sulu said true?
But when he found himself among the stars, above the galaxy, his previous thoughts were denied.
He wasn't wrong. It was just that his body had been transferred by a mysterious force. He had heard of this power from other players in previous trials. It was said that when a god favored one of his followers, he would appear in a form understandable to humans at the end of the trial and summon him. Damn, is this real? Chen Shan's mind buzzed and went blank. He had never thought that those jokes those grandsons made would actually be true. As he held his breath and searched for his benefactor in the dazzling starry sky, a pair of terrifyingly huge eyes suddenly opened before him. An indescribable pressure hit him, striking his soul, leaving him stunned on the spot. Compared to these eyes, almost like black holes, Chen Shen's body was like a speck of dust in the vast space. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Shen was speechless, his heart pounding. He felt his heartbeat getting faster, sinking with the void fluctuations under the starry sky, and gradually lost all perception as a human within a few breaths. If this feeling had to be described, it was probably like an out-of-body experience. Looking down in shock, Chen Shen realized that his body was indeed left behind, looking dazed. And now, he was transparent and ethereal, like a spirit. It was only then that the inexplicable fear gradually dissipated, and Chen Shen slowly regained control of his consciousness. And at that moment, from the eyes that were spiral-painted white, pupils sprinkled with stars in front of him, came the eternal voice of indifference. Shang, sure. This voice was unlike any sound Chen Shen had ever known, as if hearing it would make one melt into nothingness. He felt like he should be trembling now, and sure enough, he was trembling. But his current spiritual state was not afraid, so he gently responded, yes. However, he felt it wasn't enough. No one could remain calm as a human in front of the gods. Even if there were, it was far from Chen Shen's current strength. So, like a bootlicker, he added, praise the void, praise the benefactor, it is my great fortune to be summoned by you. Well, survival first, no shame. But what he didn't expect was that the eye that saw through everything moved slightly and let out a mocking sound. Feeble humans, not even recognizing their benefactor, dare to speak words of praise. It's not a deception. Chen Shen's eyes widened in fear for a moment, but soon squinted as his mind raced and he tentatively asked, "Time?"
Upon hearing this divine name, the eyes, like clocks, swiftly turned for a moment, and the voice grew colder, saying, speaking falsely of a divine name, "I judge you guilty." As the words fell, Chen Chen's spirit instantly vanished into nothingness, as if he had never existed. His body shattered like sand, blown by the interstellar winds into the boundless abyss.
The giant eyes spun round and round until they sensed someone's fate shifting, then closed rather satisfied.
As if he had never existed.
Time began to pass.
It felt like a century had gone by, yet only a second. In the chaotic timing, after an unknown duration, those eyes opened again in the same place. Only this time, a slight smile played at the corners of his eyes.
"Oh, you're not too late."
The spiral and stardust eyes blinked, and with each blink, bright stardust appeared where Chen Chen's body had been. These stardust particles attracted each other, merging and condensing. When they were reshaped into a human form by invisible forces, the clay figure created under the stars opened its eyes. "Ugh!" Huff! Chen Chen gasped for air, sweat covering his forehead and back. He looked at the eyes before him, clenched his teeth, and squeezed out a word from his throat, "Damn!" The eyes visibly paused for a moment, then chuckled even more joyfully.
"From my understanding of your human language, this word seems to express your desire to share the authority of birth with me?"
The eyes rolled twice, giggling, "Or perhaps you want to drag me into the abyss of corruption, to engage in some unspeakable, oh no, I mean, something unspeakable to the gods?" After listening to these words in confusion, Chen Chen struggled to swallow back the curse word that was on the tip of his tongue. Whether in form or tone, it was clearly not the same as before. After a moment of turmoil in his mind, he seemed to have guessed something, his face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Watching believers being killed by other divine beings, as a benefactor, may I ask, where is your so-called protection?" The eyes under the stars turned again, smiling, "It seems you have guessed my identity, but you are mistaken about one thing. I did not see him kill you. I came here with my eyes closed."
Chen Chen was shocked.
It turned out there was a reason for his shamelessness.
"Isn't it true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree?"
But,
is this what I'm saying now?
Chen Chen was speechless, but he was certain of one thing. At least the other party responded to him, acknowledging that he was his benefactor.
Not a deception.
And the so-called meeting of divine believers was not as solemn and dignified as he had imagined.
The first encounter didn't count.
"So, can you tell your bewildered believers what happened just now? Who was the killer?
Who is he? You're getting familiar with everyone so quickly."
Chen Chen quickly regained some human instinct and retorted, "I'm socially anxious, not good at interacting with people. I can probably understand your emotions, so what? Just because I saved you, and I'm your benefactor, you're so. Let me think, this should be called audacious?" Chen Chen shook his head, denying the accusation of deception.
"It's irrelevant, because you're not human. Ha ha ha."
A burst of joyful laughter echoed through the starry sky. The eyes filled with spirals and starlight couldn't control the frequency of blinking as they twisted and distorted with delight, openly appraising Chen Chen as if admiring a precious piece of art.
"You are the second creation that has satisfied me."
Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, yet feeling uneasy about being referred to as a creation deep down.
"Who was the first lucky one?" "An interesting girl named Zhen Xian, or as you call her, my chosen one." Chen Chen's pupils constricted. The gods knew about the chosen one.
Of course, the gods should know everything. But when the divine beings discussed players as if they were mere commodities in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit strange.
"Oh, it seems you have developed some anger towards your player's identity?"
Chen Chen's playful demeanor faded, and he shrugged with a hint of defiance, "Is it not allowed?"
"Sorry, can't control it. All anger is just self-deception. The more fragile a life tries to conceal its incompetence, the angrier it becomes."
The eyes scrutinized Chen Chen's thoughts, teasingly saying, "Do you desire to seek revenge against him?"
"Who? The one just now? Haven't you guessed who he is?"
Chen Chen furrowed his brows, pondering. He had indeed guessed that the figure before him was his benefactor, realizing that the one from before was likely another god of the void, destiny. They shared the same external appearance, form, and void fluctuations. The only difference lay in their personalities, one indifferent, the other capricious.
"Seems like you figured it out. Even if I did, as a mere human, can I really seek revenge against the divine?
He,
you don't need to wonder. I can tell you the answer.
Any living being can seek revenge against the divine, but perhaps not in the way you expect.
Like you have been seeking revenge against him all along. Don't be so surprised.
When you took off the mask representing me at the starting point of destiny, your blasphemy against destiny had already begun." Chen Chen listened in astonishment, his mind flashing with countless images, recalling the day when the gods descended. On that sunny afternoon, the game of faith forcibly invaded the consciousness of everyone in the world, including Chen Shan, in a way that humans could not comprehend. Placed at the starting point of destiny, Chen Shan looked at the white mask and a pale die before him, his mind filled with questions. The situation was clear, a choice had to be made. Chen Shan was torn, not even knowing what these two items represented. How should I choose? He muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, the mask responded. Choose the die of destiny. Although Chen Shan didn't know what the die of destiny represented, he trusted that the mask was referring to that die. Chen Shan was one to heed advice. So, he picked up the die. In his simple belief, listening to advice meant having a meal. Therefore, without hesitation, he chose the die. Just as the mask's smile of satisfaction appeared, Chen Shan reached out and grabbed the mask. The mask's smile froze instantly. Chen Shan was not only one to heed advice but also a clever person. If the mask could persuade someone to take something, then it must be valuable itself. Greedily, Chen Shan abandoned the choice and opted for both. And thus, the anomaly began. The die grew heavier, and the mask began to burn. Chen Shan's left hand was roasted to a crisp by scorching flames, while his right hand was struck by heavy dice onto the floor. Yet, he never let go. He stood out as one who would grasp onto death. It wasn't until the mask burned half his body, the dice pierced his palm, that these anomalies gradually faded. Dying, Chen Shan lay on the ground, gazing at the wreckage of the mask and the ash-stained dice before him, back to the dilemma of choosing one. Chen Shan chuckled bitterly, placing the remaining mask lips on his face, only for it to vanish instantly. Helplessly, he reached out his pierced right hand to retrieve the dice from the ground. And then, he inexplicably became a follower of deception. A sensationless lip of foolery appeared on his face, and he held a die of fate that would forever roll a single point. From the beginning until now, while others prayed to the mask, he could only pray to the dice. Do you remember now? You have defied your own fate. Since then, every act of yours towards him has been blasphemy. Tell me, if a tiny worm were to constantly question you, provoke you, blaspheme against you, what would you do? Chen Shan's face twitched, thinking it depended on who it was. If I were that god, I would definitely crush that filthy worm. But if I were the worm, fate is truly a bitch. His eyes under the starry sky squinted slightly, revealing a smile. See, you have blasphemed him once again. Chen Shan smiled on the surface but cursed inwardly. Are you summoning your follower just to mock him? Why else? Is this how people talk? Chen Shan's face twitched a couple of times, sighing as if giving up. Please get to the point, my lord. Your devout and humble follower has just suffered a murder, bearing immense pressure on the soul, exhausted to the point of being unable to listen to your jests. What do you want to tell me, or what do you want me to do? Please speak plainly. His eyes turned, smiling. Why not obey my will and kill that follower of fate? Chen Shan honestly replied, personally, I feel that making her realize her wretched fate, questioning the Lord who once protected her, might be more distressing than killing her. Death is the simplest torment. Interesting, perhaps death does not agree with your viewpoint, but it doesn't matter, he doesn't have the final say. So, how are you so sure that your choice is always right? Because I am your follower, your radiance always guides me. It was a blatant flattery, but it was futile. The eyes gleamed mischievously. You have blasphemed him once again. However, I am quite satisfied. Well, how should I reward my devout follower? Let me think. How about I tell you a few secrets? With so many secrets, which one should I tell you? The eyes blinked cheerfully, and soon after, he chuckled. Let's play a game. A game of memory. The followers of memory search for interesting secrets to please him, so let's have a secret exchange game. You can ask me 2 questions, and I will ask you 2 questions. Considering I bear the name of deception, for the sake of fairness, let's add a rule. At least one of the 2 answers cannot be a lie. Chen Shan's gaze sharpened, his mind beginning to race. After all, the rule in the faith game stating that at the end of each year, players are selected based on the ranking of the ladder of audience, and the top 10 players are given the opportunity to meet the gods would not take effect for another 6 months. So, in any case, this is an opportunity to understand the divine, to understand the game of faith, and to understand oneself. What should be asked? And how can one ensure that he does not lie? After thinking for a long time, Chen Shan came up with an answer. It is impossible to ensure. Even the rules of this game could possibly be lies told by him, simply because his divine name is deception. Therefore, there is no need to waste brain cells searching for logical loopholes. Just ask whatever you want to know. If the followers of the descendants were present, they might pick up pen and paper to record this great scene. Because this is a scene worth remembering in history, where humanity, as the playthings under the gods, had the first opportunity to ask a divine being questions. In previous special summonings, the divine only announced his will. The believers would not make a sound throughout, except for bowing their heads to accept a few vague praises. But today, it was evidently different. Both sides of the conversation were clearly interested and talkative. After understanding this, Chen carefully formulated his words for a moment and asked the first question very seriously. Why did the gods descend? Or rather, what is the meaning of the game of faith? Deception seemed not at all surprised by this question and slowly said, to become a god. To become a god? Who wants to become a god? The gods? The players? From the perspective of Deception, this answer seemed to point towards the gods. Aren't they already gods? Of course, this could also be a lie, a very likely lie. And that means the next question is probably the truth. If Deception does not exercise his authority. It's my turn. Do you want to become a god? Shen's heart surged with waves of shock, but he maintained a poker face and said, I don't want to. The eyes in the starry sky turned twice, non-committal. The second question, in this game of faith, can humans, or players, become gods? Deception's response remained emotionless. But this time, he responded quickly. They can. It's my turn again. Why don't you want to become a god? Thunder roared in Shen's mind as he carefully savored the word can. Can players also become gods? This seemed more like a lie than the previous statement. But the question was, if Deception did not lie about the rules of the game, then at least one of these two incredible answers must be true. Gods are not gods. Or, humans can become gods. Whichever is true, the answers were shocking enough. So much so that Shen almost lost his composure. After a pause, he earnestly answered his question. Because it's meaningless. Deception paused for a moment, then burst into thunderous laughter. You're not lying, you truly are a child of nothingness. But speaking of which, if I didn't know you, just based on the questions you asked, I would have thought you were secretly joining that organization. Which organization? The Torchbearers. Shen's heart sank. Although he already knew that he was aware of the Torchbearers, being confronted by a rebellious against the divine organization by the divine still made him extremely uneasy. Honestly, Shen was not a good person. He had all the common human flaws, a bit selfish, a bit indifferent, a bit cowardly, harboring vague hopes but not overly pursuing a better tomorrow, and living day by day. However, this did not prevent him from understanding and appreciating those who cherish dreams and bring light to others. And the Torchbearers were precisely such a group of people. I may not join them, but I will never look down on them. If there is a chance to help, I will not turn a blind eye or stand idly by. Now, it seems like the time has come. Shen struggled in his heart for a while, but still, for these poor children who carry the weight for humanity, he asked a question. Are they a joke in the eyes of the gods? He asked tactfully, of course. The tactfulness described whether the gods knew of their existence. For the Torchbearer, this question might have a high breakthrough power. However, the fraudulent's answer was unexpected. You care about them? Interesting. But you can rest assured, the gods are not aware of their existence. Of course, except for me. Shen's heart surged with immense waves, and he blurted out, Why? Why? This is another new secret. Shen immediately lowered his head in contemplation, thinking about how to extract more words from him. So after a moment of contemplation, he said, the gods do not know about them. It seems that the gods are not all-powerful. Fraudulent chuckled lightly, showing no signs of anger due to his disrespect. No existence is all-powerful, and no void is all-powerful. Gods exist in existence, void in void. Isn't it normal for them not to be all-powerful? Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Shen's eyes. He raised his head, gazing at Fraudulent, and said word by word, so, the gods descended with the game of faith to become all-powerful gods. Isn't that right? Fraudulent's eyes showed no fluctuation, always carrying a smile. The laugh lines at the corners of his eyes seemed like folded time, unchanging. His tone remained deceptive. You guess. No need to guess, you didn't lie at all. Oh? Curiously, Fraudulent looked at Chen, very interested, and asked, How do you know I didn't lie? Chen pointed to his heart, S-rank talent deception master. This is the ability you bestowed upon me. It can see through all lies. Fraudulent seemed astonished by Shen's optimism, unable to contain his laughter. He said gleefully, You want to use the power I gave you to listen to the heart of a god. Do you think you can succeed? Chen confidently said, Since gods are not all-powerful, they will naturally be deceived and have their hearts seen through. So why can't I, who holds the favor of the gods, succeed? Blinking his eyes, as if understanding Shen's intention. So, this is what you want. Quite cunning. I can indeed bestow upon you the power to deceive them. But the question is, why do you, who do not want to become a god, need a power that only a god can possess? Shen honestly admitted, I just don't want to become a god, not that I don't want to deceive a god. Ha, I'm starting to like you more and more. The crazy laughter in his eyes gradually faded, and his entire form slowly merged into nothingness. Today's meeting was pleasant, go on, when you become my chosen of the gods, I will bestow this power upon you.
Is that all? Chen Chen suddenly became anxious. What about fate? If it comes again, endure it until you can deceive it. I endure your mom.
Just as Chen Chen was about to curse loudly, his vision suddenly distorted. When consciousness returned to his body, he found himself on the rooftop of the rest area. The first scene he saw when he opened his eyes was the sun hanging high in the sky. The first words he heard were, "Hey, buddy, do you still have that prosperity from the past? I want to exchange it for 2 bottles for Lulu." Chen Chen's face was instantly filled with black lines. Damn, bitches are everywhere. Chen Chen didn't give a bottle this time. Because of this, he faintly heard a quarrel from the upstairs neighbor in the middle of the night. Of course, it was the unilateral output of the Destiny Believer, and Xia Yang kept smiling apologetically. Amid the nauseating laughter of the lick dog, Chen Chen fell asleep beautifully. It wasn't until noon the next day that he woke up leisurely and started browsing through the chat records of various channels. The Faith channel was as full of lies as ever, a waste of time to look at it even for a moment. The regional channel was either about relaxing together or comparing scores, like a blind date group for old men and women before the arrival of the gods, with messages that gave people headaches. Only the professional channel always had some fresh news worth a second look. Brothers, breaking news. The prosperity god has changed again after 2 months. Baldy with soft hair has been pushed out. Ha, bro, tell us more. The ladder to your prosperity is changing too frequently, just a few months and it's changed again. Why is that? Was he strangled by his own lush hair again? Being strangled by your own hair is a joke players make about the prosperity believers. Prosperity is the second god of the life destiny, representing the climax of life, the abundance of the mind and spirit, advocating rapid change and unrestrained growth. Therefore, believers under his influence generally have strong spiritual power and their physical bodies grow extremely fast. The most prominent manifestation is the crazy growth of hair. Under this dilemma, more than one unlucky person has been affected during trials due to their excessively long hair, leading to mistakes in their actions. So over time, this phrase became a joke among everyone. Who knows, anyway, I shaved my head, I'll never be a clown in this life. Who is the new chosen one? Let's hear it and let everyone worship. ID is carving rotten wood. Element detected. Rotten wood. This is a tough one, dealing with the decayed people, why not beat him up? Hehe, as long as they're happy, our decay chosen one is still ranked first, they can only follow behind and eat dust after us. Let me correct you, what's behind is poop, not dust. Can the person upstairs share their coordinates? No. 167-1, Ancient Bridge Lane, New Yao Street, Jiangshanxi, if you dare, come over, I'm waiting. Is this where I live? Who the hell are you, bro? Damn, what a coincidence, this used to be my home. Damn, all these toys are yours? Bro, explain toys. By the way, the Deception Chosen One has changed too, the first time since the server opened. It's really eye-opening. That Sincerity guy must have done something, dropped out of the top 10 directly. Maybe he failed the trials a few times. The big shots are amazing. Even if they fail, they can still be in the top 10. If I fail once, I'm probably done for. Don't worry, the one above, bro's got your back. Idiot, can't I have my own back? Your own milk can't taste as good as your brother's milk. Chen Chen was still enjoying himself, but when he saw that the Deception Chosen One had changed, he opened the ranking of the ladder of existence memory /void deception with a puzzled expression. 1. Li Jingming, memory, 204-2. Advertising space for rent, deception, 203-3. Waiting for this moment, memory, 204. Still like a dream, memory, 197-5. ABA, deception, 197. 19. Lower than me, hurry up and commit suicide, noob, deception, 189-20. This day last year, memory, 189-21. Sincerity, deception, 188. 64. I never lie, deception, 161. If Chen Chen hadn't heard Jin Xian's name in the deception channel, he wouldn't have paid much attention to this ID at the moment. He remembered that Sincerity had previously dominated the rankings with 210 points on the Jin Jin ladder, but now it had dropped to 188 points in just a few days. 21st place. What was this person up to? How did they suddenly disappear from the top 10? It was better to ask and find out. Chen Chen, bored, posted a message in the Faith channel. Big brother, how did you fall down? Can't deceive anymore? This sentence should have been drowned out among countless boring scams, but somehow, many people saw it at the same time, instantly igniting everyone's gossip enthusiasm.
Faith Channel, rumor has it that she's pregnant with Li Jingning's child and went on maternity leave.
Your information is inaccurate. I know, she got caught in the government's crackdown on scams.
Wow, the Qing dynasty has fallen. Do you know what the current reign is? Deception, Year 1. Quite enlightened. Were you a former leading cadre? How many points do you have, brother? Share some experience. My personal experience is just 2 things. 1. Be honest. 2. Be damn honest.
I know a bit. She has a communicator, so I asked a few other big shots from different faiths. They said someone went to find her.
Find who? The child's father? Is she really pregnant? Damn, I hope it's not mine.
Brothers, I need to pee. I'll go wake him up.
Find someone?
Chen Chen frowned, feeling it was a bit far-fetched.
What did losing points on the Jin Jin ladder have to do with finding someone? How could this help find someone? After much thought, Chen Chen, feeling utterly bored, began to browse the rankings again.
He realized that many IDs above and below his ranking were legends in various channels, each with around 2,400 points. They were definitely top-tier players. And he, with just over 2,100 points, had climbed this far.
Not bad at all. But Chen Chen had never understood why he always gained points on the Jin Jin ladder after each trial.
However, since meeting him, he had some thoughts in his heart.
Could it be because?
As soon as the thought arose in his mind, he quickly cut it off.
No, can't think about it.
Scared. What if he summoned the dirty stuff again? This time he might not be saved. However, the power mentioned in Deception.
Chen Chen really wanted it. Divine Selection.
It's a bit too difficult. It was impossible to turn a rotten situation into a lively one in just 10 days. So this week, Chen Chen continued to breeze through easily. Until the crimson reminder once again lit up his vision, he looked at the timely arrival of the trial, sighing helplessly.
Gotta work harder. Special trial, the path to death, has begun. Matching teammates, 1 to 6, trial objective, there is only one path to death, find it, and offer your sacrifice, 7 days limit? 7 days. Why was there such a long trial time? From the arrival of the Yi gods, until now, all trial shares in the channel were no longer than 3 days. But today, the trial length had directly extended to 7 days. Without thinking, the risks involved had multiplied several times with the doubling of time. Matching successful, 6 out of 6, entering the trial, Chen Chen was shocked, not yet recovered from the surprise, his vision was dragged into endless darkness. Bed, table, chairs, French windows, balcony. The warm wind leaped through the window frame into the room, curiously surveying every corner, gently touching the curtains, playing with the hair, warmly intoxicating. Chen Chen was tickled by his hair, and he suddenly opened his eyes to find himself lying on a soft bed. This is a hotel room?
He sat up in surprise, looking around the room which was not small but empty.
Just him.
Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, furrowing his brows slightly. This was the first time ever in a trial that he had opened his eyes and not seen anyone. As the saying goes, any change implies new risks.
Chen Chen didn't dare to be careless. He quickly got out of bed and carefully inspected everything in the room. It wasn't until he found that there were no magic arrays or traps in the room that he breathed a sigh of relief. During the inspection, he seemed to hear some movement next door. Could it be that this time, each person had their own room?
Thinking this, Chen Chen quietly climbed back into bed and reached towards the wall beside the bed. But as soon as he pressed his ear against it to listen to what was happening next door, he heard a faint, almost imperceptible breathing. At this moment, just on the other side of the wall, there was also someone eavesdropping on the movements in his room.
Chen Chen's pupils constricted.
But although he was surprised, he was not afraid at all, because he knew that if it were him eavesdropping, he would hold his breath and not make a sound. Since there was some movement from the other side, it meant that this was not just eavesdropping, but a probe. The likelihood was that the person next door was also a player, and a player with a twisted mind. Dealing with such a person, a direct approach was best.
In his mind, Chen Chen simulated a confrontation with the void on the other side, then whispered against the wall, "Imperial Court Jade Liquor?"
The breathing next door indeed paused. However, instead of the response Chen Chen expected, there was a bang, and a sharp dagger pierced through the wooden wall, coming right in front of Chen Chen. The gleaming blade was only 0.1 centimeter away from Chen Chen's throat. The precision of the force, the perfect grasp of distance, and the astonishing explosiveness. Chen Chen didn't even dare to swallow his saliva, fearing that a slight movement of his throat would scrape off a layer of sweat. But he didn't dodge, because he felt that the person on the other side had no intention to kill. Indeed, the person next door had no intention to kill.
This was just a way of saying hello.
The dagger lightly turned, tapping Chen Chen's neck with the blade, then slowly retreated. The next moment, through the small hole made by the dagger, a delicate boneless fair hand squeezed through towards Chen Shen, fingers spread open. The fingers were slender and fair, nails painted in red, lips like vermilion.
Nicely done nails.
Chen Shen smiled and grasped the cold little hand.
Nice to meet you.
While he greeted verbally, his gaze never left the small hole made by the dagger. It was exaggerated to call it a small hole, as it was more like a seam. The dagger was slender, and the gap it created was less than 2 centimeters in length, with almost no width. Yet, through this barely visible gap, an adult's arm seemed to flatten into 2 dimensions, then expanded and unfolded into a fair small hand.
Skilled. This was Chen Shen's first impression of the person next door. After these exchanges, the person next door finally responded. Nice to meet you. Indeed, it was a woman.
But her voice was far from what Chen Shen had expected. It wasn't the crisp voice of a girl next door, but a deep, husky voice, a standard low-pitched canon voice.
This, girl, your voice and appearance don't quite match. Chen Shen wasn't a picky person. He promptly let go of her hand, then smiled and asked, you seem to accurately sense my position?
There was a moment of silence from the other side, followed by a soft acknowledgement.
Alright, everyone has secrets, right? What now?
As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on his door. Not only on his side, but also on the door of the room next door.
2 doors knocked at the same time?
Chen Shen furrowed his brows without saying a word, while the girl next door directly shouted, "Get lost!" The knocking paused for a moment, followed by a chuckle.
Come out, it's just the 2 of you left. Players? It didn't seem like a lie.
But to keep a backup plan, Chen Shen tapped on the wooden wall and whispered to the girl next door, "I'll open the door first, don't move." The other party responded earlier last time, so this time Chen Shen took the first action. This was the most basic cooperation and quality in the trial. When it came to seeking cooperation, Chen Shen never played dirty. However, the dagger girl next door completely ignored his call and directly got out of bed, running to open the door. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly and also got out of bed to open the door.
Upon opening the door, 3 men with outstanding demeanor stood in the inn corridor.
It was hard to describe the aura they exuded, but at first glance, they seemed like strong individuals who had emerged from the crucible of war. Unlike the resilience of ordinary soldiers, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes towards others. With just a glance at the men, Chen Shen knew he was playing the role of a rogue perfectly. They were all experts. 2 of them had clearly changed into clothes provided by the inn, and Chen Shen also noticed the clothes on the table while exploring the room, but out of caution, he did not change. It seemed like these 2 players were really getting into character.
The man closest to Chen Shen saw him open the door, wrinkled his nose, sniffed, and somewhat disdainfully remarked, "Pointless caution." Was he being looked down upon?
Chen Shen shook his head, smiled, and didn't argue. The girl next door also came out of the room. Chen Shen glanced at her but couldn't remember anything except for the bold and wild floral tattoo on her arm, tight-fitting tank top, tactical leather pants, and a dagger at her waist.
She definitely looked like an assassin.
The man standing in the middle of the corridor saw both of them come out, glanced back downstairs over the railing, and then smiled, saying, "A fresh challenge, but still rigid beliefs, right? Let me introduce myself, Fong Ju, the Lawbringer, 2437.
The Lawbringer, the singer of order."
Chen Shen had just witnessed the death of an NPC Lawbringer in the previous trial, and now he unexpectedly encountered a real Lawbringer in this one. More importantly, this guy, 2,437 points. What a big shot! In this game, the gameplay in high-level matches was completely different from low-level matches. It was said that when big shots with over 2,400 points met, they would introduce themselves without considering opposing beliefs, unlike the gameplay of the rookies with over 1,000 points. This was probably what they called all fear stemming from a lack of confidence in their own abilities. At this level, perhaps no one would think they could be easily killed by enemies. They all had enough confidence. This confidence might come from experience, caution, but more importantly, from the blessings of their respective patrons. They already had enough talent and support for their thoughts and actions. And most importantly, players with 2,400 points had an extra blank talent slot compared to those with 2,000 points. In the early stages of Faith game, everyone would receive an initial Faith talent and an initial Profession talent. Upon reaching scores of 1,200, 1,600, 2,000, and 2,400 on the path to godhood, they would each receive an additional blank talent slot. This talent slot could be replaced with a Profession talent or a Faith talent. Talents were undoubtedly the player's greatest reliance in this crazy game. This Lawbringer was one of the 2 players who changed clothes. He wore a set of civilian clothes in the style of the Isle of Hope, but the noble aura emanating from him was impossible to conceal. At this moment, he looked more like a wandering bard than a Lawbringer.
Apart from Chen Chen, the others seemed unfazed by the score of this lawyer. The man next to the lawyer who knocked on the door next to him raised his glasses and smiled, saying, "I like all forms of support, especially lawyers." Du Shiguan, the memory traveler, 2502. Wait, 2502? Upon hearing this score, the fire in Chen Chen's heart was instantly extinguished. Another 2400 plus, even reaching 2500 points. Good news, there are many big shots. Bad news, there are too many big shots. The scores of the players in this game seem to be too high. And what about his own score? The memory traveler is a mage of memory. And memory faithfully records everything that happens, the mortal enemy of deception. With such an opponent ahead, it would be false to say that Chen Chen's heart was completely calm. But to say he wasn't afraid at all, that might not be true either. After all, he had encountered players with such scores before, just not many. Du Shiguan was very tall, at least 1.9 meters, looking scholarly with glasses, but the powerful physique under the windbreaker was evident. Chen Chen's gaze briefly swept over him, then calmly turned to the dagger lady. Yun and I, the Annihilation Apostle, 2491. Ha! She's actually a follower of Annihilation? Annihilation is the third god of doom, the end of doom, the destruction of living beings. He firmly believes that life will eventually disappear, the universe will not escape destruction, everything will perish, ultimately returning to annihilation. So his followers, influenced by him, often show extreme indifference towards life. In their eyes, survival is just a process leading to disappearance, and death is just the beginning of all things annihilation. The meaning of the world's operation is to await the final judgment, then crumble to dust under his gaze. Unexpectedly, such a seemingly lively and spirited girl actually believes in annihilation? Oh right, she's an assassin. The Annihilation Apostle is an assassin who believes in annihilation. That makes more sense. Assassins are always a bit contradictory. Chen Chen smiled inwardly and looked at the next person, the one knocking on his own door. This person, now in clothes, had long hair and a cold look in his slender eyes, openly showing disdain for the others. Sorry, I equally despise all of you. That's the feeling. In fact, Chen Chen already had a guess about his identity. Wei Guan, the Fool Hunter, 2450. Indeed, the Fool Hunter, the hunter of ignorance. Ignorance is not actually ignorant, rather, he believes he is closer to the truth than truth itself. Due to being too close to the truth, creating a rift with all things in the world, he considers all other existences in the world to be foolish. That's his will. He believes, life is foolish, civilization is ignorant. And his followers have inherited their lord's viewpoint so well that all foolish players always like to look down on others. Starting from their belief in their lord, their thinking is more active than other players, their minds work faster, and their knowledge accumulation is greater. Compared to the followers of truth, apart from their off-putting attitude, in terms of knowledge and thinking, they are top-notch and should not be underestimated. Chen Chen silently watched as the group of big shots finished introducing each other. When it came to his turn at last, his brow furrowed. 3 men and 1 woman, plus himself, making a total of 5 people. Where did the other person go? Wei Guan seemed to sense Chen Chen's thoughts. He snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the end of the corridor. Chen Chen and Yun and I followed his gaze and saw a shirtless muscular man standing there silently, eyes closed and expressionless, resting quietly. Chen Chen was surprised and immediately understood the situation. Silence. He is a devotee of silence. The conduct of this deity can be seen from its name. Those who believe in him have probably given up speaking since the moment the faith game officially began. They follow, observe, listen, think, but do not communicate with others, living like a solitary monk. And at the end of the corridor, this muscular big brother looks unmistakably like an ascetic. An ascetic, a silent warrior. Wei Guan spoke again, confirming Chen Chen's guess. An ascetic is not worth wasting time on. Even Chen Chen, who is accustomed to foolish believers, is not very used to this kind of disdain. Probably no one likes it when an unfamiliar person constantly belittles them. Especially with this trial lasting for 7 days, time is very abundant. Chen Chen shrugged and said casually, Chen Chen, Rational Eroder, 2401. As soon as the words fell, eyebrows were raised unexpectedly, while the others frowned. Rational Eroder, a priest of chaos. Time rewinds to the previous trial, when Chen Chen killed Huang Bo and severed his head. Immediately in Act 1, Ah Ming died. The story of the executioner and the wayward musician should have ended there. But in the last second of Ah Ming's soul disappearing, Chen Chen snapped his fingers. This snap symbolized a forgotten doctor's true contempt for death. He made death forget Ah Ming. State rewind. Chen Chen had secretly recorded everyone's status at the first hour of Act 1. In that moment before death, Chen Chen deceived the confident Huang Bo,
making him believe that both he and Ming were dead. But after Huangbo's death, he resurrected Ming using the rewind. Death took away the chaotic believers, with their doubts and resentments disappearing from the world. The believers of order were able to survive. So today's Chen Chen is a chaotic believer, a rational eroder. In fact, the talent lies like yesterday does not limit itself to the most recently deceived believer. In other words, as long as Chen Chen wishes, he can freely choose the faith of a teammate he deceived in the previous round. Yet he steadfastly chose chaos. It should be noted that chaos is the enemy of order. And the reputation of chaotic believers is not good, few people like them. But it is for this very reason that Chen Chen chose him. Controversial topics shift people's attention. This way, everyone focuses on his faith, and the scores he fabricates are subconsciously overlooked. In a high-level game full of 2400s and 2500s, Chen Chen cannot truthfully reveal his 2100 points. The only outcome of such a revelation would be immediate hunting by the fool hunter before him. After all, having too low a score is considered foolish by the foolish believers, and the fool hunter specializes in hunting foolishness. Lying about a low score can conceal strength, while falsely claiming a high score can preserve one's life. This is the allure of deception. Chen Chen has understood this since he was young. But despite considering all this, the unexpected still happened. Fang Ju, the lawkeeper, had not yet said anything about Chen Chen's identity when a female assassin who had interacted with Chen Chen approached him and pressed a sharp dagger against his throat. Chen Chen was slightly surprised but nonchalantly said, "Do you like my throat so much? It's yours." Yun and I smiled at Chen Chen, her voice husky with smoke. "You are very organized, not impulsive, not like a chaotic believer. You showed mercy and didn't harm anyone, not at all like a follower of annihilation," Chen Chen continued teasingly. This time it was Yun Ni's turn to be stunned. She furrowed her brow, swiftly changed her movement, and thrust a knife into Chen Chen's armpit. Chen Chen remained calm and composed, knowing that this was Yun and I testing him. This sharp assassin wasn't suspicious of him for being organized. She must have had other methods, sensing that Chen Chen's identity was off. He sighed, grasped Yun Ni's cold hand to remove the dagger, then performed a healing technique with blessing of the divine in front of everyone. The others became visibly interested upon seeing this healing technique. A priest with ample bosom was delighted, but unfortunately, the wet nurse was a rational eroder, true to her name. Under the influence of chaos, the rational eroder's healing would gradually erode the sanity of the wounded until their minds collapsed, embracing chaos and descending into madness. However, this seemed to have no effect on Yun and I. She once again pressed the dagger against Chen Chen's heart and asked irritably, "In this segment, I know almost all of his followers, but I've never heard of you. Who are you? A liar from yesterday? A deceiver? They even knew about the deceiver from yesterday?" Of course, with 2400 points, one could unlock an SS-level talent, so spending enough time in this segment would eventually match you with a deceiver follower possessing this talent. Chen Chen's heart tightened, but he remained composed and replied, "Who told you that every player appears on the ladder?" This was a lie Chen Chen fabricated for self-preservation, to use mystery to evade scrutiny. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yun and I raised an eyebrow and dropped the dagger directly. Evidently, she highly approved of this statement. Chen Chen was secretly stunned and bewildered. Damn, are there really high-scoring players who haven't climbed the ladder? What's the situation above 2400 points? Are there all sorts of monsters and demons? This is big news. Fortunately, he managed to get through it. Although Fang Ju was a follower of order and opposed Chen Chen's beliefs, he didn't show much hostility. After surveying the surroundings, he took over the leadership responsibility directly. His trial is simple, just find the right sacrifice. However, due to the lengthy nature of this trial, I suspect our target hasn't appeared yet. Let's each gather information separately. After sunset, we'll meet on the first floor of the inn to share what we've learned. One more thing, until we receive news about the sacrifice, especially on the first day, refrain from killing indiscriminately. You're all intelligent people, I don't think I need to remind you more than once. With that, he glanced at Chen Chen. Clearly, he was cautioning the followers of chaos. Carry out your missions individually. If you need help, I'm happy to assist. Wei Guan, the fool hunter, glanced at everyone and chose to leave alone. Du Shiguang waved goodbye to everyone. Yun and I directly jumped over the railing and down to the ground floor, leaving the two men of opposing faiths staring at each other. When Chen Chen noticed, the man at the end of the corridor had already left without a trace. Silent and ghost-like. You are the only priest, and I am the only singer. Let's hope for a pleasant cooperation. Idiot. Chen Chen chuckled coldly and walked away. Fang Ju didn't feel offended at all. If a chaos player treated him differently, that would be strange. Alright, I hope I've brought enough healing potions. The group dispersed, and Chen Chen returned to his room, quickly completing his mission. Since the trial would last a long time, the investigation work would likely continue for a while. To avoid attracting excessive attention from the surrounding NPCs, he, like the others, changed into the clothes provided by the inn. The clothes fit well but are ugly, making me look like a stable boy. Wait, why did I think of a stable boy? Chen Shenla shook his head and left the room again, starting to wander around the inn. The name of this inn is quite interesting. It's called the Soaring Light of Life. This flattering and praising style of naming immediately lets outsiders know that the owner here believes in prosperity. The inn has 3 floors in total, with 4 skylights that run from top to bottom, all room doors facing inwards and windows facing outwards, following a standard field structure. Chen Chen leisurely surveyed every corner of the inn, politely chatting with people with good looks, and soon gathered a wealth of information. The inn truly lived up to its reputation as one of the best places to gather intelligence, and Chen Chen quickly figured out where the players were located. It's not just the innkeeper who believes in prosperity. In this town called Eternal Blossom, everyone believes in prosperity. This is the settlement of the believers in prosperity and the place where they are watched over. The town is located in the southwest of the Isle of Hope, generally under the jurisdiction and constraints of the Grand Tribunal, but in reality, it is an autonomous territory of the Natural Alliance. The Natural Alliance is not a national alliance but a coalition of small forces that worship various deities of life. The forces in the alliance have autonomy, but due to their dispersed power and autonomy, they are far behind in terms of civilization scale and social development speed compared to the established Grand Tribunal and the Tower of Reason. Furthermore, as the alliance is not geographically divided, scattered throughout the Isle of Hope, many forces of the Natural Alliance have agreements of joint governance with these 2 major powers. In simpler terms, when alliance members encounter difficulties, they will hire the major powers for appropriate compensation to help solve some problems. This includes but is not limited to technological development, urban construction, and judgment of evil, and so on. And now, Eternal Blossom Town has encountered some problems and needs the help of the Grand Tribunal. What? Where's the fun at night? You're asking for trouble if you go out at night, aren't you afraid? Forget it, I dare not mention his name. Are you new here? You don't know about this? There are heretics provoking the will of prosperity, and the government officials of the town's autonomous alliance are having a headache over it. The gentlemen of the Law Enforcement Bureau have been very busy lately. They won't bother with these money-losing matters. Why are they so busy? It's all because of those who died. Sigh, let's not talk about it. It is said that the Law Enforcement Bureau has requested assistance from the Grand Tribunal. I wonder if these judges have eyes all over their bodies. How else could they see who the sinners are? All things thrive, both prosperous and flourishing. It's clear that you are a wanderer who has just found a home. Eternal Blossom Town will always welcome you. Go to the town center. He is waiting for you there. Chen Chen looked puzzled at the spirited innkeeper and blinked in confusion. The innkeeper saw his doubt and said with a smile, "No need to be surprised. He has not descended, but his will is there to protect us." Without saying a word, Chen Chen turned and walked towards the town center. In the trial, there are many backgrounds related to the deities, but there are few objects or props directly related to them that can be observed, so he is very interested in the so-called prosperity will. To be irreverent, this is a rare opportunity to study the deities. Probably every player wouldn't miss it. Eternal Blossom Town is much larger than he imagined, thinking it was just a small gathering area with few people, but in reality, it looks more like a city. The apartment buildings are densely packed, and the manor guilds are neatly arranged, giving the impression of a carefully managed believer's residence, so prosperous that it is awe-inspiring. After walking for about an hour, Chen Chen finally reached the town center. With the information he had gathered along the way and everything he had seen and heard, he finally understood what the innkeeper meant. He also came to know the meaning of prosperity. At this moment, he was in a place called Eternal Blossom Square. In the center of the square, there was an unbelievably huge flower blooming perfectly, emitting a soft and vibrant light around it. Chen Chen roughly estimated it to be about 3 to 4 stories high. At first glance, the flower looked like a stone sculpture, but upon closer inspection of its petals, one would notice that when focused, the petals seemed to come alive, turning into clear and delicate plant sepals. The texture of each petal was unique, with intricate veins that seemed more like engravings of divine runes than nutrient-carrying vessels. The name of this statue was Blossoming Awaits Withering. It was a sacred item, referred to in player terms of the Game of Faith as an SSS-grade divine tool, a demi-artifact. Its rank was second only to the divines of various destinies, albeit lacking independent consciousness. Indeed, it was the embodiment of prosperity, because the area it enveloped would remain prosperous until the end of its lifespan. In theory, no one could die in Eternal Blossom Town before reaching the end of their natural life.
Chen Chen was amazed by the divine object before him.
No wonder the trial this time was the path to death, because here, death might not even exist. And 7 days meant they wouldn't wait for a normal lifespan. Not only that, there was another thing. If no one could die of old age, then as a priest. Just as he was thinking, he turned his head to see a girl standing beside him, Yun and I. Her voice was still as enchanting.
"What's wrong? Scared?"
Scared of what?
Chen Chen smiled.
Losing my job, as there is no death where it gazes, so no need for a priest.
Have you tried?
No, about to. With that, Yun and I swiftly passed by and plunged a dagger into Chen Chen's heart. Blood splattered, and Chen Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart.
Damn.
Poor heart, following me, you're really in for it. Despite the blood flowing from his chest, his heart pounding violently from the blow, and his brain feeling a bit fuzzy from the loss of blood, Chen Chen remained standing, not falling down. He paid no attention to the murderer standing nearby but kept examining himself without pause. This state was quite strange. A pure force of prosperity was pulling against the aura of death within him, quickly erasing all traces of death. Before long, Chen Chen felt the wound in his heart healing. His life was saved, but aside from his heart, the wound on his chest continued to bleed. In other words, blossoming awaits withering did indeed spare everyone in the town from death. However, it only saved from death, not from injury. The trauma would linger in the body, barely balancing with the body's recovery ability. It didn't threaten lives but made the injured suffer more. Chen Chen chuckled and cast a healing spell on his chest.
Looks like we still need a priest. Yun and I nodded in agreement and handed him the dagger.
Chen Chen was somewhat surprised, feeling that this follower of annihilation had a different mindset than most.
His expression clearly showed his confusion.
Yun and I waved her hand impatiently and said, "I didn't stab you for nothing. It's your turn now."
So, her idea was one person, one dagger? Chen Chen smiled as he took the young lady's dagger, admiring the gleam on the blade and said, "Really? Hurry up."
Chen Chen nodded, and the blade plunged into Yunni's chest. However, the angle of the blade was so cunning that even when the tip pierced an inch into her flesh, it did not reach her heart.
Chen Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed like the padding was thicker than expected. Yunni's eyes widened in astonishment, then darkened as she coldly said, "Do you like this?"
Chen Chen chuckled, released his grip, and turned to leave.
As he walked away, he said, "You see, what I like, you may not like, so what you like, I may not like either. No one likes being stabbed randomly.
We only had a fleeting acquaintance, don't treat me as your experimental subject. And don't think your deals are fair, fairness without others' consent is not fair. Put away your dagger, Miss Assassin, or more dislikes will be waiting for you."
Feeling the changes in her body, Yunni silently withdrew the dagger.
Blood splattered on the ground, then vanished in the blink of an eye. She looked at the gushing blood on her chest, her face inexplicably pale. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a shirtless man gazed through the sea of heads, furrowing his brow in contemplation.
Chen Chen left the Eternal Blossom Square, heading towards the Law Enforcement Bureau.
He was particularly concerned about the murder case that the timid hotel guests dared not mention. Speaking of murder cases and death, they were indeed closely related. Along the way, Chen Chen pondered whether the clues to the trial would be so straightforward. As a member of the Natural Alliance, Eternal Blossom Town's governance was similar to an alliance system.
However, it was not a political alliance but a functional department alliance.
Several departments in different directions cooperated spontaneously, discussing the town's development affairs, gradually forming a simple parliamentary system with department heads attending meetings. The Law Enforcement Bureau was the most powerful department in town, equivalent to a court, prison, and police station. Located in the southeast of the square, the bureau occupied a considerable area, and the closer one got, the more law enforcement officers in uniform could be seen coming and going. Faced with the unfamiliar law enforcement agency, Chen Chen did not rashly disturb them but pretended to be a passerby, listening intently to the conversations of the law enforcement officers around him. Before long, he pieced together the details of the murder case from their fragmented chats.
Just 7 days ago, a jeweler suddenly died in the small town.
If this had happened elsewhere, it might not have garnered public attention, just another case of murder and robbery. But it happened in Eternal Blossom Town, a place where no one died except of old age. The townspeople immediately grew anxious, and the Law Enforcement Bureau swiftly intervened to investigate. Strangely, the jeweler, apart from looking terrified, had no visible injuries, as if scared to death. This was even more bizarre. No one could die under the protection of blossoming awaits withering, unless his death carried the will of other deities. The Town Autonomous Alliance realized that this matter might involve many complexities, even related to beliefs, so they quickly reported to the Grand Tribunal, seeking help from the followers of order. However, while awaiting a response from the Grand Tribunal, 2 more people died under similar circumstances. And all 3 died on the streets at night. The sudden series of deaths plunged everyone into panic, a terrifying shadow looming over every resident. The Town Autonomous Alliance had to temporarily declare a curfew. Yesterday marked the first day of the curfew, and another drunken patron was found dead 5 meters outside the tavern. Chen Chen furrowed his brow as he sorted through the clues he had heard. After a moment of contemplation, he ruled out the possibility of the culprit being a follower of decay. Decay and prosperity are opposing beliefs, but if his followers commit murder in a place blessed with prosperity, the corpses will surely reveal traces of decay. Only then can it be considered a provocation of faith, to exalt the glory of the master. However, if the corpses show no signs of harm, it is evidently the killer creating a sense of terror. The one capable of achieving such an effect is likely a believer in corruption or death itself. Considering the killer's faith is not for any other reason but to solve the puzzle. It is important to note that death and prosperity coexist in the journey of life. Although their endorsed will slightly deviate, they are not in opposition. This can be seen from the phrase blossoming only awaits withering. It only protects individual lives within the normal lifespan, allowing them to perish when their time comes. Because prosperity seeks the maximum flourishing of individuals, not immortality. After all, in the journey of life, death is the conclusion. Based on this, Chen Chen couldn't help but start pondering. The trial of death ultimately requires a sacrifice to be offered to him. So, this time, should it be a sacrifice of a corrupt believer who deliberately distorts the resident's original way of dying through slaughter? Or should it continue with the method of a death believer to kill a target that might interest him? One is to catch the killer, the other is to help the killer commit murder. These 2 choices are like night and day. Choosing wrongly could lead to irreparable consequences. As Chen Chen furrowed his brow in deep thought, not far from him, another player was also lost in contemplation. Wei Guan clearly knew that the key to solving the puzzle lay in the Law Enforcement Bureau, so he had been lingering there a while before Chen Chen. When he saw teammates arriving one after another, he snorted coldly and left disdainfully. Watching Wei Guan depart, Chen Chen chuckled wryly. The foolish believer, who considered himself aloof and never liked to go with the flow, left at this moment, whether he had seen something or simply disliked being involved with others. After obtaining relevant information, Chen Chen left the Law Enforcement Bureau and wandered around the town aimlessly for a while. It wasn't until the sun set, the streets emptied, and the residents grew increasingly anxious that he strolled back to the inn. By then, the ground floor of the inn was crowded, and the other 4 teammates had already taken their seats at a wooden table, waiting for his return. Chen Chen greeted everyone and took his place among them. His gaze casually swept over the corner of the stairs and noticed the ascetic monk standing in the shadows, staring straight at them, coincidentally meeting Chen Chen's eyes. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, then smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The monk's expression remained neutral, his gaze unwavering. Who is this person, standing there day after day without tiring? As everyone settled in, Fong Ju began to take charge. Let's share the intelligence. I'll summarize today's observations and thoughts first, and then we can fill in any gaps. As expected of a meticulous profession like the lawkeeper, he shared detailed basic intelligence about various aspects of Everbloom Town, each piece meticulously arranged as if it wasn't gathered in an afternoon by one person but compiled over a month by a large team. Chen Chen was amazed and wondered if Fong Ju's abilities were a bit too strong. If certain fund managers had this level of skill, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses before the arrival of the gods. They are all just money-grubbing slackers. After Fong Ju finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, except for Wei Guan, who snorted disdainfully, saying, excessively redundant. Fong Ju didn't mind at all, gesturing for others to speak. However, Du Shiguang felt compelled to defend him, saying, why not share your insights then? Wei Guan glanced sideways at Du Shiguang, sneering, so eager to get something for nothing? A brain that never thinks will only become more foolish. If you want answers from me, prove your worth first. Put. Chen Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter drew everyone's attention. Seeing all eyes on him, Wei Guan looked disdainful, waving his hand apologetically, sorry, couldn't help it. It's the first time I've seen someone talk so boldly about freeloading. Quite an eye-opener. His words were clearly mocking Wei Guan, but Wei Guan remained unresponsive. Instead, others, including Du Shiguang, looked more kindly towards Chen Chen. Indeed, people tend to befriend fools. As long as you stay away from fools, everyone can get along harmoniously. Du Shiguang smiled, unsure if he wanted to prove himself or avoid waiting for Wei Guan's response, and went straight to express his thoughts.
Like Chen Chen, it was simply a matter of choosing between two options. A common but safe approach to problem solving.
Chen Chen nodded in agreement continuously, and with a glance exchanged between them, they felt a sense of mutual understanding. It was amusing how they found themselves standing on the same side as the memory believers one day.
Yun and I didn't provide any additional details but shared her observations from the autopsy. The Law Enforcement Bureau doesn't have a morgue.
The bodies of the 4 deceased were kept in the archives room. I examined them thoroughly and found no signs of injury.
Rather than murder, it seems more like a curse. A curse from the underground? Chen Chen exclaimed in surprise.
Yun and I gave him a sideways glance, nodding irritably. Yes, this method of killing usually originates from the underground, likely a manifestation of spreading fear. Creating fear and instilling terror is also a form of desire and decadence. Yun Ni's speculation was firm but had some merit. However, each player had their own judgments, making it challenging to gain unanimous agreement on such subjective guesses. It was Chen Chen's turn next. He shared all the findings others had missed and pondered on where the key to solving the puzzle lay.
Fang Zhu glanced at Chen Chen thoughtfully and teased, "You indeed don't seem like one of his believers." Chen Chen understood his implication, that he appeared too orderly. However, he suddenly smiled and playfully retorted to Fang Zhu, "Don't you think that getting close to order is also a form of chaos for me?" Fang Zhu's smile faded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness beneath the amusement.
Indeed, turning a chaotic believer into someone no longer chaotic was, in essence, a deeper form of chaos.
Initially, Fang Zhu didn't think Chen Chen was worth much attention.
But now, a hint of murderous intent arose in his heart. Discovering an opponent with exceptional divine insight was not good news.
Chen Chen didn't know what was going through Fang Zhu's mind.
After sharing his insights, he shifted the conversation to Wei Guan, the foolish believer who had been listening all evening without contributing any profound thoughts.
It was truly irritating.
All right, the foolish players have shared their ideas.
Now it's time for the smart players to critique. Wei Guan coldly chuckled and walked away.
As he left, he taunted loudly, "Your thoughts are worthless, unworthy of knowing the answers."
Even the usually patient Fang Zhu was slightly angered by this remark.
He slammed the table, stood up, and sternly declared, "Leaving here means you will give up our cooperation."
Fang Zhu's voice unconsciously incorporated some singer's skills, having a very intimidating effect.
Many people in the inn heard it and turned their heads to look.
However, Wei Guan did not slow down at all.
He did not head towards the rooms on the second floor but towards the inn's main door.
"For me, we are far from being partners.
My time is limited, and I am not here for charity," he said, pushing open the inn's door. At that moment, the inn's doorman grabbed his sleeve, fearfully reminding him, "Esteemed guest, even if you have had a disagreement with your companion, I must remind you, the night is not safe.
The Law Enforcement Bureau has already suggested a curfew. It is best to stay inside the inn, please be cautious."
Wei Guan sneered and mocked, "Cowardice and foolishness always go hand in hand. I already know the answer, so I have no fear of any so-called murderer. Besides, his methods are as foolish as they come in my eyes." With that, he brushed off the doorman's hand and walked straight out. As the door slammed shut, a chorus of astonishingly unified murmurs erupted at the players' table.
"Idiot." Despite the insults, none of those present were fools. They had already figured out what Wei Guan was up to. He was inviting the killer. The fact that the killer struck in the night streets meant that all the crucial clues were hidden in the darkness. So for the players, although the night was dangerous, it was the best time to get closer to the truth than during the day. However, Yangzhan town was too vast. It was impossible to cover every corner in one night, let alone encounter the killer. Therefore, Wei Guan used himself as bait to lure out the killer. Fang Zhu had long seen through Wei Guan's intentions. Without any eye contact, the two of them, relying solely on sharp intuition and flexible thinking, staged a convincing act on the spot. It was only when Wei Guan left that the others realized the seamless coordination between the two. But their heartfelt insult, "idiot," was genuine. No one likes a show-off. That's a fact. Suddenly, they understood what Chen Chong was up to. Fang Zhu shook his head with a light smile and said to everyone, "We might not get much sleep tonight. Let's get ready and follow suit." After speaking, he glanced back. The shadowy corner where a man had been standing was now empty. Obviously, he had also caught on. TSK, not a single fool among them. Chen Chen admired inwardly, straightened his clothes, and quietly slipped out through the back door. The full moon hung high, the warm breeze gently caressed, and the night in Yangzhan town was not cool. As soon as Chen Chen stepped out, he noticed that not all residents were obeying the curfew order. At least some drinkers were still wandering the streets. They staggered along, shouting the name of prosperity, as if by doing so, their benefactor would protect them from death.
He chuckled at these drunkards, then quickly headed towards the direction where Wei Guan had disappeared.
Wei Guan was indeed a lone wolf.
Despite Fang Zhu's cooperation, giving him an excuse to provoke the killer, this man seemed ungrateful. After he left, he didn't leave a trace. The faint footprints disappeared not far from the inn, with no clues around to guide the way.
Damn, he's really good at disappearing.
Chen Shen stood on the roof of a certain house, frowning as he searched for any clues. Nearby, on a tall tower windmill, Yunny was doing the same. Everyone had lost track, not knowing where Wei Guan had gone.
Does he think he can solve the killer on his own?
On the other side, Du Shiguan couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his glasses and complained somewhat indignantly. If he had found the real culprit first and made a choice for us in advance, who would bear the consequences? Foolish people always disgust me.
Ah, indeed.
Chen Shen smiled inwardly, feeling that deception and memory seemed to be standing together again. Wei Guan's methods were swift. He was a hunter, his way of erasing traces was superb, and despite everyone searching in 8 different directions for an hour, they couldn't find where he had gone. It wasn't until half an hour later, when everyone met up again with grim faces, that the previously missing ascetic suddenly appeared in their sight. As soon as he appeared, his expression was even more grim than Chen Shen and the others.
Fang Zhu was the first to notice him and asked in a deep voice, "What did you find?"
The ascetic remained silent and turned to walk away.
Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they immediately followed.
Led by the ascetic, they moved swiftly through the night, leaping and darting until they arrived at a certain place to the south of the town. On a wide street, the players suddenly discovered a dead body, and the dead man was wearing the white shirt and black vest provided by the inn.
It was Wei Guan. Wei Guan was dead.
Everyone was shocked, and Chen Shen's pupils constricted. He couldn't imagine a level 2400 player dying silently in the trial. It wasn't particularly far from the inn, almost right under the noses of the players who were taking turns searching. If there had been a fight, at least someone would have heard something. So, this meant one thing: either the culprit had overwhelming strength and killed Wei Guan instantly, or the culprit had a way to muffle the sound.
Fang Zhu's face darkened, and he swiftly descended next to Wei Guan. As soon as he landed, he angrily declared, "Here, lying is forbidden. The S-rank faith talent of order, the law's distant chant."
This was not a special skill exclusive to the lawbringers. All followers of order could make their temporary laws effective by reciting the corresponding judgment ballads. However, the lawbringers were the singers of order, and they could apply additional effects while singing, making this talent particularly useful for them. A golden light instantly filled the entire street, and Fang Zhu looked back at the crowd, softly chanting, "Justice above, the time for interrogation has come. All lies will be exposed, and all answers will be revealed. The suspect will be questioned here, confessing past sins, facing inner torment."
And then, under the gaze of order, into the death prison.
A white light enveloped everyone, and Chen Shen silently felt himself weakened and afflicted with a state called confession. Frowning, he sensed that Fang Zhu was suspecting that someone among them had secretly struck. After all, the hour-long search had provided enough time for someone to commit murder.
But why kill their own people? Chen Shen suddenly realized, if he thought about everyone's beliefs. Damn, is it coming at me? Before Fang Zhu could ask, Yun and I, who was closest, suddenly approached and asked, "You are a follower of deception, aren't you? She's actually suspecting me?" Chen Shen tensed all over, a huge sense of oppression rising in his consciousness, forcing him to speak the truth. "Can you still play like this? Hitchhiking, huh?" Chen Shen glared fiercely at Yun and I, his jaws clenched, facial muscles taut, trying to resist the pressure. But after just a second, his mouth was breached. His face twitched quickly twice, and he generously gave the answer, "No." Yunai seemed surprised by this answer, raised an eyebrow, and turned to run. But Chen Shen was not so easily bullied. He gritted his teeth and loudly asked, "Why do you want to kill Wei Guan?" Yunai was taken aback and blurted out, "Don't like him, so want to kill." After speaking, her expression changed, while Chen Shen smiled like a fox. He played tricks in his question, openly switching concepts. Want to kill and kill are completely different in certain contexts. But in some situations, they can be easily misunderstood. Sure enough, at the moment Yunai finished speaking, a force of memory sealed off the area, imprisoning her. Duxiguang stepped in front of Yunai, pointed his index finger at her forehead without a word. "Just take a look. The Memory S-level faith talent exclusive to memory travelers, flowing memories." Traveling as a traveler through fragments of the target's memory, constantly seeking scenes and images of interest, like a quick journey. Duxiguang was not alone, at least he knew how to share. When Yunai's memory was being read just now, he somehow imprinted the images from her memory on the ground of the street. Then, all the players present saw this scene. A well-proportioned female assassin lifted her vest, the piled fabric covering the peak of the mountain,
but the infinite curve of the southern hemisphere still left everyone stunned.
Ahem. Obviously, this was Yunai's memory of changing clothes.
As for the reason for changing clothes, it was naturally because someone had stabbed her in the chest, piercing her vest. Now, the scene suddenly turned into a silent conversion meeting.
Everyone fell silent. Chinsen's mouth twitched, looking at Duxiguang's stiff face, unable to comment. After finally coming up with an excuse to find some interesting assassin memories, and you show this to everyone? You really don't treat your brothers as outsiders. Yunai was just controlled, not blind. She naturally saw the image on the ground. But she was not angry. She just coldly plunged the dagger into Duxiguang's heart, slashed his chest and abdomen, cut his neck, and gouged out his eyes. Then, under the protection of blossoming only to wither, when he opened his eyes again, she asked, "Is it beautiful?" Duxiguang, weak and powerless, couldn't resist the effect of confession and immediately replied, "Beautiful." Then, his eyes suffered another blow. If Chinsen hadn't intervened to stop the fight, perhaps under the torment of annihilation divine power, Duxiguang might not have made it back tonight. After venting, Yunai glanced expressionlessly at Chinsen. "You like it? Is it beautiful? Damn, this little girl holds a grudge." But Chinsen wasn't afraid. After experiencing so much, he was indeed immune to this level of imagery. But what he didn't expect was that he blurted out, "Beautiful." When he realized he had said the wrong thing, his face looked constipated, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, Yunai didn't attack him like she did Duxiguang but ambiguously said, "Come to my room tonight, there's something even more beautiful." Trap. Definitely a trap. For the first time, Chinsen felt that believing in silence was not a bad idea, at least no need to think to respond. Praise silence. The playful interlude came to an end. It seemed like it was time to get down to business. He swore that he only glanced at the picturesque scene on the ground for a moment before remembering that he was there to judge, not to joke around. His target was clearly not Chen Chen, but the ascetic monk who had been apart from the group the whole time. This silent believer had disappeared early on and reappeared as the one who discovered the body. Where he had been and what he had done during his absence was a mystery. Moreover, as the most adept at silencing sound, it was crucial to ascertain whether Wei Guan could have been killed by him, which was the first thing Fong Ju needed to confirm. The monk seemed to be aware of the suspicion on him, but instead of remaining silent, he spoke up voluntarily. "It wasn't me." The silence was broken. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, first in confusion, then with sinking hearts. The situation had deteriorated to the point where a silent believer had broken his silence to seek cooperation, indicating that all players were facing a very cunning murderer. Most importantly, the player's perceived means of self-preservation seemed insignificant to this killer. The arrogant Wei Guan was the best proof of that. Silence fell over the scene once more. Fong Ju stopped singing his ballad and began carefully examining all traces at the scene. After Du Shiguang regained his strength, he and Chen Chen split up to search every building in the vicinity. The inspection was so thorough that even the bugs sleeping in the cracks of the door panels were pulled out, x-rayed, and put back, yet they found nothing. Yun and I examined the body again, but the answer she arrived at was identical to the one from the legal office this afternoon. No signs of injury. An eerie atmosphere pervaded, and everyone's faces were off. Chen Chen furrowed his brow and walked towards Wei Guan's body. He noticed the fear in Wei Guan's expression. Ironically, this person who had always looked down on others with narrowed eyes, for the first time widened his own eyes before death. "Don't you have a way to read people's memories?" "I do, but not with the dead," Du Shiguang replied expressionlessly. "I am a mage, not a hunter." Chen Chen nodded and began to carefully examine the corpse's pupils. Yun and I approached him and said coldly, "There's no need to look for anything in the pupils." The killer calmly erased all traces, a perfect assassin. Indeed, Chen Chen found no clues. He sighed and started checking the limbs. The body still retained some warmth, indicating it had not been dead for long. Chen Chen found it hard to understand why a life could end so quietly. Could Wei Guan, a level 2400, not have struggled even a bit against the killer? Or was the method of murder truly a curse? Had the killer not even been at the scene, merely operating remotely to end Wei Guan's life? Did this method of killing erase the victim's consciousness or stop their heartbeat? With these thoughts, Chen Chen's hand touched the chest of the body. It was somewhat cold. It had been dead for a while. Wait. Why were Wei Guan's limbs still warm while his chest was already cold? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and began to carefully feel Wei Guan's chest with his fingertips. Fong Ju, intrigued, asked, "Are you a doctor? It seems your memory isn't great." "I've said before, I am a rational eroder. A doctor and a priest are not the same thing." Fong Ju was clearly referring to Chen Chen's previous occupation, and Chen Chen nodded without hiding it. Yun and I asked with interest, so you chose to be a priest because of this? Chen Chen shook his head. Then why? The confession is over. Do you think you can still get answers from me? Yun and I chuckled and fell silent.
Chen Chen was not a doctor before the arrival of the faith game, but he did have some medical skills in observation, smelling, questioning, and cutting. These skills were not learned in school but taught by his foster father, an old man who was always cheerful. As for why an old man who collected junk would have medical skills, Chen Chen couldn't say. He never asked. He carefully felt the muscle texture and facial pressure beneath the skin of the corpse for a long time before looking up and asking, "I need a needle." Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned and shook their heads. Only Yundi glanced at him and asked, "Where do you want to poke?" Chen Chen looked at her somewhat surprised, pointed to the center of Wei Guan's body and said, "Here, straight into the heart." Yundi nodded, extended her finger, and touched the spot Chen Chen had pointed to. Then, with a swish, before anyone could react, she had already straightened up. And nothing happened to Wei Guan's body. Is it over? Did she poke in? Wasn't that a bit too quick? Several players were amazed by Yundi's speed. They were still confirming whether Yundi had actually entered. After all, there was no reaction from Wei Guan's body. Only Chen Chen smiled, guessing what Yundi had done. In a very short time, she turned her finger into a thin thread and poked into Wei Guan's heart. Miss Assassin's ability to two-dimensionally transform her body was stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that the dagger might just be her disguise. When it comes to killing, there is no weapon more convenient than having your whole body as a weapon. However, the lack of reaction from the body was somewhat abnormal. When a dead person's heart stops beating, there may not be a gush of blood, but the absence of a gush does not mean there is no bleeding. When an external force breaks the visceral wall, dark red blood will definitely seep out. Fang Ju seemed to have noticed this issue. He asked uncertainly, "Is there something wrong with the heart?" "Smart." Chen Chen nodded, took out a scalpel from his personal space, and skillfully began the dissection work. Wei Guan's chest was dismantled by a pair of skilled hands flipping up and down in a few seconds. As everyone gathered to watch, they found his chest full of flesh and blood, but missing one thing. The heart has disappeared? Du Shiguan looked in astonishment at the place where the heart had disappeared from the body, his brows furrowed, seeming to have some thoughts in his mind. Chen Chen explained, "By sensing the muscles and fascia inside the body through skin touch, I found that the pressure at Wei Guan's heart was much lower than that of an ordinary dead person when I was feeling around his chest. Now you can see for yourselves, his heart has been stolen." Stolen? This doesn't seem like theft. Being able to make a person's body part disappear directly, doesn't it seem more like the method of annihilation? As Fang Ju's words fell, everyone looked at Yundi. Yundi was first stunned, then shrugged indifferently. Her attitude was clear, it had nothing to do with her. Everyone naturally knew it wasn't her doing. They were just asking her if there were similar methods to annihilation. Even Chen Chen was silently speculating whether he had missed an annihilation culprit. But just then, while Yundi was also frowning in thought, Du Shiguang suddenly stood up, solemnly drew a circle in front of himself. A golden light formed a ring, and looking through the ring, the current street scene was replaced by a library. This ring seemed to connect time and space, showing the present on one side and the past on the other. Visually, it was quite shocking. Borrowing books from that time. Let me take a look. I remember there seems to be an artifact that resembles this. Du Shiguang reached through the ring and quickly searched the bookshelves. In no time, he found a book and pulled the shadow of the book into reality. The paper, as light as a shadow, flipped rapidly under his fingertips, and within a few breaths, there was a result. Found it. I knew this method of death seemed so familiar, a terrified face, a vanished heart. When the moment of fear arrives, the SSS, a semi-divine artifact from the underground Garuda kingdom, tainted with the dual divinity of corruption and death, emerges from the divine dagger. This dagger does not need to pierce the body, it only needs to select a target and wait. When this unfortunate soul feels fear, their heart will be stripped and offered to death. Death comes silently. You are right, it does resemble a curse, but it is even harder to guard against. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces darkened. A semi-divine artifact. Another semi-divine artifact. In the presence of this level of dagger, there was no difference between 2400 and 1400, they were all lambs to be slaughtered. How could you not have remembered such a similar method of death? And you call yourself a follower of him? Yun Di looked disdainfully at Du Shiguang, as if questioning his allegiance to memory. Du Shiguang's expression remained unchanged as he raised his glasses and said, "It is because I am his follower that I do not need memory." With that, he returned the book of memories, transformed into light and shadow, to the open memory, and the golden ring instantly dissipated in the air. Chen Chen looked at him with a meaningful expression. Du Shiguang lied.
He did need memory.
Perhaps he had lost the right to have self-memory. It was said that his followers would exchange some additional power with their own memories.
What talent did Du Shiguang sacrifice his memory for? Fang Ju was a man of action and did not engage in idle chatter. He spoke calmly, "The murderer is in the inn." "Correct. The murderer is in the inn."
This dagger was mysterious, but it still had a premise. It needed to select a lucky one beforehand. With Wei Guan's skill, or rather his vigilance as a hunter, he would not fail to notice someone in the night, nor would he fail to detect someone following him outside. So there was only one possibility: he had been marked before leaving the inn. The good news was that the provocation between the two had indeed worked. The bad news was that it went too far, and one actor died. But having a direction was better than aimlessly searching. At least the murderer could now be pinpointed in the inn.
There is another question. Chen Shun frowned and added, "Have you ever thought about what could make someone like Wei Guan feel fear?"
Undoubtedly, when the murder weapon was discovered, the method of killing was already determined. The murderer only needed to hide in the shadows and mark the target, leaving the rest to the victim. The so-called rumors and shadows were all the same. Once the fear of death quietly spread in an area, solitary travelers in the night would become paranoid. At that moment, the murderer did not need to do anything extra. A sound on the quiet street, a gust of wind under the dark clouds, could be the final straw that broke the camel's back, taking the victim's life. But Wei Guan was different. He was a follower of ignorance, the enemy of all folly. Such tricks probably meant nothing to him. The closer one gets to the truth, the more detached they become from human emotions. Would he truly feel fear? The answer was yes, because his death was the best proof. But the question remained, what was the fear of killing a follower of ignorance? Did everyone have the courage to face this fear? Chen Chen was uncertain. Not just him, but everyone was uncertain. Of course, there was still a more urgent question before everyone: should they return to the inn tonight? Go back, you can investigate the murderer. Not going back, you can avoid accidents happening again tonight. In a trial lasting 7 days, a teammate died before even completing the first day, which can definitely be considered the worst start. The solemnity of everyone was written on their faces. Only Yundi snorted lightly and walked away. The direction she chose was the surging light of life. Watching Yundi leave decisively, Chen Chen felt emotional. This is the situation at 2400. Even when faced with death, some can still face it calmly and move forward. Placed at 1400, their group would have to disband tonight. Du Shiguang pushed his glasses and suggested, "Wei Guan's death. How about reporting it to the Law Enforcement Bureau?" To be honest, it's also a solution. Involving the Law Enforcement Bureau can eliminate many risks. But the problem is, they cannot confirm whether this killer with a semi-divine weapon is the player's target or a marker for the players. If it's a marker, it's fine, they just need to figure out who he's going to kill next and find the real sacrifice. But if he's the target, once he falls into the hands of the Law Enforcement Bureau, trying to kill him again would only make it harder for themselves. Moreover, with Wei Guan in such a gutted state, how would they explain it? Fang Ju pondered for a moment, shook his head, and rejected the proposal. Now is not the right time to cooperate with the officials. Chen Chen had long anticipated this outcome. He looked at the lifeless Wei Guan and also turned to leave. Yundi was right, getting close to the murderer is the way to find him. In any case, they must return to the inn tonight. This trial has changed from dispelling the fog to walking on the edge of a knife. And this is what death anticipates. It never dislikes more sacrifices. You go ahead, I'll take care of Wei Guan's body. The followers of order are reliable. Du Shiguang did not hesitate and followed Chen Chen's footsteps. Fang Ju looked solemnly at the body, sighed lightly. When he hid the body and looked up again, he found that the ascetic who had been silently listening all night had already disappeared. When Chen Chen returned to the inn, Yundi was buying alcohol at the front desk. He walked over, ordered a strong drink from the waiter, and sat next to her. Yundi glanced at him, unusually silent. Chen Chen raised the drink in his hand and said, "Anyway, we are still teammates. If you have any thoughts, you might as well discuss them with me first." Yundi's slightly intoxicated eyelids lifted, indicating for him to continue. "I don't want to lose 2 teammates on the first day, and I don't want you to end up like that arrogant fool follower, dying inexplicably." Chen Chen's words were straightforward. He was now afraid of his teammates' overconfidence leading to immediate death. It's not that he doesn't trust Yundi's intelligence. Well, he just doesn't. And he could see that this assassin lady already had ideas. Perhaps she would act tonight. As for whether her actions would benefit the trial, he couldn't judge without knowing her intentions. Yundi smiled, ignored him, finished the drink in her cup, and left alone again. Chen Chen watched her leave, then turned his gaze to the bar. The empty glass that Yundi had slammed on the bar was still trembling, and on the base of the glass, a barely visible crack gradually spread towards the 3 o'clock direction.
Interesting invitation.
The first floor of the enclosed at 2 o'clock, obviously planning some off-the-books activities in the quiet night. Chen Chen chuckled helplessly, downed the drink in his cup, and also returned to his room. The night was deep. Despite the many guests in the inn, most chose to rest at this time, no longer as lively as when night fell. The innkeeper was obviously a savvy operator. To ensure the guests could rest easy, even at such a late hour, he had arranged for several waiters to patrol the corridors on each floor.
Chen Chen lay on the bed in his room, unable to sleep.
He listened to the footsteps pacing back and forth in the corridor, pondering how to break the deadlock. Just as he furrowed his brow in thought, he heard the familiar sound of breathing behind the wooden wall next to his bed.
Is it 3 o'clock already?
He raised his hand to check the time, but the breathing next door had vanished. Feeling as though he had received a signal, Chen Chen immediately sat up, opened the room door, and walked out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Du Shiguang and Fang Ju also pushing open their doors and stepping out. Their gazes, in perfect unison, passed over Chen Chen and focused on the door to Yun Ni's room. To their surprise, at the end of the corridor, a burly man lying in the shadows also woke up and silently stood up.
It seemed everyone's thoughts were on the actions of Miss Assassin. But why was I awake? It was because Yun and I extended an invitation.
What were you big guys doing, staying up in the middle of the night listening at the walls? Time was of the essence, and Chen Chen didn't have time to dwell on it. The group tacitly skipped the awkward greetings and followed Yun Ni's footsteps to the 3rd floor. Perhaps due to the warning from Wei Guan's death, she had not erased her traces. So the 4 men trailed behind her, erasing her tracks while speculating on what this annihilation assassin intended to do. However, they didn't have much time to ponder. When they reached the door of the room at the far end of the 3rd floor, the answer presented itself. A hint of the scent of annihilation wafted from the room.
Yun and I had made her move.
The group, taken aback, quickly dodged the patrolling waiters and rushed into the room. Upon entering, they found the room in disarray, and the guest who should have been there was nowhere to be seen.
Yun and I had disappeared once again. Madwoman! Fang Ju immediately grasped Yun Ni's intentions, cursing angrily before darting out.
Du Shiguang followed closely, evidently understanding Yun Ni's motives as well. Chen Chen looked at the empty room, his brow furrowed. There was no doubt that Yun and I had killed someone. The followers of Annihilation used the special means granted by him to send the guests in the room to other planes. These planes were often apocalyptic realms on the brink of collapse. Leading living beings into disintegrating spaces was a form of worship to him. Furthermore, the disappearance of living beings in place was also a form of death. The unfortunate guests might still be alive, but what kind of suffering they would endure in the planes observed by Annihilation was unknown to outsiders. The plan was rough but effective.
Miss Assassin's idea was simply to search each room for evidence without alerting the other guests.
True to her character, she was decisive and direct. However, there was still a problem. Once face-to-face with the murderer, Yun and I might very well become the next Wei Guan. This straightforward and effective method had crossed many minds, but no one wanted to be the second Wei Guan. Unexpectedly, Yun and I didn't mind at all and willingly became the sharp spear in the player's hands. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh, truly bold in skill and courage. Why were these high-scoring individuals all so confident?
Did they rely on their talents to climb up the ranks?
He sneered at the thought. Brute force couldn't solve everything. It was the mind that held the key to unlocking crucial doors. But the deed was done, and there was no use in dwelling on it further. He sighed in resignation and began to search the cluttered room, hoping to find some useful information inside. It was clear that Miss Assassin wouldn't conduct a thorough search. This dirty work required everyone's effort.
Ah, the people from the Grand Tribunal are on their way. By causing chaos in the inn at this moment, aren't you afraid of getting caught in it yourself?
Under the somewhat rough actions of the players, a bizarre scene unfolded in the inn at night. Several men with pale faces were chasing a woman. Meanwhile, the woman kept wandering in the inn corridor, darting into each room as she passed by, only to come out looking annoyed. The whole process didn't last long, and there were no sounds coming from the quiet rooms.
However, anyone entering would discover that the guests in the beds had disappeared.
The rooms were in disarray, yet nothing seemed to be taken.
Such behavior didn't seem motivated by greed. So, the question arises, what exactly did this female thief steal? Answer, Chen Chen's time. After following Yun and I through a dozen rooms, Chen Chen was utterly disappointed. Found nothing.
Apart from the luggage and essential items brought by the guests, the biggest discovery was seeing some innovative QQ underwear in a lady's wardrobe.
Can't deny the taste of this lady. Let's focus on the matter at hand.
It was evident that the rooms they had checked so far housed respectable guests, not the person they were looking for. Moreover, with so many guests in the inn, even if they searched until dawn, they wouldn't finish searching the third floor, let alone the 2 floors below. Continuing like this, by the time dawn broke, Yun and I would have to return the guests sent to other dimensions.
Panic might spread even more in the inn by then. Chen Shen had reminded others more than once along the way, should we continue? The responses were interesting. Feng Ju frowned, Du Shiguang smiled, and the ascetic monk remained silent. Obviously, the big shots also wanted to try their luck. They were gambling that they might stumble upon a useful clue, which could potentially save some time. Since the big shots were unwilling to stop, Chen Shen, as a bystander, naturally had no say. Let's continue. However, life works in such a way that the more rushed you are, the worse things turn out. These unconventional methods were bound to falter. At some point before dawn, the actions of Miss Assassin were discovered. More accurately, she exposed herself. When Yin and I skillfully sneaked into a room again, she found 4 men in black robes sitting neatly inside, all opening their eyes and looking at her. As soon as their bright eyes opened, a force of order began to surge. The thick texture felt as if it had once descended here. Yun Ni's face changed dramatically, and she turned to run. However, the moment she entered the room, the outcome was already sealed. A grand and majestic chant began to sound, resonating like a bell. Here, fleeing is prohibited. Here, shouting is prohibited. Here, resistance is prohibited. Here, sophistry is prohibited. Terrifying holy light surged, instantly bathing the entire room in a golden glow. Chains made of laws, like living creatures, tightly bound Yun Ni's hands and feet. She was powerless to resist, unable to seek help, only able to watch herself being imprisoned, then lifted high in the air by the chains, like being torn apart by 5 horses. Various pressures and negative states from the order relentlessly ravaged her body until the judge in the judgment robe on the bed opened his eyes, and this terrifying punishment momentarily ceased. But what followed was the beginning of a nightmare. The judge took out his judgment scepter from nothingness, his eyes glowing with purple lightning fixed on Yun and I, gently pointed towards her restrained position, and slowly asked, "Do you plead guilty?" "Plead guilty? Guilty of what? Is it a sin to offer a free journey to a sleeping traveler to a strange dimension? Isn't this an act of charity?" Of course, if it were Chen Shen who got caught, maybe that thought would arise. But for Yundi, at this moment, she was neither happy nor sad. She realized the identity of these people. They were clearly from the Grand Tribunal. The members of the Grand Tribunal had arrived long ago. Silently, they reached Yangzhan town, disguised as ordinary travelers, sneaking into the inn for investigation. Yes, even players could pinpoint the location of the culprit, so how could these judges of the Grand Tribunal, specialized in judgment, not have the means? They had already narrowed down the approximate range of the suspect, maybe even had a few suspects in mind. And she was just a silly deer who stumbled into the trap while they were waiting for their prey. What was even more frightening was that she felt a divine fluctuation akin to blossoming awaiting withering on the staff taken out by this judge. Another semi-divine artifact. This was the 3rd semi-divine artifact she encountered in a day. What did this mean? It meant she might die. Yundi had long thought that she might meet an accident, but she had been contemplating how to deal with the bizarre attacks when fear approaches. She never expected to end up falling into the hands of another semi-divine artifact from the Grand Tribunal. After much contemplation, facing such a ridiculous outcome was still unexpected. It was simply laughable. Yundi seemed to give up on defending herself, even though she felt she was innocent. But when a judge only wanted to find you guilty, silence was better than arguing back. At least it preserved some dignity, not becoming a clown. The judge's words clearly indicated his intention to have her killed. Yundi fearlessly smiled, then turned her head away. However, the power of order ultimately forced her to speak. An invisible pressure turned into a transparent hand, gripping her throat, squeezing out a response from her windpipe. Yes. Immediately after, with a boom, thunder struck. The sinner turned to ashes. From confession to annihilation, not even a blink of an eye was wasted. Although in Yangzhan town, blossoming awaiting withering equally protected everyone. However, the will of other gods could bring death. Just like the judgment of order, it was irreversible. The judge completed the execution, but he seemed unsatisfied. He watched where Yundi had disappeared, his brow furrowed. He did sense death, but based on his understanding of his own thunder punishment, the deceased sinner should have turned into a charred corpse, not disintegrated directly into nothingness. This kind of death seemed like something long unseen. The other judges also noticed the anomaly. Frowning in confusion, one of them asked, "My lord, what is this?" After a moment of contemplation, the judge coldly said, "It's probably a special method from the underground faith of annihilation. It doesn't matter, the sinner has been executed." When the judge said the sinner was dead, there was no possibility of survival for the sinner. The 4 judges nodded simultaneously, then closed their eyes, returning to silence. The judge put away his scepter, not closing his eyes but turning his icy gaze towards the door. Outside the door, Fangju was sweating profusely. Du Shiguang clenched his fists tightly. The two were just a step away from following Yundi in, but fortunately, Yundi quickly signaled them to be cautious as soon as she entered the room, making them pause for a moment in prudence. It was this moment of hesitation that saved their lives. The two retreated with solemn expressions, all the way back to the stairs, where they met Chen Shan and the ascetic monk in the shadows, stopping just in time, wiping the cold sweat off their foreheads. Chen Shan had not seen everything that had happened inside and outside the room. Seeing the serious expressions of the two, he felt a thud in his heart. "Where is Yundi?" Fangju's eyes darkened, but he said nothing. Du Shiguang shook his head slowly, his meaning clear. Dead? Was Yanjian town really a town where one could die of old age peacefully? Chen Shen was extremely shocked. His eyes widened as he looked towards the room, trying to recall who lived there. If he remembered correctly, the room should have been empty before they left. In other words, the person in this room must have moved in during the short time the players were out searching for Wei Guan. It was a perfect timing. Who is inside? Fangju finally spoke. Order, I sense the fluctuation of order's power. The Grand Tribunal. Undoubtedly, it could only be the Grand Tribunal. They had actually arrived. What he had casually thought of had unexpectedly come true. Chen Shen felt the joke from fate, his expression extremely grim. A trial lasting 7 days, with another casualty on the 2nd day at dawn. 6, leaving 4. Meanwhile, the travelers sent to other planes by Yunai were abruptly spit back out by the planes, waking up in bed feeling like they had just had a terrifying nightmare. Yet they had no idea who was behind creating this nightmare, because the culprit had been executed. Clearly, the judges of the Grand Tribunal had noticed the presence of the players. Regardless of why they didn't pursue them, the people with self-awareness decisively gave up on their next actions and returned to the room with solemn expressions. Tonight's performance ended with the sacrifice of a second life, amidst the survivors' fear. Fangju and Du Shiguan walked towards the same room, their chaotic auras slightly avoiding Chen Chen. The current situation was too chaotic, making it hard not to associate all of this with the followers of chaos. Although Chen Chen had done nothing, his inaction raised suspicions. From the beginning of the trial until now, it seemed like they were being led by the nose. Where they investigated, death followed. This trial resembled those of Chaos followers in the past, with the only difference being that the deaths this time were more coincidental and rational. Chen Chen could see their thoughts, so he didn't bother trying to get involved. Like a penitent monk, he silently went downstairs alone. However, he didn't return to his room but went to Yunai's room instead. Yunai's room was simple, almost excessively so. Not a single item of her own was there, not even the tables and chairs provided by the inn. Chen Shen knew that these things must have been used by this assassin lady for her mission. The mission of annihilation is just that, annihilation. Finding no useful clues, Chen Shen sighed helplessly. Perhaps this was the characteristic of the annihilation followers. When they devoted themselves to annihilation, all traces of their existence disappeared, as if they had never been there. He lay on Yunai's bed, looking at the knife marks on the wooden wall, feeling a bit dazed. It had only been a dozen hours since the birth of that gap, but today felt like it had lasted for several days. He suddenly remembered the scene of shaking hands with Yunai, the red nail polish on her jade-like fingers still vivid in his memory. The memories kept flooding back, each scene causing Chen Chan's brows to furrow tighter. He wasn't reminiscing about these fragmented details. He was contemplating how that gap in the wall came to be. If he remembered correctly, the assassin lady could accurately sense Chen Chan's position behind the wall. This meant she had some kind of scouting or perception talent, and it was of a high level. If that was the case, why didn't she notice anything unusual in the room before entering? Even if the judges from the Grand Tribunal had various means to conceal themselves, as an assassin, a profession known for its caution, there was no way there would be no warning of danger. She clearly signaled a warning to Fangju the moment she opened the door. But this warning behavior was even more baffling. Chen Shen couldn't help but wonder if it were him. Upon discovering danger in the room, he would either go all out to escape first, or prepare for a direct confrontation, certainly not distract himself to alert his teammates at the first moment. Yunni's attitude towards her teammates was vividly clear. She might care about her so-called fairness, but she would definitely not care about others' lives. Even if they had united with Fangju to resist at the first moment, it would have been more reliable than just giving a warning. So, why was that? Chen Shen thought for a long time, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, and could only reluctantly come up with one answer: she was being controlled.
It was likely not a long-term control, but just a momentary influence on her mind. And this decision in that moment sealed her fate. There was someone lurking in the shadows who could control people's thoughts. Was it the murderer, or a player? Most likely the murderer. Of course, the possibility of it being Fong Ju and Du Shiguang couldn't be ruled out. Chen Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. It seemed that in this trial, there was not only a perfect hidden murderer but also someone stirring up trouble. Danger surged in the night, and the inn harbored a murderous intent. Fortunately, dawn was not far off. Before long, the sky brightened. The guests woke up one after another, and the inn once again bustled with life. But the good times didn't last long. Just as Fong Ju and Chen Chen pushed open the door and appeared in the corridor, a group of law enforcement officers in uniforms rudely closed the front door of the inn. Enforcement order of the Exarch Law Bureau, at the request of Exarch Mosius of the Grand Tribunal, all entrances and exits of Everbloom Town are sealed, including the Lifelight Inn. Please do not panic, the judges have taken control of the situation, and your safety is guaranteed here. Please leave your rooms in an orderly manner and gather on the first floor. I repeat, please gather on the first floor. The Grand Tribunal had taken action. Their speed was much faster than expected. The entire inn was sealed off. Fong Ju and the others exchanged a glance with Chen Chen, then went to the first floor without saying a word. Chen Chen obediently followed. The Grand Tribunal's target wouldn't be the players. Since they had let them go last night, they wouldn't come back today to cause trouble on such a large scale. Their target was the murderer. As the players descended the stairs, their thoughts churned. If the murderer really fell into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, would the clues be interrupted here? Regardless of whether the ultimate sacrifice was him, no one could interrogate a criminal in the hands of the Grand Tribunal, especially not a judge who had swiftly killed Yun and I. The guests were stunned by the Law Bureau's announcement, and chaos spread throughout the inn. People were filled with suspicion and speculation. What's going on? Why is the inn sealed off? Where's the innkeeper? He should go to the council to protest. Are you out of your mind? This is an order from the Grand Tribunal. Do you know what the Grand Tribunal is? How could they seal off the inn without evidence, those high and mighty judges? Heavens, is the murderer in the inn? Praise prosperity, I'm still alive. What, the leading judge this time is Mosius? My goodness, I really want to see him, even just a glance would be good. Who? The Son of Thunder? Exactly. He is a first-level judge of the Grand Tribunal, a student of the Grand Executioner Altair, the most talented elemental judge in history, and the most likely to inherit the title of Grand Judge, the Son of Order. Even if I could see him for a moment, tonight would be an unforgettable dream for me forever. You look so provocative, it's really scary. Maybe for Moxius, just one look at you would give him nightmares. Are you looking for a fight? In the name of prosperity, the judges have already identified the culprit. Now, I'm not afraid of you. The scene was chaotic. Players stood apart in the restless crowd, solemnly scrutinizing everything suspicious around them. On the eve of the grand trial's verdict, they wanted to find some clues in advance. But with so many people and the noise overwhelming, in such a chaotic situation, it was hard to find someone who wasn't suspicious. Many passengers' behavior twisted under panic. Chen Shen sighed softly and started to change his approach. At the same time, four judges from the Grand Tribunal quietly appeared in the four corners of the hall, surrounding and enclosing the entire inn with just the four of them. Soon, amidst the anxious murmurs, a purple-eyed judge in a robe appeared at the inn's entrance. Moxius, the elemental judge of the Grand Tribunal, the most popular first-level judge in history. Do you know him? Du Shiguang stood in the crowd and asked softly. Fong Ju nodded, saying, the son of order who died young. I've seen his name in the Grand Tribunal's records. After his death, the Grand Tribunal gradually got entangled in the war and weakened over time. Died young? In a war? Du Shiguang was a bit puzzled, but then he realized. Is it the end of the civilization era now? No, it's a bit earlier. It should be towards the end of the mid-period. At this time, the civil war had just begun, and the war was only starting to cast its gaze upon this land. As for the chaos, even the name of the gods had not spread. Du Shiguang had a sudden realization, understanding why a follower of chaos was outside last night, yet the judges of the Grand Tribunal did not come to arrest him. It was the early period of the civilization era, where the order and truth had reigned for thousands of years, their followers almost unified on the surface, while the war had just noticed the Isle of Hope. How did he die? The Grand Tribunal's records are vague. I didn't join them, so my knowledge is limited. What is the Son of Order? Du Shiguang asked again. This time, Fong Ju didn't answer him but instead asked, what did you exchange for your memories? Du Shiguang's face tightened, remaining silent. Fong Ju seemed to have guessed something and didn't speak further. The judge with purple lightning flickering in his eyes stepped forward, tapping the floor with his staff, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Perhaps due to the pressure of order or out of respect for the Grand Tribunal, the hall quickly fell silent. He hadn't spoken yet, just saluted in the manner of an order follower, and a sense of compliance with the law instantly infected Chen Shen, making him feel an urge to confess. This was much more impressive than Fong Ju's confession last night. Just as everyone was bowing their heads, preparing to accept judgment, Moxius spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, the holy light of order enveloped everyone. Some of you may know me, while others may have never heard of me, but that doesn't matter. Why the Grand Tribunal is here, I believe you all know. Evil is spreading in Everbloom Town. Sinners under the cover of night are depriving the residents of their right to embrace prosperity. This filthy and despicable act is not only a trampling of the faith of the Nature Alliance but also a challenge to the authority of the Grand Tribunal. In the name of order, judgment shall prevail. No sinner can escape punishment. I, Mochius, a first-level judge, hereby promise to the Eternal Blossom Town Autonomous Alliance and its believers, today, I will definitely find the real culprit and restore peace to all of you. Mochius' words were very inspiring, and many people's faces visibly brightened, while the law enforcement officers around wore expressions of anticipation. However, his tone quickly turned cold and chillingly playful. All right, the routine announcement is over. Let's discard these cumbersome restraints and get straight to the point. I have found the murderer, and indeed, he is among you. Fear was once your weapon, but it will also be your requiem. Under the gaze of order, under the judgment of the Grand Tribunal, how do you plan to escape? Before Mochius could finish, his gaze began to move slowly, starting from the far left, scanning everyone in the hall. With each subtle angle shift, the passengers in his line of sight instinctively tensed up, glancing around, trying to spot the culprit among them. The oppressive atmosphere, almost tangible, made many passengers tremble and almost fall. Chen Shen stood in the crowd, feeling his sword-like gaze linger on him for a moment before moving on to the left, silently relieved. He was afraid that this judge would use his ruthless methods on him, a follower of chaos, once again. Fortunately, it seemed that he truly ignored the players. The pressure shifted, panic brewed. Just as Mochius' gaze was halfway through, about to turn to the right, a sudden change occurred. A figure in a blue windbreaker suddenly lowered his head, pushed aside the surrounding passengers, crouched down, and swiftly rushed towards the outskirts of the crowd. The bumped passengers were momentarily stunned, then started screaming in terror. Ah! Help! Save me! Run, the murderer is going to kill! The law enforcement officers at the door immediately sprang into action, chasing after him. It's him! Don't let him escape! Catch him! The hall instantly descended into chaos. At the first moment of this outbreak of chaos, a few players keenly seized the opportunity and made completely different reactions. Fong Ju began to sing loudly, unleashing his power of order without reservation, transforming into golden chains of order chasing after the fleeing figure. Du Shiguang disappeared in a flash, seemingly anticipating the trajectory and blocking the escape route of the fugitive. However, he did not hinder the figure's escape but, at the right moment, with a subtle and inconspicuous movement, accidentally touched the culprit. As for Chen Chen, he vanished. In the moment the crowd dispersed, he disguised himself as a startled passenger and rushed out of the first floor's blockade, quickly running to the second floor. His action was not out of fear for his life but to search for clues. There was no room for slacking off, not now, not ever. In this game so thrilling, one misstep could mean death, offering no chance to rest. To survive, one must constantly unleash their potential. Back on the first day of investigating the inn, Chen Shen silently recorded the appearance of all the guests and the rooms they occupied. The moment the figure in the blue windbreaker moved, he immediately identified the person. A bard. A minstrel claiming to be from the northern Canriwal Empire. With the guests in the inn on edge due to the murder, there were inevitably a few troublemakers, led by him, inciting fear. In fact, when Chen Chen learned about the semi-divine artifact known as the Approach of Fear, he had also suspected this bard. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. To kill with fear, the best way is to spread fear first. And the profession of a bard is most suitable for openly carrying out such activities. They like to tell stories, especially ones that send shivers down people's spines. However, at that time, he was still shaken by Wei Guan's death, his mind was not sharp, or perhaps he couldn't make a clear judgment. But now, everything fell into place. There had never been any false alarms. The reason he saw a snake was that the bow was made by the snake itself. The killer had long prepared everything, only waiting for this semi-divine weapon to prove itself. When fear strikes, Chen Shen's steps were quick, weaving through fleeing passengers until he reached the bard's room. His thoughts were different from the other two. Fong Ju obviously thought that after the arrival of the Grand Tribunal, they had taken absolute control, so helping them track down the killer might provide more convenience in the upcoming investigation and actions. Du Shiguang's thoughts were more direct. As long as he encountered people, he could read their memories. What Chen Shen was thinking was, when a murderer confirmed being targeted, their first reaction would surely be to clear their suspicion. The simplest and most effective way to do so was to get rid of the tools used in the crime. However, the semi-divine weapon was not something that could be easily discarded, so Chen Shen was more inclined to believe that the killer had hidden his dagger rather than discarded it. He arrived at the bard's room first, hoping to find some clues that could reveal the nature of the trial. Finding the dagger by chance would naturally be the best outcome. However, as Chen Shen ghosted his way to the room's door and pushed it open with his own hands, there was already someone inside. Before him stood a man, bare-chested, veins bulging, exerting all his strength. A penitent monk. It was the silent disciple. Chen Shen was greatly surprised, blinked in confusion. No wonder he was never seen, even after everyone was taken to the first floor by the Grand Tribunal. It turned out he had also noticed the bard's identity. However solitary a player might be, they were still considered allies, especially when they shared the same fate of chaos. Without the hatred of opposing beliefs, there was no need to worry too much. But his current state. Something was off. The penitent monk clearly heard the door being pushed open, yet he did not turn around. It seemed he was tightly gripping something, exerting all his strength to resist. Chen Shen noticed the clues and sensed his condition deteriorating, so he quickly cast a healing spell on him. A priest's duty cannot stand seeing a teammate's health bar not full. Unexpectedly, the silent disciple did not appreciate it at all. He had set up a silent domain at some point, rendering the healing spell ineffective within the domain. Is he a loner too? Chen Shen was infuriated and muttered under his breath, "Stop playing dumb, if you won't talk, I'll call for help." The penitent monk's momentum visibly faltered. After a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and slowly turned half of his body. As soon as he turned around, Chen Shen saw that he was holding something in his hands. Upon closer inspection, it was a dagger emitting a strange red light, struggling desperately under his restraint. When fear strikes, is this the semi-divine weapon that kills invisibly? The scene before Chen Shen made him think so involuntarily. Although the dagger was held in the penitent monk's palm, he could not control this semi-divine weapon at all, his whole body trembling along with the dagger. Seeing his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted in agony, Chen Shen was truly afraid that something might go wrong. The Grand Tribunal is downstairs, they could discover this place at any moment. Withdraw your domain, I'll help you. Chen Shen's earnest plea was met with the usual silence. Despite the penitent monk's declining state, he did not remove the silent domain. This time, Chen Shen was truly silenced. You found the key clue to the trial, didn't you? You're in bad shape, let go before you die. Alright, you're so stubborn. Fine, then die. Chen Shen, unable to communicate, turned and walked away. The commotion here was too loud. The members of the Grand Tribunal were not fools. They would soon realize where the bard's room was and come after him. If they saw him, there would be no way to explain why he was at the murderer's door. How could an ordinary traveler be so interested in a killer that he ran towards the killer's room while others were fleeing for their lives? Investigate when you can, but prioritize survival. Chen Shen couldn't beat this solitary warrior, so he had to think of another way. However, just as he turned to leave, a terrifying purple thunderbolt flashed past Chen Shen's face, striking the ascetic monk directly. Thunderstruck. Chen Shen's mind and body shook, his pupils shrinking. The terrifying burning and numbness made him lose feeling in half of his face. He widened his eyes and saw a man standing at the staircase on the second floor, coldly watching him. Mo Chelsea. The judge was faster than he had anticipated. Behind him were several law enforcers, curious onlookers, and Fong Ju and Du Shiguang frowning in the crowd. Obviously, they had dealt with the bard downstairs. So fast? Chen Shen instinctively felt that something unexpected had happened downstairs. He looked at Fong Ju, then slightly startled, and turned to Du Shiguang. As expected, Fong Ju remained silent with a stern face, while Du Shiguang looked conflicted but ultimately shook his head slightly. The bard had caused trouble. That's why they rushed upstairs immediately. Fong Ju, a follower of order, was still considering matters of faith at such a time. Really? Forget it, it's no wonder players clash over faith. This faith in chaos is indeed annoying. But now, the focus should be on how to extricate himself from being caught at the murderer's door. Chen Shen quickly pretended to be shocked and fell to the side, sneaking a glance at the ascetic monk in the room. Such a thick lightning strike only grazed him during the impact, causing half of his face to go numb. If it hit a person directly, could they survive? Surprisingly, they could. The ascetic monk's body froze for a moment from the thunderbolt as thick as a barrel, but he didn't die. Instead, he was charred and blasted away. At the same time, the crimson dagger was flung near Qin Shen's feet. Mochiosi was clearly surprised that his thunder punishment hadn't killed the criminal. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor, his tone as cold as ice that never melts in the abyss. Very well, you are the first sinner to survive my thunder punishment. Even I have to admire such resilience. The southern front is tight, and it's a time to recruit. Surrender, hand over it, and I will give you a chance to be a war prisoner. Death row inmates who fight on the battlefield might carve out a path to survival. They are generally referred to as war prisoners by the Grand Tribunal. Of course, no matter how many people they kill, they can only escape death. They will still have to serve their sentence when they return. Order must be maintained, and judgment will not be wrong. From the moment a sinner commits a crime, they are a sinner for eternity. This is the will of the Grand Tribunal. It's also why Fong Ju didn't want to join the Grand Tribunal. He frowned upon hearing this. At the top of the scepter of Moxius, the thick thunder roaring like glue was still raging, and he stared mercilessly at the ascetic monk, as if the slightest no from him would prompt the roaring thunder to devour him without hesitation. Chen Shen hid to the side like a transparent person, but his mind was calculating how to break the deadlock with this silent believer. However, to everyone's surprise, he had no intention of breaking the deadlock at all. When the ascetic monk struggled to get up from the ground, instead of choosing to escape immediately, he decisively lunged towards Chen Shen. No! It was towards the dagger at Chen Shen's feet. Chen Shen's eyes widened suddenly, and in extreme incomprehension, he scrambled back 2 steps. Dude, did it have to be so intense? Is having a head made of iron a prerequisite for survival? Is the thunder punishment of the judge a form of electrotherapy? It's really deadly. These lightning-fast 2 steps indeed saved Chen Shen's life because as the ascetic monk made his move, the thunder in Moxius's hand roared decisively towards him. Boom! This time there was no luck. In the instant the thunder struck the ascetic monk, he turned into charred ashes. The fury carried by this lightning was evidently more terrifying than the previous one. Lord Moxius was furious, and so the sinner died. Dust scattered, and the thunder fell silent. The deceased himself, from beginning to end, never uttered a word. Throughout the entire process of death, he practiced the doctrine of silence, demonstrating his devotion to the deity. Buzz, the deafening thunder made Chen Shen's ears ring. His mind was in turmoil. Since the ascetic monk lunged towards him facing his direction, Chen Shen clearly saw the determination in his eyes. He saw the resolve in his eyes vanish before the thunder engulfed him. He wasn't struck by lightning. He died of fear. Yes, he died at the hands of the crimson dagger beneath his feet, died when fear arrived. Before the judgment of the judge, he perished under a demigod artifact he sought to seize. Chen Shen couldn't believe his eyes widened, quickly turning to look at the crowd. If the troubadour downstairs had already been dealt with, when was the ascetic monk targeted? Could it be that the murderer was still among the crowd? Even under the eyes of the Grand Tribunal, was someone still committing murder? 6, leaving 3. The trial has only reached the 2nd day. Chen Shen broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak. He slightly hugged his body, trying hard to play the role of a frightened and injured traveler, attempting to bluff his way through. In fact, Moxius had long seen through everything. He knew Chen Shen was not a good person and knew he was trying to fish in troubled waters to find this dagger. However, the most advantageous point for Chen Shen was that even though he appeared where he shouldn't have been, he hadn't done anything he shouldn't have. For someone who appeared outwardly bad but had no criminal behavior, the judge could not find him guilty. Otherwise, it would be against the order. The order granted them authority but also limited their power. With a stern face, Moxius walked up to Chen Shen, ignoring the injured traveler, and stooped to pick up the crimson dagger. This demigod artifact that nearly took half of the ascetic monk's life did not show much resistance in his hands, lying quietly like an ordinary piece of iron. But when fear arrived fell into Moxius's hands, the faces of the remaining 3 players became extremely ugly. The difficulty of the trial was escalating. When a demigod artifact that could threaten the safety of faith fell into the hands of the Grand Tribunal, do you think they would share it to help players solve the trial clues, even if only for a few hours? The answer is obvious. They wouldn't. But after Moxius obtained the dagger, he didn't put it away immediately. Instead, as if showcasing it, he pointed it towards the onlookers who were unafraid of death. Fong Ju's eyes narrowed upon witnessing this scene. This doesn't seem like showing off trophies. A judge from the Grand Tribunal wouldn't need to be so ostentatious. Therefore, he must have only one reason for doing so: he's fishing. Fishing for the culprit with a weapon. Moxius clearly wanted to see who in the crowd would be interested in this item. Even if he couldn't catch the culprit, even if he only caught some small fry like Chen Shen, it would be fine. Unfortunately, his intentions were perhaps too obvious. as no one dared to offend the dignity of the Grand Tribunal at that moment.
Du Shiguan obviously understood this scene as well.
The two of them lowered their heads slightly, avoiding Moxius's gaze. After waiting for a while and seeing no new twists, Moxius spoke somewhat disappointedly. An artifact tainted with the divinity of corruption and death. This is the source of calamity. The filthy blasphemer used this artifact to create slaughter and panic. Although we didn't catch the rat today, there's no need for you all to panic anymore, because he no longer has the capital to blaspheme the god of prosperity. Rest assured, under the watchful eye of the Grand Tribunal, no sinner can escape judgment.
It may just take a little time.
With that, he tucked when fear comes into his arms and left the inn without hesitation. Watching Moxius take the judges and law enforcers away, Qinshen sighed quietly. At that moment, the players had lost the best opportunity to snatch the dagger. This also meant that the clues were slipping away from them once again. And this time, unlike before, there was almost no chance of turning back. The surging light of life is unsealed from now on, but Everbloom Town still does not allow entry or exit. I hope you all can stay in town for a while longer to witness the judgment of order and the punishment of sinners. The elders of the Town Autonomy Alliance announced the unsealing order, but Qinshen didn't think it would help their current situation in the slightest.
This unsealing order felt more like a heavy shackle, locking the players in the inn.
Unsurprisingly, the Grand Tribunal was closely monitoring which guest would be the first to leave the inn. For those with guilty consciences, this inn, which Moxius was paying excessive attention to, was clearly not a good hiding place.
He might be urgently looking for a new hiding place, and this was exactly Moxius's plan. Retreat to advance, from light to darkness. Next, no one would know where Moxius was or where he was looking. Having lost the mastermind behind the scenes, they could only live in constant fear, trying everything possible to clear their names. Any abnormal behavior could be discovered by the astute judges and lead to imprisonment in the Grand Tribunal's death cells.
The situation was spiraling out of control into the abyss, with no glimmer of hope in sight.
After everyone dispersed, Qinshen endured his discomfort and cast 2 healing spells on himself before dragging his numb body towards Fangju.
Although the followers of order didn't want to cooperate further, he still needed to find out what had happened downstairs.
This time, Fangju didn't refuse Qinshen's questions.
Perhaps sensing the urgency of the trial, he truthfully revealed everything about the pursuit of the bard. That wasn't a person, but a puppet made of flesh and blood, devoid of any thoughts or consciousness.
A puppet?
Qinshen was stunned, suddenly recalling the desire puppet he had encountered in the previous trial. It seemed that this was a method the followers of corruption excelled at. Could it be that the culprit was truly the player's target? Du Shiguang added, because it's a puppet, no memories could be retrieved. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinshen furrowed his brow.
It wasn't because he was disappointed by the lack of clues once again.
It was because Du Shiguang had lied. This sentence is short, with only one point where lies could be told. He accessed the memories of the puppet but chose to conceal it.
Why?
Qinshen looked calmly at Fangju, only to find that this follower of order seemed to have no doubts about Du Shiguang's words. Fangju didn't know Du Shiguang was lying. He was also kept in the dark. The situation suddenly became more complicated.
It's interesting. The situation has deteriorated to this point, so why would someone refuse to share the only clue? Could it be he received the will of the memories and uncovered his own identity? Something's not right. Even so, he could have shared the clue with Fangju. The followers of order are the most reliable players, and this has never changed. Besides, more heads are better than one for brainstorming. So why did he choose to conceal, and what else did he hide? Qinshen glanced at Du Shiguang, but Du Shiguang didn't notice. He was deep in thought, frowning. Obviously, what he and Qinshen were thinking was definitely not the same. But that's okay, at least there was a bit more of a clue to focus on Du Shiguang. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Qinshen nodded, thanked them, and turned to leave. Before he could take a step, Fangju asked, "What happened in the room before we arrived?" Qinshen never lied, so he sincerely said, "The ascetic monk got hold of the time of fear before me, but he seemed unable to control this demi-artifact. I wanted to help him, but he refused me. You all saw what happened afterward. He died at Morchus's hands, and we lost the clue." Fangju stared into Qinshen's eyes for a while, finding no issues, so he nodded in thanks. Qinshen smiled indifferently and left. He had 2 things to do now. First, get out of Du Shiguang's sight and quietly follow him when he acted. The second was to interrogate those minstrels who were friends of Du Shiguang. How could a group of people who had been drinking together for days not notice even a puppet? After Qinshen left, Fangju sighed and said to Du Shiguang, "It seems we may not find any clues in reality. So, Mr. Memory Traveler, show us your trump card, we really need it."
Du Shiguang raised his glasses and smiled meaningfully. The time of fear is in the hands of the order followers. As you are also a follower of order, shouldn't you reveal your trump card first? Fang Ju fell silent for a moment, then sincerely said, I do have a trump card, but I can't tell you what it is. You can consider it as a chance to cheat. Even if we lose all the clues in this trial, suffering until the last second, I can walk out of the trial unscathed and survive. So, Du Shiguang, I am helping you. In the current situation, I can still help you. As a follower of order, I have always adhered to the laws and morals of the human world before its collapse. This is also why I did not invite you to follow the order, yet you can still enjoy my blessings. Du Shiguang widened his eyes in disbelief, re-examining himself but finding no blessings on him. He knew that the confession on the street last night was not a singer's blessing, it was the means of output from the lawmaker, not requiring teammates to follow the order. Fang Ju noticed his confusion, sighed, and with a wave of his hand, a faint light burst from Du Shiguang. This time, Du Shiguang saw it. Glimmer of order, S-rank faith talent. Within a certain range, when the target adheres to the same order as you, the target can maintain the same physical state as you, which can be hidden from the target. Did you see that? You can share my glimmer, which means you are not a twisted player, you are also following the previous order. That's why I still want to help you. Du Shiguang was first shocked, then smiled relievedly. No wonder I always feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot. I thought it was the effect of bloom awaits wither, but I didn't expect the root cause to be here. Thank you, and thank myself. Luckily, I am a good person. So, Du Shiguang quickly took out a ticket from his pocket that looked like a movie ticket, handed it to Fang Ju, and said mysteriously, tonight at 3 o'clock, right here, let's take a trip down memory lane. Chen Chen naturally had no idea that Du Shiguang had made plans with Fang Ju to go out and have fun in the middle of the night. He was currently on the first floor of the inn, engaging in conversation, and his conversation partner was the drunkards who often drank with the minstrels. They seemed to be indifferent to the death of their drinking companion, only concerned about whether today's drinks were discounted. Following the usual routine, Chen Chen stole wine from another table to exchange for stories at this table. Seeing the free wine, a few drunkards exaggeratedly recounted stories of their camaraderie with the minstrels. Aduz is an experienced traveler. Although he can't hold his liquor well and doesn't drink much, he has a broad knowledge. It is said that he has been to many places, even underground. You say he's a puppet? Don't joke, buddy. He must have been replaced by someone else. How could a puppet drink? Wouldn't it rust? Besides, he always foots the bill for the drinks. Why bother about where the real him is? I just want to know where his money is. Damn it, his room has been emptied by the law enforcement bureau. It said he made a lot of money from writing books. If I could inherit that money, I could probably drink until the day I die. Nonsense, I am Aduz's son, only I have the right to inherit. What? A follower of corruption? He's not a follower of corruption, he's a beggar of faith, believing in every god. How do I know? He can recite prayers to 7 or 8 deities in one breath. Can you? Hey buddy, is there more free wine? If not, go ask the boss for some. Aduz often does this, and the boss always gives 1 or 2 bottles. Chen Chen forced a smile and withdrew from the table, and as soon as he returned to his room, his expression turned serious. A very skillful puppetry technique. None of these drinkers noticed anything unusual about him, and the few professionals who could achieve this level of puppet control were few, especially if they were also involved with corruption and death. Then there was only one profession, Desire Master, a mage who worships corruption, a profession that can manipulate puppets with desires. The question is, where is this suspected Desire Master hiding now? No puppet could stray too far from its master, so it seems that this culprit is indeed still in the inn. But, could he hide so well? Not a single person suspected him, he didn't reveal any flaws, and even played with the members of the Grand Tribunal with puppets, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. Chen Chen even wondered if exposing the coming of fear was also part of his plan. Because such a secretive culprit only needed to carry the weapon with him, it was impossible for anyone to find it. So why did he leave the semi-artifact in the room? Was it to be handed over to the Grand Tribunal? What was his intention in doing so? Wait, could it be his target was the judge? Morchus. Chen Chen was shocked by his own thoughts, but upon careful consideration, everything seemed to align perfectly. Using a puppet to create chaos, diminishing one's own presence, and then throwing out a weapon to make the high court feel victorious. Next, it is natural to use emotioses when fear comes to complete some unexpected operations. Chen Chen took a deep breath, a bold guess rising in his mind. Could it be that the sacrifice for this trial is emotiosi? How is that possible? A first-level judge of the High Court? Just by looking at the people's reactions, you can tell how deep his support is among the people, and by the deaths of Yun and I and the ascetic monk, you can see how strong he is.
Can players really handle such a presence?
Well, you know, even 6 players with a power level of 2400 might not be able to.
The problem is that 3 have already died, and among the remaining 3, there is still a troublemaker.
Of course, I won't say who the troublemaker is, but there is another possibility, that the sacrifice is the culprit. But for now, this sacrifice seems to be more troublesome than the High Court judge.
Up to now, the players still haven't found where he is. Clues are intermittent, deductions can only rely on guesses.
Chen Shen stayed in the room all night, thinking while paying attention to the movements next door. Finally, at 2:30 in the night, a subtle noise came from the door.
Chen Shan looked up in astonishment. Why is the sound coming from his own door?
He immediately got out of bed quietly, slowly approached the door, and when he confirmed that there was indeed someone outside, Chen Shen did not adopt a cautious defensive posture, but unexpectedly opened the door suddenly. In the split second the door was quickly opened. A servant with a look of astonishment and embarrassment lost his balance and fell into the room without any mercy.
A servant?
Chen Shen quickly stepped on the servant's shoulder, teasingly asking, "Why, working part-time so late after work?" The servant obviously didn't understand Chen Shen's banter. He smiled awkwardly, but made no struggle, saying, "Sorry to disturb you, the boss said you were injured, so he asked me to bring some medicine, it's in the pocket of my shirt."
Chen Shen didn't move, pressing down with his foot. "Oh? Then I have to thank your boss, but is this how you all deliver medicine?"
The servant awkwardly chuckled a few times, his face turning red. "Sorry, it's all my fault, I was too curious, I will report truthfully to the boss, please spare me."
The servant didn't lie, and his attitude was sincere, not deceitful.
Chen Shen hesitated for a moment, but still reached into the pocket of his shirt. However, as soon as he touched the servant's chest, he suddenly froze, then quickly withdrew his hand, smiling and thanking him. The servant scrambled up from the floor, bowed repeatedly, and backed out, closing the door to the room. Chen Shen looked at the note in his hand, lost in thought. On the other side, Du Shiguang stood by the wall, holding his breath, listening to the movements in Chen Shen's room next door.
When the sound ceased, he shook his head at Fang Ju sitting in the room.
It was the innkeeper who sent someone to deliver the medicine, but this servant may have had some ulterior motives and was discovered by Chen Shen. He is very vigilant and astute, not like a follower of chaos.
Fang Ju nodded at first, then shook his head. The scent of chaos cannot deceive people.
This rational eroder has a high divine nature, as he said, getting close to order is chaos in the eyes of chaos.
In that case, aren't you more chaotic than him?
The premise is that he believes in chaos, and I believe in order. Wrapped in the same external manifestations are different cores, so each individual called human will be different.
Well, enough idle talk, there are still 15 minutes left. I am looking forward to tonight's journey.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Remember to remove the sound barrier after we leave, so as not to arouse suspicion from the neighbors.
Fang Ju nodded and remained silent. 3 o'clock arrived quickly.
Chen Shen sensed that the person next door was gone, decisively pushed the door open, and walked out. He had some guesses about where the 2 people had gone, but he didn't follow his own thoughts now. He looked at the note in his hand several times and walked calmly towards the first floor. The note mentioned a secluded space under the bar in the first floor lobby, perfect for a meeting, for him alone.
Alone? Alright, just one person.
Today, I'll be a lone wolf again. I want to see for myself what the culprit causing panic in Yangzhan town looks like. The reason Chen Shen suspected that the person inviting him was the culprit was because at the moment he touched the waiter's chest, he keenly felt that the other party was a flesh puppet. This puppet had a very convincing ability, perhaps even a different person wouldn't notice. But Chen Shen was different, he had touched too many people. Well, that sounded a bit awkward. In other words, he understood the body very well.
That didn't sound quite right either.
Oh well, that's the gist of it, those who understand will understand. For a doctor with experience in chest examinations, the moment his fingertips touched, he could sense the direction of the muscles and fascia, as well as the blood pressure inside the other person's body. And this waiter was clearly not a real person. So, it wasn't some boss sending him to deliver medicine, it was the mastermind controlling the puppet who invited Chen Shen.
As for why, Chen Shen couldn't figure it out.
He avoided the night owls and patrolling waiters in the inn, silently arrived at the closed bar, and then, following the description on the note, turned a wine bottle under the bar. At the moment the bottle turned, the ground where Chen Shen stood suddenly softened and became sticky, engulfing him entirely. Chen Shen's face was astonished, unable to struggle.
Meanwhile, in the barred room on the second floor,
Du Shiguang stood in the center of the room silently. After preparing for a ceremony unknown to Fang Ju, he reached out towards Fang Ju.
Fong Ju was puzzled, not understanding. Du Shiguang chuckled and said, "Where's your ticket? You're still doing this at this point?" Fong Ju, speechless, took out the ticket stub and handed it to Du Shiguang. Du Shiguang smiled, crushed the ticket stub, and scattered it into the magic circle at his feet. "There's no other way. This is the only method to bring you into memories. Traveling is not free, only when the traveler willingly joins can the memories bring people in. Alright, the journey is about to begin, Fong Ju, pay attention." After that, a deep blue light burst madly from the magic circle under his feet, turning the entire room into a sea of blue light. Whispering voices floated in the air, and scenes rippled like water in front of Fong Ju's eyes. Fong Ju felt a cold giant wave engulfing his consciousness, instantly pulling his vision into darkness. If he hadn't been certain that Du Shiguang had no ill intentions, he wouldn't have dared to release his consciousness to cooperate like this. When he opened his eyes again, everything in front of him was different. A gentle breeze brushed by, the view was bright. The French windows were open, sunlight streaming into the room. Clearly, it wasn't the dead of night anymore. Guided by the memory traveler, Fong Ju had returned to the past. "This is a reenactment of the past," he exclaimed in shock. "Yes, this is a reenactment of the past. A reenactment of the past, the SS-level talent of memory, the ultimate blessing desired by every follower of memory. It could fully present a submerged memory from the past in the present, like an AR movie for travelers to enjoy." A memory traveler with this talent was considered the top-tier memory traveler. You stumbled upon this? This is a talent that many high-end players dream of but rarely obtain. The cost to acquire this blessing is immense. Fong Ju had heard of a top 10 ranked devotee of memory who died directly during the trial to receive this talent. Du Shiguang smiled and shook his head. "How is that possible? I just happened to find one of his time notes, which allows me to use past reproduction 3 times, and this is already the 2nd time." Happened to find it? Perhaps this is the blessing Du Shiguang exchanged for his memories? Fong Ju felt relieved, thinking this was right, as this talent was so overpowering that anyone hearing someone had obtained it would find it unbelievable. But then he felt a tinge of regret. Good people like Du Shiguang should be more fortunate. Unfortunately, fate does not favor the good. So, what now? Just as Fong Ju asked this question, shouts from downstairs could be heard, announcement from the Bureau of Law Enforcement. "I see." Du Shiguang took him back to the moment in front of the sealed-in at the Grand Judgment Hall. At this moment, the puppet bard was not in the room. According to the progression of memory, the time of fear would arrive shortly and manifest here. In other words, at this very moment, unnoticed by anyone, this demi-artifact might be right here. Clues unfolded before him in a manner of temporal folding. Fong Ju couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, existence and nothingness are the beginning of all mysteries and wonders. Du Shiguang smiled without replying, quickly searching the room. Fong Ju did not assist, he merely softly sang a few ballads, partitioning the space from the outside to ensure no one would disturb them. He was cautious because shortly, the silent devotee living in memory might arrive. Just as Fong Ju finished these preparations, Du Shiguang excitedly whispered, "Here." The time of fear was under the pillow. The killer had not intended to conceal it at all. But why place it in such an obvious location? At this moment, Fong Ju's mind was filled with the same doubts as Chun Chen. However, time did not allow him to ponder further. Just as he was about to step forward to examine the magical properties of the dagger, footsteps rustled outside the door. "Monastic ascetic is here." The two exchanged a glance, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. They hurried towards the demi-artifact, attempting to steal it and leave. Yet, when Du Shiguang touched the demi-artifact, a tremendous force of resistance surged from the dagger, causing him to be thrown onto the bed with a loud thud. The monastic ascetic outside the door was taken aback. He had not expected someone to be faster than him, but regardless, this dagger had a deep connection to the trial clues, and he could not give up. He mustered all his strength and charged towards the door. The room was under the enforcement of an order, becoming indestructible, and the door only slightly trembled but did not break. However, this did not deter a warrior. Clenching his fists tightly, he exerted all his strength, causing the blood vessels throughout his body to pulsate like coiling dragons. Then his bloodshot fists unhesitatingly struck the door. With a resounding boom, the door shattered, even the frame turning to powder. Fong Ju had no time to help Du Shiguang up. He immediately extended his arms to stop the monastic ascetic, saying, "Shoo, it's us." Upon seeing Fong Ju, the monastic ascetic's actions did not cease but directly cast a domain of silence over the two. The crimson, indifferent gaze clearly indicated he was not considering them as allies. "Damn, he's gone mad." Du Shiguang, still lying on the bed, reached out his hand and lightly flicked towards the monastic ascetic.
A surge of memories washed over his consciousness. Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang are his teammates. This memory began to flash crazily in his mind. However, the monk did not stop. He directly flashed to the bedside, grabbed Du Shiguang's leg and swung it back. While swinging, his other hand quickly reached for the semi-divine artifact. Fang Zhu was furious, his face darkened, and he slapped his arm. "Stop it! No internal strife here." The moment the decree was issued, the monk grabbed Du Shiguang's hand and let go directly, causing Du Shiguang to be flung out of the door due to inertia. "Alright, you want to play like this?" He rolled twice, bent his knees to stabilize himself, and then reached out towards the monk again. A tight grip. A cold blue divine power surged from his body. As soon as it appeared, it also emerged on the monk's body. "You want to play? I'll play with you." These blue memories forcefully tugged at the deepest memories of the monk, like a surgical knife slowly cutting and rewriting his cognition. In the blink of an eye, he forgot his purpose, forgot who Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu were, and stood there with a blank expression. 15 seconds. Hurry! Fang Zhu heard Du Shiguang shout, woke up, and immediately reached for the time of fear approaches. He felt that the struggle of this semi-divine artifact was not intense at all, completely unlike something that could fling a person out. Although doubtful, for safety, he issued the decree again, no resistance here. Theoretically, the power of order on the player was ultimately too little, far inferior to the semi-divine artifact. Especially as a dual divine relic, time of fear approaches should not be affected at all. Unexpectedly, under Fang Zhu's decree, the semi-divine artifact quieted down. The situation was too tense, causing everyone to subconsciously overlook this point. Fang Zhu was delighted, quickly picked it up, and forcefully threw it towards Du Shiguang. He was not denying his own abilities, just thinking that the person browsing memories with him must have more means in memory. Du Shiguang got up and caught the semi-divine artifact thrown to him, feeling relieved. Finally! After much effort, he had finally found it. Perhaps the clue to the trial was right there. Boom! Before Du Shiguang could take another look, a devastating thunderous force came crashing towards him. Puff! Du Shiguang was hit by the thunder from above, his whole body charred and flew out, crashing into the corridor wall. But the dagger was still tightly gripped in his hand. "Very good, you are the first sinner to survive under my thunder punishment. Even I have to admire such physique. The situation in the south is critical, it's time to use people. Surrender, hand over it, and I'll give you a chance to be a war prisoner." The same words echoed in everyone's ears again, only this time the target had changed. Fang Zhu looked at the watch on his wrist in astonishment. Monkius's arrival this time was 6 minutes earlier than in his memory. Did the commotion caused by the monk rushing the door prompt the people downstairs to make a change? Looking up, he noticed that neither himself nor Du Shiguang were among the crowd behind Monkius. Instead, Shen Shen, who should have been hit by the thunder at the door, was standing where they had been before. Fang Zhu stared at all this in a daze, knowing that this trip was likely to fail. However, at that moment, a mutation occurred. Du Shiguang, holding the time of fear approaches, suddenly looked horrified at Fang Zhu. He seemed to want to say something to Fang Zhu, but before he could speak, the light in his eyes suddenly dissipated. Fang Zhu's body stiffened, and then the scene in front of him gradually peeled away like a shattered mirror, spitting him out of the sea of memories in the blink of an eye. His vision plunged into darkness once again. When consciousness returned to his body, he realized he was no longer in the inn. Opening his eyes, he saw the handcuffs on his hands, the ankle chains on his feet, leaving him speechless with shock. Sitting in front of him was the judge who had arrested people in the inn that morning. "Alright, the boring act should end now. Remember anything and confess quickly. It's good for both of us." On the other side, Shen Shen opened his eyes to find himself no longer in the inn. It was a dim cave, with dense stalactites resembling symbols on the ceiling, reminding him of one place, the underground. He had seen similar symbol-like stalactites in a trial underground, believed to be the underground cave elves showing their devotion to the deities. How did he end up here? Was the mastermind really a follower of the corrupted fall from the underground? As Chen Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, an unexpected person appeared before him, smiling. Chen Chen was shocked and exclaimed, "It's really you?" The person nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you have suspected me. But I'm curious, my disguise was almost flawless, how did you suspect me?" Chen Chen didn't sense any malice from him, even a hint of goodwill. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "To be honest, my suspicion of you was limited. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have had a hard time making the right judgment. As for why I suspected you, it's similar to suspecting the minstrel you control. When someone wants to create slaughter through fear, simply spreading rumors to instill panic isn't effective. If I were that person, I would make everyone believe they are very safe first, then create slaughter fear in the safest place. This psychological gap is enough to break through the defenses of ordinary people and become a sharp blade in my hands.
Perhaps that's why you persuade every new guest to take a look at Bloom Awaits Wither? Standing before Chen Chen was the owner of the Rising Light of Life Inn. He laughed heartily and applauded. You are clever and suitable. Suitable? Yes, suitable. Since you have guessed it's me, think again, why did I come here?
Chen Chen furrowed his brow, thinking as he spoke, you deliberately sent that murderous dagger to the hands of the Grand Tribunal, targeting a certain judge.
Or perhaps directly aiming for Moxius himself.
I'm not familiar with the history of the Grand Tribunal, but I have some knowledge of this period. The believers of truth in the Tower of Reason have discovered too many cosmic laws, making them feel omnipotent, and their confidence in exploring the ultimate mysteries of divinity is unprecedented.
However, as each scholar has their own cognitive system, communication between them is either promoting their own arguments or persuading others to join their faction.
This situation of each holding their own views in the diverse schools is gradually becoming more chaotic. Now they disdain the old-fashioned order that remains unchanged, and are tired of their diligent peers. With the instigation of underground beliefs, it didn't take long for war to break out in pursuit of the soul truth. Once the war starts, the momentum is unstoppable, and the flames of war gradually spread to the southern border of the Grand Tribunal. Since you have come to the heart of the Grand Tribunal and want to kill Moxius at this sensitive time, are you trying to disrupt the rear of the Grand Tribunal, making them too preoccupied to defend the front line? In other words, do you want to bring the flames of war into the Grand Tribunal, dragging the judges into the vortex of war? Well, in this way, there will be a chance for the underground to take advantage of the chaos and erode more surface powers, spreading beliefs freely in the midst of turmoil, which aligns perfectly with your interests. If we think like this, killing a first-level judge, who happens to be the so-called child of order, would be a very good start.
Am I right in my guess?
The innkeeper listened quietly to all this, showing a look of shock and admiration.
Impressive. Very impressive. You've hit the mark on almost half of it.
Your thinking is sharp, so sharp that I find it hard to believe you're not one of us.
With so much missing information, to draw so many conclusions based on just a day or two of observations is truly remarkable. Us? Chen Chen once again noticed the peculiar term the innkeeper used, slightly puzzled as he asked, You're not alone? Of course not. What kind of person do you think has the power to remain undetected under Morchus's watchful eye? I admit, I can't do it. So you're right and wrong in your guess. Aduz is indeed a puppet, but not mine, he's his own. His own?
Chen Chen looked puzzled.
What do you mean by his own?
The innkeeper patiently explained, Aduz's mentor is Zangel, the head of the alchemy school of the Tower of Reason, which excels in the creation and puppetry field with advanced and groundbreaking techniques. Due to various concerns, other schools assassinated Zangel before he could release his latest findings, leaving Aduz without the protection of his mentor, turning him into a fugitive scholar. He wandered to the underground, where he met us and joined us.
Hiss, why does this sound so familiar? If you end this with would you like to join us?
I'll think I'm back in Feng Shirqing's arms in my dream. With our support, he developed the ability of puppet self, transforming his critically injured self into a fully fleshed human puppet.
Chen Chen didn't quite understand and blinked. Turning oneself into a puppet, who controls him?
No one can control him, only his pre-puppet self can, as he designed a perfect consciousness to support our actions to the fullest.
AI.
Chen Chen's head buzzed.
Isn't this just creating artificial intelligence? Turning oneself into an AI? Why bother? What's the point of this? The point? Using one's broken life to create, crafting puppets that rival perfect living beings, isn't this the pursuit of truth? You make a good point, but my mom told me not to talk to fools. Chen Chen's inner sarcasm swelled to the extreme, but he maintained a patient smile on the surface. How is this the pursuit of truth? This is pursuing idiocy. So, what about the one tonight?
Kitaro, Aduz's disciple, also turned himself into a puppet.
Double kill.
So what are these people really after? Thinking carefully, they seem to have fallen into a state of excessive pursuit of personal desires and obsessions after being infected by corruption.
Since this is the underground, maybe what they believe in is corruption? So Chen Chen asked in confusion, corruption? Are you referring to my belief?
No, I don't truly believe in any deities, or rather, the existence I believe in has not yet arrived. Chen Chen was puzzled again, frowning as he stared at the innkeeper's face, asking in surprise, then how did you acquire the power of corruption? The innkeeper raised an eyebrow, extended a hand, and gently shook it. With a shake of his arm, the corruptive power on his body began to dissipate, gradually replaced by a resurgence of a golden force that wrapped around him once more. Chen Chen stared at this familiar power, completely dumbfounded.
Order! It's the damn power of order. You. Incredible, isn't it? In fact, I have always been a follower of him. Not only that, I once served in the Grand Tribunal, and Moxius is my junior.
Being dumbfounded was an understatement for Chen Chen at this moment. His facial expression control malfunctioned, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit 2 light bulbs.
Wait, hold on. You are a judge of the Grand Tribunal? A first-level judge, Chenisly, truly a nostalgic name. Then what about the corruptive power on you? Are you a renouncer?
A renouncer refers to a follower who abandons their original faith to believe in other deities. These followers, for breaking their original vows, will suffer endless punishment from their former deity. In the current faith game, players also have this choice, but after activating the renunciation prayer, even if they successfully change their faith, they will be left with a permanent debuff from betraying their former deity. The new deity they switch to will not provide any additional care for renouncers. Therefore, making such a decision is extremely difficult.
Renouncer?
No, I have not forsaken my devotion to order, I have simply added devotion to other deities within this devotion.
Can it be done like this? Well, what a devotee of the Sea King. I want them all. The question is, can the deities you've scorned tolerate it? I have never heard of such broad-minded, faithful person.
Chenisly laughed heartily, somewhat maniacally, saying, before our success, no one realized that faith could be so impure, so chaotic.
This is also the reason we can gather together. Here we go.
Chen Shen's gaze sharpened, realizing that tonight's discussion was finally getting to the point. Since this former first-level judge is neither a follower of corruption nor a renouncer of order, his return to the heart of the Grand Tribunal must have an inhumane reason. And this reason likely involves a deeper conflict of faith. Chen Shen had a slight idea in his mind, speculating that this person might have begun to worship war, because the boss said his faith had not yet arrived. At this moment, the civil war had just begun at the Tower of Reason, and he had only noticed the Isle of Hope but had not yet arrived. His followers were still in the stage of perceiving the name of the god. Yes, the arrival of deities also had a sequence, which was basically the order of destiny. This viewpoint was common knowledge in games with a rating above 2000. However, the following words of Chenisly directly blew Chen Chen's mind. All of us come from different faith camps, each one should have been a god's observer.
Yet, even so, we have suffered various misfortunes, forced to flee under the oppression and great injustice of our brethren.
Since then, we have realized that our faith is not entirely correct. In the vast universe, perhaps there is a more suitable faith for us, waiting for us.
So, following this vague and hazy perception, we gathered underground. After conducting decades of faith experiments, we finally discovered. He opened his eyes and looked at us.
Shanasli suddenly became frenzied, his eyes red with excitement, hands waving in exhilaration, his whole body tense and flushed, immersed in the satisfaction of calling upon the divine. We have felt his presence, heard his whispers, realized that only he is the essence of the universe, the origin of all things. We devoutly prostrate ourselves at his feet, accept his will, and pray for his coming. But we know that humble prayers cannot earn his favor, so we need a grand ceremony to welcome the arrival of my Lord. Let the turmoil spread to every inch of the great tribunal, let the Isle of Hope be thrown into chaos, let everyone wail in the fires of war, weep before death, and then await their awakening in the midst of chaos, feeling the presence of my Lord. Ultimately, let everyone in this world bow down before my Lord. They're mad. These people are all mad. Chen Chen furrowed his brow and cautiously took 2 steps back. They were indeed followers of war, aiming to drag the entire Isle of Hope into the abyss of war. But based on this alone, he still couldn't determine whether the sacrificial victims were these lunatics or Mokius. So Chen Chen spoke again. So, why do you think I am suitable for your plan? Shanasli suddenly looked up, his gaze burning as if he was looking at his most beloved treasure. Why? Because you carry his aura, because you align with his will, because you have also received his gaze.
Yet remain unaware. Wait. No.
Chen Chen's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had realized something. But before he could form his absurd thoughts, Shanasli provided the answer. Great God of chaos, your servant has found the first life awakened to the will of chaos, and he will witness with us.
You're coming.
Chen Chen's spine tensed instantly, his scalp tingling.
Chaos. It's chaos. They are followers of chaos. How could this be?
In an era where chaos had not even been heard of as the war was just beginning, he had encountered the first group of chaos followers, the legendary Sprout followers. And his current identity, in a sense, was purer than theirs.
No wonder.
No wonder the killer was so brazen, no wonder Shanasli was so frenzied, no wonder they had set their sights on him. His will was just like this.
Chaos brought everyone together.
The vast amount of information and the huge spiritual impact left Chen Chen stunned for a while, until Shanasli himself recovered from his frenzy, chuckled softly, and brought Chen Chen back to reality.
You now know the name of the new god, will you still refuse?
Think about it, in the coming eras, your name will be sung by countless believers, just like us, becoming a godly companion of chaos. At this point, Shanasli suddenly paused, scratching his head awkwardly and asked, I remember your name is. Chen Chen was first surprised, then a sly smile quickly curved his lips, returning to his most confident state in an instant, absolutely honest.
Instead of that, why not talk about what I won't refuse? Shanasli nodded.
Right, as one who is watched by him, you naturally have to participate in the ceremony to welcome the arrival of my lord. Your identity is very free, with much more you can do. Find Mokius, get close to Mokius, and then
kill Mokius.
The Great Tribunal has lost the Son of Order, and their anger will inevitably be directed towards the Tower of Reason.
How can you be sure that the Great Tribunal will definitely clash with the Tower of Reason?
You see, they are already at odds, albeit sporadically.
The death of Moxius will hasten the spread of war.
As for why, Aduz is a scholar of the Tower of Reason, but Taro is also a scholar of the Tower of Reason.
As long as the Great Tribunal plays that card, they can easily uncover everything. It's an impeccable closed loop. That card? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, not daring to ask directly, but vaguely replied, but wouldn't the Great Tribunal know that the Tower of Reason has already expelled them?
No, you don't understand.
Expulsion doesn't necessarily mean division, just as acceptance doesn't necessarily mean integration.
As long as the seed of doubt is planted, under the catalyst of war, everything will fall into place.
And what about you?
If that card appears, your identity will also be exposed.
Me?
Shanasli pointed to himself and laughed again. You want to find the real culprit behind the scenes, I can be that culprit. Although we don't know what you're after, it doesn't matter. Kill me, satisfy yourself. This is a space we have opened up, far underground, beyond the protection of prosperity. If I die here, no one will find my body, not even the Great Tribunal.
Watching the crazed smile on Shanasli's face, Chen Chen shuddered.
This man is not insane at all, he even saw that the players were looking for the culprit. But this man is also completely mad, willing to use his own life as a bargaining chip, despite knowing the consequences, just to elicit a response from Chen Chen. All of this is for a belief that is elusive to them, for a god of chaos to descend.
Aren't you afraid of death? Man is mortal.
I am not afraid of death, but I fear that my lord will no longer watch over us. To be honest, before coming here, we were not entirely sure, but until we met you,
I understood that this is his guidance for us.
You, who have acknowledged his existence, will surely help us accomplish this great feat.
Kill Moxius, let my lord witness our devotion. With that, Shanasli pulled out a dagger from his pocket.
The dagger, shimmering with a strange and eerie red light, was so familiar that when Chen Chen saw it, he was dumbfounded.
The time of fear has arrived? Wasn't it taken by Moxius?
Shanasli chuckled lightly, but there was an unprecedented hint of sadness in his laughter. The five of us set out from the underground, Aduz died, I and Taro survived.
Guess where the other two went?
A flash of insight struck Chen Chen, alchemy, creation, dual divinity, two people. A bold idea arose in his mind, and he whispered in disbelief, creation, besides making puppets, could probably also create.
From divine relics. You are truly clever.
Ching is a follower of death, Uyaguli is a follower of corruption. They were transformed by Aduz into replicas of the time of fear from the divine relic, stealing a trace of its authority.
When it is not in use, the replicas can perfectly wield its authority.
In order to approach Moxius, we infused a special divinity into it, making the replica solely submissive to the power of order. And once it selects its target, Chang and Uyaguli will be rejected by the pure divinity, reverting from replicas to flesh, and the replicas will naturally dissipate. But at that time, when they became adults again, they would immediately die, sacrificing themselves to the great chaos.
We are not worried about it being taken away, only worried about not being able to get close to Mokius.
What purple, gold, and red gourd?
And then? Chen Chen asked in confusion, use fake goods to kill Mokius and preserve the true artifact from the gods?
Of course not, there is no need to preserve the artifact from the gods, it is not a gift from my lord, but a discard from other deities. According to Aduz's plan, after Mokius receives the replica, he will lower his guard to the outside world to the minimum, and this is the best time to break through his defenses.
The true artifact from the gods must always be used at the most crucial moment. Isn't that right? Damn, that makes sense.
Chen Chen was speechless.
How about it, do you think Aduz is a genius?
His teacher is even greater than him, but unfortunately, this world cannot accommodate geniuses, let alone these great inventions. People shout about faith, but they do things contrary to faith. And this precisely shows that the world is inherently chaotic. Everyone is an embodiment of contradictions and chaos. To be honest, the discourse of the chaos believers is quite shocking, but Chen Chen cannot accept it. At least for himself, he is not chaotic, and his stability remains constant. That is, always deceiving people, including being deceived. Accept our invitation. Not only can you kill the culprit, but you can also take Aduza's alchemy notes. These are the notes left by the greatest genius of this era, and once released, even the scholars of the Tower of Reason will fight over them. Think about it, what would you choose? Heh, I have no choice. The conversation has come this far. If I refuse, it will be my death. Chen Chen shook his head and chuckled. Do you not doubt my identity? You may not even know why I am here. That doesn't matter. Compared to his coming, none of this matters. After you die, what about Taro? His existence is to prove to the outside world, you are not the culprit. At the right time, he will prove his own piety. Oh well, you guys are quite considerate. Sounds good. Probably another suicide? You killed 2 of my companions, but only spared 1 life? Shen Shen continued to question with a hint of playfulness. Chenisli paused, frowned, and shook his head. We only killed 1 person, I can tell. That hunter didn't get along with you. He didn't lie. This means they only killed Wei Guan. How did the ascetic die? Is someone trying to muddy the waters? Who? Chen Shen pondered for a moment, unable to figure it out. Perhaps someone had contact with the demi-artifact before the ascetic? There were too many people on the scene, and he had no clues for now. Let's get back to the point. Even if I accept your invitation, how can I make a first-level judge of the Grand Tribunal fear me? Ha 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 ha, judges are also human, and humans have fears. You might as well ask him, do you remember me? Okay, got it. Chen Shen sighed and asked again, is it worth it? Chenisli glanced at him, remaining silent. But in his weathered eyes, there was firmness, and at that moment, he had no connection to chaos. Chen Shen was not a compassionate person, nor was he ignorant. One of his greatest virtues was to listen to advice. He understood Chenisli's meaning and nodded, deal. Chenisli, affirmed by Chen Shen's agreement, once again went into a frenzy. He excitedly handed over the moment of fear's arrival, then raised his neck high, ready for the impending doom. If he were to come after your death, would you regret not having seen him? Regret? You don't understand. You only realize his existence but have not yet grasped the true essence of chaos. Come on, let me join this sacrifice. Join in the most wonderful welcome for my lord. The demigod artifact now lay quietly in Chen Shen's hand, completely different from the state when the ascetic monk held it. Chen Shen carefully reached out his hand and lightly touched the handle of the dagger. A breath of death surged into his body through his fingers, so strong that it sent a shiver down his spine. No refusal? The relics of the gods have no consciousness, they do not refuse, but the replicas made by Qing and Yu usually carry obsessions, rejecting everyone except the followers of order. Chen Shen suppressed the mixed feelings of when fear comes, then took out a scalpel from his sleeve. Despite being a demigod artifact, it was easier to handle than the dagger. Any last words? Chenisli laughed recklessly. My friend, I remember you called. Chen Shen paused, then replied with a smile, Outman, my name is Outman. Yes, I am Outman. To you, I am just a stranger. Farewell, Chenisli. I hope you are my answer. Swoosh ugh. Ugh. With a swift and clean motion, the blade fell. A thin slit instantly opened on Chenisli's neck, and in the moment his pupils constricted, this almost invisible wound burst open, spraying blood tainted with order, corruption, and chaos everywhere. Watching him die with a mad smile on his face, Chen Shen inexplicably shook off the blood on his hand. The answer was wrong. Returning to the inn was simple, just needed to step out of the cave's exit. Chenisli's arrangements were meticulous, he even put up an exit map on the wall, fearing that the trade made at the cost of his life would not proceed successfully. However, this trade had no guarantee. For Chen Shen, it held no binding force. Even if he changed his mind now and wanted to take When Fear Comes and the alchemy notes without fulfilling the deal, it seemed the budding chaos believers would have no way to stop him. But Chen Shen had no intention of going back on his word, nor could he, because killing Moxius was likely the answer to this trial. His death was an offering to death, the key to ending the trial. These people, they wouldn't have expected me to do this, right? He dared not dwell on it further. Just based on 2 days of observation, he could confirm his identity and purpose, making him a top figure wherever he went. Even if not favored by others, starting anew would undoubtedly make him a hero. But now, was it worth it? Even if it wasn't, well, it's none of my business, as long as I gain something. Chen Shen chuckled self-deprecatingly, picked up the alchemy notes from the table and stored them in his personal space, then left without looking back. When he opened his eyes again, he was back under the bar counter. The night was still deep, the hall silent and empty. Concealing the dagger on him, Shen Shen silently made his way to the second floor. It seemed only half an hour had passed. Hopefully he could still catch Fang Ju and their actions. However, when he reached Aduza's original room on the second floor, he found no one there. Is it over? Shen Shen blinked in confusion, carefully searched for a moment, but found no trace of anyone having been there. Did he guess wrong? Did they not go to the bard's room? Then where did they go? As a traveler of memories, Du Shiguang was most likely to go to places related to the murderer. Since no one guessed that the boss was the real mastermind, their target should be to turn Aduz, who turned himself into a puppet, back. They wouldn't just go straight to the law enforcement bureau to find Moskies, right? They're not that foolish. After thinking for a while and not figuring it out, Shen Shen decided to go back to his room and endure this night. After the thrilling experiences of the day, the top priority was to return to normal and not attract attention. Moreover, he knew the ins and outs of the matter, had a semi-artifact in his hands, and already had some advantages. A night of silence. A sleepless night. When the chirping of birds entered the room in the early morning, Shen Shen pushed the door open and walked out. After thinking all night, he finally came up with a barely plausible excuse to approach Moskies directly. That is to claim compensation. He did not commit a crime but was hit by the judge's thunder punishment, resulting in facial injuries and a sleepless night. This needs to be explained. Hopefully, the people at the Law Enforcement Bureau won't just compensate hastily. What he needs is a personal apology. Even Shen Shen himself found this excuse somewhat amusing. After all, asking a first-level judge to apologize to him was like saying the judge's verdict was flawed. He wondered if Moskies could bear it after hearing this. Shen Shen walked downstairs cheerfully, intending to go straight to the Law Enforcement Bureau, but as he passed through the lobby on the first floor, he noticed many travelers exchanging surprised looks. He instinctively stopped, beginning another round of gathering intelligence. It would be even better if he could glean from the travelers chattering where those two people from last night had gone. However, he never expected that the news he heard this time would make him feel like he was still in a dream and had not woken up. The noise in his ears, everything before his eyes, all seemed like a fleeting dream. Who would have thought that the murderer was actually a follower of order? I see the lords of the Town Autonomy Alliance are in trouble. They rarely ask for help from the Grand Tribunal, only to discover their own family secrets. Oh, hasn't the result been confirmed yet? Is there any doubt? Using puppets to attract the attention of the judges, then preparing to escape with the murder weapon, how can that be defended? By the way, the eyeglass-wearing man in strange attire who died, was he also a follower of order? I don't know, but I think he must be, otherwise why wouldn't the Grand Tribunal hold a public trial? Wait! Shen Shen noticed something amiss in the gossip, his mind buzzing, his body instantly tensing up. Who is the murderer? Who died? What happened? I didn't sleep all night, it's not like I slept until the third day. When did so much happen that I don't know about? He digested this information with a shocked expression, then rubbed his stiff face, forced out a standard fake smile, and approached the crowd to inquire. Excuse me, who died? Ha, buddy, did you get scared off yesterday? Too bad, if you had stayed with us upstairs, you could have seen the big news. Lord Moskies caught the murderer, 2 out-of-town followers. Out-of-town believers, one was shot dead on the spot, the other was captured. You don't have to worry now, the Grand Tribunal has dispelled the fear, so enjoy your journey to the fullest, ha. Shen Shen smiled along and continued to ask, yes, I was scared to death yesterday and hid. The one you mentioned who died, was he wearing glasses? Yes, wearing a coat I've never seen before, clearly an out-of-town traveler, refined, while the other had golden hair, looked more like a local. No, definitely not a local, a habitual killer, probably a disguise from the underground. Are you crazy? He's a follower of order. Shoo, the Grand Tribunal hasn't said anything, so we don't know. Oh, right, hi, we're just chatting aimlessly, don't ask anymore, anyway, there's no danger in Yangzhan town. Shen Shen smiled on the surface and nodded constantly, but his back under the clothes was covered in cold sweat. Du Shiguang was dead, and Fang Ju was caught. He inquired about all the details at the scene. Undoubtedly, the killer mentioned by the passengers is the two of them. But the question is, when did this happen? Last night, there was no one on the second-floor corridor. Where did they see Morchus handling the case? The timing doesn't match at all. The people don't match either. The one killed by Morchus, should say died, was clearly a monk. Shen Shen was unwilling to believe that his memory was wrong. He wandered through the hall again, trying to get information indirectly. However, not long after, he stopped in a cold sweat. The monk had disappeared. Everyone claimed they had never seen such a bare-chested monk, as if he had never existed. Feeling the bright sunlight outside the inn's door shining on him, Chen felt a chill. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why a trip to the underground would change reality like this. Was it the method used by Shanasli to drive him crazy, or did something unimaginable happen? Could it be all this is the work of memory believers? He found the answer and set up a trap? No, that's not right. Clearly, he was still in the trial, which means he hadn't finished it. Could it be the method of memory? Very likely. But from Chen's memory, he didn't seem to remember that the believers of memory had such a powerful talent. Of course, this might be an SS-level talent that he had never seen before. So, was history distorted, or was his memory tampered with? Chen frowned in contemplation. The trial lasts for a total of 7 days, and now it's only the 3rd day, with only himself and Fong Ju, who is locked up, left alive. 6, leaving only 2. This is too strange. To understand all this, one must first figure out what happened. Ordinary travelers certainly wouldn't know, so there are probably only 3 people who can explain this: Morchus, the captured Fong Ju, and the last chaos budding believer, Kitaro. The first 2 are not easy to approach, but the last one is in the inn. Chen immediately went to find him. However, the whole morning passed, and he couldn't find any trace of Kitaro. Even the door to the empty space under the bar had disappeared. All the clues were cut off. Exhausted, Chen sat on the steps outside the inn, grabbing his hair, lost in thought. When a difficult problem has multiple solutions, people tend to seek the simplest one. Little do they know that in determining which solution is the simplest, they inadvertently increase the difficulty of the problem. Unable to find Kitaro, the only 2 solutions left are Fong Ju and Morchus. In terms of difficulty, Morchus is naturally easier than Fong Ju. Since Fong Ju is identified as the murderer, both the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Grand Tribunal must have the strictest surveillance on him. It's almost impossible to see him. But Morchus is different. Even if he's elusive, as long as a crucial excuse is found, there's still a chance. And Chen already has an excuse, as long as he adjusts or exaggerates it appropriately. According to common sense, most people would probably try to see Morchus first. But Chen is not like most people. He gave up the plan to actively see the 2 above and changed his approach to let others come to him. As for why they would come to him, that's natural. When fear comes, Chen walked into an alley and took out the demigod weapon from his arms in the shadows. The alluring red light was still captivating, with the scent of death and corruption swirling around the blade, thick and horrifying. The situation was quite simple. If someone still died in the town when the real culprit was caught, it meant that the captured culprit might not be the real one. At least one murderer was still at large. So, all that was needed now was to find a lucky person to some extent, clear Fong's suspicion and ignite Morchus's enthusiasm to continue pursuing the culprit. However, who should this lucky person be? Chen wandered aimlessly on the town streets with the weapon in hand for a whole day, yet he couldn't pinpoint a suitable target. It wasn't until the moon reached its zenith that he returned to the inn and saw a group of minstrel Aduza's cronies outside the inn. They were about to leave and move elsewhere. Chen smiled knowingly. Look, isn't this it? He quickened his pace to catch up with them, quietly listening to their sighs from behind. After the murderer was caught, the nights have become so quiet, it's boring. I miss the days when Aduz was around. His stories were terrifying but at least interesting. I think you miss Aduz's money more than him. True. It's just dull without any big news to discuss. Even drinking has lost its flavor. These revelers who didn't care much about deaths were only interested in having fun and drinking with others. If others were present, they would surely look down on them. But Chen didn't. He silently praised in his heart, look, what a great group of potential customers, even making one put away thoughts of killing. He adjusted his hood over his head, took a few quick steps to pass the group and stopped in front of them. The sudden halt of Chen startled the revelers, and they stopped in confusion, asking, hey, what's up? Don't block the way. Move along, I have no money, go ask Aduz, he has money. Who are you and what do you want? Chen face hid in the shadow of his hood as he chuckled, reaching out from his robe sleeve. He tightly held something in his hand, barely visible in the dim moonlight. The group wasn't angered by Chen silence. Instead, they found his actions intriguing. What's this? Are you trying to sell something? Want to challenge us? Do you think you can take down the 5 of us alone? Hey buddy, open your hand and let's see what's inside. If it's something good, I don't mind spending a little money to buy it. Just waiting for that line. Chen smirked mysteriously, saying, of course, it's something good. I am an alchemist, and this is a new drug I've developed, named Dreaming Death. Just take 1 pill, and you will immediately enter a dreaming death state, appearing dead on the outside, even your heart will stop beating. Even the judges of the Grand Tribunal can't tell the difference. But, It's different from death because in this state, your 5 senses remain intact. You can hear the sounds around you, feel others' touch, and if you can die with your eyes open, you can even see everything your unclosed eyes can see. The effect lasts for 24 hours, and no external stimuli can break this state.
Create a death scenario and experience others' panic. So, would you like a pill?
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the heavy breathing of the people in front of him suddenly becoming rough. The thunderous heartbeat played an excited tune in the quiet night.
Heart pounding. It's so damn exciting.
For a group of boozehounds who seek fun every day, this is like a tailor-made elixir. Indeed, it is tailor-made.
Just created by Chen Chen.
The sacrificial offering to the void once again produced the sacrificial offering. Originally, there were just a few candy beans in Chen Chen's palm, but at that moment when the gazes of these drinkers were intense and eager, the nature of the candy beans underwent a tremendous change. Living in a drunken stupor was refined.
How much? How much do you have? Did you come alone?
Brother, your thoughts are quite dangerous.
Even if I came alone, what do you want to do? Get it for free?
Sorry to disappoint you, I was also planning to sell it for free. Oh, if you are interested and willing to cooperate with me in testing the medicine, I can give these medicines to you for free.
For free? Really? All of them?
The eyes of several big men, who were almost about to snatch them, obviously softened a bit, their gazes becoming eager. Of course. Chen Chen opened his palm, revealing 5 pills inside.
Not too many, not too few, 1 for each person.
The boozehounds, upon seeing the pills, grabbed them without hesitation and swallowed them in one gulp. Praising prosperity, being able to experience a day of death in this town that never dies is undoubtedly the greatest fun.
How long does it take to take effect?
Immediately. As soon as the words fell, the 5 strong men fell down one after another. Thud, 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 thud.
The night returned to silence.
Their hearts stopped beating, their body temperature began to drop rapidly, resembling corpses. Chen Chen kicked the boozehound at his feet with a smile, dragging them towards a nearby alley. When they wake up tomorrow, the town will once again have a sensational news that will cause even greater panic. After doing all this, Chen Chen strode back to the inn. As for all the traces he left on the street, they were never erased by him from start to finish. Lying on the bed in the room, Chen Chen stared at the ceiling, silently thinking, "Come on, Morchus, let's see how quickly you can find me."
The third night. Another sleepless night.
Inside the inn, only Chen Chen, a player, remained.
Supersized cup. Wei Guan died on the street, killed by a dooz. Yun and I died in the room, caught by the Grand Tribunal.
The ascetic monk died in the chaos of the melee, and to this day, the culprit of this melee has not been found. Not only that, even his identity has disappeared, and no one remembers him. Du Shiguang also died at the hands of the Grand Tribunal, but this is only a witness's memory, which cannot guarantee its accuracy.
Fong Ju
has been captured, probably not dead yet. The way each player died was very unreasonable, full of strangeness, but there was no substantial evidence to prove that their deaths were suspicious, making it all seem unbelievable.
After thinking hard all night, Chen Chen had a bold idea. Could death be the answer to the trial? Is it possible that this trial is different from any other, and everyone has their own answer? So, these deceased people have long since escaped the sea of trials, leaving only themselves here, lost and seeking survival? It's not impossible, just. It needs a lot of verification. At present, the only clue lies with Morchus. And Morchus arrived much faster than expected. Before dawn, a majestic figure appeared in Chen Chen's room. He didn't bring anyone with him, exuding confidence like those 2,400-point players who disappeared. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Morchus stood by the table in the room, his eyes flashing with thunder as usual, but this time, there was also a hint of doubt. The clumsy tactics cannot hide the crime.
I saw you last night when we caught the murderer. You stood among the crowd pretending to be a bystander, but your eyes were always on the situation.
Perhaps, you are together?
You should be glad that this order renegade did not expose you, but now you dare to provoke the Grand Tribunal with such means.
What crime should you be charged with? Each word from Moxius was colder than the last.
By the final sentence, the scepter in his hand was raised high, the roaring thunder at its tip eager to strike the enemy. Chen Chen smiled faintly, unruffled. He slowly stood up, bowing slightly.
If I am guilty, why doesn't the Lord arrest me directly instead of wasting time here with me?
You, during the day, are more decisive than now.
Humph, Moxius snorted coldly, his response as icy as the abyss.
5 bodies with invitations written all over them. This disgusting trick is nothing but a request to see me. I have little time, but I can still generously grant a condemned man some time to leave his final words. No matter how you orchestrated the murders, it doesn't matter. After the last words,
you will face the order's judgment before your companions. Well said. Chen Chen smiled and said again, a mere traveler is unlikely to pique the interest of a judge. What probably interests you is the aura they carry, isn't it?
Indeed, to attract Moxius here, Chen Chen had written some improper words on the bellies of the bodies.
Not too improper, just 5 words, come catch me. 1 on each person.
But the words were not important, the crucial part was the tool used to write them.
He used the approach of fear.
As a result, the wounds of each body exuded the aura of death and corruption. And Moxius sensed this, which is why he refrained from acting rashly.
He had indeed taken possession of the dagger, sealing it in a secure place, so why did traces of the divine relic's aura still linger outside? This was what he wanted to investigate.
Every judge passing sentence would want to know the true answer to a crime when possible.
It's human nature, no one is exempt. Moxius clearly took Chen Chen's invitation as the answer.
Little did he know, he was Chen Chen's answer. Lord Judge, I have no intention of opposing the Grand Tribunal or causing further chaos.
If you truthfully answer a few questions for me, I will dispel all your doubts. I am even willing to confess and accept punishment.
Moxius's face darkened, not giving Chen Chen a chance to negotiate. He unleashed a thunderbolt directly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen anticipated the attack but not at that moment. He immediately unleashed his spiritual powers, healing spells, and held a past prosperity charm between his fingers, ready to withstand the thunderbolt with his body. If he could endure this, he might have a chance to converse with Moxius. However, to Chen Chen's surprise, Moxius's judgment staff turned out to be a semi-divine artifact. Even when half of his face was scarred by lightning before, he hadn't realized such a fierce thunderbolt came from a semi-divine artifact.
No wonder.
The feeling of being targeted by a semi-divine artifact was like this, the mind wailed, the soul trembled. At that moment, Chen Chen felt as if his body had its own thoughts, wanting to kneel down and beg for mercy from this terrifying judgment staff.
He couldn't help but wonder, how could a penitent monk endure such a level of punishment?
Chen Chen had always been confident in his physical endurance and mental resilience. His robust physique combined with his expertise in medicine gave him stamina comparable to a warrior of the same level. In addition to the professional characteristics of the priest, with various means of pre-healing, they might not have the thickest blood among players, but they are definitely the most resistant. He had seen with his own eyes a monk endure a blow from Emochosi without dying.
Since then, he believed that he could withstand Emochosi's thunder punishment, but in reality, he miscalculated. This was a power that mere mortals could not resist. Just as Chen Chen hadn't had time to take his medicine, thunder exploded throughout his body, at every joint. Flames of judgment erupted from within, burning him to a crisp in an instant.
The power of SSS, from divine strength, was fully displayed at that moment.
It was over, just one move away from victory. Misled. The game was truly over now.
Chen Chen's mind didn't flash memories like a revolving lantern because the thunder was still echoing.
He closed his eyes in resignation, feeling relieved that he was free. At least he wouldn't be deceived anymore. Just as Chen Chen thought he had typed GG, something even more shocking happened.
Just like when he was stabbed by Yun and I and blossoming awaits withering, the deathly aura overflowing from Chen Chen's body suddenly dispersed at a certain fatal moment, then vanished.
It was as if some rule had blocked his death line.
Chen Chen, who survived, crawled out of the shattered bed like a ghost from the 9 hells, revealing blood-stained teeth towards Emochosi. Emochosi, seeing his thunder punishment fail once again, had a dark expression.
You are indeed a group.
Few can withstand my thunder punishment in this world, and I didn't expect to see 2 in these past days.
Chen Chen suddenly felt he understood many things, but still had questions, so he struggled to ask, do you remember the monk? The one who triggered when fear comes?
Emochosi furrowed his brow and coldly said, no need to disturb my mind with nonsense.
You know I'm talking about your bespectacled friend.
His death is your future.
Bespectacled friend? Du Shiguang. Du Shiguang, that mage, also withstood the judgment thunder punishment? Indeed.
Chen Chen lowered his head, a wide grin on his face.
So, this was the answer. No one can withstand a second blow. Criminal, leave your last words. This person was quite interesting, clearly wanting to clarify cause and effect, yet refusing to speak, only using the scepter to intimidate. Fine, if you're too embarrassed to speak, I'll do it.
Chen Chen took 2 steps forward, slightly uncomfortable, clutching his chest, a hint of a smile amidst the misery.
Judge, aren't you curious why we can endure your punishment?
A hint of confusion flashed across Emochosi's face, but quickly vanished. He closed his eyes slightly, grunting, last sentence.
Ha, quite cute.
Chen Chen chuckled mockingly in his mind, but on the surface, he mysteriously said, because all of this was taught to us by Lord Shanasli.
Who? For the first time in a millennium, Mochiosi's perpetually stern face showed a look of shock, even his hand holding the scepter trembled. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chen continued, "Have you forgotten? But Lord Shanasli hasn't. He can't forget the injustice of the great tribunal towards him, your betrayal, the filthiness under the gaze of order. Today, the Lord's will has returned. Right here, right behind you. Impossible. Ugh, ugh." In that split second when Mochiosi suddenly turned his head and exclaimed, a solidified aura of death exploded from his chest. This beloved son of order, this first-level judge from the Grand Tribunal, this dominant holder of a demigod artifact, suddenly, all the light in his eyes shattered with a bang. The vigorous vitality suddenly withered, the power of order dissipated. His slightly open mouth couldn't close before he could utter another word. Fear was still etched on his face, his pupils remained contracted, but there would be no more changes. Moses was dead. In the blink of an eye, the body fell to the ground with a bang, knocking over tables and chairs, and dropping the scepter. In the final confession of the sinner, this great judge also made his last confession. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Chen Chen chuckled madly, pulled out the eerie red dagger from where he held his chest. When fear comes, I treat you as a demigod artifact, and I repay you as a demigod artifact. At this moment of when fear comes, it drank the heart's blood and shone brightly. Who would have thought that mentioning his senior brother, Shanasli, would evoke fear in the heart of the son of order from the Grand Tribunal? What kind of filth is hidden in the Grand Tribunal? I'm really curious. Cough, cough, cough. But, I guessed right. Moses, you are indeed not the answer. Ha 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 ha. The trial of death, it's truly amusing. It's really amusing, ha ha ha. Chen Chen laughed for a long time, until he laughed so much that he couldn't stop coughing, then he turned his face with difficulty, swallowed the pill in his hand. In this town watched over by prosperity, the effects of the past prosperity seemed far more potent than before. Before long, a pink newborn shedding its charred skin stood up from the ground. He silently cleaned up the scene, dealt with the body, picked up the scepter, and rearranged the tables and chairs. Everything seemed as if it were just entering the night, except for a collapsed bed, as if no one had ever been there. Execution moment. The scepter's name is Execution Moment. True to its name, it's indeed powerful. However, now it belongs to me. Chen Chen looked at the clock. Dawn was approaching. Just in time, when the law enforcement bureau starts work, maybe he could go and visit the prison, see his only surviving teammate, Fong Ju. Followers of order, I seem to have found the answer. What about you? When Chen Chen, dressed in ordinary clothes and a hood covering his face, arrived at the prison of the law enforcement bureau, no staff dared to stop him, because he held a judge's badge worn by Moses. This was enough to be considered the highest authority token. Several staff members thought that this seemingly unfamiliar visitor was a spy from the Grand Tribunal and politely led the way, also considerately keeping unrelated personnel away, leaving enough time for Chen Chen and the prisoner to communicate. Of course, in their eyes, this kind of communication was probably a gruesome interrogation. After all, the reputation of the Grand Tribunal's punishments was well known. Chen Chen easily reached Fong Ju and, in front of him, took off his hood. When the heavily injured Fong Ju saw Chen Chen, a sigh of relief finally escaped his heart. Chen Chen looked somewhat surprised at Fong Ju's expression and smiled, saying, I guess you're not relieved for my safety, and seeing me here, you don't seem surprised? Fong Ju chuckled self-deprecatingly, indeed, it's you, Chen Chen, you're formidable. As a follower of him, you are the most cunning and scheming person I've ever met. To manipulate everyone to death in just 3 days, I must say, I underestimated you. Chen Chen listened to Fong Ju's nonsense and a shining wind sign lit up on his forehead. I've come to ask you for answers, and you immediately accuse me of being a wolf? Big brother, are we still on the same page? But he neither denied nor defended himself, just smiled quietly. Chen Chen observed all the hostile actions during the trial, but he didn't care. He never minded players who took the conflict of faith seriously, nor did he mind if someone harbored deep animosity towards him due to opposing beliefs. In the game of survival, people's actions are all normal. Chen Chen always judged by actions, not by intentions. As long as you don't blatantly attack me, it's your freedom to see me however you want. But if you strike first, sorry, it's also my freedom to kill you. It was precisely because of Chen Chen's mysterious smile that Fong Ju became more convinced that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. His eyes darkened suddenly, and he thought of Du Shiguang's death. After reaching 2,400 points, he rarely found players in this segment willing to share a glimmer of hope with him. Du Shiguang, as a good person who adhered to the old order, died so inexplicably, which could only be described as a human tragedy. What did he promise you, or what did you do to gain something? Chen Chen frowned.
He shifted his perspective to think from Fong Ju's point of view for a moment and realized that without finding an answer, the deaths of many people did seem like the work of a hidden hand. The scene before he arrived at the prison seemed more like the mastermind stepping into the spotlight before the final act, enjoying the audience's applause. At this moment, the other party probably thought he was the mastermind manipulating the whole situation. After all, chaos always represents disorder. Chen Shen couldn't answer him, because Fong Ju's perspective was already wrong. So Chen Shen didn't respond but instead asked, "You don't seem to worry about your situation, but in my eyes, it seems you haven't found the answer. So, what gives you the confidence?" Fong Ju's tone was desolate, with a self-deprecating smile. "Just means of survival, compared to your clever schemes, this is just the most basic form of violence. But I have a question, before I leave, could you enlighten me? Even a cunning hunter gives its prey. The final meal. Don't be so pessimistic. I also have a question, and conveniently, we can exchange secrets." Fong Ju was taken aback, then nodded. "You go first." Chen Shen smiled and went straight to the point, asking, "Last night, Du Shiguan and you revisited the past, altered memories, is that correct?" Fong Ju clearly didn't expect Chen Shen to ask such an inappropriate question. Revisiting the past to return to memories and change the past is almost common knowledge in this segment. If a player who didn't participate in revisiting the past realizes their memories differ from others' perceptions, the first thing they would think of is the power of memories at play. Memories won't allow players to tamper with them, they will fill in the gaps in memories, and the consequence of tampering with memories will be borne by the players involved. Du Shiguang's death and Fong Ju's entrapment were a result of this. Fong Ju didn't answer Chen Shen immediately because he felt Chen Shen was just making an excuse, giving him a way out to avoid one-sided charity in their exchange. How could he not know? This kind of charity hurts more than not giving at all. After a moment of complex hesitation, Fong Ju nodded to get the answer from Chen Shen. With this affirmative response, Chen Shen's last doubt was finally resolved, and he smiled even brighter. "All right, my question is answered. Now it's your turn." Fong Ju's face immediately turned serious, and he asked very seriously, "As a son of order, Emochosi will definitely not be manipulated by you. So, how did you scheme against him to make him step by step into your trap and have someone kill them for you?" Here, them naturally referred to everyone except Wei Guan. "Do you want to know?" Chen Shen laughed heartily, almost out of breath, his hand once again resting on his chest. "We agreed on a secret exchange. Oh, followers of order do love their rules. Why don't you take a guess?" A strange smile crept onto Chen Shen's face as he tilted his head towards Fong Ju. Fong Ju furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and began his deduction. Out of the need to challenge the beliefs of Order's followers through opposition in hunting, you might be familiar with the history of the Grand Tribunal and know Emochosi well. Probably upon learning that we were in Yangzhan town, you knew it would be him coming this time. So, you used the information gap you had accumulated to subtly influence them to challenge Emochosi's authority, and then, by just standing among the crowd, you could reap the benefits. Chen Shen, everything you've done goes against the essence of chaos, each step meticulously planned. It's hard to imagine you are a follower of chaos. Perhaps you are right, getting closer to order only brings more chaos. Isn't that so? To be honest, this was a perfect deduction. If everything was as Fong Ju said, Chen Shen, this rational manipulator, must have used a vast information gap as a weapon to hunt down all players. But the problem was, he was not a follower of chaos at all, let alone the mastermind behind the scenes. The director was someone else, and right now, it was unclear who that might be. "Sorry, you guessed wrong." Chen Shen shrugged playfully, wearing an even more sinister smile, staring fixedly into Fong Ju's eyes, and slowly murmured in a hoarse voice, "Have you ever thought there might be another possibility?" With that, he pulled out from his personal space the scepter roaring with thunder at its tip, the moment of execution. With a bang in Fong Ju's mind, his rationality seemed to be shattered by endless thunder. His pupils contracted suddenly, scalp tingling, a chilling sensation shot straight up his spine. Every inch of his skin oozed cold sweat, his entire back stiffened, expressing in full-body stress response 4 words, "Unbelievable." How could you be? Just as Fong Ju was about to say this half-sentence in shock, a majestic aura of death surged from his body. Then, a roaring thunderbolt shot through the bars from Chen Shen's hand, instantly crashing into him. Fong Ju was plunged into shock, unable to extricate himself, too late to dodge, and was sent flying like a rag. But luckily, he didn't die. Yes, indeed lucky. He really didn't die. With the moment of execution and the time of fear combined, he still wasn't killed. Could it be that this judge also had a resilient physique like a penitent monk? Chen Shen hadn't planned to kill him in the first place. He was just conducting a small experiment on Fong Ju.
And now, the answer was confirmed. Watching the miserable Fong Ju, Chen Shen laughed heartily. Why wouldn't it be possible? However, Fong Ju, who luckily survived, would not listen to any more explanations. In the instant he fell from the wall and rolled on the ground, he clung to his last breath, gritted his teeth, and used his last resort. There was no earth-shattering event, no thunderous roar. Chen Shen only saw a silent crack suddenly appear behind Fong Ju, sucking him in like a vacuum cleaner. When he disappeared into nothingness, the gap slowly closed like a zipper, as if no one had ever been in the prison from start to finish. Only a charred puddle remained on the ground, proving that an attack had indeed occurred here a few seconds ago. Chen Shen stared in astonishment as Fong Ju left. The number of wing points on his head not only doubled but also began to flicker rapidly. It's the taste of order. He came here to take away his believers. Isn't your damn order the most rule-abiding god? How can you still give believers a back door? Is this reasonable? Is this legal? Will the GM of the faith game do something about it? Outrageous. I want to complain. Of course, these words can only be shouted in my heart. Chen Shen dared not confront the game head-on in this way. Well, forget it. It's good to let the good guys on the surface live a little longer. After all, he didn't come here to kick someone when they're down. Chen Shen put away the wand in his hand and put on his hood again. With the last thing done, it was time to end the trial. Let me think, how should I end all this? The Honorable Mochoc, the first judge of the Grand Tribunal, has disappeared. To be precise, it can't be called a disappearance, but this gentleman went out alone to investigate a case and never returned all night. The officials of the Law Enforcement Bureau were quite anxious because not only did they receive reports of 5 more deaths in the town of Yangjian, but they also discovered that the criminals in the prison had escaped. Even the spy from the Grand Tribunal who came to visit yesterday has not been seen again. The law enforcement officers were like ants on a hot pan, constantly seeking to meet with the judges who accompanied Mochoc, but the judges were helpless, because the last command the gentleman gave them was to wait for him at the Law Enforcement Bureau. This timing is just too awkward. You could say that a person has disappeared, but it's only been one night. Ordinary people can have a night out, let alone a judge investigating a case. Of course, this is not to say that the Honorable Mochoc went out for a night of revelry, but investigating a case does take time. But if you say that the person hasn't disappeared, it seems that cases in the past have never taken this long to investigate. Generally, when a suspect is encountered, not to mention investigating a case, the trial and execution may have already been completed. In any case, Mochoc's disappearance and the orders he left behind plunged everyone into a quagmire of anxiety and agony. The town was once again shrouded in fear of the killer escaping and seeking revenge. It wasn't until the middle of the 4th night that the 5 bodies that had been moved back to the archives room inexplicably woke up, causing the law enforcement officers, who were terrified, to beat them up, only to realize that the deaths of the 5 people were a prank. Good news, no murders occurred. Bad news, the Honorable Mochoc did indeed disappear. Since there were no cases to investigate, where did this gentleman go? The judges, being from the Grand Tribunal, remained calm and steadfast, believing that the Honorable Mochoc must have had something urgent to attend to and would return in due time. Besides, in a place like Yangjian, there was no one who could threaten the safety of the gentleman. But when the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau discovered that the time of fear had also disappeared, leaving behind only 2 unfamiliar bodies in the sealed room, even the judges could not sit still. Yangjian was once again in chaos. It was at this moment, on the 5th morning when all the officials had spent a sleepless night, that the 5 nearly frightened to death alcoholics from the Law Enforcement Bureau were released from custody in the name of innocence. They were covered in injuries, clearly having endured severe punishment, but there was no trace of anger on their faces, only a sense of satisfaction. Ah, these fools, we fooled everyone. Even the harshest punishment cannot conceal their inner fear. Can't you see it? The face of the Wikiji director has turned green. Most importantly, we are innocent, they can't do anything to us. Cheers! I didn't expect this medicine to be so powerful. Where is the pharmacist? Does anyone know where he is? He seems to live in the inn. The 5 of them stopped in their tracks, exchanged meaningful glances, and then dashed towards the inn. Obviously, there was no greater joy than getting 5 more pills. With living in a dream, the entire Yangjian town would be their playground. However, when the 5 drunkards inquired multiple times and finally arrived outside the pharmacist's room, a thin and weakened waiter emerged from the room. As soon as he saw 5 big men gathered outside the door, their eyes gleaming with excitement, he was startled. Instinctively, he clung to the doorframe, trembling. Hey, where is the person inside? Is the pharmacist in there? Where did he go? Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a drug called living in a dream in there? Forget it, move aside, we're going in to look. Just as the group was about to step inside, the waiter suddenly burst into tears. It wasn't me, I didn't do it, sob. As soon as I went in, he was like that, I really didn't do it. The sudden cry startled the men, but they quickly brushed past the waiter, pushed open the door, and entered. When they entered the room, they found a charred corpse lying in front of the bed. The clothes on the charred body were not burnt, indicating that he was the pharmacist who sold them the living in a dream drug 2 nights ago. The drunkard stood dumbfounded, speechless. What happened? Dad? Hey buddy, did you do this? You killed the pharmacist, how did you do it? With what? Praise, prosperity, reveal the method of murder, I won't expose you. Stop standing there, quickly search if there are any drugs left. Sob, it wasn't me, I was supposed to come in to clean, but suddenly found his body, I was scared, I didn't dare make a sound. Sob. The men rummaged through the room for a long time, but found no finished drugs. Instead, there were scattered experimental drug bottles and materials, and many colorful things had reacted under the charred bed ruins. Hiss, it's over, the drugs are gone. Hey, a real person died, should we report it to the law enforcement bureau? Report it, why not report it, since someone really died, it's better than us faking death, this news will spread, right, guys? Report it, quickly report it, buddy, go call the law enforcers, say that the escaped killer has struck again at the inn, and he who has been reborn from the ashes has begun his path of revenge. Hearing that this corpse was the result of the escaped real culprit's revenge, the waiter became even more frightened, his legs went weak, and he collapsed at the doorway. Sob, don't kill me, it's not my business. You're useless, I'll go myself. You know, when people are pursuing fun, their execution is really high. In no time, the law enforcers once again surrounded the inn, this time accompanied by 2 judges. As soon as the 2 judges entered the room, they smelled a strong medicinal odor. Wrinkling their noses, they carefully searched the entire room. The table was stacked with some miscellaneous alchemical notes. The handwriting on them was twisted and twisted, like a bug crawling. Obviously the owner of the notes had not received any formal education. The torn pages also had scribbled records like dream, death, improvement, proving that the deceased had been working on improving the medicine before his death. In front of the bed, there were almost all kinds of broken bottles and jars, with various common alchemical reactions seemingly visible among the wreckage. It was probably a chain reaction caused by the explosion shattering the materials. The body was charred, unrecognizable, and not only that, but there was also a discordant aura of disorder emanating from it. It seemed to be an apothecary who worshipped a wild god. After some contemplation, they reached the same conclusion as the law enforcement bureau. An apothecary who worshipped an evil god and was obsessed with alchemy had an accident while preparing a potion with a divine attribute of death, offering himself to death. It wasn't a fleeing murderer at work, as there was hardly any trace of corruption or residual fear in the air. However, this incident was still big news in Everbloom Town because deaths were rare here, especially accidental ones, which were almost unheard of in a century. The judges interrogated the reporter, interviewed the nearby guests, and after careful deliberation, they finally concluded in their report, this person used an excessive amount of an unknown and uncontrollable source of the divine attribute of death. Enveloped by the will of death, he failed to receive the protection of prosperity and reaped what he sowed. The case was quickly solved, and both the guests at the inn and the law enforcers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the culprit didn't strike again and there was no panic in Everbloom Town, the temporary disappearance of Lord Morchus was acceptable. The judges left calmly, leaving the staff to clean up the inn. Yes, were you the one who discovered the scene? What's your name? You need to come back to the bureau with us for a record. I'm called Kitaro, sir, is this something to do with me? Look at how timid you are. If it had to do with you, you would have probably fled long ago, ha ha ha. Don't worry, we just need to make a simple record and close the case. Oh, that's good then. I'll go with you. Good, come on. The time of death was probably last night. Did you hear any noises? I did hear a muffled sound during the patrol before dawn, but it wasn't loud, so I didn't check. You know, guest privacy is important. You did the right thing. If you had looked, there might have been more than one body in the room. What a lunatic, daring to use even divinity in potions. Watching the waiter leave with the law enforcers, a few drunkards scratched their heads, sighed, and felt extremely disappointed. What a waste, such good medicine. The unexpected incident was abruptly cut short. Panic rose again but was quickly suppressed. The chaotic law enforcement bureau in Everbloom Town, glanced at by death, were still busy searching for the real culprit on the run and the missing Lord Morchus. But all of this had nothing to do with the waiter who found the body. The sky was turning dark. Kitaro leisurely walked out of the law enforcement bureau, stood at the door, looked back at the brightly lit and bustling high-rise buildings, a playful smile curling on his lips.
He waved to someone he didn't know, tilted his head in a gesture of farewell. Goodbye, lovely people. Then he pulled down his hat to shield his eyes, walked into the darkness, blending into the night, disappearing from sight. Special trial, the path to death, challenge successful, currently being scored and rewards being settled. Player, Chin-chan, performance rating, C obtained item, boredom mask, C, X1 obtained item, teasing mask, C, X1 obtained item, indifference mask, C, X1 obtained item, blur mask, C, X1 obtained item, suspicion mask, S, X1 path to godhood +0 stairway to audience +3 current path to godhood score, 2125, global ranking, 458728 current stairway to audience score, 164, destiny ranking, 62 trial completed, exiting soon. Reality, unknown province's large-scale laboratory. Wei Guan opened his eyes without surprise, casually glancing at the clock on the table. Time stood still, the trial had ended. He looked down at his chest, feeling his heart still beating, and snorted. Boring tricks. Fear is not a sharp blade but a remedy to save players. This concept is too cliché, lacking originality. No one responded in the empty laboratory, only his echo lingered. He stood up from the chair, walked to a large screen, and pressed the machine's start button. Experiment 4 is initiating. Hello, Dr. Wei Guan, nice to see you again. How was your day? Wei Guan's tone was neutral. Just an ordinary day. Did your special trial go smoothly? Smoothly? Perhaps. But trials that are too smooth are not conducive to growth, so I slightly increased the difficulty for my teammates. You are as kind and generous as always. Initiation complete, time taken 12. 964s. Wei Guan furrowed his brows slightly, his expression serious. Your loading time is 0.065 seconds slower again. Analyze the reason and submit a report. Apologies, analyzing the reason. Analysis complete, time taken 3.014s. Reason, the containment vessel 4, Divinity, ruptured, with a 189% Divinity, leakage rate. To prevent Divinity from leaking into the survival area, additional time was spent closing the gates of the experimental area. A detailed incident report has been generated for your review. Wei Guan's face turned cold as he flipped through several pages, his brows furrowed. Looks like I have to capture Divinity again. Analyze the balance ratio of experimental Divinity and tell me which trials to participate in. Analyzing the experimental ratio. Please wait. Reality, unknown province's desolate area. Yun and I woke up from the sandy soil, wiping the rainwater off her face. Ha! It's raining again? Annoying. She looked up at the falling raindrops and snapped her fingers lightly. Snap. In the moment the raindrops fell on a certain spot above her head, they vanished. Drop by drop, the liquid condensed in this world was transferred to a world on the brink of annihilation. Whether this drizzle brought a disaster akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back to that world, or a timely salvation, remained unknown. She raised her head slightly, looking at her chest, still hearing Chen Chen's words in her ears. Fairness without others' consent is not fairness. Fairness? Only the strong deserve to talk about fairness, as for the weak, living itself is original sin. Better to vanish. Yun and I lay back down, closed her eyes, listening to the noisy rain around her, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. Reality, unknown province's shack. A shirtless warrior woke up, surveyed the surroundings for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. Throughout this dusty shack, not a single sound was heard. The silence was unsettling. Reality, unknown province's apartment. Du Shiguang woke up, but he didn't get up. The soft bed had a deadly allure for a weary person, as if it sprouted countless tentacles that bound him in place, unable to move. After lying for a long time, until scenes from the trial flashed back in his mind, he opened his eyes, a wicked smile curling his lips. A good person? What a noble term. I hope my good friend will still find the right answer after being deceived by my splendid performance. Oh, he seems to have a trick up his sleeve. No matter, if I couldn't kill him this time, maybe there will be another chance next time. Don't you think so, Mr. Du Shiguan? In the mirror in front of Du Shiguan, his reflection stared back at him with a dark expression, while he himself burst into laughter. Don't be unhappy, once I offer up this memory, we will be good people again, won't we? With that, he took out a note imbued with the power of memories and lightly brushed it against his forehead. The reflection of Du Shiguang in the mirror turned pale, clenching his jaw tightly, but helpless. Soon after, the actions of the two synchronized once again. Du Shiguang opened his eyes, looking puzzled at the new writing on the note in his hand, and suddenly realized. July 14th, very well, the trial is over. Turning to the mirror, he continued playfully, it's a pity I didn't die.
Looks like you'll have to stay in there a little longer this time.
The Du Shiguang in the mirror remained unchanged in both expression and movement, offering no response to the Du Shiguang outside the mirror.
Everything that just happened seemed like a theatrical performance by one person. Reality, unknown office building in a certain province and city. Fong Ju immediately stood up from his chair the moment he regained consciousness. Frowning, he quickly walked towards the filing room and began rummaging through the cabinets. Before long, the crisp sound of high heels walking echoed behind him. Fong Ju?
Fong Ju turned around to see Jiyu, a member of the Mutual Aid Society living next door, a mage devoted to the truth. The barrier of this office building had been opened by a group of enthusiastic and kind players helping each other, forming a mutual aid society in the post-divine era. Fong Ju and she were the two most prestigious members here. Why so flustered, facing a challenge in the trial? You're just in time. Do you remember the Grand Tribunal's MOCOC that you mentioned to me? Help me look through his files. Jiyu nodded in surprise and entered the archive room. The son of the order who died young? What are you looking for? Why not ask me first, I might know. Are scholars of history so knowledgeable? Why not, tell me. Jiyu smiled, leaning on the table, waiting with her head tilted. I want to know where he died, and whether the Grand Tribunal's demi-artifact, a scepter, was lost after his death.
Moment of execution?
A thunderous judgment scepter.
You know? Fong Ju looked astonished.
Well, the only lost judgment scepter of the Grand Tribunal for thousands of years, still a mystery to this day.
Many mages are searching for it, including me. Have you seen it? Fong Ju nodded gravely. Where?
Excited, Jiyu stood up straight, grabbing Fong Ju's hand. Fong Ju sighed and said slowly, word by word, in the hands of a rational eroder.
I initially suspected he was impersonating Emochosi, but then I realized he must have witnessed Emochosi's death and stole the moment of execution. Jiyu's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth in amazement. Your trial seems quite thrilling, tell me all about it.
Fong Ju felt the need for someone to sort things out with him, so he set down the documents in his hand and began to recount slowly. Until he finished telling the entire story of the trial, he stopped and looked at Jiyu solemnly. So, what do you think? Jiyu pondered for a moment and slowly said, you've been deceived. The sacrifice of death may not be someone else, but yourselves. I feel your thinking has deviated, but I can't say who misled you.
And that rational eater named Chen is probably using you to verify this answer.
But what you did was not bad. Given the situation at that time, besides your trump card, you had no other way to kill yourself. I'm curious, can he, the last player left in the trial, survive? Fong Ju was slightly taken aback. Are you saying that all this wasn't set up by him? Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't be sure, but the dirty tricks behind the scenes are probably inevitable. Even if he didn't set up the game, he's quite formidable. I want to remind the Friends of Order to beware of this rational eater named Chen. In that case, do you mind if I offer a small reward for execution moment in the Mage channel? It seems. It's not a problem? Oh, by the way, it's not always bad news. I brought back the body of a foolish follower, so your 2,600 points probably have hope. Exciting triple surprise. Today's supersized Pro Max. One-time ending. Lying on the rooftop, feeling the sunlight of reality shining on him, Chen felt a sense of surviving a disaster. He didn't expect this method to actually work. Winning another high-stakes gamble with his life and fortune made Chen feel like luck was on his side. He took out the dice from his pocket, looked at the dazzling sunlight, and the one on the dice became very glaring in the reflection. Predetermined fate? Ha, bullshit. Chen chuckled, casually threw the dice away. The dice rolled quickly on the rooftop floor, stopped after a few rounds, and the bright one remained facing up, unchanged. It seemed like Chen was protesting against denying it, yet mocking himself for being unable to change it. Chen didn't look at it, just closed his eyes, recalling everything he had experienced in the past 5 days, carefully reviewing all the details for a replay of his clearance. There's no such thing as eternal good luck, just silent efforts. After each trial, he would review all his actions, striving to sharpen his senses, tighten his nerves, and make his deception more natural. This was Chen's way to victory. But these efforts were too tiring, not as reliable as being a scoundrel. So Chen's ultimate dream was to cling to someone's thigh and be a scoundrel. Unfortunately, he always encountered all sorts of idiots in the trials, rarely getting a chance to finish a whole game. This trial actually had a good match, with many big shots, and he should have been able to scoundrel his way to the end. However, the answer to the trial did not allow him to scoundrel, or rather, the big shots did not intend to carry him. The 5 false face rewards after the trial illustrated this. None of these 2,400 plus big shots died. Why didn't they die? Perhaps because they had already seen through the answer. They're all sharp-witted. Chen Shen sighed, flipping his memory back to the moment the trial began. The hint given by Death was, "There is only one way to death, find it, and offer your sacrifice." Referring to past death trials, it was clearly about finding a sacrifice, killing him, offering him as a sacrifice to end the trial. But the peculiarity of this trial lay in the fact that the town of Eternal Blossom where the trial was held did not accept death, or rather, death was difficult to come by. But things were not absolute, at least in the town influenced by the demigod artifact. Using another demigod artifact could bring about death. So everyone's initial goal was to find the murderer and decipher the clues of the trial from him. During this period, everyone's efforts were directed towards the same goal. Except for Wei Guan, who, like a bystander, investigated the town for half a day and used the means of foolishness to deduce an answer. Then, with extreme certainty, he used the murderer to kill himself. He committed suicide. That's why no one could find any traces at the scene, because it was he himself who erased all traces. A foolish hunter, perfectly fabricated his own death scene, plunging his teammates into inexplicable fear. At that time, no one realized that they were the actual sacrifices. Offering oneself was the only way. In this trial, what Death valued in the sacrifice was not a specific person, but the wisdom and courage to face death. The second one to touch the answer was Yundi. This annihilation assassin lady was clueless. She just wanted to speed up the process of obtaining clues, so she decisively returned to the inn and recklessly confronted the murderer. It's important to note that annihilation is the opposite of death, advocating something more extreme than death itself. So its followers disregard life, not only of others but also of themselves. In their view, death is just a state before annihilation, not something to be feared. But when she sensed that the members of the Grand Tribunal were at the inn, and even perceived that there was a semi-divine artifact in the room, she suddenly felt she had found the answer: to die under the protection of a semi-divine artifact in a small town sheltered by it. So she faced death calmly, embraced annihilation, and took the opportunity to save her teammates. However, at that moment, she overlooked something, which Chen Chen only realized after the deaths of 4 people. That is, the rule implied by the phrase "there is only one way to death" is not the only one. Another crucial point is, each method of death can only occur once. Yundi was lucky; she encountered Emochosi of the Grand Tribunal before fully understanding this hint and died under Emochosi's scepter. The monk who followed her was not as fortunate. This silent warrior was struck by a semi-divine thunder penalty but did not die. At that moment, he immediately understood the meaning of this hint and decisively chose to attack Chen Chen, to face the moment of fear approaching. There was never a second murderer at the scene, and no one was trying to muddy the waters. The monk chose himself and then used a replica to kill himself. Although Wei Guan's death was a matter of personal choice, the actual killer was Aduz, who killed him with fear approaching. Yundi's death, the executioner was Emochosi, who killed her at the moment of execution. As for the monk, he was the first true suicide, killing himself with fear and dying at the moment of fear approaching. These 3 methods of death were disabled after these 3 individuals completed the trial. There were few methods of death left for Chen Chen, Du Shiguan, and Fang Zhu. Du Shiguan, after reading Aduz's memories and discovering that he did not follow Wei Guan to cover up the murder, guessed Wei Guan's intentions. However, in the dire situation he found himself in, he had almost no chance to kill himself, so he had to find another way, using special means to go back in time and let his death replace the monk's death, altering memories. As a result, cause and effect were distorted. The monk had already left the trial, and his memory was distorted, so he disappeared from everyone's minds. Du Shiguang found a loophole and, in his memory, killed himself with fear approaching, dying by his own hand at the moment of fear approaching. Due to his excessive deduction, Fang Zhu missed all the clues, even the faint traces left by his memory were erased, and the new timeline threw him directly into the prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It took Chen Chen longer to comprehend the final answer. It was not until after he failed to kill himself with Morchus's blow that he suddenly realized that the answer required sacrificing himself in a different way. It was then that a plan began to form in his mind. After Morchus's death, he found a very secure way to pass the trial, which was to use the moment of execution to commit suicide. However, this method also carried risks because if there was even a 0.1% chance that death was not the answer, Chen Chen would face the end of his gaming career in endless regret. Therefore, the fearful Chen Chen first conducted a daring experiment. He used alchemical notes obtained from Nasli and Morchus's body to fake the scene of the alchemist's death, and then submitted it as the answer under the Law Enforcement Bureau's definition of nominal death. It was a risky move, because this was a trial of death. Chen Chen's attempt to cheat fate could easily backfire, turning everything into a blasphemous performance. This could lead to his demise, even though he had a chance to land safely. Fortunately, death acknowledged it. even though he received a score of 0. But at least the master appreciated his performance, believing that he had deceived death.
Chen Chen won the gamble.
The stakes he won included not only passing the trial but also obtaining the fear comes in the moment of execution half artifacts. These 2 artifacts were thus brought back to reality by him. Ah, a 2,400 point game, not even a single point added, what a waste. Despite saying this trial was still the most difficult one for Chen Chen since joining the faith game. With weaker forces seeking alliances and stronger forces competing, this segmented trial gradually deviated from the mechanism of cooperation among lower-ranked players, as they began to guard against each other. Everyone here was cunningly terrifying, and if it weren't for the trust habits developed during the early trials, Chen Chen might have initially fallen into a disadvantage due to the hostility brought by the Chaos Faith. However, it was this trial that finally allowed him to witness how the top players of the current stage embraced divinity. In this astonishing trial, the foolish believers were the least foolish, the annihilation believers annihilated themselves, the silent believers made deafening statements, the memory believers secretly altered memories, the ordered believers cheated and broke the order, the deception believers were pitifully deceived to the end. Except for Feng Zhu, everyone was an outstanding actor. They not only perfectly ended their roles but also left no clues for their teammates. Although their actions pushed others away from death, they also forced the remaining players to go against the answer. The surviving individuals anxiously buried themselves in the quest for why is death the sacrifice, completely unaware of the silent mockery from the victorious players who had already passed the trial. To be honest, guessing that death was the answer might not have been difficult. The real challenge was whether one dared to die. They had long discovered the clues and dared to use death to confirm their suspicions. This courage and confidence made Chen Chen feel ashamed. As for the order believer who was still kept in the dark in the end, well, every trial must have a joker. Even the most skilled players have their off days. Don't you agree, Feng? This trial was truly worthy of the elite, and Chen Chen did not disappoint. Although he didn't carry anyone, he won in an extremely secure manner. Even if he was deceived left and right, at least in the end, he deceived death. Does this count as deceiving the god? As soon as the words fell, a wave of fluctuations from the deep abyss enveloped the rooftop where Chen Chen was standing. Again? Chen Chen was sucked in once more. The second time of being summoned by the god seemed to be more proficient than the first. He did not resist, allowing his consciousness to fall into darkness. Who could it be this time? The god of joy or the god of whores? No, he couldn't think like that. At least, not in that way. In front of them, he had no freedom of thought. Even imagination could be deemed a sin of blasphemy. The Lord said, "Before deceiving them, I must endure." I endure. Consciousness once again cleared from the haze, and Chen Chen nervously opened his eyes. He had already prepared for the worst, even quickly drafted a plan in his mind, wanting to euphemistically argue, his blasphemous words were just inept blabbering, not actually calling someone a whore. But to his surprise, what he saw this time was not an eye made of stars but a winding white staircase, extending from under his feet into the unseen void. Each step of the staircase resembled a massive vertebra, with unfamiliar bone cavities, glaringly white. On either side of the vertebrae grew thick, elongated intermuscular bones, extending outward like cliffs with sharp edges. Due to the steep slope between the joints, when Chen Chen raised his head, he found that this endless white bone staircase, which he couldn't see the end of, looked like a massive fishbone floating in infinite darkness, emitting a frightening white light. If this was indeed a fishbone, then this fish could not be described as gigantic. Perhaps all the adjectives for large that Chen Chen had learned lost their meaning in comparison to its size. Just one bone section made Chen Chen feel like he had to walk for at least 10 minutes. Chen Chen was so shocked by the colossal object in front of him that he was speechless, stunned on the spot. At that moment, a cacophony of mixed voices rang in his ears. It was a difficult sound to describe. Sharp and hoarse, ethereal yet heavy, as if the voices of men, women, old, and young were all mixed together, indistinguishable, resonating together. "Come up! Hurry up!" Startled by this sudden shout, Chen Chen quickly turned his head to see countless lifeforms that had not been there before, standing in a queue on the fishbone cliff as thin as a dagger, jumping down one after another like dumplings. Below the cliff, there was endless void. As soon as the lifeforms jumped, their flesh and blood were swiftly washed away by the void until they fell to an unseen ground, where their remaining skeletons shattered. The tremendous impact shattered the skeletons, but only the skulls remained intact. Countless pale skulls rolled and surged towards Chen Chen, gradually piling up on both sides of the vertebrae staircase, frantically opening and closing their jaws, welcoming Chen Chen with their remaining teeth, creaking in excitement. "Come up! Hurry up! The master is waiting for you above." Chen Chen was dumbfounded by this unprecedented scene.
To be honest, anyone would be.
Everything in front of him was too unimaginable, too beyond human cognition, to the point that his legs involuntarily felt a bit weak as he prepared to take a step forward. Watching the countless clicking skulls biting fiercely on the edge of the staircase, Chen kept thinking, if I take a step forward, they won't come to gnaw on me, will they?
Come up! Hurry up! The master is waiting for you above.
The longer Chen stayed in place, the faster the mouths of these skulls opened and closed. He seemed to have guessed who was above, swallowed hard, gave himself a pep talk in his heart, and then stepped forward. At the moment Chen stepped out, his flesh and blood were stripped away, leaving only a crystal-clear skeleton rushing forward. And with each step, he ascended a level.
The massive staircase, upon his movement, automatically descended beneath his feet.
The speed was so swift that it almost stirred up a whirlwind in the void. As Chen moved, the skulls on the sides of the staircase grew more clamorous.
Hurry, walk faster. Faster. Don't keep him waiting. Chen didn't dare to take a second step.
Whether it was the strong wind in the void or the lack of warmth after shedding his clothes, he felt a chilling sensation all over his body. Rubbing his familiar yet unfamiliar skeleton with his hands, he instinctively covered his lower body.
Damn, am I streaking now? Ha! It seems like there's nothing to cover, though.
He looked down and indeed, there was nothing.
So, this doesn't count as streaking.
Chen's mood inexplicably improved, he chuckled lightly, and strode forward.
Fish bones descended one by one, layers of white bones stacked up.
When Chen counted 404 steps in his mind, the unchanging fish bone staircase before him finally changed. A commotion arose from all directions, and voices of men, women, and children suddenly erupted. Immediately, an endless number of skulls rose from behind him, beside him, and in front of him, swiftly flying forward. A white torrent swept up, creating a spectacular cascading waterfall of skulls in the dark void.
Chen stood on the staircase, motionless, awaiting his arrival.
Not because his legs were weak, but because he could already sense the aura of death. Thick with despair, viscous with panic.
This was a true path leading to death.
Countless skulls fell like rain, and in the blink of an eye, a throne of white bones piled up in front of Chen.
And on that throne, a giant skull looked at Chen through its black hole-like eye sockets.
Shang, sure. His voice was as cold as the icy flames surging from the depths of hell. Even with only a skeleton left, Chen felt like his bone marrow was about to freeze. This was death, the third god of the journey of life. Yes. Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the rampage of the divine nature of death, and nodded.
Very well. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? With such a grandeur, am I worthy?
Afraid that this might be a trap set by death, Chen blurted out, if there's anything you fancy, it's my honor.
What could he offer to gain his attention?
After much contemplation, there was only the moment of impending fear. After hearing Chen's response, the giant skull remained silent for a long time before speaking again. What you said to him is not quite the same.
Who the hell badmouthed me behind my back? Chen didn't dare to ask, so he could only awkwardly smile.
But this kind of fake smile couldn't be expressed on bones, so it was as good as no response.
Bring it out, the trade won't mistreat you.
Chen really wanted to ask how he could bring it out in his current state. Unexpectedly, with a thought, everything in his personal space poured out at his feet. Looking at the pile of miscellaneous items, Chen felt embarrassed. He quickly squatted down and found the dagger he needed among a pile of hallucinogens, ropes, poisons, and masks, then respectfully raised it.
Very well, do you know what this is? Moment of impending fear, a dual divinity imbued with your and another deity's aura.
From a divine relic. Chen knew that in the mouths of the people of the Isle of Hope, demi-artifacts were collectively referred to as divine relics.
Fear. What an unpleasant name.
Humans, for billions of years, have made no progress in naming. Its name is called the Dagger of Garuda.
The Dagger of Garuda. Well, may I ask this true god, how dare you say that humans have not improved in naming?
Not afraid of top students being modest, but afraid of underachievers being unaware.
However, Chen didn't even fart, just listened quietly.
The deity in front of him seemed eager to share.
Garuda is the essence of life, from the divine.
Also, he is the most trusted executor.
But he made a mistake.
He fell in love with a prostitute.
What the hell? What is this? Are even the gods using this word?
At this moment, Chen's mind was boiling. How can it be that in such a situation, hearing a deity say the word prostitute was so explosive? Whether in terms of gossip or identification, it reached its peak at this moment.
Isn't it a coincidence? I also know a prostitute. And she.
Ahem, forget it, better not think too much, to save my own skin. But one can guess that the god referred to as a prostitute by death is probably the source of the other half of divinity when fear approaches. Supersized cup. She is called Lel, originally the daughter of the mother of prosperity. But she couldn't resist temptation and fell. Plunging into the sea of desire, she turned into a disgusting, terrifying mother tree. Holy moly! I know this thing. I even had a fight with her child. Suddenly, Chen Chen remembered Song Yuan from that trial and recalled the bone throne described by Song Yuan. So, he really received the gaze of death at that time. That scythe of destruction, the Reaper's scythe, might even be lent out by the person in front of him. No wonder he was so powerful, who would hold back when fighting for a cause. But, buddy, where's your scythe? How come I didn't see that huge scythe today? Perhaps sensing Chen Chen's recollection, the giant skull paused, trying to help Chen Chen remember more details before continuing slowly. Garuda, in order to redeem himself, pulled out his own rib, dividing a quarter of his divinity. He made it as a gift and sent it to the Sea of Desire. However, that prostitute rejected him and tainted the dagger of Garuda. He deserved to die. With that, a surge of death erupted from the depths of the void, flooding everything in an instant. Chen Chen inexplicably suffered a disaster, being swept away by the flood and reduced to a pile of bone fragments. No one knew how long this furious deity vented, until Chen Chen felt he might have been forgotten or even obliterated. His consciousness gathered once again. But now, like the giant skull on the bone throne, he was left with just a head. Chen Chen rubbed his chin and found it quite painful when his chin bone hit the step. Well, it's okay to sit down for a while when you're tired of standing. So, this is how the corrupt divinity of fear's approach came about, as the mother tree of fear split a quarter of her divinity, expressing a firm refusal to Garuda? So, what exactly happened between these two? Can you elaborate on that? I have plenty of time, the trial has just ended, there are still 7 days left. The giant skull's gaze shifted down and focused on Chen Chen again. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but he didn't continue the story. Old stories are best left alone. Today, I have seen it again. Memories have always been reluctant to find it in the dream. You have brought it back very well. So, the task is complete. What do you want as a reward? Chen Chen stood up with his chin in a flash. If you say that, I'll take it seriously. Respected and great true God, I, a humble and insignificant person, only picked up this knife of fear. Garuda, wanting to experience more teachings in the trial ground you and they have set up, to feel more of the divine greatness. If you could give some small guidance to me, who is lost, that would be more useful than any relic from the gods. Anxiously finishing these words, Chen Chen looked eagerly towards the throne. The huge skull remained silent for a while. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, thinking he might have asked for too much. Just as he was about to clarify, the skull spoke. You are a believer of him. Among us, only him, and, let's not mention him, only they like to give guidance to you. I have no guidance to give you. Your understanding of death. Chen Chen's heart tightened, remembering the pitiful 0 points he got in the last trial, the path to ascension. Very interesting. I need to think. Perhaps I can seize some authority from his hands. What? Who are you going to seize authority from? It's none of my business. I didn't do anything. Chen Chen looked bewildered, half scared to death. However, I can give you something. With that, amidst the trash on the ground, the conspicuous executioner's moment floated up. Is this meant to? A pure power of death surged out of the mouths of every skull on the bone throne, enveloping the executioner's moment. Before long, this staff roaring with thunder slowly twisted and transformed into a ring with thunder coursing on its surface. The material of the ring was completely different from the previous staff, more like it was made from the bones underfoot. At the end of the first God War, Order killed Thunder. Using half of his divinity, this thunder staff was made. Chen Chen was numb, shocked by the amount of information in this conversation and eager to criticize Order's dirty tricks. Killing someone is one thing, but mocking them after death is just low. His other half of divinity is with me. But now, you are too weak. Not qualified enough. I will recast the thunder staff, concealing Thunder's aura. Keep it. When you go further, I will give you the other half. With that, the pale bone-like ring floated down from the air and automatically slipped onto Chen Chen's finger. However, Chen Chen didn't see any of this, because his hand bone fell behind the skull. And how can a skull turn around? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right. Let me think this through. Death took Fear's arrival, then turned the executioner's moment into a ring, saying that when he becomes stronger in the future, he will bestow the other half of Thunder's divinity upon himself. This rhetoric. Why does it sound so much like the pie-in-the-sky promises my former boss used to make? You took something from me without giving anything in return.
Can that be called a trade? Isn't this just freeloading? Bullying the honest, isn't this unfair?
Chen Shen snapped out of his daze, opened his mouth, his chin hitting the ground a few times, and finally couldn't help but ask, since you dislike the mother tree of fear, could you perhaps still bestow upon me the half of Lel's divinity in the knife of Garuda? What do you think? Could you still give it to me? The giant skull fell silent, its hollow eye sockets seemingly empty, yet Chen Shen saw a pair of eyes opening within, eyes that led to death. I'm just making a suggestion. I just feel that, magnificent as you are, having this filthy divinity in your hands is nothing but throwing it in the trash or sealing it away to ignore. Instead of wasting this half-baked divinity, why not? Well, why not let Lele's divinity work for me? You see, I work for you. No, I work for my master, part-time for you, and she works for me. Round it off, she works for you as a beast of burden. How about that? Isn't it better than letting it go to waste? The giant skull remained unresponsive, but the path to death in its eye sockets had clearly vanished. Damn, this might work. Chen Shen immediately excitedly raised his chin, struggled to turn around with friction, bit his palm bone, and lifted up the newly crafted ring. Then he mumbled, you see, if you combine his divinity with this idiot, with this, Ming Lei's divinity, we can create a 3/4 divine ring. This way, you reclaim Garuda's divinity, I gain a new artifact from the gods, and can go further in the game. Most importantly, the Fear Mother Tree, that bitch, will have to work for you every day. How about it? No response. Still no response. Time passed slowly, and at that moment, Chen Shen even felt that it wasn't death in front of him, but damn silence. Hey, can you say something? He's right, you are indeed greedy. As soon as the words fell, another essence of death rose from the bone throne. This time, the power not only enveloped the ring but also the time of fear's arrival. Shortly after, a small, screeching twig was stripped from the time of fear's arrival and swiftly inserted into the ring. And the time of fear's arrival disappeared simultaneously. The divinity from the Fear Mother Tree, upon touching the ring, engraved mouth after mouth emitting screeches. The pale ring, under its influence, instantly transformed into a twisted ring emitting a crimson glow, slowly floating back to Chen Shen's hand bone. Is it done? Damn, it's done. Excitedly biting his hand bone, Chen Shen carefully examined the twisted and eerie ring, asking in uncontrollable excitement, this is? But he quickly realized and hastily corrected himself, please, Great One, name this new artifact from the gods. Honestly, Chen Shen felt a hint of excitement from the giant skull's eye sockets, but he wasn't sure if he was just too excited and mistaken. After a moment of contemplation, the giant skull hesitated with slight movements of its teeth before solemnly naming the newly born artifact from the gods. Let's call it the Ring of Bone Servant Lele. Stunned. How is this any different from Knai's delicious mop tea? Such a cool-looking ring, and that's the name? Fine. You're awesome, you have the final say. Chen Shen conceded. He affirmed very seriously, with a name that transcends time, from this moment on, its name will be sung for eternity. Of course, Lele, that bitch, will also work for you for eternity. The giant skull responded strangely, then suddenly dissipated without warning on the bone throne. It turned into white bone ash, dispersing like flowing sand. Following that, the bone throne also began to dissipate, and after the boss left, the group of silent skulls finally began to chatter again. Goodbye. Farewell. I'm leaving, he's waiting for me. Hurry. Quick. Don't keep him waiting. As the throne collapsed in front of him, the fishbone staircase beneath his feet began to crack layer by layer. Chen Shen was now just ahead, unable to avoid the inevitable, only able to let himself fall into the void. But even as the sensation of weightlessness surged to his head, he did not release the hand bone in his mouth. Until, consciousness darkened once again, and then awakened once more. Chen Shen suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and looked at the twisted ring with a dazzling red light coiling around his right index finger. The ring, emitting a terrifying screech of fear, under the sunlight, was so captivating. The Ring of Lele, the Bone Servant, is a divine relic, a ring forged personally by death, containing half the divine attribute of thunder and a quarter of the corruptive attribute of fear. Special effect, Fear Nourishment, you can absorb the fear around you to empower it. For each charge, the ring will illuminate a screeching mouth. Special effect, Thunderous Judgment, consume a charge of fear nourishment to summon thunderous punishment, destroying enemies. If the target has provided fear nourishment to the ring, the punishment will be precise. Special effect, Bone Servant beneath the throne, you can refine a corpse into a death bone servant, allowing it to convey your praises to the esteemed figure above the throne. Chen Shen stared fixedly at the ring in his hand, drooling on the ground. A divine relic of 3.5s grade. Never heard of since the day it descended until now.
Awesome. Chen Chen silently retracted his previous complaints about death, not sparing his admiration. Praise to the esteemed figure above the white bone throne. Look at this grandeur, this style, this magnificence. Some bosses, not naming names, need to be informed. If you don't work harder, your employees will be promoted in someone else's company. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Such truth. This philosopher with the surname Gao had long seen through the essence of the world. Chen Chen indulged in self-admiration for a while, just as he had been excited when he first received his first S-rank talent. The immense sense of accomplishment filled his chest, making him unable to calm down for a long time. If you're wondering why Chen Chen, with only 2,100 points, still has an SS-rank talent, why not mention it? Then I can only tell you, there is something called the initial faith talent. Although SS-rank talents are rare, they do exist. Some people spend their whole lives striving to go to Rome, while others are born there. Chen Chen is neither of the former nor the latter. He feels like he was born a packhorse, driven by others. Now this packhorse finally had a bit of qualification to catch his breath. He carefully took off the ring, counted the number of screeching mouths on the ring, exactly 5. And apart from Chen Chen himself, there were exactly 5 teammates in each trial. What the esteemed figure intended to convey with this was already quite clear. I'm just a healer, only saving teammates, how could I possibly kill them, let alone kill 5 at once? It's just a joke, bro. Chen Chen shook his head with a smile, gently wiped the ring with his sleeve, making it spotless. Then he retrieved several rings he had picked up during previous trials from the warehouse, wiped them clean, and put them on one by one. 2 on the left hand, 2 on the right hand. Red, yellow, blue, green. In this way, what was originally a striking divine relic instantly turned into an inconspicuous collection of a certain ring enthusiast. After completing all this, he sat on the edge of the rooftop and began to enjoy his lunch. Recipe that never fails, finger bread with canned mucus drink. Hey buddy, eating again? The voice of the young man with mental illness came from the opposite rooftop. Chen Chen looked up and saw Xia Yang waving a big backpack at him. What are you up to? Exercising. Chen Chen smiled. Xia Yang's waving arm paused, and he awkwardly said, what kind of exercise is this? This trial isn't too dangerous. I happened to pick up a few history books during the trial, thinking that since you're a mage, you must enjoy studying history, so I brought them back for you. Ha, no need to thank me, come on, catch. With that, he threw the backpack over like throwing a shot put. Although the other party lied, Chen Chen could see his intention. This was clearly not a coincidence but a deliberate attempt to be friendly. Perhaps it was because Sulu complained too harshly last time. Xia Yang had been asking Chen Chen for medicine all week, as if he had noticed that Chen Chen still had some of the prosperity of the past. But Chen Chen had not given in. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, he just didn't want to favor Sulu. While he had received plenty of food and drink in the past, this time it was books. Chen Chen had no interest in historical trials, but since the end of this trial, he suddenly wanted to know what had happened on the Isle of Hope. Even if this thirst for knowledge was mixed with a gossiping heart ignited by the Great Tribunal, it was still a thirst for knowledge. So Xia Yang had hit the spot this time. TSK, buddy, helping you is harming you. Can anyone drink green tea? It will upset your stomach if you have a weak digestive system. Chen Chen thought to himself without saying it out loud. There was no need to say it out loud and spoil half the fun. He stuck his fingers in his mouth a few times, gulped down the mucus drink, and then took out a bottle of past prosperity from his personal space and threw it towards Xia Yang, muttering, "You owe me 2 bottles." Xia Yang caught the flying medicine and nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Oh, thank you so much, big brother, you're like a real brother to me. I'm feeling great now, let me repay you with a bottle first. What do you need, buddy? Anything below S rank is fine." S? Chen was already an SSS ranked person, and he was still considering anything below S? But Chen Chen still said, "Perfect, I need to ask you something. If you have information, consider it as repaying a bottle of medicine." Xia Yang was surprised. "Huh? You want to ask me something? What do you want to know?" "Oh, nothing much, just curious about how the Great Tribunal clashed with the Tower of Reason in the middle of the civilization era." Xia Yang, embarrassed, scratched his head. "Sorry, buddy, I was testing you last time. I'm really not a follower of order." Chen Chen was not surprised at all, instead nodded and said, "I know, but aren't you a follower of war? You should be familiar with the beginning of such large-scale conflicts on the Isle of Hope." Xia Yang's awkward smile froze the moment Chen Chen finished speaking, his cheeks twitched, and he forced out a stiff chuckle. "Ha! Ha! Who told you I'm a follower of war? It's a misunderstanding." "I see, I must have misunderstood. I see you busy with your books every day. I thought you were uncomfortable without someone to fight." Let's leave it at that. I'll let you know when I need something next time.
With that, Chen Chen picked up his backpack, flipping through the books in his hand, and walked towards the warehouse. Behind him, on the rooftop opposite, Xia Yan watched Chen Chen's back with a changing expression on his face.
He lost a hand and was guessed by the other party first.
He sighed, tightened his grip on the potion in his hand, and turned to walk in the other direction.
Ahem, Lulu.
I have to tell you, this trial was too dangerous. I barely made it through, but I gained something. I found a bottle of past prosperity during the trial, thinking you would like this potion, so I brought it back for you.
Hey, Lulu, are you home? Chen Chen naturally couldn't hear any of this.
He sat on a stool in the warehouse, flipping through the books Xia Yang had brought back with great interest. The writing of the Island of Hope had nothing to do with reality.
Except for those who enjoyed studying history, few could understand the original text. But Chen Chen could,
because he had a mouth that could read these words aloud. So, rather than saying he was reading, it was more like he was reciting.
Chen Chen had long discovered that the fool's lips enjoyed reading, especially when he was alone.
It was originally a very useful tool, but since Chen Chen had a bad experience, he dared not fully trust that mouth again. At this moment, among the scribbles on the paper, what the fool's lips recited was,
Canlawal pig beast's birthing steps, 1. Clean the razor, 2. Cut open the mother beast's abdomen.
Though speechless, it was still quite normal, considering Chen Chen had done such things before. But when he heard the next sentence, he almost spat out blood.
3. Stuff the spices inside. Xia Yang's last trial took place in a small town of the Canlawal Empire called Hanlin Town.
Chen Chen didn't ask, he figured it out from reading. The 17 books he brought back were not historical books at all but miscellaneous books the pig farm owner in the small town bought to pass the time. There were also his own reading impressions and doodles of stick figures. The books covered a wide range, from love stories like The Beautiful Town Girl to suspense novels like Killing the Peasant, and even professional reference books like The Life of the Pig Beast. However, there were no serious historical books about the human, geographical, and political environment of that period. Perhaps history was called history because it was written by later generations to commemorate the past. At that time, people living in the present probably didn't care how they would be portrayed after their death. Although he didn't gain any useful knowledge, it was a good way to pass the time. At least in these few days, Chen Chen got to know a pig beast breeder who believed in birth, a farm owner who believed in prosperity, and a butcher who believed in death. The application of life and their destinies truly shattered Chen Chen's stereotypical impression of faith being lofty. One couldn't help but marvel at how their will was everywhere. In these few days, besides reading, a few significant events occurred. The biggest one was the shock among colleagues on the professional channel. Only carving rotten wood made it to the top. Decade Brother got taken down, dropped to 10th place, haha.
Cheers to prosperity. Hilarious, where's Decade Guy, can he take it? Coincidence, the Grand Marshal also dropped in rank, down to 4th, the mutes took the lead, so annoying.
The Grand Marshal was the title of respect given by the followers of War God's Choice. Since the arrival of the Faith game and the ranking ladder of the War/Silence list, the Grand Marshal had always been first. But who could have imagined that just 2 days after the last special trial, he lost 5 consecutive trials and dropped to 4th place. +1, Order also dropped, but Order is still first, just a new order.
Damn, what's going on? The Fate God stick has fallen, and now Time is in first place, losing points at the same time. Are they teaming up?
Wow, a group of chosen ones playing ranked matches, it's like immortals fighting, just thinking about it is thrilling. I don't know about others, but at least that Fate chosen one didn't drop voluntarily, he lost to me. I looked up and realized this is the professional channel. Your words made me think it was the Faith channel. Buddy, wake up, don't deceive yourself.
Fraud upstairs? What do you guys usually talk about on the Faith channel? Deceiving each other?
Cultural matters, how can you call it deceit? It's been a long time since I watched, let me go back and take a look. I'm back, some are playing landlord with the gods, some are creating worlds, and some are backstage changing the scores of the audience ladder. Looking at these unreliable remarks, Chen Chen smiled and passed by. But the collective loss of points by the chosen ones made him instinctively feel that something was amiss. When strange things happen frequently, they should draw people's attention. Why are the usually steadfast chosen ones starting to lose points one after another during these challenging days of trials? Chen Shen's score wasn't at that level, so perhaps he couldn't fathom the reason. But upon careful consideration, there were only 2 possibilities: either they simply failed the trials many times, indicating they might be targeting something and relentlessly pursuing it, even at the cost of losing points, or the first position might be facing rules that ordinary players couldn't comprehend, making it not as easy to hold as people thought.
Since the trials are changing, there's no reason the difficulty for the chosen ones wouldn't change. To find out what's happening, perhaps more observation is needed. But in any case, moving forward cautiously is always the right choice. When the big waves come, some ride them, some drown, difficult to judge. Chen Chen once again opened his audience ladder. The ID called Sincerely Yours had dropped to 47th place, meaning they had to lose dozens of matches in a row without dying to reach this position. Even more surprising was that the memory chosen one Li Jingming had also started losing points. Audience ladder, existence, memory, / void, fraud, 1. Once again at the top, brothers, fraud, 204-2. This situation can wait, memory, 201-3. Li Jingming, memory, 199-4. Still like in a dream, memory, 198-5. He escapes, he pursues, he can't fly with wings, fraud, 196-46. Watching the big brothers escape route, fraud, 179-47. Sincerely Yours, fraud, 179-62. I Never Lie, fraud, 164. Time is like a wild horse running loose, never to return. 7 days passed in a hurry, and it was time for the trials again. But this time, Chen Chen woke up with a smile to welcome the trials. The reason was that the girl next door, Green Tea, seemed to have disappeared. She hadn't spoken to Xie Yang for a whole 7 days, leaving the young man heartbroken, thinking his beloved girl had died in the trials. Chen Chen was shocked when he heard this news, tightly pinching his thigh with both hands to stop himself from laughing in front of Xie Yang. But it had to be said, Xie Yang was a devoted person, mourning Su Lu's disappearance for 3 or 4 days. It wasn't until the 5th day that he regained his composure, tying the love letter he had originally written for Su Lu to a fishing line and hanging it outside the window of a girl named Fan Tingting who lived below Su Lu. He called it using love to ease the pain. Chen Chen chuckled twice, cursing himself for misjudging the situation. Then he turned around and gave Xie Yang a big thumbs up. You're having more fun than me, little Xie. I'm counting on watching your soap opera for the rest of my life. Chen Chen chuckled as he thought, and as his laughter continued, his vision turned red. Special trial, Vanished World, Annihilation, has begun. Matching teammates, 1 to 6. Trial objective, unbind, discard shackles, embrace destruction, gain redemption, 3 days limit. Annihilation. It's actually an annihilation match. Chen Chen looked at the prompt in astonishment, immediately stuffing all the survival tools in the warehouse into his personal space. It's been a long time since he last saw an annihilation match, probably when he hadn't reached 2,000 points yet. The trial field brought down by him was extremely simple. There was only one goal, to survive in a world on the brink of annihilation, under terrifying natural disasters. Matching successful, 6 to 6, entering the trial. His face felt a bit cold. It seems. It's raining? Consciousness gradually returned. The sound of the rain was noisy in his ears, the air was moist at his nose, and a cold wind hit his face. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself surrounded by mist and clouds. Indeed, it was raining. A light rain, drizzling and gentle. He didn't mind the fine rain wetting his hair and clothes, nor did he rush to take out an umbrella from his personal space. Instead, he looked around first. It seemed to be on a mountainside, with peaks all around. The lush greenery and the long-lost wilderness made Chen Chen feel refreshed. The natural scenery truly acted as a purifier of negative emotions. As he stretched out his hands to embrace the raindrops falling into his arms, his teammates also opened their eyes one by one. Wow, bro, what are you doing? Praising someone? Outdoors? Ahem. Cough, cough. The humidity is high, the air pressure is low, a storm is coming. Although it's our first meeting, I have to interrupt your rain appreciation and share some not-so-good news. Our personal spaces are locked. Chen Chen was stunned, quickly retracting his hand and trying to access his personal space. However, the space that was previously easily accessible now showed no response. This person was telling the truth. His personal space was actually locked. Unbelievable, every new challenge is different. Most of the annihilation trials are about survival, even a life and death escape. In his trial field, there are all kinds of survival challenges, so players, after experiencing many beatings, tend to prepare some survival tools purposefully. The personal space is not large enough to pack all the essentials, so more and more people like Chen Chen are sharpening their knives on the spot. But unexpectedly, there are countermeasures from above. This time, the trial actually locked the personal space. This was unheard of. Chen Chen glanced at the ring on his hand, feeling lucky. Fortunately, he didn't keep this semi-divine artifact in his personal space out of attachment, or it would have been lost. The items in his space only added to his abilities in the trial. Losing them wouldn't drastically weaken him or lead to death. This was something Chen Chen had always been cautious about.
No external object truly made him stronger. Of course, except for grabbing onto the thigh of someone who can save him.
Damn, is this for real?
A male player tried for a while, failed to retrieve anything, cursed under his breath, and wiped the rain off his face. Although his expression was grim, he wasn't hopeless. Clearly, this person had confidence.
But as for the others,
Chen Chen rubbed the rainwater off his face, making his expression look a bit more frightened. Through the gaps between his fingers, his eyes darted quickly to the others. There were 5 teammates in total, including the man from earlier, along with 3 men and 1 woman.
Each of them had a different expression.
An old man with white hair kept coughing, his hands resting on his knees as he slightly bowed his head, his face twisted in a knot, revealing no joy or sorrow. However, Chen Chen noticed that his lower body was stable, rooted firmly in the wet mud despite his coughing. A young man with a backpack furrowed his brows slightly, unfolding his clothes to protect his bag, indicating that there might be something inside that couldn't get wet. Chen Chen glanced at the outline of the bag, guessing that there were probably short and multiple weapons inside. The one who seemed to be alerting everyone was a strong man with sharp facial features, sharp and powerful eyes, and muscular arms, clearly fitting the profile of an offensive profession. Both his hands had thick calluses, suggesting he might be a hunter.
As for the last person,
quite eye-catching. She was a thin and delicate girl with pink hair. Her bright eyes sparkled, a smile playing on her lips as she looked around, seemingly unconcerned about her personal space being restricted. Chen Chen's gaze quickly swept over her face, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But because the action of rubbing his face and observing was too quick, he didn't have time to think further.
However, to his surprise, someone called out her name the next moment. "You are Taoyi." "Who?"
Chen Chen looked at the girl in astonishment, only to see everyone else looking at her with slight surprise.
The girl with pink hair squinted and smiled, revealing a playful fox-like grin. "Hello, everyone, I'm Taoyi."
Hearing her melodious voice, Chen Chen finally remembered who this familiar girl was. She was a singer who had been in the industry for 7 or 8 years without much fame until she guest starred as a maid in a palace comedy for a friend, which skyrocketed her to fame as a new generation actress, Taoyi. The palace comedy was called Misfortunes of Spring Breezes, telling a twisted love story of a random girl who was mistakenly forced into the palace and ended up falling in love with a prince disguised as a woman. Taoyi played the malicious second cousin of the female lead who had unrequited love. Due to her mischievous appearance and tendency to cause trouble, she unintentionally stole the show, overshadowing the main characters. As a result, the audience's fondness for her soared, even surpassing the female lead, making her the most popular character in the series.
Chen Chen never watched TV dramas, but due to his colleagues' constant chatter, he had heard about her.
Watching the TV star appear in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. She looks even slimmer in person than in photos. The world is truly strange, encountering a big star during a trial.
"Oh my, it's the real person, almost didn't recognize you with the pink hair."
"It's a pity that your acting career has just begun, and this ghostly game has arrived." The man who recognized Taoyi kept talking incessantly, seemingly unable to stop.
Actually, I prefer singing to acting." "So, you're probably a singer?" I'm a mage."
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This guy, with such an approach, probably won't get anywhere. Taoyi also squinted and smiled, pointing at herself. "Let me reintroduce myself, Taoyi, life, mage, 1783. The man who struck up the conversation continued rambling. "That's quite a coincidence, I'm also a mage, and I'm an actor too. I have always loved the starry sky and science fiction since I was a child, and as I grew up, I became more and more obsessed with it, unable to extricate myself. After entering the entertainment industry, I have always wanted to act in a science fiction film that I hold dear in my heart. However, I missed the casting opportunity for the 3-body crew, so I had to accumulate experience by participating in some smaller productions. I have played the role of the third male lead in many dramas, among which the one with the highest viewership is called The Amazing Starship Emperor. In it, I played the role of the demon general Zhu Chao, and I ranked quite high on the list of popular supporting roles."
"Have you seen it, Taoyi?"
As this guy's speech speed increased, the faces of the people around him became more and more strange. Chen Shen's face was almost stiff with embarrassment, and he really wanted to squat down to see if his shoe soles had been worn out.
"Too awkward."
"Brother, I don't think you're suitable for 3-body. Go act in 3-body syndrome, you'll definitely be the male lead." Perhaps noticing that everyone's faces seemed a bit constipated, the verbose demon general Zhu Chao finally realized that he had misspoken in his introduction. He awkwardly chuckled twice, touched his head, and said, Sorry, I got too excited when I saw Taoyi. My name is Su Yida, existence, mage, 1864. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Shan raised an eyebrow in surprise.
This demon general was lying. Quite interesting.
The actor who seemed carefree and talkative actually lied at the very beginning when introducing themselves. What's even more intriguing is that this sentence was quite long, offering many points for deception.
Chen Shen couldn't pinpoint exactly what he was hiding. So, although he remained composed on the surface, he mentally tagged the big guy with special attention.
After Suyita finished introducing himself, the white-haired old man who had been coughing incessantly finally straightened up and smiled at everyone. However, this smile seemed somewhat pained.
Sorry, everyone, I know time is short, but this old man still wants to ask, has anyone here met a university student named Chui Qiushi? He's tall, a bit taller than me, probably around 183
meters, slim, short hair, which might be longer now. His skin is quite dark, and he has a scar on the back of his neck, a burn scar.
Cough.
His eyes are similar to mine, but he has a mole at the corner of his eye. Before the old man could finish, Suyita couldn't help but interrupt, waving his hand. Stop. What are you doing here, old man?
Looking for someone? Who is this person, your grandson?
The old man shook his head, coughed madly for a while, then straightened up with a look of apology. I'm really sorry, my health is failing. He is my son, I just want to know if he's still alive, if he's safe. I've been looking for him for a long time, but haven't found him yet.
Son?
Chen Shen looked at the old man with some surprise.
This man appeared to be at least 70 years old, so if his son is a university student, wouldn't that mean he had a child when he was over 50?
No wonder the world is in such a mess, still looking for his son at this age. Children born late in life are always overly indulged.
Sir, you must be 70 or 80 this year, and your son is a university student?
The old man didn't get angry at all due to Suyita's questioning, just kept nodding while coughing, and replied, yes, Qiushi has good grades, he got into South Jiang University. Alright, stop, who cares which university he got into, there are no universities now anyway.
Let me tell you, no one has probably seen him.
Think about it, there are 12 billion people in the world, and only 6 are matched in each game. It would be a miracle to encounter him, besides, he might. Perhaps realizing that suggesting that the old man's son had passed away was too hurtful, Suyita opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed back his words.
Sorry, I've taken up everyone's time.
I'm Cui Dingtian, and I believe in decay, with a ladder score of 1677.
Decay. This old man actually spoke out about his faith.
Everyone looked at each other in confusion, and Chen Shen's gaze quickly scanned the faces of the others, only to notice a hint of unnaturalness in Tao Yi's expression at a certain moment.
Oh, this is getting interesting. She is a follower of prosperity. Suyita was also taken aback. You, old man, did you just say it like that? Tao Yi is a follower of life, aren't you afraid she?
A decaying old tree has nothing to hide.
Everyone has seen the old man's physical condition, and now every extra day is a blessing.
The biggest wish is to know about Qiushi before dying.
Cough.
But don't worry, everyone, the old man still has some strength left to help out. If I lag behind at that time, you don't need to worry about me, it's all fate.
Cui Dingtian's words were sincere and not deceitful.
However, Chen Shen, looking at this true follower of decay, who was indeed a decaying old tree, furrowed his brows deeply. In his current state, this should be the time when the power of decay is at its strongest. To be honest, this person's power of decay is probably several times more than that of the young ones, but how could it have turned out like this now?
Strange. We need to speed up, everyone, the rain is getting heavier.
The man who initially warned everyone about their spatial pockets being sealed seemed particularly sensitive to everything happening around him. He slowly averted his gaze from the old man, shaking off the water from his clothes.
Zhao Qian, Civilization, Hunter, 1937. Indeed, a hunter.
Chen Shen smiled slightly, giving himself a mental pat on the back, but he couldn't help but be somewhat concerned about the look Zhao Qian had just given the old man. This hunter brother seemed very interested in the old man, his flickering gaze hiding unspoken lies.
Had he found his prey?
Or perhaps, had he encountered someone named Cui Qiushi? Just as Chen Shen was carefully observing the old man and the hunter, the young man standing beside them spoke up.
Gao Yu, Civilization, Mage, 1721. Another mage? Is today Mage Guild Day?
Chen Shen suddenly felt like laughing. This young mage already looked a bit tender, and his voice still carried a hint of childishness. He seemed quite young.
High school student?
Chen Shen asked with a smile. Gao Yu's expression froze, he turned his head aside and muttered back, who's still in high school, I'm turning 18 soon.
Oh, a high school student.
Gao Yu looked at Chen Shen speechlessly, finding him quite boring.
Chen Shen grinned.
Well, this game is interesting, with players of all ages and strengths.
As for who is weak, cough Chen Shen, Life, Priest, 1501. Nice to meet you all, everyone.
Chen Shen smiled brightly, feeling honored to match up with a group of players scoring 1700 or 1800 despite his lower score. And when the others heard that Chen Chen was a priest, their slightly furrowed brows also relaxed. Finally, in this desperate survival trial, a priest had arrived. Although this priest's score was a bit low, it was better than nothing. At the moment Chen Chen finished introducing himself, a flash of light appeared in the distance on the horizon, followed shortly by a loud thunderclap. Boom! Lightning streaked through the ink-black clouds, as if a real dragon was causing thunder and rain. The rain visibly intensified. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It seems the initial disaster is related to the rain, most likely a flood or a landslide.
Let's move quickly, and after it's over, we can consider going up or down. Currently, the 6 players were positioned halfway up the mountainside. If the disaster was a flood, then naturally, the mountaintop would be the safest place. But if it's a mountain collapse, it's safer to head towards the valley. This involves the difficulty of survival afterwards, a decision that can almost determine life and death. It must be handled with caution. After Zhao finished speaking, everyone remained still, except for Su Yida. He looked at everyone in astonishment, then turned around somewhat awkwardly and walked away. As he left, Chen Chen watched his restrained figure and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, encountering a fellow traveler. This person is not a being at all, he is clearly a void person. A deceitful mage, a master of trickery. Among the 6 people present, except for himself and Tao Yi and Cui Dingtian who were on opposite paths, the others did not have conflicting destinies present, so there was no need to be cautious. The decree of memory offers a memory to him in reverence, no matter whose. The decree of time is precise and punctual. Obviously, neither of these decrees needs to be done behind someone's back. Personal privacy? Decree habits? No, in the urgent moment, none of these are necessary. Moreover, not even the prosperous believers have left, so why would a being believer leave alone? No wonder lies spill out from the start. Because the decree of deceit is deception. Whether deceiving enemies or deceiving allies, it all depends on profession and talent. It's funny to say that the decree of a being destiny does not rely on actual existing items, but rather the decree of a void destiny requires praying to a specific divine artifact. Su Yida probably left to conceal his own facade. For deceitful believers without the talent of lies as of yesterday, how to disguise their faith has always been a profound question. However, most deceitful believers encountered before would pretend to be believers of fate, because this only requires mimicking a dice, and the rest can be bluffed with a silver tongue. Then, when others aren't paying attention, they can secretly switch the prayer target with the hidden facade. There are very few like Ma Jie Dazheng who pretend to be believers of being. And there's a saying, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Players who believe in deceit generally speak very little, and as soon as they do, they expose the deception. Using verbosity to conceal one's true intentions and using chatter to divert others' attention is indeed clever, but the premise is that one must be able to handle it, because this is a significant burden on both mental and intellectual capacities. Back to the decree. This fellow traveler probably has some slick tricks up his sleeve, hence the extreme caution. Thinking this, Chen Chen became even more interested in him. After Su Yida left, everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to speak. Awkward moments passed by, and finally Zhao took a step forward, breaking the silence. I am a Hawkeye Scout, sorry, but I need your cooperation to spar with me. Hawkeye Scout, the hunter of war. Just as expected. Chen Chen guessed his profession, but didn't expect him to be a believer of war. The decree of war is conflict. In crowded places, just pick a couple of random passers-by who look disagreeable and beat them up, that's it. But unfortunately, this is in the wilderness. What's even worse is that this involves the elderly, weak, and children. The only two not related to the elderly, weak, and children, one left on his own, and the other is the one looking for a fight. The scene became even more silent than before. Just by looking at the muscles on this guy's body, you can tell this fight won't be easy. His believers may not have had many war talents bestowed upon them before the decree, but because of their obsession with this path, their physical strength has long surpassed that of ordinary people through the trials of war. Furthermore, being observed by war during the decree, they will only want to unleash their entire raging combat power, without holding back. The challenger must withstand the first wave of impact in order to bring the war believers back to calm. Zhao Chen's face was serious, showing nothing, while Chen Chen looked around and noticed that Tao Yi and Gao Yu had no intention of being punching bags. Ah, only one poor old man left, can't let the old man take a beating. This beating, most likely, would fall on himself. Just as Chen Chen was about to step forward to accept the invitation of war, to everyone's surprise, the white-haired old man, Cui Dingtian, stood up and stepped forward. Ahem. I'll fight you, I'm a warrior, I can handle it. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. The old man was actually a warrior?
Indeed, the Decayed Warriors were a rare profession with excellent defensive abilities. Unlike the Order Warriors who could protect the entire group, they focused more on enhancing their own defense.
And this profession had a very familiar name, mummy.
They were wrapped in bright outer garments, but inside, they were already decayed.
Like a mummy buried by time. Mummy?
Even Zhao Qian was momentarily stunned, but then he nodded. At this point, there were very few who knew their own capabilities, and since the old man had stepped forward, it meant he could handle the fight.
Perfect, withstand my attack, and your mission will be complete.
The mission of decay was to accelerate decay, including any pain. So, this fight was indeed a win-win situation.
Watch out, my right fist is strong.
With that, Zhao Qian's eyes turned red. He took a step forward and clashed with Cui Dingtian. The force from their feet pressed the ground down, showing the incredible speed.
Bang, bang, bang.
In the blink of an eye, their fists and feet intertwined, the sound of bones and muscles colliding far exceeding thunder in a few moments. Cui Dingtian, who had just appeared frail, now had sharp eyes and agile movements, leaving everyone speechless. But his coughing did not stop. In fact, it became more severe.
Chen Chen instinctively moved aside to give them enough space. He casually picked up a straw and put it in his mouth, strolling over to Tao Yi and Gao Yu, asking with a smile, "Need any help?" Tao Yi, who was smiling, suddenly became awkward, while the more reserved Gao Yu spoke first. "I am a knowledgeable scholar, majoring in mechanical engineering, and I don't need to share knowledge with you. Instead, I can impart knowledge to you."
A knowledgeable scholar, a mage who believes in truth. This profession had the most variations among all professions, just like the warder, mage, elemental judge, who could delve deep into and control one element. The knowledgeable scholar could choose different knowledge schools, using them as the basis for pursuing truth and deriving complex and diverse variant professions. The mechanical engineering major focused on creating machinery, with the truth in their eyes being flesh as a burden. Machinery endures. They believed that the path to truth was too long, and human life too short. If they could use endless resources to create machinery that could be constantly updated and replaced, they could transcend the cycle of life and death in another way, gradually approaching the divine.
Chen Chen suddenly realized and casually glanced at the package hidden under Gao Yu's clothes.
It turned out that it wasn't weapons but his tools. What a clever kid! Thankfully he didn't keep the eating utensils in his personal space. The followers of truth had two sets of missions. Support professions needed to acquire knowledge, while output professions needed to spread knowledge. Chen Chen was somewhat looking forward to it, saying, "So you're the smartest knowledgeable scholar. Go ahead, we're all ears." Gao Yu pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and then shared his knowledge. The scholar Guluo of the Tower of Reason in Void Energy School once conducted an experiment. He used the truth instrument from the chair of erudition to release 100 passive beacons into the void. He and his students then used 100 beacon tractors to move these beacons along with him, intending to retrieve them through a void fissure at the farthest point from the Tower of Reason in the city of Jia Simai La. If successful, this laborious experiment would prove a one-to-one correspondence between coordinates in the void and reality. Unfortunately, Gu Luo failed. Throughout the long process of movement spanning over a decade, the tractors could always sense the presence of the beacons. However, when they reached Jia Simai La, they lost contact with the beacons. Scholars of the Tower of Reason unanimously deemed Gu Luo's idea absurd, believing that the void remained void and did not correspond to reality. Consequently, the scholar lost his eligibility to compete for a seat in the chair of erudition and died in desolation. Yet, on the day after Guluo's death, these beacons directly fell from a void fissure, scattering over the scholar's funeral in Jia Simai La. His students wailed in disbelief, unable to accept this surreal scene. They gathered all the beacons and found exactly 100, each missing a part. When scholars arrived and reconstructed these missing parts, they discovered that the fragments fit together to form a mask the size of a beacon. The smile on the mask was mocking, seemingly ridiculing humanity's feeble and insignificant exploration of the void. Faced with this reality, the Tower of Reason had to acknowledge that the scholars were right. Furthermore, they believed that in the void, which connects everywhere to reality, there might exist a deity who enjoys toying with humans. This marked the first time in history that people felt his presence. Chen Chen listened with a bewildered expression, somewhat slow to react. He blinked rapidly, looking at Gao Yu in astonishment. "Are you poking fun at me, you little brat? Have I been found out?" "That shouldn't be the case. This high school student doesn't seem particularly special to immediately see through my identity. Could it be just a coincidence? This story must be his doing. It's so messed up. Who else but him could it be?" Chen Chen was deeply puzzled, his eyes darting around, and he hinted subtly, "Is this what you call knowledge? Isn't this the history of the Isle of Hope? Reflecting on the past can help us navigate the present, so history has always been knowledge." "Ha!
What lesson does this story teach us? Stay humble and revere the mysterious. To understand why deception appeared in the void, one must mention a key point: existence is reality, which is easy to understand, and the traces of nothingness that once existed are the void. Nothingness is inherently invisible, but when it begins to erode existence, it manifests in a form that can be understood by existence, and this form is the void. Chen Shen pursed his lips and observed for a while, confirming that this little brat had hit the nail on the head. Do you know a lot about history? I wouldn't dare say I know a lot, but I love history. I am a member of the historical school. Oh, interesting. When a child earnestly tells you they are part of the historical school, you can't call them a little brat, you have to call them a little history buff. The historical school is not something anyone can join. A profound accumulation of history and a treasure trove of ancient tales are just a small piece of the puzzle to enter. More importantly, every person in this organization must have personally witnessed a historical moment that changed the landscape of Isle of Hope and documented detailed historical records about it. It can be said that the entire historical overview of the Isle of Hope comes from the historical school. It is they who present the historical background of the trials to the world without omission. However, such high membership requirements also mean that most members of the historical school are essentially chosen history enthusiasts. Because players in the faith game have no choice in trial scenes, they have to rely on luck to witness an epic moment. Chen Shen suddenly felt happy because he had recently developed an interest in history. May I ask, Xiao Gaoyu, which historical moment have you witnessed? There are confidentiality levels within the school that have not been lifted, so I can't say. Fine, I'm not worthy. Chen Shen pursed his lips and then turned to look at Tao Yi, who had been silent behind him. So, Miss Elf, how are you going to solve your fertilizer issue? What elf? A mage who believes in prosperity. The practice of prosperity is to accumulate nutrients for lush growth. When this practice is applied to humans, it naturally becomes eating, and eating a lot. In general, followers of prosperity never worry about eating. But today is an exception because the personal spaces of the 6 people have been sealed off. This poor pink-haired elf seems to have lost her source of food. Just as Tao Yi was feeling embarrassed, Suyita, who had left the group early, came back, seemingly holding something in his hands, and said excitedly, Tao Yi, look, I found these mushrooms from the past of this land, are they enough to eat? Tao Yi turned in surprise and saw that Suyita's hands were indeed full of mushrooms. Are you a follower of memory? Thank you, this is so timely. She happily ran over and took the mushrooms from Suyita's hands. However, to Chen Shen, this scene seemed as eerie as it could get, because he saw absolutely nothing in Suyita's hands. Wonderful, truly impeccable performance, Chen Shen muttered under his breath. Suyita was an excellent actor. At least to others, he conveyed 3 meanings in his earlier statement. First, he is a mage of memory, a traveler of memories. Second, he indeed has the ability to go back in time, which might be very useful in the trial of annihilation, inadvertently increasing his importance. Third, he noticed that Tao Yi is a follower of prosperity, showing his keen observation skills. But for Chen Shen, Suyita's performance concealed 2 layers of lies: his talent and his score. Chen Shen had already guessed his talent, the S-level faith talent of deception, the mirage and the cracks of reality. When someone believes his lies, everything he describes will be seen by that person. And if someone sees through his lies, that person will not see anything he describes. In other words, Suyita created a handful of mushrooms between reality and illusion. Tao Yi believed him, so she could see and eat the mushrooms. Chen Shen had long suspected that he was a follower of deception, with the talent to see through his lies, so he couldn't see the mushrooms at all. What he saw was Suyita's clumsy and comical performance without any actual items. This is also why many talents of deception seem very abnormal but have low actual ratings. Once the lies are exposed, no matter how high the building is built, it will collapse and never be rebuilt. Interestingly, the current Chen Shen couldn't be pierced by him. Even throughout the entire trial, he couldn't be pierced. Perhaps he was the only guarantee for Tao Yi to exert her full strength in the trial. Also, having an S-level talent meant that Suyita's ladder score was probably higher than 2000. In this regard, the depth of this person's thoughts was not inferior to the previous teammates. Tao Yi smiled with narrowed eyes, munching on mushrooms without any hesitation, even though the battle with Cui Ding Tian had already ended. The old man glanced at Tao Yi, cleared his throat, and nodded, as if getting to know this girl with opposing beliefs again. Zhao Qian's gaze towards Cui Ding Tian remained strange. He took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and said, "The mummy is indeed a defense specialist, impressive." Excuse me. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he began to bend over and cough, looking hunched over. Well, everyone can see that the rain is getting heavier.
Given the current soil conditions, a heavier rain could likely trigger mudslides or landslides. Zhao Qian kicked the muddy ground under his feet, frowned, and continued, "My suggestion is to go down first, then turn around." The mountain peaks over there seem to be harder in texture, providing better space to maneuver, whether waiting for the heavy rain to stop or for a bigger storm to come. What do you think? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw that the mountain there looked more solid, with a dark white stone texture.
"I have no objections." Alright, no objections. Cough, cough, cough. Let's hurry up then.
Zhao Qian took the lead, Su Yida was in high spirits, and Cui Lao walked not far behind.
Chen Chen and Gao Yu naturally walked side by side, silently following behind. "Hey, you've been talking about us all this time, what about yourself?" Gao Yu asked in a low voice. "Myself? What?"
"Yuxing, you're not feigning, so naturally, there's only..."
"Oh, that." Chen Chen smiled awkwardly, then deliberately patted his pants. "I'm done already."
Gao Yu's gaze followed his movement downward, and when he saw Chen Chen's already soaked pants, he seemed to suddenly understand something, blinked in shock and confusion. This
works too. You. Amazing. That was fast. Ha? Isn't being fast good? It saves time.
Gao Yu gave a smile that said, "I don't understand," and turned his head away.
Tao Yi, who had finished eating, seemed visibly more energetic and ran ahead to lead the way.
But it's no wonder, considering the characteristics of wood elves being close to plants, the weeds and thorns blocking the way were no problem at all. Tao Yi just waved her hand, and a shortcut through the cliffside vegetation appeared before everyone.
"Let's go, be careful to keep up."
Her agile figure leaped and maneuvered on the rising vine platforms, looking sharp and different from the harmless pink-haired girl before. As the saying goes, at this level of skill, no one is simple.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Chen Chen shook his head and followed closely. Although he couldn't lift weights as effortlessly as Tao Yi, he could still climb down quickly.
However, as he was halfway down, a wildly growing vine suddenly entwined around his leg, pulling him down from a height.
Chen Chen turned back in astonishment, only to find that Tao Yi had prospered the plants at her feet, turning them into giant hands to catch him.
He felt no shame or sense of inferiority, but instead, approached Tao Yi gratefully and licked her face.
"The top star is amazing, the big shot is impressive, thank you, big shot. I will hold on to the big shot's leg, I will never let go, the heavens will witness my sincerity."
As the words fell, thunder roared. Boom, boom, boom dash. The onlookers stood by in silence, watching the joke unfold. Tao Yi smiled awkwardly, waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, helping each other out, let's move on." The group set off again, with Chen Chen and Gao Yu falling behind once more. By now, the rain had intensified. The curtain of raindrops almost obscured the players' vision, forcing them to improvise makeshift rain shields held above their heads to gain a clearer view of the path ahead. Gao Yu. Upon hearing Chen Chen's conversation starter, Gao Yu sighed. "Just call me if you want. Brother little kid."
With this sentence, Chen Chen felt refreshed. "I'm quite interested in history, especially the development history of the alchemy and creation system and the Tower of Reasoning."
"It's boring on the road, so tell me about it." Gao Yu was somewhat surprised. "You like puppets?" Chen Chen didn't hide it, nodding sincerely, "Yes."
Then he lowered his voice and said, "You see, it's boring to be alone when not participating in trials. But if you connect with others, you have to guard against outsiders having ulterior motives, it's not safe. If I can learn some alchemy creation techniques and create a puppet, wouldn't that be..."
He, you know what I mean.
Amidst the pouring rain and the cacophony, their conversation shouldn't have been overheard by others. However, at some point, Su Yida quietly fell behind as well, walking just ahead of the two and listening intently. Clearly, he was very interested in what the two were secretly discussing. Gao Yu thought to himself that Chen Chen was indeed that kind of person, and replied somewhat disdainfully, "Flesh and blood are just temporary companions.
Since the gods have descended, we may have endless possibilities. Why cling to things that easily fade away?" Chen Chen was taken aback and asked, "Then what should we cling to? Eternal mechanical creations? Create a feminine mech to accompany oneself?"
Who would have thought that Chen Chen's casual remark would cause Gao Yu to stumble awkwardly, his embarrassed face quickly turning away.
Chen Chen stared at his reaction in disbelief, thinking, "You didn't actually make it, did you? Ha? Although mechs are a man's romance, it's not for you, a romantic kid. You're not even 18 yet. How can you go down the wrong path?
I suggest you give me the mech, I'll bear the guilt for you."
Su Yida listened to the conversation between the two and furrowed his brow. After whispering for a long time, "They're talking about this behind? Haven't seen any clues to solve the trial, and you're chatting about mech romance here? What's wrong? Isn't it romantic enough now?"
"If it rains for another hour, the whole valley will be so romantic and overflowing with water." He shook his head and caught up with the others. Seeing him leave, Chen Chen continued, each to their own. Tell me, brother little kid. Gao Yu didn't want to engage with such a vulgar person, but the feeling of someone seeking his advice on history felt really good, so he endured for a second and couldn't refuse.
What do you want to know?
Oh, who are the big names in the alchemy and creation system? What are their research directions? Which one is the most reliable? I'll look up the information later and work towards that direction.
Let me think.
Gao Yu's feet sank into the muddy ground as he pondered for a moment. If we talk about the most talented figures in their field, it would probably be Zayanjil, who died in an alchemical experiment accident in the early civilization era, and Buckus, who turned his wife into a whole new life form in the later civilization era. I am refining a wife puppet, not turning a wife into a puppet. Talk about the former, just the former. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this name.
According to Shanasli's words, Zayanjil's death was no accident.
He was assassinated by scholars from other schools of the Tower of Reason.
There are few records of Zayanjil in the historical books of the Tower of Reason.
The limited historical materials mention that he violated the rules of the school many times in his youth, conducting forbidden research on creations in private, and was warned many times. But his talent was outstanding, and he quickly stood out in the school and caught the attention of the chair of erudition, receiving a lot of financial and manpower support.
Unfortunately, his good fortune did not last long.
When he was at the peak of his fame, he once again secretly conducted forbidden experiments.
The experiment went wrong, the school's laboratory exploded and collapsed, almost burying the entire alchemical puppetry faction students with him.
Chen Chen listened, deep in thought. This matched what Shanasli had said. After Zayanjil was assassinated, his students were all exiled. Among them Aduz and Kataro came to the underground and joined the budding Chaos faction believers. Such despicable matters, from the perspective of the Tower of Reason, naturally had to erase the traces of these people reasonably and legally.
What experiment was he conducting exactly?
There is no record in the historical materials, but according to rumors from the underground, Zayanjil was conducting an experiment called Birth of the Flesh God, attempting to create a new deity by combining the divine essence stolen from the chair of erudition with the puppetry techniques of alchemical creations. Chen Chen's eyes widened suddenly, his mind buzzing. No wonder Aduz could get along with Shanasli, his teacher was trying to create a god.
As a student, isn't it too much to attract the attention of a new god? Did he succeed?
Didn't I tell you, he failed, the divine essence exploded, and the entire school was blown up.
Wait,
Shanasli clearly said, the Tower of Reason assassinated him before Zayanjil could announce his latest achievement, which means Zayanjil had succeeded.
If this underground rumor is accurate, it means Zayanjil had indeed created a deity. At least a flesh and blood life containing divinity. Damn! Where did this life go? Was it taken away by the Tower of Reason? Chen Chen silently noted all this, then asked, not a single student from the school escaped?
Almost none. If there were any, there should be records. After all, they would be considered survivors of a large-scale experimental accident, and some traces would be left in the history books. Chen Chen frowned, feeling something was off, and continued to probe. But I heard that there was a student from the alchemical puppetry school named Aduz who killed the chief judge Mosius of the Grand Tribunal, triggering a full-scale war on the surface in the mid-civilization era.
If we calculate the time, it seems to coincide with Zayanjil's period?
Gao Yu was somewhat surprised. With a happy expression, he praised, being able to mention the name Mosius proves that you really like history. This person is rarely seen even in the official history of the Grand Tribunal, mostly pieced together from fragmented information within the school. But you got one thing wrong, it wasn't this so-called Aduz who killed Mosius, a name I haven't heard of either.
The one who truly killed this first-level judge was a mysterious person from the underground.
We searched through a massive amount of data and finally found traces in a collection of poems compiled by a bard born at the end of the civilization era. He recorded witnessing the Chaos believers holding a memorial ceremony underground, mentioning a person named
Ultraman.
Buzz. The moment Chen Chen heard this name, he felt as if his brain had been struck by a thunderstorm, resonating with the universe. Gao Yu looked at his shocked expression and chuckled.
Surprised, aren't you?
I never expected someone from the Isle of Hope to choose this name.
It's so funny, this name that breaks the seriousness of history.
It took Chen Chen a while to recover. He quickly concealed his shock, putting on a wry smile and remarked, indeed, it's like finding modern emojis in ancient calligraphy, quite amusing. But, who is this person? Gao Yu, in high spirits, eyes gleaming, whispered in a manner suggesting the juiciest gossip. The historical faction has yet to determine this person's identity. Some believe he was exiled by the Tower of Reason and manipulated by underground beliefs as a puppet scholar. Others think he defected from the Grand Tribunal, willingly becoming a judge seeking revenge for the underground faith.
And there are those who believe that he, yes, you heard it right, he is the pioneer of chaos, the harbinger of disorder. At the stage when war was just looming over the Isle of Hope but had not yet arrived, at the time Chaos had not discovered that universe's timeline, he traversed the stars, found this land for his master, and seated his will in the underground world in advance. How about that? Does it feel epic? This could very well be the tale of a harbinger. It might even be the beginning of chaos. I spent a lot of points to exchange this from within the faction. Cut you a deal. Hey, Chen Chen? What's up with you, lost in thought, are you shaken? Ah, yes. Incredibly shaken, so much so that my mind is about to explode. When did I become a harbinger of chaos? Ha, is this me? Wasn't Outman just a sarcastic comment I made in passing? How did it end up in the historical records found by the historical faction? Fine. I, Chen Chen, am not only a follower of deception, a renouncer of fate, an apprentice of death. I've even become a harbinger of chaos. With so many identities, how did I not know about this myself? Is this really a new trial? Am I not still dreaming? Chen Chen's usually stable emotions cracked at this moment. He was dumbfounded for a moment, then raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Smack. Clear and painful. Not a dream. Gao Yu, witnessing this scene, was also a bit bewildered. Your unique way of excitement is quite something. Regaining control over his emotions, Chen Chen's expression gradually turned serious. If Gao Yu didn't have ulterior motives, if this spontaneous chat initiated by himself wasn't guided and altered by some entity, if there really existed that bard in his collection of poems, if he pondered countless ifs with all his mental might before daring to integrate the current information and arrived at an unbelievable conclusion, he had altered the history of the Isle of Hope in the previous trial. A player from reality had changed the backdrop of the faith game. This was almost as unprecedented as Du Shiguang altering everyone's memories. Chen Chen immediately associated this chain of events with an entity. Memory. Could it be that he had meddled? After all, he was the enemy of deception, and he, a cherished possession of deception. If he did intervene, the only time point could be after his encounter with death. Because death is quite fond of itself, but not so fond of the memory of not finding back the dagger of Gallo. If at that time I had already borne the altered memory, then perhaps he would not have ignored it. So, is it him? If so, for what reason? April Fool's Day toast. Praise deception, wishing everyone never to be deceived. XD, approaching order is chaos in the eyes of chaos. Unexpectedly, a jest made to conceal one's identity that day actually came true. Because the followers of chaos, bearing that fabricated name, approached order, killed the son of order, and thus, true chaos was born. Since then, the great tribunal has been plunged into an inextricable war, and with the passage of time and the spread of faith, chaos began to descend. So, who am I really? Am I Ultraman of the Isle of Hope, or the reality of Chen Chen? This question is so significant that it can drive a person to the brink of madness. In order not to lose his mind, Chen Chen decisively chose to skip this topic and return to the trial. This is not something an ordinary person can comprehend, at least not now. He quickly organized his thoughts and expression, not letting Gao Yu notice any flaws that might lead to conclusions about himself, and then skillfully changed the subject. Gao Yu seemed somewhat unsatisfied, but after Chen Chen stopped chatting, continuing on his own would seem childish, so he opened his mouth a few times, but finally held back. The group had been walking in the mountain hollow for 4 to 5 hours, and by now, rainwater had begun to accumulate underfoot, with low-lying areas even submerging their feet. The path was becoming increasingly difficult, but fortunately, their destination was within sight. Zhao Qian looked up at the towering mountain in front of them and said solemnly, "Miss Tao, please." Taoi responded with a soft sound and began casting a spell towards the vines protruding from the cliff. With the agile movement of her fingers, the vines hanging on the cliff began to grow wildly, spreading across the entire cliff in just a few breaths. It was clear that everyone was to climb the cliff by stepping on the vines. With time running out, they decided not to take the long way around the mountain. They turned a right angle and went straight up from here. Chen Chen looked at the nearly 90-degree cliff and clicked his tongue. Hearing the commotion, Gao Yu muttered softly, "Need help?" An adult being asked by a child under 18 if they need help. Normally, a bit of shame would prompt a polite refusal at this point, putting on a show and displaying some adult strength. But Chen Chen didn't have that sense of shame. What is shame? I only have a nonchalant attitude. Yes. His answer was firm. Gao Yu showed a look of I knew it and mechanically nodded, taking out his toolkit from his clothes. He pulled out a palm-sized piece of silver-white metal and a small hammer, floating the material in the air and then hammering it.
Soon, under Chen-Chen's 40-40-40 commentary, a brand new chair was made with a frowning face. A chair that could be carried on one's back and someone could sit on it while being carried up a cliff. Chen-Chen was not interested in the chair, but he was very interested in the mechanical craftsmanship of the spell. Obviously, the small hammer in Gao Yu's hand was a very powerful magical tool. The kid brother didn't even bother to shape it, just casually tapping a few times, and the chair was made according to his thoughts. This level of shaping was much stronger than any 3D printing. You want me to carry you? Gao Yu turned to look at Chen-Chen, with a look that seemed to say, "You are even more shameless than I imagined." Gritting his teeth, he said, "I am a mage." Chen-Chen smiled, took off the chair, and glanced at the front row. That old man. Forget it, he's about to cough up a lung. Zhao Qian. He's already climbed up, can't let him come back down. Su Yida. This guy has long seen through his own thoughts. He placed his hand on the cliff, clearly not wanting to do the hard work. In that case, there's only a pink-haired girl left. Children as tools, women as laborers? If that's the outcome, then wouldn't I, a dignified man, become useless? Need help? Taoi seemed to have anticipated that Chen-Chen needed help. She turned her head and looked at the chair in Chen-Chen's hand. Chen-Chen hesitated for a moment, then bolstered his manly spirit and said firmly, "Yes." Then he approached Taoi with a sly smile and asked, "Is it convenient?" Taoi smiled like a little fox, her eyes narrowed into slits. "Yes, it's convenient, I have them." With that, she waved her hand, brought down the vines from the cliff, set up the chair, and placed it beside her. Chen-Chen was deeply moved and rushed to sit on it. Oh my goodness, a human elevator, how delightful. Gao Yu followed behind, speechless. There seemed to be some kind of assistive device on his legs, allowing him to walk on the cliff as if on flat ground. The group climbed to the mountainside as usual, gathered some stones, split open a few layers, and set up a makeshift rain shelter. The stone here is indeed hard, and it's convenient vertically. It's a good place. Su Yida marveled as he felt the mountain rocks, showing great confidence in Zhao Qian's judgment. Zhao Qian casually smiled, stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Don't be blindly optimistic. We still don't know if the theme of this trial is rain. Let's take it step by step. Cough, cough. No need to be pessimistic. Cough, cough. Young people, be more proactive, face challenges head on. Good. Well said. Since everyone didn't exert much effort, Chen-Chen had no place to contribute, so he could only act as a morale booster, giving everyone some encouragement. Su Yida glanced at Chen-Chen, shaking his head with a smile. This, a priest of birth, huh? Well, let's hope he can be more reliable. Chen-Chen caught sight of Su Yida's expression in his peripheral vision. He flashed a bright smile in response. Time sped up, and the rain grew heavier. The initial drizzle had gradually turned into a torrential downpour. No, perhaps even torrential couldn't describe the current rain. It was as if the water from a dried-up river was pouring down on them. The volume of water was so immense that it was almost impossible to lift one's arms. The rushing water even started to put pressure on their shoulders and necks, making them feel burdened. Seeing this scene, no one could chat casually anymore. The water is rising. In less than an hour, it will flood here. Everyone, get ready quickly. Zhao Qian pulled a vine, swiftly entwining it, as if he was making something. The voices of everyone talking to each other were no longer audible. The rain shelter made of stone slabs was on the verge of collapse due to the heavy pressure. Su Yida shielded his nose with his hand before reluctantly opening his mouth. We've just passed the foot of the mountain. How can this happen so quickly? You have to consider that the rain is still intensifying. It will only get faster, not slower. Miss Tao, Gao Yu, help out. Okay. Taoi stood under the stone slab, once again casting a spell towards the cliff, allowing the vines to climb up on their own to become materials for crafting tools. Gao Yu continuously swung the small hammer in his hand, pounding these vines tightly to shape them into hollow, solid logs. However, his efficiency was far less than when he hammered those special metals. Zhao Qian was responsible for tying these logs tightly before assembling them into a raft. In the visible flood, the most basic and simplest method was to create a raft that could drift with the current. As for why they didn't just have Gong Zhao, the worker child, directly build a submarine, Chen-Chen had considered it, but Gong Zhao's bag had too few materials, not even enough to make a single-person version. He has already calculated everything. This sealing space move is truly extraordinary. How many more do we need? 3 more. Just as the raft was about to be assembled, Su Yida ran back from the cliff with a solemn expression. Quick, everyone get ready. There's no time. Everyone looked up in astonishment and saw beyond the mountains a continuous white line appearing at the meeting point of heaven and earth. This white line kept thickening, soon revealing its true form to all players. That white line was not a white line at all but a monstrous towering wave that could leave one's jaw hanging. The height of the wave almost made people strain their necks to look up.
Damn, what a joke. With such a huge wave, what use was a raft?
With this amount of water crashing down, the existence of the Rocky Mountains was even in question.
Taoyi, continue. Gao Yu, weave the vine basket.
Old Master Chui, reinforce the vine basket. Zhao Qian quickly reacted, trying to transform the strategy to make the raft into a floating device that could carry people upwards. In this situation, sinking to the bottom of the water was definitely a foreseeable outcome, so they had to quickly figure out how to remedy the situation by focusing on how to ascend rapidly.
Su Yida, if we fail, is there a chance to try again? Zhao Qian looked at Su Yida with a serious expression, awaiting his response.
Su Yida's eyes darkened as he solemnly said, "I'll do my best." Though not a definitive answer, it was a positive response. This indicated that he could indeed recall memories. Knowing this was enough, Zhao Qian's expression improved slightly, and he turned to Chen Chen. "Nanny, underwater breath holding and healing, we rely on you, don't worry about the newborn, we'll handle it." The priest had a skill called aquatic healing, which allowed people to breathe freely underwater and alleviate pain. This was a basic skill, and Chen Chen naturally possessed it. He nodded to indicate his reliability but then furrowed his brow. The trial lasted 3 days in total. If such a grand spectacle occurred on the first day, Chen Chen found it hard to imagine how they would get through the following days. Did they have to surf through each day?
This wasn't online surfing, it wouldn't pass the time. It's coming! Everyone, into the basket! Hurry!
Before the words had even finished, the sky darkened.
The deafening buzzing noise even momentarily drowned out the thunder in the sky.
Without hesitation, Chen Chen stepped into the vine basket fixed on the raft, watching as Chui Dingtian coughed while rapidly absorbing the decayed air from the vines to strengthen the raft, nervously taking a deep breath. The situation was so tense that he couldn't help but feel nervous. The unimaginably huge wave was now right in front of them, resembling a giant wall rising from the ground to the sky, the overwhelming pressure making despair inevitable.
"Nanny, heal!" In Zhao Qian's final roar. With a deafening boom, the wave crashed down, destroying everything.
Everyone felt as though a weight as heavy as the sky was pressing down on them, each person coughing up blood uncontrollably. But that blood quickly disappeared. After a moment of dizziness, the so-called mountain peaks had turned into underwater rocky reefs. Everything in sight had sunk into the sea. Everyone briefly lost consciousness under the immense impact. Only Chen Chen, with a pair of bright eyes wide open, was controlling this barely floating broken raft underwater.
Yes, Chen Chen didn't faint.
In that moment under the huge waves, he preemptively unleashed all his skills on himself, leaving plenty of margin. This allowed him to withstand the tremendous impact and stay conscious. As for the others, well, they just spat out some blood, they won't die. Who made them not the captain? When the battle line shifted from the mountaintop to underwater, Chen Chen, with underwater healing abilities, transformed from a rogue priest into a highly authoritative acting captain. He only needed to cast underwater healing on himself, then share the underwater breathing effect with his teammates through a communal blessing, allowing him to breathe the most air with the lowest consumption. Not only that, priests, apart from water elemental judges, have the highest affinity for water elements. With precise control, they could completely steer the raft diving device in calmer waters and become the navigator for everyone. In fact, Chen Chen was already doing this. Zhao Qian, with the best physique, was the first to wake up. Sensing that he could still breathe and seeing Chen Chen controlling the raft drifting deeper underwater, he knew the situation was under control by his teammates. He felt relieved. Not because Chen Chen suddenly became reliable, but because the underwater healing didn't inexplicably impregnate him. Others woke up one after another, feeling fine, and breathed a sigh of relief. The player's current situation was quite peculiar. The hollow log solidified by vines showed good sealing and buoyancy, so they were on top. Several bamboo baskets hung upside down under the raft, each containing a player. Despite being submerged in water, the significant effects of underwater healing allowed them to breathe normally. If there was any discomfort, it was breathing seawater instead of air. The sensation of inhaling murky seawater and it disappearing was still unpleasant. However, due to the raft's excellent buoyancy, it was still somewhat difficult for Chen Chen to maneuver at such depths. Fortunately, his teammates were not slackers and didn't just watch him work. Taoyi immediately took some vines from the edge materials hanging outside the bamboo baskets, tied them into planks on his hands, and started paddling with his arms, providing manual assistance. Others followed suit. Only Zhao Qian remained motionless, observing the surroundings. Chen Chen glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, somewhat intrigued by this team leader. This war believer gave him a strange feeling. Although he automatically took on the role of commander, he rarely exerted extra effort except when necessary. Of course, this This conservative style of preserving strength was widely used by many players and worked well in the current lack of mutual trust. However, Zhao Qian was a bit different from them. He didn't seem entirely self-serving and harbored a desire for cooperation, yet he tended to do more independent things. This subtle contrast felt awkward, but as long as he didn't do anything harmful to himself, Chen Shen let him be. Feeling like he was overthinking, Chen Shen chuckled and continued to act as Sun Tzu. As Chen Shen controlled the bamboo raft and observed the others, Taoyi spoke up. Gurgle gurgle. Chen Shen, aren't we floating up? Gurgle gurgle. We can't predict the weather up there. Our small raft won't withstand another big wave like that. It's safer underwater. Gurgle gurgle. Is that so? Can your mental strength handle it? I'm quite attuned to water. Gurgle gurgle. If not, let me take over for a while. That won't do. I've just gotten addicted to playing. Chen Shen thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of being a captain. The mental energy consumption at this level allowed him to swim underwater almost all day long, provided the waters remained calm. Chen Shen didn't respond directly but instead asked with a smile, "Why do you always speak with a gurgling sound like that?" Gurgle gurgle. Don't you think it sounds like a fish? Gurgle gurgle. We are like underwater people now. So much fun. Innocence defeated mischief, leaving Chen Shen speechless. While a storm raged on the surface, underwater was surprisingly peaceful. Apart from dodging some debris and trash carried by the sea, the journey under the sea was relatively safe. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. After hours of diving in the sea, another unexpected event occurred. Despite the underwater senses being less acute than on land, Zhao Qian seemed to sense something and warned, "Be careful, something is coming from below." Upon hearing the warning, Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. They were probably in the middle to upper part of the sea, having just escaped the storm on the surface, unable to see the seabed. Normally, after such a long time since the waves had passed, anything that should have floated to the surface would have done so, and anything that should have sunk would have left the area. Encountering something rising from the seabed at this point was undeniably dangerous. What is it? A living creature? Or something dead? Chen Shen, can we change direction to avoid it? Let's paddle faster. Something below? Why can't I see it? Chen Shen was at the front, with the best forward visibility, but his downward view was similar to everyone else's, and he couldn't see what was below at that moment. The sea had stirred up too much mud from the surface, making the visibility poor. Zhao Qian's early warning clearly wasn't based on sight. I can't see anything. Can you sense what it is? Zhao Qian closed his eyes, projecting his mental energy outward like sound waves. In an instant, his expression turned extremely grim. Can't avoid it. It's all around us, Chen Shen. We're going to collide. Phew. Before he could finish speaking, the raft was spun around by the rushing current. Gurgle gurgle. Countless bubbles rose, creating a real gurgling sound. Everyone, protect yourselves. Healer, get ready to treat. Without Zhao Qian needing to say more, at the moment the spinning began, Divine Grace had already cast 7 or 8 healing spells on the entire team. Chen Shen's expression was solemn, not daring to take things lightly, because he had already seen what was coming from below. It was a giant beast he had never seen before, with flesh spilling out of its skin and half-open white pupils indicating its lifeless state. It resembled an inflated balloon rising from the seabed, floating upwards. However, in the process of surfacing, it collided with the players. To say it collided was somewhat inaccurate. Compared to the size of the beast, the raft the players were on was like a small fishing boat under a giant ship, completely disproportionate. The raft hitting the massive creature probably had less impact than the rolling of the sea. However, such an impact was devastating for the raft. Fortunately, the raft didn't collide directly with the beast but was instead pulled forward by a tremendous force, disintegrating in the swift current. Everyone's faces turned extremely grim as they finally understood what Zhao Qian meant by all around us. Taoyi tightly clung to a vine wood, her eyes widened in terror, asking incredulously, what is this? Chen Shen held onto Gaoyu, furrowing his brows tightly as he replied in a deep voice, yes, just as you thought. We have crashed into the belly of a giant beast. The water current continued to accelerate. Before long, the players were completely scattered, one by one being swept into deeper waters. Ahead of them was no longer the azure sea but streams of bright yellow liquid. At the moment of contact between the two clearly divided liquids, Chen Shen distinctly felt an inexplicable force pressing in from all directions, beginning to crazily corrode his skin. It was acid. How could this be possible? With such a massive influx of seawater, how could there still be such a high concentration of acidity? The beast's stomach acid? No, this isn't acid. This is the pulling force from the void swallowing tusk. How is this possible? They are the favored children of the void living on the boundary between reality and void. How could they appear here?
No! How could they die? Hearing Gao Yu's exclamation, Chen Chen was shocked.
Void-swallowing tusks had some connection to him because these creatures were subordinates of the void, born on the edge of the void in reality known as the boundary of reality and void, consuming existence for the void. They had 2 invisible tentacles on their heads, able to sense where reality was weakest, then traversing through the void to devour that place, turning it into new void. Anything swallowed by them would gradually disappear in the pulling force of the void. As for how these beings existing between reality and void could die, sorry, don't forget, this is the trial of annihilation. For such creatures existing on the blurred boundary between existence and void, perhaps the concept of life did not exist, but the state of annihilation certainly did. But none of this mattered now. It wasn't the time to think about these things. Chen Chen didn't have time to ponder, immediately casting 2 healing spells on all visible teammates within his limited field of vision. However, the dire situation did not improve despite these 2 healing spells. The vines on the bamboo raft began to decompose rapidly, and the player's skin gradually started to ulcerate. The void was dissolving them into new void in a way they could comprehend.
We can't go any further. The void's pulling force is intensifying. Everyone, break out towards the outside.
Zhao Qianhao roared, his whole body turning red and scorching hot, his hands spinning wildly like propellers, pushing himself back to where they came from.
Chui Lao, stick close to me.
Chui Dingtian responded promptly, immediately following Zhao Qianhao, but his speed was clearly slower than Zhao Qianhao's, not only because his rotation speed was insufficient but also because he was dragging a dead weight behind him.
Su Yida. Chen Chen's companion had somehow collided with Chui Dingtian at some point and hadn't left his side since.
Tao Yi and Gao Yu were also trying their best, but at this moment, the mage was far less efficient than the warrior and hunter. Even with their utmost efforts in casting spells, they couldn't change the situation of being dragged deeper by the suction force. At this point, everyone's condition was extremely poor, with clothes long gone, and even their hair and skin beginning to ulcerate extensively. The pulling force of the void was like a sharp razor, leaving its mark on them mercilessly and erratically.
Give me a hand.
Gao Yu panicked, shouting loudly, and with all his strength, he pulled out a piece of metal material and frantically hammered it in the water. Tao Yi was by his side, unrecognizable, gritting her teeth as she grabbed him with one hand while continuously summoning nearby available items with the other hand, but the corrosion rate of these external objects was much faster than her casting speed.
Hurry! I can't hold on much longer.
Tao Yi cried out miserably, her eyes red, her speed increasing by 3 points. Little Hammer was gradually disappearing in the void, but he continued to hammer the materials in his hand into a long pull spiral drill bit, dripping with blood, and forcefully plunged it into the inner wall of the nearby giant beast. The pressure is too great, we can't swim up, come on, let's dig out from here. They evolved from nothingness, different from traditional life, their bodies are thin, there is hope. The underwater healing was coming to an end, and the decay on everyone's bodies accelerated. Several people who were still struggling to swim forward had to give up decisively and swim back towards Gao Yu after feeling the immense resistance. Chen Chen seized the opportunity to grab Gao Yu's foot, then grabbed Tao Yi, who was being pushed deeper by the current, and exerted all his strength to cast a healing spell on everyone. Chui Dingtian saw that Gao Yu's efficiency was low, so he immediately snatched the drill from his hand and started drilling frantically. Zhao Qian approached the inner wall of the giant beast, trying to open another passage with his own hands. However, neither his hands nor the tools in his hands could cause much damage to the inner wall of the giant beast. But this intense consumption made their condition deteriorate even faster. Priest! Zhao Qian roared desperately, hoping Chen Chen could be more powerful, at least to save everyone's lives before they broke through the inner wall of the giant beast. However, Chen Chen did not respond to him. He gritted his teeth, did not cast a healing spell, but instead used his legs to hold Tao Yi, freeing his right hand and preparing to take action. Priest! Heal me! I'm damn busy! Chen Chen roared, determined to punch the wall in front of him. He wasn't trying to compete with Zhao Qianan who had stronger hands, but because he had a trick up his sleeve. 5 seconds from the divine artifact, Ring of Bone Servant Lelier. The moment Chen Chen's ring, glowing with a demonic red light, touched the inner wall of the giant beast. Boom! The earth-shattering thunder exploded in everyone's ears. The thunder roared and shot out from his hand, instantly piercing through the thin-skinned giant beast, even illuminating the entire inner cavity of the giant beast for a moment. Startled by the thunder, everyone saw fresh seawater rushing in through the gap in the inner wall of the giant beast. They were overjoyed, mustered the last bit of strength, and rushed towards the gap. It's broken, Chen Chen thought luckily, thanks to the terrifying emotions contributed by his teammates. Also, thanks to the terrifying mother tree Lelayer, who saved his life on his first job. Looking at the gap right in front of him, Chen Shen did not act rashly. He first cast a water healing spell to stabilize the situation for everyone, then struggled to cast a few spells to restore mental strength, all of which were cast on Cui Dingtian. The reason being, he noticed that despite the current state of everyone's decay, Cui Dingtian had very few wounds on his body. The erosion from the void seemed to slow down on his body. But precisely because of this, Chen Shen felt that he must heal him first. When everyone is struggling in the quagmire, the first person you save must not be the one about to be engulfed but the one most likely to reach the shore. Only in this way can those who reach the shore figure out how to pull everyone out. No matter how much those in the quagmire struggle, they can't compare to someone on the shore pulling with all their might. Cui Dingtian suddenly felt his condition rapidly improving and immediately understood Chen Shen's intention. He suppressed a cough, swung his right hand, and threw a long white rope outside the flesh and blood gap. Then, his left hand also swung, and with a high-frequency motion, another white rope shot out and bound Chen Shen and the other two. Just as Chen Shen was about to break Gao Yu's ankle, crush Tao Yi's waist, and the three of them were about to fall deeper, Cui Dingtian wrapped them up like Zhengzi with the rope. Zhao Qian, grab hold! Cui Dingtian shouted and started rushing outward. Zhao Qian heard the sound and immediately turned his body around, pushing forcefully against the inner wall to get closer to the old man, tightly embracing his waist. However, the moment his hand touched the old man's waist, he was stunned. He felt no skin texture on Cui Dingtian's abdomen, as if the void had stripped his skin away. Just a moment ago, he clearly saw that Cui Dingtian had no injuries on his body. How could this be? Zhao Qian raised his head in astonishment, only to find Cui Dingtian right in front of him, swimming vigorously with almost all his muscles and tendons fully exposed. Only his wrists still had intact skin covering them. As for the other end of the skin, he looked in shock at the three people bundled up at his feet. The bundle of white ropes tying the three people was right in front of him, taut and straight. Even in the murky seawater, upon closer inspection, it was evident that those were not ropes but long, thin strips of skin. Cui Dingtian had shed his skin in circles, turning it into thin ropes that enveloped everyone. Whether it was the extended skin or the flesh as tough as steel, he seemed to resist some erosion from the void. Hold on tight. The old man is about to exert force. The skin ropes thrown outside the gap seemed to find a reliable anchor point, and the old man's face lit up with joy as all his muscles began to contract. With the rapid contraction of the skin, Cui Dingtian, carrying everyone, faced the tremendous pressure of the rushing current and rushed towards the gap. Feeling the void pulling away from his body, the three people whose flesh and blood were tightly stuck together showed a bitter smile of relief. It was too tragic. The excessive pulling of the void made their wounds visible to the bone, with rotten flesh sticking together, impossible to distinguish whose was whose. Chen Shen was a bit exhausted from excessive consumption, but he still persevered and treated the two people in front of him. Their skin, flesh, and hair visibly began to heal. Seeing the wounds start to close, Gao Yu's tense face finally relaxed. However, on the contrary, Tao Yi's expression became somewhat strange. At this moment, she was close behind Chen Shen, slowly regaining the sense of touch in her body. Chen Shen. You. Chen Shen was highly tense just a moment ago, not daring to relax at all. Now, taking a breath and relaxing his nerves, he was completely unaware of what had happened. He smiled, thinking Tao Yi was concerned about his condition. It's okay, I can still hold on. Forget it. Chen Shen was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Tao Yi might be afraid of the gaze of birth. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you won't get pregnant." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he knew he had misunderstood. Thanks to the effect of the shared divine grace, the sense of touch on his back also began to slowly return, a special pressure coming from behind. Gao Yu, bound in front of Chen Shen, naturally had no idea what was happening behind him. Sensing that both of them looked strange, he raised his tense head and asked, "What's wrong now?" Chen Shen smirked, finding it hard not to laugh. "Nothing. I was just thinking, some celebrities look good on TV, but in reality, it's a different story. Do you think this situation is considered deceiving the audience?" Gao Yu seemed a bit lost in Chen Shen's playful thoughts, while Tao Yi behind Chen Shen finally calmed down completely because of this sentence. Rolling her eyes, she said, "Do you like that celebrity?" "I don't pay attention, don't know, can't say if I like them or not." "Well, if someone is not the target audience, why bother so much?" "Yeah, it really has nothing to do with me. I'm just blowing a whistle for the vast number of misled fans. If you're not that celebrity, please don't pinch me." Gao Yu was not a fool. When he heard these two people saying strange things here, his face also became strange. The book was right after all. Disasters are the catalyst of love. Damn brat, what does he know? Just as the three of them were calming their moods in a mismatched manner, the old man's shout came from ahead again.
Watch out, it's coming out. The dead void mustache swallowing dolphin, after swallowing everyone, still floated to the surface.
So when the players rushed out of the giant beast's belly, they were not far from the water's surface. With Chui Ding Tian swimming rapidly, they were soon dragged out of the water.
Splash, wow. Panting.
We're saved. The moment everyone emerged from the water, the old man immediately retracted his skin, coughing violently as he sank back into the water.
Zhao Qian acted quickly, grabbing him.
Old Chui. Suyita quickly broke free, afraid of sinking down with the old man again. Taoyi frowned slightly when she saw this, reaching out to guide a piece of driftwood over and placing it under Chui Ding Tian's armpits.
Chen Chen didn't care about this.
What concerned him most at this moment was that the massive rain and huge waves that had been so grand a few hours ago were nowhere to be seen now. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but various floating objects and countless unknown creature corpses, with no hint of any dangerous natural disaster.
He looked around in astonishment, unable to believe it, and asked, "Is it over?" No one could answer his question.
Gao Yu also grabbed a crossbeam, placed it in front of his chest, and let out a heavy sigh.
Well, it looks like I still have a chance to celebrate my 18th birthday.
Taoyi, looking miserable, forced a smile and buried the lower part of his body under the water. Nearly 20 hours had passed since the trial began. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating light and heat, scorching the sea and burning the skin. It took the group a while after surfacing from the water to confirm that all this was not an illusion. The disaster had truly passed.
At least for now.
Chen Chen, help, old Chui is in bad shape. Zhao Qian approached with a piece of driftwood, looking somewhat uneasy. Chen Chen furrowed his brow, increasingly finding Zhao Qian's attitude towards Chui Ding Tian strange. He did care about the old man, but apart from helping out when necessary, he wouldn't go out of his way to assist him in dangerous moments.
Could it be? Forget it, let's not think about that for now.
Regardless, the fact that they all survived was thanks to old Chui.
Chen Chen quickly swam towards the old man's direction.
The moment he grasped Chui Ding Tian's wrist, he realized just how bad the old man's condition was. His heart was not pounding vigorously after exertion, but rather slowing down, as if he was truly turning into a mummy.
Was this the aftermath of his power surge? Or the price of his talent? It was too severe. Conventional healing methods could only delay his death, not save him.
Past prosperity might have been useful, but his personal space was locked, and the medicine was nowhere to be found.
Wait, it wasn't nowhere to be found. Gao Yu.
Chen Chen tightly held Chui Ding Tian's hand and shouted to Gao Yu, "I need a medicine furnace. At least 15 centimeters, with a grinding wheel, mixing device, and pressure booster, and it must be fire resistant and high temperature resistant."
Gao Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded.
His toolkit had been torn apart by the void inside the giant beast, but none of the tools and materials were lost.
Because he stuffed all of these into his own abdomen. He was extending the time dissipated by the consumption of blood and flesh.
These tools were his only reliance at hand.
Once lost, the path of trials ahead would be extremely difficult.
So, apart from this clumsy method, there was no other way. He furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and used a sharp wooden stick to cut open his just-healed belly, then swiftly took out something and began pounding on it. The specifications of the medicine cauldron on the Island of Hope were more or less the same, differing only in material and additional internal devices. Chen Chen's requirements were very clear and precise, and the materials were just enough to forge a palm-sized cauldron, so Gao Yu quickly hammered it out. When Chen Chen received the medicine cauldron, a strange light of "I'm going all in this time" flickered in his eyes. Everyone could see the look in his eyes, knowing that the current Chen Chen was very crazy but also very uncertain. As for what he was uncertain about,
probably the matter of on-site alchemy? You can perform alchemy? Su Yida was a bit puzzled. Gao Yu sneered upon hearing this.
If Su Yida had eavesdropped on the entire process, he would have known that Chen Chen was most interested in alchemical creations, and this school of thought was not just about puppets. The bizarre and dangerous medicines were also their tireless pursuit.
Chen Chen looked nervous and did not respond. Chui Dingtian's condition is very poor.
Originally, the power of decay should be circulating in him, but as you all have seen, this power has been restricted by some other force.
If left unchecked, at most by tonight, he will truly turn into a mummy. My healing talent is limited and cannot reverse his condition. However, I have another method, a risky one. That is alchemy.
Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen opened the medicine cauldron. You should all have heard of the past prosperity, the A-grade potion that combines the powers of memory and prosperity. While studying alchemy, I once simulated its properties and concocted a potion with very similar effects.
You can make A-grade potions? Su Yida exclaimed in disbelief, then immediately questioned, "But there is no divinity here, right?" Chen Chen once again ignored his remarks. "I named it instant radiance.
Drinking this potion can dispel all pain and immediately restore the body to its peak state."
But,
Zhao Qian seemed to have guessed something, frowning as he continued, "Well, but the potion has strong side effects. The injured person will fall back into illness after 5 days, and the speed of approaching death will increase drastically. In other words, this is a potion that exhausts life force. You can think of it as a 5-day resurgence." After Chen Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at Cui Dingtian. "Old Cui, I know you are looking for your son, but there may still be hope to survive, but once you die here." Cui Dingtian's blurred consciousness was fiercely resisting the arrival of death, and he suddenly grasped Chen Chen's hand, squeezing it hard. Understanding dawned. Without a word, Chen Chen tore off a piece of flesh from his own arm and put it in. This action surprised everyone. Alchemy with flesh and blood? Giao Yu was dumbfounded. What else? "Flesh and blood are the best materials for alchemy. My flesh and blood contain healing power. However, my flesh and blood alone may not be enough. Even though this potion does not require divinity, it still carries the powers of prosperity and memory." Before finishing his sentence, everyone's gaze followed Chen Chen's, looking at Taoyi and Su Yida. Taoyi widened her eyes in shock but quickly nodded firmly. Enduring intense pain, she used a branch to scrape off a piece of skin from her own arm and placed it into the cauldron. After doing all this, she seemed to fear that the power of prosperity was not enough, so she once again drove the branches to prepare to scrape off the flesh of the other hand. To be fair, Mr. Chui's current appearance is entirely due to saving everyone. In Miss Tao's view, whether considering the assistance of future teammates or out of a sense of gratitude, anyone who can be saved must be saved. Moreover, the pain of this little flesh is nothing compared to before underwater, it's just a drizzle. Her thoughts were simple, but Chen Chen promptly stopped her. Alchemy emphasizes control and proportion. Some things are not the more, the better. After speaking, he pushed the medicine furnace in front of Su Yida. Su Yida's face was dark and uncertain. To be honest, he had no objection to saving Cui Dingtian himself, and was very willing to help, because whether it was Cui Dingtian's strength or his character, he was the best teammate to rely on. But the problem was, he was not a true believer in memory. Seeing Chen Chen speak so convincingly, he had no doubt that this priest could refine this potion. But he was afraid that if the alchemy failed, his identity might be exposed. Exposing his identity wouldn't have serious consequences. The most serious thing was that because of this, the entire trial team might directly lose 3 combat powers: Cui Dingtian, himself, and Taoyi. This was almost a disaster. Since Su Yida had such concerns, would Chen Chen not think of it? No. He had already calculated everything. Because he was also deceiving. To be honest, before obtaining Aduza's alchemy notes, he didn't even know what a medicine furnace looked like. His medicines were all concocted out of thin air. But not today. The sealed personal space made him lose the environment to fabricate lies at will. So, to make it work, he had to stage a play. His mind was working frantically, almost emptying all his knowledge of alchemy, and then doing his best to add details, describe effects, all to make the alchemy seem more believable. If it weren't for Taoyi and Su Yida, things might not have gone so smoothly. But fate was clever here. The team happened to have a believer in prosperity and a believer in memory. Even if the believer in memory was essentially a fraud. But it didn't matter. Let's recall the ability of the talent offering sacrifices to the void, when, excluding oneself, 5 outsiders acknowledge the existence of a fabricated item. The item exists. Undoubtedly, everyone present now believed that Chen Chen could refine this potion. And then, except for Chen Chen, the other 4 believed that Su Yida was a memory mage, believing he had the power of memory. Only Su Yida himself had doubts about whether his own flesh and blood could successfully refine the potion. So the biggest gamble in this situation was not others, but Su Yida himself. Chen Chen was betting that Su Yida could convince his own heart to admit that he did indeed possess the power of memory, and therefore the alchemy would not fail. This game wasn't just Chen Chen deceiving Su Yida. It was waiting for Su Yida to deceive himself. Sure enough, in that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Su Yida's mind, eventually giving birth to a reasonable and absurd inference, that even though his power of memory was obtained through deception, in the eyes of others, it was still the power of memory. So, according to his will, the alchemy should not fail. A moment of hesitation quickly flashed in his eyes. Su Yida hardened his heart, tore off the flesh from his arm, and threw it into the furnace. Done. The moment Su Yida took action, Chen Chen knew it was done. Screw the 5 days of twilight. As long as he could hold on for 3 days, survive the trial, there would be plenty of opportunities to save his life. If we can't make it through 3 days and everyone is burping and farting, there's no need to discuss anything else.
Chen Chen excitedly closed the medicine furnace and looked at Zhao Qian with a crazy smile. I need fire. Undoubtedly, war adored blood and fire. But not every follower of war had an affinity for the element of fire. Most of his followers only accepted half of his blessings, which was the fierce combat power, and only a few lucky ones also gained the power to control flames, and Zhao Qian was one of them. His control over fire was his hidden card, never easily revealed to others, a trump card. So he was curious how Chen Chen knew. You are a hunter, but you didn't seem anxious when you lost your bow and arrows, which shows you have a hidden card enough to deal with trials. I noticed when you were climbing the mountain, your left hand consciously avoided the vines, only gripping the sharp edges of the mountain, indicating that the power of your left hand is not entirely controllable for you, at least possibly causing damage to wooden objects. Think back to your battle with Cui Laoyu when you were on the road. Your left hand's defensive posture leaned towards a fence, but whenever this happened, the attack did not follow through, and your right hand's heavy punch was not a counterattack signal, indicating that the original attack should have come from the left hand. You have hidden cards, and you are a follower of war. So, the answer is obvious. Your observation is sharp, but what if I say you guessed wrong? Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Chen Chen's eyes were quite serious as he said, then Cui Laoyu will die. Zhao Qian looked coldly at Chen Chen, then glanced at Cui Dingtian lying between two pieces of wood. A conflicted expression flashed across his face, but he sighed in the end and said, yes, I can indeed control fire. Zhao Qian raised his left hand, and in the moment his arm lifted, a layer of fine red flames ignited against his skin. Indeed, he had the power to control fire. Chen Chen smiled knowingly and handed him the medicine furnace. Fortunately, at this critical moment that did not affect his personal safety, this person could still cooperate. It seemed he was not the selfish person Chen Chen had initially thought he was. Zhao Qian shook his head, chuckled, and took the medicine furnace. What should I do? Chen Chen's eyes turned crazy again as he stared at the medicine furnace and said word by word, roast, keep roasting until the furnace explodes. This sentence dumbfounded everyone. Gao Yu looked puzzled and said, if the furnace explodes, what medicine are we refining? Chen Chen laughed heartily, you don't understand. Alchemy is a very mysterious thing. My previous experiments have never succeeded. It wasn't until one furnace exploded that I discovered that instant light reversion needs to come into contact with enough air at the moment of depressurization to finally take shape. I have never been able to determine which component in the air is the key to making the medicine. So exploding the furnace is the most stable method. The final form of the potion is a black paste, with a yield of about 70%. As long as we can catch enough paste to roll into pills at the moment of the explosion, then Cui Laoyu's life can be saved. Alright, it had come to this point, and Zhao Qian had no more doubts. He began to mobilize the power of war throughout his body, driving the flames to roast the medicine furnace. The pressurization of the furnace took a long time, so during this period, others started collecting driftwood and building a platform in the sea. Taoyi also took the opportunity to solve the issue of clothing. She used magic to peel off the bark of the original wood, turning it into tight-fitting clothing to wrap around her not-so-graceful figure. As for the men, a piece of cloth to cover up was enough, not so particular. Before long, with everyone's efforts, a sea platform made of driftwood and branches was ready. If the area is enough, don't build anymore. The pressure device is alarming, everyone pay attention, it's about to explode. Zhao roared loudly, gathering everyone back as they saw the medicine furnace in his hand emitting an unbearable buzzing sound, making everyone tense. Only Chen Chen, holding a mud ball he had just scraped off the wood, looked calm and composed. The key to close-up magic lies in diverting attention. Everything before was just a setup, and the ball in his hand was the real life-saving medicine. If any teammate could pick up a ball of ash from the explosion wreckage, it would be a failure. Offerings to the void cannot be used for storage. Chen Chen wouldn't let them keep it as a life-saving elixir because after expiration, it would be a useless pile of burnt flesh and blood. It's coming! Zhao shouted, throwing the furnace high into the air. Boom! The furnace exploded instantly, spraying ash everywhere. Everyone displayed their skills, collecting the ointment with all their might. Only Chen Chen swiftly moved through the ashes, decisively reaching out, then vigorously rubbing something before rushing to Cui Dingtian, stuffing it into his mouth. Gao Yu's hands were covered in black ash. He looked at Chen Chen in astonishment, muttering, if you react like this, do we need someone to carry us up the mountain? Chen Chen chuckled and didn't respond. Indeed, the potion was successfully brewed, and its effects were exceptional. Cui Dingtian felt a surge of vitality bursting from his heart, spreading through his limbs and dispelling all pain at that moment, his pale face gradually turning rosy. Isn't this the prosperity of the past? Taoyi couldn't believe the change in Cui Dingtian, seemingly astonished by the profound effect on his flesh and blood.
Even Chui Dingtian was bewildered, feeling like he had returned to his youth when he regained consciousness. Sitting up, he looked at his body, marveling. Xiao Chang, how did you do this, how is this possible? Chen Chen blinked his eyes dryly, smiling. What's impossible about it? It just retraced your body's peak state from the past, a temporary resurgence. How does it feel? Chui Dingtian, incredulously examining his body, slowly said, peak state of the past? Even so, this potion is probably not grade A? Grade A? Chui Lao, you're joking. In 5 days, you'll be done for. This can't even be considered grade B. I'd have to burn 40 meters of incense at my ancestors' graves. But can a grade B potion block his abandoned oath curse? What? Boom! Chen Chen's mind was instantly blown. How did the abandoned oath curse come into play? Chui Lao, are you an abandoned oath taker? Everyone was shocked. At least in that moment, silence fell once again. Chui Dingtian nodded with a complex expression, looking at Chen Chen, who was utterly confused, and began to tell his story. His story was not complicated. Before the arrival of the gods, Chui Dingtian lived a normal and happy life with his son. Until they arrived, changing the world, the old man never saw his son again. In order to find his son, he resolutely embarked on the path of destiny and chose prosperity as his benefactor. Because the will of prosperity perfectly matched his goal, he unleashed all his power before death to find his son. However, the old man was still old. Even with the power of prosperity, he wouldn't have a significant advantage compared to other players. And without an advantage, it meant he struggled in increasingly difficult trials. So, after surviving a great ordeal, he made an extremely difficult decision. Betray prosperity and switch to decay. With his increasingly deteriorating physical condition, faith in decay was almost equivalent to leeching divine power. As for the curse obtained by betraying the benefactor, the same old saying, survive first, deal with the rest later. So, driven by that initial obsession, he initiated the renunciation vow. The final trial was indeed successful. He gained the gaze of decay but also fell under the curse of prosperity. The benefactor he betrayed seemed to see through the old man's inner desires, so the curse bestowed upon him was to grant him an eternal stone body that would never decay. How absurd! A warrior who revered decay had become a stone mummy with muscles that would never decay. Even though decay had not treated him unfairly, granting him powerful talents, the curse of prosperity continuously suppressed his ability to harness enough power of decay. It was a successful conversion of faith, yet also a failed betrayal. He didn't make himself stronger but turned himself into something inhuman. This was also why he could withstand the erosion of the void better than others, because both his muscles and skin carried their will. Everyone listened in silence, momentarily speechless. Chui Dingtian stood up, stretched his body, and with a bitter smile said, my muscles bear the curse of prosperity, while my skin carries the blessing of decay. They are diametrically opposed and incompatible. The internal struggle of wills in my body makes me cough incessantly. It's not an illness, it's a price. So, Xiao Chang, I would like to ask you, what kind of potion can cure this price? If possible, I am willing to exchange everything I have with you. All eyes turned to Chen Chen, filled with obvious astonishment. Tao Yi covered her mouth, Gao Yu widened his eyes, and Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow. Only Su Yida, after hearing Chui Dingtian's words, discreetly gathered the ash on his hands, formed it into a pill, and tucked it between his buttocks. Damn, this is getting serious. How would I know if this potion can suppress your renunciation curse? He didn't mention it, but one can guess that it must be the power of deception within the potion at work. After all, it was created by his talent. So, is there a possibility that his power deceived both prosperity and decay? But can this be said? Chen Chen awkwardly smiled, his mind racing, all mental faculties engaged, trying to figure out how to deceive the skeptical crowd. I mean, is there a possibility that Chen Chen is not my real name? Ha? Then what's your name? Taoyi innocently played along as the sidekick. Actually, my surname is Tang, like Tang Seng's Tang. Just kidding, lightening the mood, don't be so serious, everyone. Seeing the varied expressions of the group, Chen Chen scratched his head, finally confessed, alright, I'll tell you. Although I'm not surnamed Tang, I do bear some resemblance to Tang Seng. Seeing everyone still speechless and incredulous, Chen Chen chuckled and continued, don't rush, what I said is true, there is a trace of divinity sealed within my body. Divinity. Upon hearing this word, everyone's expression turned solemn. This word, though common, was not commonly seen. In the faith game, every player in each segment probably knew what divinity was, but to actually explain what it was, probably 99% of mid to low tier players couldn't answer. Not to mention witnessing divinity firsthand. I only know it's awesome, as for how awesome, who cares? That's probably the gist of it. Only players with a score of over 2,000, or at least those who have unlocked S-rank talents, could barely grasp a bit of the essence of divinity. By around 2,400 points, players with SS-level talents had basically pierced through the blurry layer of paper in front of them and seen its true face. It was the most mysterious existence in the faith game, representing both consolidated faith and the strongest power. From a player's perspective and measured by talent strength, a single piece of divinity implied an S-level faith talent. An SS-level faith talent, on the other hand, meant 10 pieces of divinity. As for the so-called SSS-level demigod artifact, such power had transcended the measurement system based on pieces. To explain, it could be equivalent to 1 piece or even 10,000 pieces. This was because the divinity from the artifact of the gods was not scattered divinity but rather the solidified divinity along the path to godhood. To use a metaphor, this kind of divinity was like carefully separating a complete finished product into countless pieces, each of which could be considered a puzzle piece that could reconstruct a deity. The scattered divinity, on the other hand, were fragments that had never been pieced together. They might originate from minute faith, burst forth from mysterious nothingness, or simply be trinkets bestowed by the gods to their followers. However, it was undeniable that regardless of the type of divinity, they were still the cornerstone that pieced together a deity, even if players had no way to piece them together. Suyita was clearly knowledgeable. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking both shocked and eager as he asked, "Are they scattered fragments or dismantled puzzle pieces?" Although the prosperity god seat still existed, there were still his fragments circulating in the game. This was because every deity had more than one finished product, and their divinity was always redundant. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised by Suyita's reaction. He squinted slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied meaningfully, "Scattered fragments, but in large quantities. How did they come about?" Suyita couldn't help but move closer to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a half step back, scanning this colleague who had lost his composure. It seemed that he was very concerned about divinity. Could he be part of that organization? Only they would be so concerned about divinity. If that was the case. Chen Chen smiled slightly and explained, "In a trial long ago, I met a player who had joined the Rationality Association. He had a crazy pursuit of divinity. In that trial, we unexpectedly encountered a large amount of scattered prosperity divinity. To verify his thoughts, he turned the other 5 of us into his experiments, sealing a strand in each of our bodies. However, having divinity is not always a good thing. Ordinary people are simply unable to digest such divinity. Just like me. I'm sure you've noticed, as a birth priest, I have never successfully impregnated anyone. It's because the prosperity divinity in my body is constantly eroding my birth power." With that, Chen Chen turned to look at Cui Dingtian. "Cui Lao, in fact, we are a kind of people." The group fell silent once again, finding it hard to imagine that a moment of respite during the trial had turned into a session of players airing their grievances. No wonder. Cui Dingtian suddenly realized, only his divinity can shield his curse. The others nodded in agreement, but Suyita still looked puzzled. "The 5 of you together couldn't resist him?" Chen Chen smiled helplessly. "He's too strong. He is a follower of prosperity to begin with, and in the prosperity arena, we simply can't resist him." Suyita furrowed his brow and questioned again, "What's his name?" He didn't reveal his real name, but his ID is called Baldy with softness. Oh, hearing this name, Taui covered her mouth in surprise. Everyone turned to look, and she nodded in shock, saying, "I've seen this ID on the ladder of audience before. He was the former chosen one of prosperity. His score dropped just a few days ago." Everyone immediately understood. No wonder. Fighting against a chosen one, isn't that seeking death? It's better to just lie down and let him do as he pleases. Even if they weren't chosen ones at the time, reaching that position meant they were strong from beginning to end. Chen Chen revealed another layer of Suyita's identity and sensed Suyita's doubts. He knew that if he didn't do something, his previous lie might be in vain. Sigh, a small accident requires countless lies to cover up. Deceiving people is truly difficult. Chen Chen didn't feel tired. He just thought that this colleague was not easy to deceive. So he extended his hand with a ring and quietly used the power of deceit to evoke a bit of the aura of joy from Lele. Although he had turned into the terrifying Mother Tree underground, his identity still remained as the daughter of Mother of Prosperity. Therefore, this mixture of prosperity with various scents was unmistakable. When Suyita felt the ancient aura of prosperity emanating from Chen Chen, he finally believed. Chen Chen indeed harbored a large amount of scattered divinity within him. His eyes momentarily lit up, then he lowered his head in regret for Chen Chen's plight. "Alright, let's stop here. Everyone has their misfortunes. If we keep talking, by the time the second day arrives, the 6 of us won't finish. Let's quickly rest and recover. There are still 3 hours left until the end of the first day. We need food to replenish energy, and the wet nurse also needs rest to regain vitality.
Everyone nodded and found a spot on the bamboo raft platform to sit down. Chen Chen considerately offered his healing technique again, this time without hiding the fact that he couldn't impregnate anyone. Nice! Solving it once and for all.
While everyone was calmly meditating with closed eyes, Chui Dingtian silently moved closer to Chen Chen and, after struggling with his expression several times, hesitating multiple times, and pondering for a long time, finally clenched his fist as if making a decision. With an embarrassed face, he whispered to Chen Chen, "Xiao Chang, if it's possible to extract the divinity of prosperity from your body, could you?"
Chen Chen understood what Chui Dingtian was thinking.
He felt helpless but could only nod generously. "If it can be extracted, Chui Lao, it's all yours."
"These things are meaningless to me."
Chui Dingtian was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Chen to be so straightforward. In this game, divinity represents power, and possessing divinity means players can go further and live longer. Regardless of whether divinity is a burden to Chen Chen at the moment, its importance cannot be denied. Of course, it's also possible that Chen Chen knew divinity couldn't be extracted and was just saying something nice, but as long as he could say such words, it proved one thing: he wasn't a bad person. At least not a bad person who wouldn't even deal with death when it came.
No, Xiao Chang, I already owe you a life. Those are all your things.
I dare not ask for too much. I'll just ask for a little, to see if I can hang on to this old man's life." Chen Chen couldn't reply to this and could only smile and lightly say, The old man's eyes instantly reddened. He tightly held Chen Chen's hand, his voice trembling.
"Thank you, Xiao Chang, thank you."
Chen Chen looked at Chui Ding's eyes, which were red with anger, feeling a mix of emotions.
Damn, I deserve to die.
After being on edge for 24 hours and facing life and death, everyone's bodies were exhausted. Especially the devoted follower, the pink-haired girl, who had maintained her divine power for so long without eating, was mentally drained. So, after a brief rest, they immediately began searching for food. Zhao suggested searching together for safety. But before Suyita could speak, Chen Chen firmly rejected the proposal for one reason: it was too inefficient and time was running out. Of course, that wasn't the main reason. He was thinking, how could Suyita conjure food for Taoyi if everyone gathered together? Whether Taoyi ate enough would affect everyone's survival difficulty. Well, more specifically, it would affect Chen Chen's survival difficulty. After all, she was the only one who could possibly help her teammates. The other two were the kid and the old man. Currently, the pink-haired girl seemed reliable, both in practicality and trustworthiness. Since Chen Chen had indeed saved everyone's lives before, his words carried weight. Reluctantly, Zhao accepted his suggestion but advised everyone not to stray too far and to search within sight of each other.
Suyita glanced at Chen Chen and then jumped straight into the water. As expected, he soon returned with the most abundant food.
Edible tree branches found by chance, bread fruit that took great effort to peel, and unexpectedly discovered eggs of an unknown bird. Chen Chen stared at these things he couldn't see, feeling exhausted. He wondered how much brainpower his companion had spent on this. Were they hiding underwater for 2 hours just to come up with excuses? Tired yet? As for himself, since he couldn't eat those good things, he settled for what he was used to.
There were carcasses of unknown sea monsters floating everywhere on the sea surface.
Apart from the bodies of the virtual mustache-swallowing dolphins, which emitted a force that made it hard to approach, the other bodies were easy to obtain. Taking a few pieces of meat from the wounds could fill the stomach. Others had considered this easiest to obtain food, but the taste of roasted giant monster meat, how should I put it, it was indescribable. It tasted like crap, even worse. Taking a bite and spitting out too, not only did it not replenish energy, but it also made the stomach acid worse, a real setback. But Chen Chen had no choice. He didn't mind. As he swallowed bite by bite, the others frowned more than the folds of the Cordillera mountain range. His strange eating habits sparked another discussion among the group, especially Suyita, who sat down in front of him with the food he had found, discussing the essence of taste and the true meaning of food with him. "Why don't you eat what I brought back? Don't you like it? This bastard talks sweetly to Taoyi but is sarcastic with me." Chen Chen chuckled speechlessly. "To suppress his divinity within me, I can't indulge in worldly desires too much."
Suyita's eyes flickered, finding this reason somewhat reasonable. What does it feel like to have his divinity sealed in your body? Can you feel his gaze? If you don't think about it, you don't feel anything. But if you keep thinking about it, it's no better than eating this stuff.
Oh, I see. Suyita suddenly felt a bit nauseous. He put down the food in his hand and fell silent, but shortly after, he asked again, "I'm curious about that move underwater earlier."
Finally,
although Chen Chen's move in the belly of the giant monster was discreet, it was frightening, and everyone might have had questions about it.
Everyone has secrets.
Since Chen Chen saved everyone, as long as he doesn't voluntarily speak up, normal people wouldn't dig deeper.
But curiosity is human nature. When Suyita asked the question, everyone's actions came to a halt, even the chewing sounds lessened. Oh, you mean that? It's a thunderous prop that detonates instantly.
I don't know its name, it was given to us as an experiment by the Prosperity, as a reward from the Chosen One.
So that's it.
All doubts were dispelled, and they began to replenish their energy. Suyita didn't inquire further, decisively changing the subject, as he was not interested in these matters. Chen Chen chatted with him, knowing that Suyita was not really interested in hobbies but in the divinity within him.
Coincidentally, both were Tai Chi masters, exchanging moves and words for almost an hour without revealing anything substantial.
Chen Chen found Suyita's talkative nature annoying, while Suyita was frustrated by Chen Chen's evasiveness. This priest was much deeper in thought than he had imagined. There must be a great secret hidden within him. Leisure time during the Annihilation trial was a rare sight.
However, players couldn't fully enjoy it.
While trying to relax and recover, they anxiously watched for any changes around them, fearing disaster at any moment. Such emotions were truly wearing. Just when the players' nerves were stretched to the limit, something shocking happened.
The water was receding.
What is this? Zhao Qian reached into the water, feeling the decrease in water level, looking puzzled.
What's wrong? Well, this water seems to be draining too fast.
Standing on the water's surface, with only the sea around them, they didn't perceive the speed of the water's descent. But Zhao Qian's perception was keen. He sensed pressure waves underwater gradually increasing.
This pressure wasn't from the sea but from somewhere on the seabed. Be careful, with such a massive amount of seawater receding at this speed, there must be a problem on the seabed, likely a fissure. Regardless, the water's retreat to land is foreseeable. Everyone gather materials and prepare for defense. Also, beware of earthquakes and tsunamis.
Gao Yuli immediately added, if there's a sealand change, be cautious of the possibility of a volcanic eruption on land. It's best to make large shields and boots first. Everyone gather materials, I'll start crafting. Everyone sprang into action, collecting all visible pliable materials to make shields and equipment for Gao Yuli. However, in the few minutes of their actions, the speed of the sea level drop increased even more. Even floating on the sea surface, they felt a faint sense of falling. What kind of seabed fissure could swallow so much water? Chen Chen furrowed his brow instinctively.
Kid, I think we should do something else. Like what? Can you handle a helicopter?
Before anyone could respond, another change occurred beneath their feet. The slightly spinning raft suddenly shook violently. This time, it wasn't just the water surface descending. The water under their feet seemed to be instantly sucked away, and in the blink of an eye, the players went from floating on the water to being suspended in midair. However, without any external force, how could objects remain suspended? Obviously, they couldn't. So, to everyone's shock, the descent began. The seawater receded, and everything that once belonged to the sea began to fall, a sense of weightlessness abruptly filling everyone's minds. The unreachable seabed seemed to have turned into a terrifying abyss, indiscriminately awaiting the fall of all life.
Damn, I knew it.
When a person is unable to resist gravity, any sense of falling will be their fatal nightmare. Unfortunately for the players, mere falling is not terrifying. In the moment when the ground lost its touch beneath her feet, Taoi swiftly grabbed the driftwood beside her and activated the power of prosperity throughout her body, directly extending this single piece of wood into a huge wooden parachute. Seeing this, everyone quickly grabbed onto her before the descent. As a result, while objects around them fell straight down, the 6 players floated slowly from high altitude almost like a string of kites. The sudden change was silently smoothed over just like that.
Impressive. Even Shinshin couldn't help but admire, realizing that Taoi, when well-fed, indeed had a sharp mind. Too kind.
Taoi accepted her teammates' praise with a smile, adjusting the direction of the parachute to maintain a steady descent angle. The players below her, taking advantage of the current lack of danger, began to look down at their surroundings. To be honest, when the sea disappeared, their environment had already been rudely altered. Within visible range, they saw no former mountains or ground, only endless darkness. Above was the clear sky, below was an indiscernible abyss. This seamlessly stitched scene without exaggeration brought a surreal sense of tearing to everyone's hearts, and the obvious black and white dividing line was not far beneath their feet. The usually cautious Zhao Qian solemnly raised a rocket with one hand and flung it downwards. At the moment the flaming arrow crossed the black and white boundary, the fire vanished from everyone's sight instantly. The speed was so fast that even Chen Chen felt his eyes blur. The lingering image in his eyes told him that there was still some faint light there.
Disappeared? Danger, Taoi, slow down. There's an issue with the boundary. We can't go further down. Can't do that, we're already at the slowest speed. Then let's go up. Suyita suddenly spoke up, pointing to Galyu beside him. Galyu makes the iron pot, Zhao Qian provides the fire, Taoyi holds the parachute. We'll make a hot air balloon and fly up. This colleague's reaction was indeed quick. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at him again. Suyita was above Chen Chen, holding Taoyi's ankle, while Chen Chen held onto him. Galyu was below Chen Chen, and upon hearing the plan, he immediately responded, feasible. He promptly took out the remnants of the medicine pot, fashioned a thin-skin pot with a hook, and even thoughtfully left a small opening at the bottom for fuel. As for the fuel, it was naturally Zhao Qian's left hand that could spew fire. Zhao Qian clearly didn't want to use the power of war in such a situation, but with the danger present below, he scanned the faces of the group and reluctantly accepted this reality. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen almost burst out laughing. It was so amusing, like a warhorse charging into battle being blindfolded and turned into a plow horse, emitting a sense of repression all over. But despite the repression, a warhorse's strength surpasses that of a plow horse. When the flames of war erupted in the furnace, the parachute assembled by the players instantly halted its descent and flew upwards. Success! At this moment, high above the abyss, they unexpectedly pulled off a stunt. Tisk didn't expect that, the first time riding a hot air balloon in life, and it's during a trial, Chen Chen remarked with emotion. Galyu chuckled, is it possible that since the arrival of the gods, every first experience of yours has to happen during a trial? Chen Chen was taken aback, then suddenly felt embarrassed. Well, not that many first experiences after all. Others automatically ignored the conversation between the two and focused their attention on the boundary line. Suyita frowned, seemingly pondering what lay hidden there. Was it the engulfing darkness or the rule of instant death upon crossing the line? Thinking is useless, practice reveals the truth. Cui Dingtian peeled the skin off his hands, turning it into a rope once more and tying it around the hands of the others. Keep the fire small, steady, don't move. I'll go down and take a look. With that, he released his grip on Taoyi's hand and leaped towards the abyss. This move startled several people. Old man, are you out of your mind? Cui, be careful. They quickly held onto the rope made of skin, fearing the old man might not return. Under the dual forces of gravity and pulling, layers of skin peeled off Cui Dingtian's body, like ribbons swirling in circles, gradually stretching out a white long line behind him. The old man fell rapidly, reaching the height where the flame had disappeared not long ago. He tensed his muscles, no longer releasing the line, hovering precisely above the black and white boundary. From his perspective, the entire world was neatly divided into equal halves of black and white. The upper half was the realm of existence, while the lower half plunged into the abyss of nothingness. What do you see? White plus black. The players on the hot air balloon clearly did not expect such a remark from the elderly Cui Dingtian. They collectively paused, unsure of how to react. What ancient joke was this? It was too cryptic. Cui Dingtian did not let this icy awkwardness linger for long. He took out a handful of prepared wood shavings and gently flicked them towards the nearby black and white boundary. The moment the wood shavings crossed the line, the scene of the disappearing flame replayed once more. The wood shavings vanished. Even though it was right before his eyes, Cui Dingtian couldn't discern what had happened. His expression instantly turned serious. What did you see? Zhao Qian, noticing the old man's grim expression, asked again. Chen Chen added thoughtfully, besides white plus black. It disappeared, simply vanished. Ha! What disappeared? Wood shavings, a handful of wood shavings, all gone. Wood shavings? Could something so tiny be mistaken for disappearing? This thought crossed the minds of everyone on the hot air balloon, prompting them to gather items they could throw downwards. Zhao Qian fashioned another rocket, Suyita discarded his food, Galyu kicked off a well-made shoe, and as for Chen Chen, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. If not for Taoyi's glare when he tore a piece of cloth from his waist, he would have provided more test water. All these miscellaneous items fell from the old man towards the boundary line, but without exception, they all disappeared the moment they crossed it. Now, the players couldn't muster a laugh. Things were truly vanishing. It seemed the players had no way to cross this boundary. What's worse, although Taoyi's wooden umbrella surface could last indefinitely once made, and Gaoyu's thin-skin stove could persist as long as it wasn't reshaped, the other element of the hot air balloon, the fire. No, we need a solution. My mental strength is running low. Zhao Qian's face turned pale, his body seemingly drained by everyone. Without hesitation, Chen Chen cast a mental spell. Don't be afraid, I'm here. While these words were meant to be encouraging, paired with his suggestive smile, it seemed to say, even if the cattle and horses slack off, a few lashes will get them moving. If disappearance signifies annihilation, then what is the significance of this boundary line? The current situation of the players seems to be an unsolvable problem.
As long as Zhao Qian and Chen Chen exhaust all their mental strength, they will fall again and disappear below the boundary line.
But the trial must have an answer, it must have. The question is, where is the answer?
In fact, the answer to this question is not difficult to think of, and even each of the 6 players present has thought of it.
The answer is likely to be below that boundary line. Behind this boundary line, perhaps it is not annihilation, but a path to survival. But the next question arises, how to verify that this idea is correct? As Cui Dingtian said, practice brings true knowledge. There must be someone brave enough to practice and confirm what lies behind the boundary line. This is the most difficult question. Who will go?
In the previous trial, there was a reckless assassin lady who tried for everyone. Although she also led everyone into a pitfall, she still charged ahead.
But what about this trial?
There is no shortage of the elderly, weak, and young, but the only thing lacking is someone with determination. In fact, regardless of faith or personality, Zhao Qian seems like the kind of person who dares to fight.
But at this critical moment, he remains silent. As for Su Yida, it's even less likely. The scene fell silent for a moment, and precisely because of the smooth cooperation in the early stages, the current silence became even more unbreakable.
No one can find an excuse to let a seemingly decent teammate sacrifice their life to try for everyone. Cui Dingtian silently retrieved the leather rope and returned under the hot air balloon. He looked at the grim faces of the crowd, hesitated in his eyes, and finally sighed, let this old man do it, I'm old, and I don't have many days left. Like Xiaocheng said, even if we pass this level, after going out, there may only be 3 days left at most.
You are still young, still have hope. As for me, coming this far is already quite a journey.
Seeing that he was about to release the leather rope and fall again, Zhao Qian suddenly hooked his foot around him, looking conflicted, and said, Cui Lao, aren't you going to continue looking for Qiu?
Sure. Such an intimate address. This Zhao Qian indeed knows him. Cui Dingtian seemed not to catch the hidden meaning in Zhao Qian's words.
His face first dimmed, then he burst into laughter, no more searching. Qiu is a good kid, he can stand on his own, maybe he's already doing better than me now, I taught him since he was young, to be upright and honest, to stand tall and firm. That's what Qiu's grandfather taught me. The name he gave me means that. You are still young, there is a long road ahead for you, this old man is old, can't see ahead anymore. Besides, according to the rules of this game, a warrior should be at the forefront. So, before he could finish his sentence, Cui Dingtian suddenly kicked Zhao Qian's leg, then leaned back and leaped down, afraid of the others reacting.
Old man!
Chen Chen's reaction was already fast, but his hand still missed Cui Dingtian. He frowned, wanting to cast a calming spell to stop the old man from being so impulsive, but someone was faster than him. Zhao Qian, who had been sluggish just now, somehow suddenly exerted force. A blazing flame erupted in the furnace, bursting out a violent heat, forcefully lifting the hot air balloon rapidly. Cui Dingtian, who was descending rapidly, also hesitated for a moment, a hint of a smile on his face. However, it was to no avail, the old man was still falling.
There must be another way. There can't be no clues at all. What is it?
Chen Chen furrowed his brows and began to think quickly.
Annihilation, disappearance, reality, abyss, boundary line.
Countless insights burst and dissipated in his mind, colliding into a blaze of light, on par with the flame Zhao Qian was conjuring. But Chen Chen remained calm, while Zhao Qian couldn't.
Healer! Replenish my mental strength. Zhao Qian called out his name again for treatment.
At that moment, all thoughts in Chen Chen's mind suddenly froze, countless dots of light gathered, outlining a scene from memory. He suddenly remembered a piece of gossip on the professional channel. There was a vanishing priest who complained that his benefactor was not a god of perdition destiny, but rather a god of nothingness destiny. He was passionate about studying the void and attempting to merge with nothingness, so the commands given during trials were never to kill those with opposing beliefs, but to explore all secrets related to nothingness. Thinking back to the appearance of the virtual mustache-swallowing pig yesterday, it was not difficult to see that he seemed to have this intention. If that was the case, could it be that directly below this boundary line was the void? Was getting close to the void the answer he was given? It's important to note that the void is not inaccessible, on the contrary, it is more accepting of all existence than reality. People fear the void because they project their fear of void crevices onto the void itself. At the boundary between reality and illusion, the power of void crevices, which erases existence, can almost devour everything. Any life that approaches it will be reduced to nothing. This is the root of people's fear. However, as long as one can resist the eroding power passing through the crevice, wandering in the void becomes a very simple matter. It's just that the requirements for crossing the void crevice are too demanding. Besides relying on special demigod artifacts, it is only possible if one's divine power reaches a certain level. In simpler terms, those who can step into the void are all big shots.
Looking back at the boundary under the player's feet, isn't it like the border between reality and the void? It's just that this boundary has no buffer transition and rudely cuts between reality and illusion. Moreover, among the 6 people present, none of them were big shots who could cross the void crevice. However, there were no big shots, but there was one big thing that he had seen. With this in mind, Chen Chen gradually conceived a bold idea. And this would be a gamble. A wildly adventurous gamble. He first responded to Zhao Qian's treatment request, giving a powerful spiritual recovery to the exhausted war believer, and then with a serious face, he tugged on the leg of Su Yida above him. Su Yida, puzzled, lowered his head to see Chen Chen grabbing his leg with a speechless expression, shouting, "Hey, big sauce, are you so scared that you peed yourself? There's water dripping on me." This complaint came too suddenly, causing all the players who were anxiously watching Cui Dingtian's position to pause for a moment. Upon hearing this, they quickly glanced at Su Yida in surprise. Su Yida's face froze, then he suddenly became furious. "Fuck you! You're the one who peed yourself." He violently shook his leg, as if trying to shake off Chen Chen. Tao Yi, seeing this, was frightened and quickly intervened, saying, "Su Yida, don't be like this." Su Yida, embarrassed, looked up at Tao Yi and loudly defended himself. "Tao Yi, don't listen to him." "I didn't." Before he could finish his sentence, his angry expression turned into one of extreme shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as if he had seen something unimaginable. "Water! It's water! The disappeared water is falling again. Be careful!" Seeing this, Taoi suddenly looked up at the sky. As her gaze passed through the thin as cicada's wings umbrella surface, she saw a torrential downpour of water pouring down from the endless sky, just like yesterday, towards them. Even if Taoi reacted quickly, she was stunned in that moment. There was no need to argue about who would go down now. With such a massive amount of water pouring down, everyone would be pushed to that boundary line. At this moment, Su Yida was the most clever. He suddenly pulled the tension leather rope and shouted loudly, "Taoi, let go quickly. The umbrella surface has a large force-bearing area and will be washed away." "Old man, come up. There is no point in dying now, do you see that? There's something in the water. Grab onto them, we can still climb up. The water that just disappeared has returned. It's taking us up. Hurry." Cui Dingtian lived up to his name. At this critical moment, he immediately tightened his muscles and ascended rapidly. As he ascended, another leather rope shot towards the top of everyone's heads, pulling away the fallen debris from the sea one by one. Zhao Qian saw this and did not hesitate. He spread his arms wide, conjuring a huge bow of flames out of thin air. The flaming bowstring hummed incessantly, making people's ears numb. To survive, only blood and fire. When this prayer of war was uttered, fine blood beads oozed from Zhao Qian's arms. Then, everyone heard a roar from deep within the flames, followed by a blazing white flame piercing through the umbrella surface, shooting towards the pouring water. Sizzled boom! The arrows tore through the air with a deafening blast. The white flames on the arrowheads exploded in the water, instantly igniting in the air, creating a huge blank space. "Now is the time!" Su Yida shouted hoarsely, "The broken wood over there! It's our only chance!" Taoi, seeing another wooden tool, unleashed the power of prosperity without reservation, causing the fallen piece of wood to sprout new shoots in an instant, flourishing with branches and leaves. The dense foliage acted as a cushion, slowing down the speed of the falling wood. Cui Dingtian, in his prime state, immediately bundled up Chen Chen and a few others like Zhangzi, then threw out the leather rope to support the sparse falling water, climbing up the descending piece of wood. Su Yida became the eyes of everyone. He looked towards a high foothold and shouted, at 4 o'clock direction diagonally upwards, "Zhao Qian, keep going." However, one cannot continue to exert force with desperate means. Zhao Qian's breath weakened, seemingly unreliable. But at that moment, Chen Chen spoke up. "This won't work, our speed can't match the speed of the water falling down." "You!" Su Yida looked at Chen Chen in shock and anger, unable to believe he was pouring cold water at this moment. "Swallow the virtual pig." Chen Chen said confidently, "To cross that line, we need to find a corpse of a virtual pig." "Virtual pig? What does this have to do with the darling of nothingness?" Before everyone could understand, Su Yida suddenly woke up, a look of joy on his face, pointing to a high place on the side and shouting, "There! Old man! Zhao Qian! Over there, there's a corpse of a virtual pig." Zhao Qian immediately turned to look and indeed saw a huge creature falling under the broken water. Such a commotion, how did he miss it just now? Cui Dingtian hadn't thought about the connection between crossing the boundary and the virtual pig, but it didn't matter, his execution was very strong. At that moment, he first threw his bundled-up teammates over, then, in the moment of being pressured by the water, he shrank his skin and flew over.
Everyone narrowly touched the skin of the virtual pig. Chen Chen quickly extended his right hand with the mummy wrapping cloth, and then punched the belly of the virtual pig. Perhaps due to nervousness or being constrained, the punch went off course. But the thunderous judgment was too powerful. Even if it went off course, it was enough to achieve what Chen Chen intended. Boom! Yesterday seemed to repeat itself, only this time, the scene shifted from the interior of a giant beast to its exterior. A huge thunder roared out, directly piercing through the massive creature, blasting a charred hole in its belly. Get in! Hurry in! This time, Chen Chen didn't take the lead, but directly hugged the nearest Taoyi. Taoyi didn't have time to think much. Thinking Chen Chen had exhausted himself, she tightly held onto him and jumped into the belly hole. The others followed closely behind. And in the moment when the last Chui Dingtian jumped into the belly of the virtual mustache-swallowing pig, the massive corpse fell precisely to the height of the boundary line. The body disappeared instantly. The people inside the body's abdomen also vanished. The concept of time does not exist in the void, but once tainted by existence, a semblance of time passing emerges in the void. According to scholars of the Void Energy School, it is precisely because the void has the ability to record momentary changes that humans have the possibility to study the void. Back to the present. Time does flow in the void, but no one knows for how long. It wasn't until Chen Chen woke up, opened his eyes to see himself floating in the void, looked up to see the severed boundary line and the endless blue sky, that he confirmed his victory. Indeed, swallowing the pig's belly was the answer to crossing the boundary line. These void-favored ones wander between reality and unreality, unaffected by the cracks, while the reality swallowed into their stomachs will slowly erode and transform into new void. In this way, by holding onto the void within the pig's belly and pulling, perhaps they could rely on its inherent characteristics to withstand the annihilation at the boundary of reality and void. Because pulling still offers a chance of resistance, while annihilation happens in an instant, with no room for negotiation. And this is the gamble Chen Chen has set. As for the stakes, it naturally involves the lives of 6 people. Actually, if the seawater hadn't receded so quickly, perhaps Chen Chen could have figured out the answer when he saw the boundary line. But this trial disaster came so suddenly and swiftly that it was too rapid for anyone to react. If it weren't for a companion, Chen Chen truly didn't know how to survive this ordeal. Speaking of companions, since he had awakened, it meant that the believers of the void should be unharmed in the void. So, Su Yida should also. Just as he thought of this, footsteps came from behind Chen Chen. It was strange, he was standing in a void with nothing beneath his feet, yet he could hear someone walking. Chen Chen turned around to see Su Yida walking towards him, hanging upside down in the sky. Yes, hanging upside down in the sky, his whole body turned 180 degrees, head level with Chen Chen's, but his body above. Yet, his expression showed no discomfort, and the look in his eyes seemed to say, "Why are you the one upside down? This is the void, both existing and unreal. There is no fixed reality here, no universally acknowledged rules. Everything is possible, and yet nothing is certain." Su Yida approached with a dark expression, and the first words out of his mouth were, "I never expected you to be a clown." Chen Chen smiled wryly upon hearing this. It wasn't an insult because he truly was a clown. A clown, a priest of deception. A priest who heals others with lies, just as a clown seeks laughter with fake smiles, fundamentally the same, but taking different paths. Su Yida finally saw through Chen Chen's identity. But in reality, he didn't see through it because Chen Chen's identity was something he had confessed to himself. The answer of swallowing the pig came too early, so when the seawater disappeared, the players lost the key to clearing the level. Fortunately, there was a companion on site with the ability to create everything. However, having the ability alone was not enough. Su Yida needed to make his teammates believe in what he created, and belief had to be based on something realistic. In the vast sky, anything suddenly appearing could raise suspicions among teammates, so conventional methods were useless. But Chen Chen was never conventional. He immediately grabbed Su Yida's foot and said, "Hey, Dejiang, did you get so scared that you peed yourself? There's water dripping on me." This statement actually had 2 intentions. First, to bring up the water droplets as a setup for the upcoming scene. Second, to show Su Yida how to break the deadlock. As Chen Chen spoke these words, he exerted a hint of deceit towards Su Yida through the hand holding Su Yida's ankle. The moments when this deceitful force was infused were the words "hey" and "come out." Su Yida indeed likes science fiction, that statement was not a lie. Coupled with the revelation of his second identity, Chen Chen was somewhat certain that this person yearned for fantasies and powers that transcended reality. Therefore, he was highly likely to grasp the strategy of upheaval that Chen Chen was conveying. However, this was still a small gamble. Chen Chen was betting that Su Yida could seize the opportunity and immediately cooperate with him. Clearly, he won the bet. Su Yida possessed the wit and the strength for it. To be honest, at that tense moment of decision, when he felt the force of deceit transmitted by Qin Shen, he was dumbfounded. A raging storm surged within him, yet outwardly, he had to immediately cooperate with Qin Shen and make some responses. Never did he expect that this person, who conversed with him so casually, harbored a hidden prosperity and divine nature within him, a priest who could heal others but never conceive, turned out to be his damn colleague. Despite his shock, he knew that the information Qin Shen had painstakingly conveyed was definitely crucial to the breakthrough, if not the key itself, then at least a method to find it. At that moment, the force of deceit resonated in unison. Suyita instantly thought that the method to cross the boundary probably lay hidden in the water from before, although he hadn't yet realized it was about swallowing a dolphin, but the most important thing now was to bring back the vanished water. And Qin Shen had already figured out the reason for this. Hey, come out. It was a whimsical idea but effective. At least at that time, this excuse seemed more reasonable than a fabricated one. So, he took the opportunity to engage Taoyi in conversation and then fabricated the disappearing seawater above everyone's heads. The downpour of water fell. At that moment, the disaster was no longer a trial from above, but a stage for the lies of two deceitful believers. Finally, everyone found the method to cross the boundary, yet Qin Shen, having long known Suyita's identity, couldn't see any of it. He could only synchronize with everyone through performance and then, at the last moment, use the same method to break open the monster's belly. Unfortunately, the perfect performance went awry at the last moment. He couldn't see the monster, so he missed the mark. But fortunately, he didn't mess up, and the dolphin swallowed the false beard received a thunderous judgment. After that, in order to hide within the non-existent monster's belly, Qin Shen closed his eyes tightly and held Taoyi close. He couldn't see, but those who could see him still let him in. The so-called mirage in the gap between reality and illusion was a deception within deception, Suyita's self-deception and Qin Shen's reality. Suyita couldn't help but admire Qin Shen's creativity, being able to find answers at such a critical moment and come up with such an incredible strategy, truly impressive. Seeing Suyita's complex expression and his failed attempts to speak, Qin Shen couldn't help but chuckle. How does it feel to be deceived when you're always walking by the river, getting your shoes wet? Suyita's expression was as ugly as it could get. Is the prosperity and divinity within me also fake? Indeed, at this moment, what he cared about was still the divinity. Quite amusing. It seems you've truly joined them, Qin Shen chuckled. That's not important. What matters is the divinity within you. The players of the Rationality Association have forsaken their reason in pursuit of godhood, big sauce. I mean, Suyita, wake up. This is a warm reminder of our tacit cooperation. Whether you like it or not, I won't say it a second time. Qin Shen sighed, seemingly regretful that this colleague, who didn't seem too bad, was falling into the wrong path. Yet Suyita's question remained unchanged. The divinity within you. Indeed, it did happen. I just lied about my identity. Hearing this, Suyita's expression finally improved slightly. Qin Shen noticed his relief and his face turned extremely strange. I concealed the aura of Lele for what reason? But let me be honest with you now. I did join the Rationality Association and with their help, I obtained a scattered divinity and I am researching how to preserve it. Since you have a trace sealed inside you, it means I can also serve as a vessel for the divinity. Despite his sincere words, he was still lying. But what was the point of lying at this moment? Qin Shen raised an eyebrow with interest, signaling him to continue, but he didn't expect Suyita's face to suddenly light up from gloomy to brilliant. So, your talent is the master of deception? No wonder I never doubted you from the beginning. A priest of birth cannot impregnate someone. How ridiculous is that? So, Qin Shen, you're quite impressive. How many points? Let's have a round of honesty this time. Qin Shen was even more amused. He wasn't too worried about being exposed by his peers because such things had happened before. After all, a fraudster understands another fraudster. However, Qin Shen was still a bit curious because the previous statement didn't seem to trigger any cognitive dissonance in Suyita. So, he smiled and asked, how did you figure it out? Suyita shrugged, I didn't figure it out, I just bluffed. I randomly guessed, didn't expect to hit the mark. Chatting with a know-it-all fraudster was quite annoying. Qin Shen shook his head with a wry smile, ending the topic. You win this round. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Qin Shen, the clown, 2401. Well, Suyita, the master of illusions, 2401. Qin Shen's face instantly lit up brilliantly. It was still a lie on the other side, but apparently, the points were lying. It's just that the score of this lie. Come on, don't waste time probing each other. The trial isn't over yet, and the calm won't last long. Let's think about how to get out of here. Suyita chuckled and walked towards the depths of the void. Are you coming? Chen Shen looked at his unsuspecting back, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, he picked his nose and flicked out a booger. Just as the booger was about to hit Suida's head, he instantly turned around, using 3 fingers to catch the hidden weapon. His expression was playful, as if he had anticipated Chen Shen's move. Chen Shen showed a "you're really something" expression, then calmly walked away in the opposite direction.
Let's split up to increase efficiency. After Chen Shen left, Suida opened the hidden weapon in his hand and looked at it. Damn it.
In the end, the 2 fraudsters came together.
Nothing else, just fear of death.
Players of their level rarely had direct contact with the void.
Not counting the divine beings.
To ensure safety, they decided to act together. However, whether acting together was more dangerous or safer, that was still uncertain. They walked in the void for a long time, exploring every direction, only to discover that it was a spherical void surrounded by void crevices. The good news was that the void crevices were expanding outward. As long as they didn't move recklessly, their living space wouldn't be compressed. The bad news was that the only way to the outside world seemed to be through the void crevices. Even worse, in this not-so-small void, besides the 2 of them, their other teammates were nowhere to be found.
Have they been scattered in other void spaces, or have they already ended their trial career by being annihilated in the void? No one can answer this question for them. Perhaps only by leaving here can they find the answer.
As for why they must leave this seemingly safe space, although time passes in the void, it does not equate to real time.
While perhaps 10,000 years have passed here, in reality, it's just a moment.
Therefore, waiting in the void is futile.
Clown, figure something out. I'm thinking, Big Sauce, stop rushing me.
Chen Shen was fed up with Suida's chatter. This person showed no signs of distress about being exposed, asking questions and wanting to know everything along the way. But whenever Chen Shen asked a question in return, nothing but the truth came out of his mouth. This kind of wasteful conversation was driving Chen Shen to the brink of collapse.
Obviously, the void rift is the only way out.
There won't be any void swine appearing this time.
You can't deceive me, and I can't deceive you.
Unleash your wild imagination again and let me witness it.
Ha! Who's the trickster here, you or me?
Chen Shen ignored him and sat down to rest.
Giving up? Just like that? Don't you want to wait for them to find us?
Wake up, only the followers of the void can walk in the void.
They have long been dead, you know that, don't you?
There's nothing to repent for, that's just how this world is, survival of the fittest. Only the strong deserve to live.
Where are you strong? A king of words?
I am strong in desire, in persistence, in refusal to give up.
Only by becoming stronger can we get closer to them, study them, become like them.
Think about it, the path to godhood, such a clear hint. By following this path, we will ascend to godhood.
Chen Chen chuckled. Have you ever thought that the fabric you weave is meant for others to wear?
Of course, we have thought about it, or rather, we have always known. That's why we research, explore, and carve out an unprecedented path leading to their thrones. Suida's expression became firm and crazed, as if this path had long been laid out, waiting for him to step on it.
The Rationality Association is truly going crazy. No, it's not us who are crazy, it's you.
Thinking you are something in the game of the gods, being seen as a joke by them without a care. You are not players, you are playthings.
Are you willing to be a plaything? Chen Chen, I have high hopes for you. Join us in achieving greatness.
Perhaps in the future, you will sit on those thrones just like me, overlooking all beings.
Chen Chen remained silent.
He wasn't considering the possibility of joining the Rationality Association, but rather pondering what about him attracted the attention of every organization wanting him to join. However, Suida's words were quite sincere, not a single lie was spoken. This not only allowed Chen Chen to understand the mental state of the Rationality Association players once again but also led him to think of a way to break the deadlock. Although this method was a bit cunning, it might lead to a mutually agreeable outcome. The situation was quite clear, a replay of the scene above the boundary just now, but this time the decision-makers had been reduced from 6 to 2.
Someone had to go and see what was behind the void rift. Chen Chen didn't want to go, so naturally, Suida had to.
But this companion would definitely not go voluntarily, so Chen Chen had to come up with a plan.
Do you want to know how my divine nature is sealed within me? Suida wasn't foolish.
The reason he believed that Chen Chen's body contained a prosperous divine nature even after learning his identity was the ancient prosperous aura that Chen Chen exuded.
The ancient prosperous aura couldn't deceive anyone.
This kind of thing is hard to fabricate with talent. At least, he has not yet discovered a talent for creating divinity through deception. So when Suida heard this, his noisy voice finally stopped.
He looked at Chen Chen in astonishment and frowned, saying, "Do you want to exchange this secret for me to try and die? Do you think it's possible?"
Chen Chen ignored him and continued, that prosperous chosen one. Of course, we didn't know he was chosen before. He had something very much like a demigod artifact in his hand. He used that thing to tear open the void, and then threw us and the divinity in together. Under the grinding of the void crack, the divinity was squeezed into our bodies. Suyita was first stunned, then his face quickly darkened. He understood Chen Shen's meaning. This was a bait to lure him into exploring. Ridiculous. Am I that foolish? Suyita sneered twice. You might as well make up a more convincing story. Even without being a master of deception, I can hear the flaws in your words. The void accommodates everything, so why wouldn't the divinity disperse directly into the void instead of being squeezed into your body? Listen, do you believe it yourself? Chen Shen shook his head, then smiled. I'm just stating the facts. Whether you believe it or not is not my concern. Suyita furrowed his brow again, evidently lost in thought. Chen Shen lowered his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. So, what he said before was true. He really possessed a piece of divinity and was indeed looking for ways to collect divinity. So the only two lies in his previous statement were how he obtained the divinity and whether he had joined the Rationality Association. But his recent invitation was not a lie, so what he concealed was the means of obtaining divinity. Indeed, for the lunatics at the Tower of Rationality, if there were means to obtain divinity, they would never share it with others. It should have been anticipated. Suyita himself had a means to obtain divinity. What he wanted was the ethereal prosperity divinity within himself. Chen Shen seemed to instantly understand this and pursed his lips. So that's it. This dog had been using a mix of convoluted erroneous information to mislead him, keeping his attention focused on the Rationality Association. This manipulation was simply to lay the groundwork for lies not yet spoken or to wait for him to make a misjudgment based on this information, thereby seizing the initiative in future situations and seizing the divinity on him. Fortunately, the divinity was fake, and it wasn't too late for him to strike. Now, it's my turn to take the initiative. But it seems the current bait is not enticing enough. Did you hear what Gao Yu said about history? Even though you left at that time, I know you must have heard it. Suyita remained non-committal as Chen Chen continued with a smile. He likes to wander in the void, that's beyond doubt. Whether to approach existence or for his own twisted pleasure, in any case, he pays attention to everything in the void. Do you think it's possible that he is now watching us? Without a doubt, Chen Chen was referring to their benefactor, deception. And what he wanted to convey was this. Why is it that when someone and divinity appear in the void crack at the same time, divinity does not disperse into the void but is squeezed into a human body? Is there a possibility that all of this is his will? It is a well-known fact among deception's followers that the god of fun enjoys watching fun. So, Suyita understood. What Chen Shen wanted to convey was that he had previously created the result of sealing divinity within Chen Shen's body, and at this moment, he was also watching the present. This means that as long as Suyita dares to step into the void crack, he will, like Chen Shen, very likely seal a piece of divinity within his body. As for the side effects, the identity of being birthed is false, so naturally there are no so-called side effects. In any case, incorporating divinity into the body is an excellent environment for studying divinity. Even if he is not a member of the Rationality Association, as long as he is interested in becoming a god, he cannot resist this temptation. Suyita looked at Chen Chen with a complex expression and finally understood his intentions. This is not a deception. It is a conspiracy. A conspiracy against himself, the player who wants to ascend to the godly throne. His eyes became extremely serious, and the tangled emotions filled his entire face. After much deliberation, he finally chose to believe. There was no way he could resist the temptation of incorporating divinity into himself. It was just too great for him. Chen Chen, you win. With that, Suyita walked resolutely towards the nearest void crack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Qian and Gao Yu stood in front of the virtual and real cracks, their faces full of seriousness. When the two of them woke up, they only found each other and no one else. After searching for a long time, they finally confirmed, the only exit in this space is the virtual and real crack in front of them, everywhere else is an endless void. The difficult choice was not only in front of Chen Chen and Suyita but also in front of Zhao Qian and Gao Yu. Zhao Qian seemed to be contemplating with his head down, but in reality, he was sizing up Gao Yu with his peripheral vision. A knowledgeable scholar with 1,700 points, young and inexperienced, not deeply scheming, not averse to the faith game, even somewhat fond of it, like a net-addicted teenager before the arrival of the gods. There were many players like him, but no matter how many, it wouldn't change anything. Similarly, if one or two were missing, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Zhao Qian clenched his fists, still undecided. Gao Yu, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. He was still figuring out how to resist the pulling of the virtual and real cracks with the things at hand. His tools were already lost, so now the most reliable method was to rely on Zhao Qian's fire bow. If the flames could open a circle in the crack, resisting the erosion of the void, perhaps he could take the opportunity to try to pass through. But this was still an experiment that required risking lives. He thought to himself, if Zhao Qian provided the fire, then he would probably have to risk his own life. As for other possibilities, there were indeed several special materials hidden in his body, but these materials were embedded to protect his vital organs and were meant for life-saving moments. Without a priest present or sufficient medical conditions, he could hardly guarantee his own life after removing them. So, both options were life-threatening. Gao Yu silently pursed his lips and began to encourage himself. He started to convince himself, under the condition that trials always have answers, the exit of the void must be on the crack, so what he saw in front of him might be an illusion. As long as he had the courage to step out, he would see another world beyond the crack. Believers in the truth, even in times of panic, would not act blindly. They would analyze all favorable conditions and deduce the most suitable conclusion for the present moment. Gao Yu pondered a lot and also reached a conclusion. But just as he was about to discuss it with Zhao Qian, instead of Zhao Qian's approval, he received a chop to the neck. The war hunter had appeared behind Gao Yu at some point and delivered a heavy blow to his neck. The technique was very skillful, and Gao Yu couldn't even react to what was happening before losing consciousness. Sorry, Gao Yu, I must live. There was no sadness or regret in Zhao Qian's eyes, only determination, a resolute determination that never looked back. He took 2 steps back and once again drew the flaming bow, shooting towards the void crack as he had in mind, the fiery arrow bursting upon the crack, forming a ring that resisted the erosion momentarily with the power of flames. Then, he grabbed Gao Yu and threw him in. Gao Yu's body was violently pulled through the ring of fire, covered in bloodstains instantly, with visible bone-deep wounds, yet he did not die. To live. That was enough. When he saw Gao Yu rolling down steadily on the other side like a bloodied man, Zhao Qian deeply sighed in relief. He drew the bowstring once again. When Shui Dingtian woke up, the pink-haired girl was still lying in the void, eyes closed. She had exhausted her divine power to protect Shen, covered in wounds and extremely weak. The old man did not wake her up but explored the entire void space alone. After finding that almost all paths were blocked by void cracks, he returned to Tao Yi's side, looking at the girl with a complex expression. Just now, he received the decree of decay, let the followers of prosperity embrace decay. Completing the decree would bring additional rewards, perhaps extra points on the ladder of audience, or tangible items. In any case, if he was watching here, it meant that even if one had only 5 days left to live, as long as the decree was completed, theoretically, he would not let his followers die. And now was the best opportunity. Tao Yi lay quietly there, breathing weakly, motionless. With his strength, just one punch would eliminate any chance of survival for this unconscious star. But, she's just about the same age as Qiu Shi. Cui Dingtian sighed, took off the last piece of cloth on himself, covered Tao Yi with it, and then turned to the crack. If someone must decay, it's better to choose an old man. One must stand tall as a person. This is what my father taught me, and what I taught Qiu Shi. I have practiced this saying all my life, and at this age, I cannot disgrace the Cui family, nor can I disgrace Qiu Shi. Muttering to himself, he resolutely stepped into the crack. Indeed, with the blessing of decay in his skin and the curse of prosperity on his body, he was not afraid of the torment from the void. But at this moment, the power of decay faded away, the void's pull etched bloodstains on his body through his skin. And the power of prosperity did not emerge. He would not watch over a renouncer. It was not about good or evil, but about faith. Yet even so, this indestructible stone body cursed by prosperity still resisted the void erosion that was hard for ordinary people to withstand, allowing him to successfully cross the crack. However, just as Cui Dingtian discovered the hidden world beyond the crack, he gritted his teeth, retreated, and with wounds deep enough to reveal bone, he returned to the original side. Huff, huff, I can't leave. If I go over, the girl will be in trouble. He knelt on the ground, covered in wounds, panting heavily, but soon noticed a pair of delicate feet standing in front of him. Cui Dingtian looked up and saw Tao Yi looking at him with a complex expression, unable to speak for a long time. You're awake. Don't panic, I figured it out, the crack leads out. We can get out. Thank you. Tao Yi's words were sincere. She had never felt so sincere since the arrival of the gods. Because she had awakened from the beginning, along with her consciousness, came his decree, kill the renouncer. As Tao Yi had made it this far, she naturally had a trump card in her hand, a powerful tool belonging to assassins, capable of easily taking someone's life. And now, should she use this tool? Tao Yi has killed before, quite a few times, but she has never killed someone she considered a good person. She thought Cui Dingtian was a good person, but goodness often depends on circumstances and location.
She couldn't decide whether to kill or not. So, she left the decision to the old man. And then, he truly was a good person, a truly upright and good person. Old Shui, can you still move? Don't worry, this old man is tough, won't die. Good, let's go. The focus shifted back to Chen Shen. When Chen Shen watched Su Yida rush into the crevice without hesitation, he knew he had underestimated his colleague's desire to become a god. Becoming one of them, ascending to the godly throne, perhaps had become the entire meaning of his life. This kind of madness, Chen Shen could understand but not empathize with, as he only wanted everyone to live happily. He watched Su Yida intently, silently recording his every move, posture, and reaction, hoping to replicate them perfectly in future actions. However, something strange happened. Just as Su Yida rushed into the crevice, he suddenly turned back. Chen Shen didn't even see this turning back movement. It was as if in the blink of an eye, the other party had already turned around and taken a big step forward. However, the Su Yida who emerged was noticeably different from before. His eyes were no longer fervent and lost, but coldly confident like the depths of an abyss. Chen Shen, long time no see. Could it be that entering the void crevice really can contain divinity? In that instant, Chen Shen deeply doubted the nonsense he had said to himself. If Su Yida hadn't already contained divinity, how could he have changed so much? He seemed much more astute and experienced, exuding confidence and assurance like Fang Ju and Wei Guan from the previous trial. And what did he mean by long time no see? Did stepping into the void crevice, which seemed like a moment to him, feel like a long time to Su Yida? It wasn't impossible. The void crevice mixed reality and illusion, and no one knew what it was like inside. If Su Yida had truly turned a misfortune into a blessing, well, that's troublesome. Chen Shen clicked his tongue and began to consider his own safety. As colleagues, he shouldn't have to resort to deadly measures, right? How can it be long time no see after just a turn? Chen Shen smiled, stood up, and discreetly placed his left hand behind his back. Su Yida observed his actions, sneered disdainfully, and said, "You're still so cautious, or should I say you've been cautious from the start. It's quite admirable. Are you afraid I'll notice the ring on your right hand that surpasses ordinary demigod artifacts?" Chen Shen was shocked, his right hand instinctively clenched, then quickly controlled his tense body, pretending not to understand as he chuckled. "What are you talking about? Alright, no need to pretend, I know you very well, at least better than you know yourself right now. And my time is limited, let's quickly end this and never see each other again." With that, Su Yida took a barely noticeable step forward. And with that small step, he stood directly in front of Chen Shen's face. Teleportation, an unexpected teleportation. Chen Shen's reaction was too slow, and he instinctively punched, aiming the ring at Su Yida's stomach. The ring of bone servants, filled with the fear accumulated by Su Yida, should have meant certain death for him. However, as Chen Shen's fist reached halfway, his entire being inexplicably came to a halt. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, trapping him inside. Even the roaring thunder on the ring turned into a frozen photograph, vividly displaying the splattering dynamic electric light. Su Yida smirked contemptuously and retracted his casting fingers. Yes, it was his spell that created the time stop, the S-level talent of time, an eternal prison. Initially, aiming was imprisoned in place by Fang Shiqing's eternal prison, awaiting Chen Shen's judgment. At this moment, it was just like that moment back then. Only now, Chen Shen had shifted from judge to the judged, and the current judge was Su Yida, who had recently succumbed to his own schemes. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Shen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Why time? How could it be time? Where did time come from? He had never experienced such a bizarre event, nor had he ever been so easily controlled. In Su Yida's gaze, besides a hint of nostalgia, all that remained was disdain. It was like the contempt shown by a lofty being looking down on weak humans. It wasn't specifically directed at Chen Shen, but simply because Chen Shen was too weak. Chen Shen smelled the scent of death. This time, it emanated from himself. Despite the confusion and lack of clues, he remained silent, because he knew that the moment he begged for answers, the balance on the chessboard would be disrupted. So, even though he was closer to death, lacking confidence, he couldn't ask any questions at this moment. Su Yida looked at Chen Shen's still smiling face and shook his head, laughing. "You are more stable than I imagined. Whether it's a facade or not, at least at this moment, I can't do it myself. I never thought that the person they talked about was really you. I'm curious, what exactly brought you to such heights? Could it be this ring engraved with death?" Su Yida took off Chen Shen's ring, carefully examining the mouths of the shrieks on it, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very good, all 5 are lit up. It seems you have collected enough fear, so why not use it? Can't bring yourself to do it? Is the pitiful and pathetic hypocrisy in your heart still urging you to be a good person? It's interesting. Those who died for you, those who died because of you, the countless people you killed, are they all bad in your eyes? Why categorize good and bad in this world? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, I remember now, you seem not to consider them as human, but if that's the case, why not act? Just excuses, absurd excuses. He casually threw the ring into the void, then grabbed Chen Shen's neck, slowly increasing the pressure until Chen Shen's face turned liver-colored. Chen Shen couldn't resist, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. Fear? Powerlessness? Unwillingness? Anger? Remember this feeling, this is death. As soon as he finished speaking, with a crack, the sound of a broken neck echoed. Chen Shen's tense body suddenly went limp, his two bewildered eyes weakly closing, his whole body falling like soft mud. Plop! The void supported the body of the follower of nothingness, not allowing him to fall into the abyss. Suyita coldly glanced at the body, mocking laughter escaping his lips. I killed Chen Shen, hee, who would believe it? He casually picked up a piece of cloth from Chen Shen's body, wiped his hands, then turned to look behind him. Just now, a bloody body emerged from a certain crack between reality and illusion. Not long after, Zhao Qian, covered in blood, rushed out from the same spot. But what he never expected was that the moment he desperately rushed out, what awaited him was not the answer to the trial, nor the revenge of Gao Yu in his imagination, but an irresistible eternal prison. Suyita walked up to Zhao with a frown, carefully examining the two people before him in Zhao's startled eyes. Sorry, I don't seem to remember you, who are you? Zhao did not answer, he only felt that the Suyita in front of him was so unfamiliar, so terrifying. They say that the followers of memory offer their memories to him, thus forgetting the past. Could Suyita be the same? But this eternal prison is clearly an S-level talent of time, how could he have it? Could he actually be a follower of time? The fear in his eyes had not yet dissipated, but Zhao's face steadied. He said with some uncertainty, Gao Yu is not dead, Suyita, you don't have to do this. This was a test. He needed to first eliminate the possibility that Suyita was here to judge him in the name of justice. Suyita frowned and looked at the young man on the ground. Gao Yu? This child? No impression. I'm asking you, who are you? Zhao Qian. You don't remember me, I am your teammate. Just now, we worked together and came here from the boundary between reality and illusion. Us? Work together? This. Oh, you are actually a follower of him, interesting. The follower of the god of patience, with your qualifications, perhaps you are not worthy of working with me yet. Let me think, if I remember correctly, it should have been me and Chen Shen who led you out. So, you are probably some useless thing, not worth wasting my memory on. Suyita's words were sharp and harsh, but Zhao had no strength to be angry because he knew that the moment they fell out, he would die. Because he had already seen Chen Shen's body in the distance. Suyita had gone mad. He had killed the only priest. But the trial was far from over. You are not Suyita, who are you really? Me? I am of course Suyita. The real Suyita. Suyita felt very unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that he didn't seem like the same person at all. But clearly, this person's appearance and voice were very similar to the Suyita he had seen before. Could it be that something in the void had taken over Suyita's body, replacing his consciousness? Or, what did he just say? He and Chen Chen let us out of the trial? Out? The trial is not over, how could they have left? Zhao suddenly froze, but then, a ridiculous idea arose in his mind. His eyes widened, his expression more shocked. It seems you've guessed? It's impossible, the power of memory does not affect past trials, this is a consensus, a rule, you cannot be. Nothing is impossible, all impossibilities in the world are just because you are not strong enough. Perhaps killing Chen Shen had put him in a good mood, Suyita's mood had clearly improved. He smiled and reached out, a deep blue power of memory appearing in his palm, swirling and entwining, mysteriously captivating. Remember the past self. You probably have never heard of this talent, of course, it has not yet been put into the pool by memory. This is one of the few god-level talents, it can take you back to the past, find yourself. Zhao's pupils contracted, unbelievably exclaiming, You really are. Alright, the pleasant sharing time ends here. Since you've guessed my identity, please help me keep it a secret. With that, Suyita reached out again and pinched Zhao's neck. At that moment, Zhao, who had been tense all along, suddenly felt relieved. A bitter smile of shattered hope appeared on his face, also bringing forth a smile of finally being free. It seems you've come to terms with it. Well done, my underling is now one soul less. Zhao's face was like pig liver, with bulging veins. He struggled to tilt his neck back, spitting out incomprehensible words as he asked the final question, if you are from the future, can you tell me, is there still hope? In the future world? Su Yida paused, as if thinking he misheard. This scout named Zhao Qian actually asked if there was hope in the future world in his dying moment. Ha! What hope? The hope of becoming a god, or the hope of the world returning to how it was before the arrival of the gods? Is it meaningful? Idiot! Su Yida sneered, it's meaningless. But then, he let go of Zhao's hand. His expression suddenly turned strange. Looking at Zhao, who was gasping heavily, he nodded meaningfully and said, I see, so you are one of them. Zhao's gasping suddenly stopped. He tensed his muscles, lowered his head without a word. No need to hide, great torchbearer, I am aware of your existence, just as I am aware of Chen Chen. Zhao suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Yida. The eyes that were filled with despair just now burned with endless hatred and resentment. To have an outsider aware of the torchbearer's existence would be the most fatal blow to the torchbearers. And this had happened once before. He couldn't allow it to happen to him again. Angry? Don't worry, I won't be like some others, revealing your existence to them. You are indeed admirable, and I am not a heartless person. However, judging from your attempt to test life with this truth believer, you seem to be a builder? Su Yida looked at Zhao with interest, stroking his chin. Build a new nation with the greatness of the gods. Heh, what a stirring slogan. Who would have thought that behind the person shouting this passionate slogan, there were a group of cold-blooded lunatics? Even for salvation, they couldn't let go of that elitist rhetoric. Builder, humph. Unfortunately, your plan to create gods almost failed. Oh, I forgot. Maybe at this time the plan to create gods hasn't even started. Perhaps it's still in its infancy. Do you find it interesting to hear so much about the future from me, Mr. Builder? Zhao held his breath and remained silent. At this moment, he was both receiving shocking future information and silently contemplating where his fate would lead. The plan to create gods. It sounded like a wonderful plan. They had finally taken that step, towards a new kingdom, towards a new hope, challenging the group of deities on the divine throne for the last time. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to participate in this great endeavor. Even if Su Yida temporarily held back, his attitude was clear, he couldn't let himself, who knew so many future secrets, live on. So, Zhao, who was digesting the shock in his heart, spoke in a low voice, you've told me so much, what do you want to do? Just say it. Smart. I like dealing with straightforward people. I admire you, even if you are the criticized builder. To be honest, I need a corpse, but for some reasons, I can't kill you. So, Mr. Builder, please, could you commit suicide? Fulfill a small need of mine. Zhao thought he misheard, chuckling sarcastically. Is there any point in teasing me at this moment? This is not a joke, Zhao. Oh, Zhao Qian. It seems you don't quite believe me. Well, in that case, let me give you a reason to die. Su Yida's face lit up with a brilliant smile, staring at Zhao Qian's angry and unwilling eyes, and said word by word, don't be angry. Perhaps after knowing all this, you will not only be willing to die but also deeply grateful to me. The whispering rustled in the void, though faint, each word seemed to carry the weight of a thunderous hammer, striking heavily on Zhao Qian's soul. He silently listened to all this, then smiled and closed his eyes. Borrowing greatness from the gods, building a new nation. For the continuation of humanity. For the new kingdom. Farewell, this world. The flames of war erupted in the eyes of the believers of war, but in his eyes, the light of hope surged far higher than the flames, even more intense. Flowing white flames mixed with tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks, gradually engulfing everything. The blood of war trickled, extinguishing the indomitable flame at the final moment, completing a liberation of blood and fire on the spot. Su Yida looked at Zhao Qian burning to ashes, bowed with a complex expression. Salute to the greatest torchbearers. He dragged the body, his face returning to indifference, and without nostalgia, stepped back into the crack in the void. Head, throbbing. Like an explosion after a hangover, as if countless thorns were stirring in his brain. Too painful. Chen Chen was awakened by the pain. But even in pain, he did not dare to frown or open his eyes. Because he didn't know if Su Yida was still by his side, unsure if it was safe around him. But when in a coma, one's breath is evidently different from when awake. Perhaps most people cannot tell, but Tao Yi could. Because she was also skilled in this art, skilled in feigning unconsciousness. Are you awake? Was that the voice of a big star? Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. Tao Yi felt the revitalizing power flowing through Chen Chen's body and chuckled lightly. Alright, open your eyes. It's safe now, we're out. Out? Where did they come out from? And where were they now? Chen Chen pondered for a while, then slowly opened his eyes. A touch of pink hair fell into his sight. It seemed that the voice just now was not someone pretending, it was indeed Tao Yi. You were unconscious for 12 hours, you really held on. Do you know how we managed without a priest for these dozen hours? 12 hours?
Chen Chen felt a bit cold on his body. He hugged himself and felt the ring on his finger.
1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 were there, they weren't lost? He was shocked, but weakly asked, what happened?
Tao Yi's face was full of anxiety. She pointed to the top of Chen Shen's head.
It's freezing.
After coming out of the crack in the void, we fell into an ice field, with howling winds and frozen land outside. If you don't wake up soon, the 4 of us will freeze.
4? Tao Yi's face darkened, nodding, yes, Zhao Qian is dead.
Not even a body left, just a pile of ashes.
Zhao Qian? Dead? The believer of war who wielded blood and fire, actually dead? Who killed him? Su Yida? Where is Su Yida?
Chen Shen had just awakened from death, his mind heavy and full of doubts. But there wasn't much time for him to think now, so he had to immediately find out what had happened during the time he was dead. So he made a bold move. He held Tao Yi's hand.
Tao Yi was taken aback, then smiled and let him hold it. We're out of firewood, all burned up.
If you feel cold, hold my hand tighter.
Chen Shen did not relax his expression because of Tao Yi's care. He looked at Tao Yi's face very seriously and asked, can I trust you?
Tao Yi did not expect Chen Shen to ask such a question. She widened her eyes at first, then furrowed her brows.
What level of belief?
Complete trust. She looked at Chen Shen, her eyes darting around.
Whose follower are you, exactly?
Chen Shen's gaze remained unwavering, serious and sincere. Death, I am a follower of death. Tao Yi widened her small mouth, a look of astonishment on her face.
I should have known you were a gravekeeper, but you deceived me all along and still expect me to trust you? Can I trust you? 50%, as long as you don't deceive me, you can trust me.
Chen Shen finally smiled, speaking softly and quickly. Tell me everything that happened, I need to know it all. Where should I start?
Start from when you found me. Time rewound to the moment of the divination.
As soon as Chen Shen confirmed the lineup of this trial, he had already planned out whose follower he would pretend to be. Order. Obviously, in a trial with peers, a priest of order could slightly restrain the conduct of a fellow, preventing them from acting too rebelliously. But just as he was about to perform the divination, he suddenly had a bolder idea.
Since all lies and false beliefs were deceitful, would deceiving a deity count?
After all, the power of talents stemmed from deception, and he approved of that deception.
So Chen Shen made another bold attempt.
He quietly plucked a blade of grass, offering this insignificant death as a sacrifice to the being above the throne. This was not a divination of deceit but a divination of death itself. Chen Shen's action held no special significance. He just wanted to express his intentions to the faith he was about to borrow. Then, he silently recited a prayer to the dice of fate, praying to become a follower of death. Unexpectedly, the divination was successful. The god of fun supported him as always. He abandoned the constraints of order and gained the exemption of death. As for the so-called birth, it was nothing more than an added disguise, leaving himself with an extra card up his sleeve. It was definitely not just out of a habit of deception.
So, today, Chen Shen is a follower of death, a gravekeeper. Chui Lao led me to find you in a coma and Gao Yu barely breathing. Coma.
It seemed right, he had indeed died. Chen Shen felt that his talent as a gravekeeper had been activated once, which meant his memory was intact, and Su Yida did kill him once. It was just that the contingency he left behind saved his life. The talent of a gravekeeper was to hang life, which was also the inspiration behind Chen Shen's Dead XX series of drugs. As priests of death, they carried out his will, turning the healing light into the dark glow of death, and deciding whether the target they had healed could die. They were like gatekeepers of hell, selecting sacrifices to offer to him according to their own will. Of course, the sacrifices that belonged to him could not be reduced at will. For every sacrifice a gravekeeper took, they had to make up for it. This led to gravekeepers becoming the profession with the highest number of killings, truly becoming the bringers of death. Presently, Chen Shen owed him a sacrifice. After finding you, Chui Lao and I dragged you through 3 void rifts, finally escaping the void and falling onto this ice field. But by then, you and Gao Yu were almost at your limits. We dragged both of you across the endless ice field, searching for a sheltered spot from the wind, and during this time, we encountered Su Yida.
You encountered him on the ice field.
Yes, his condition was also not good, his whole body frozen stiff, nearly dying on the ice field. Fortunately, he was holding a large handful of broken wood and branches in his arms. We guessed that he probably didn't have a way to start a fire, so he froze like that. But we didn't either, and in the end, it was me who urged out the last bit of prosperity to awaken Gao Yu, and only then did we manage to ignite those frozen, stiff firewood. However, the wind was too strong, and the flames were hard to sustain, so we had to camp on the spot, taking turns guarding the camp outside, roasting by the fire for half the night to save everyone.
But now,
the firewood has burned out. Chen Shen followed Tao Yi's gaze and noticed a spot around his waist that was all ashes. Gao Yu and Su Yida are awake, but you have been unconscious all this time, and no matter what we tried, we couldn't wake you up. In the end, Su Yida secretly took out a pill and that's what saved you.
Chen Shen was a bit confused. Su Yida? He saved me? Where did the pill come from? Spatial pocket. Before he could try, Tao Yi replied, still locked. It's the batch of a sudden return of light you refined back then, remember? Su Yida is not as shallow as he appears on the surface. He deliberately saved some pills when he snatched them, keeping them on him. We never thought that one batch of pills could be saved into two, otherwise I would have collected some too. Although the amount he hid was small, it was still effective, at least you really woke up. Hearing this, Chen Shen's expression became complex. This companion was truly remarkable. Despite knowing his own identity, he used the mirage and the cracks of reality to fabricate the offering to nothingness that couldn't be preserved and brought it back to life. The problem is, why did he use the only pill on himself? Why? Did he kill himself and then save himself? What is he up to? Chen Shen wanted to ask, but it would be too obvious, so he had to approach it slowly. Why didn't everyone come in? Tao Yi didn't speak, but the look of despair on her face seemed to provide an answer. Chen Shen furrowed his brow, and by the dim light filtering through the tent, he turned to look around, soon realizing that the materials used to set up the tent seemed somewhat familiar. This is Chui Lao's skin? Chen Shen was instantly stunned. This tent, which could only accommodate 2 or 3 people crouching down, was actually wrapped in Chui Lao's skin that had been shed. Yes, you've seen it too. Chui Lao is in bad shape, and the tent could be destroyed by the fierce winds at any moment, so we take turns guarding the camp outside to ensure that the only shelter from the wind is not destroyed. Outside, the fierce winds howl, the land is frozen for miles, in the distance are icebergs that can never be reached, underfoot is frozen soil that no magic can break. As far as the eye can see, not a blade of grass grows, only ice white. The conditions are too harsh, we can't dig coffin camps, nor do we have materials to build shelters, but the icy winds are getting stronger, we have no other choice. Chen Shen hadn't expected that while the memories in the void were still unclear, the current environment had become so harsh. But now that you're awake, come on, Chen Shen, cast a healing spell quickly, they can't hold on much longer. As soon as the words fell, Chen Shen felt a piercing cold wind creeping in at his feet.